Yes, karibuni. Nawakaribisha hapa siku ya leo. I hope you are doing well. Mumeshinda vizuri. Nataka kuwakaribisha kwa kikao chetu ili tuweze kuongea. Naona guys corner kama kawaida. Jana tulikumii sana by the way. Jana hata sikuona message moja hata yako. So I don't know ulikuwa wapi. So karibuni wale munaingia katika kituo so that tuweze kuongea. Karibuni. So leo discussion yangu ni about hiyo maneno inaendelea ya majority. Yani unakuta tuko na majority and the same time we are still suffering. What is the problem? Like inaonesha hadi sasa unaanzia kujiuliza kama Azimio ndio majority, mbona still wanasema wanataka kufanya kazi na Ruto? Yes guys, kwa karibu sana. Jana tulikumiss sana. I don't know why, ulikuwa wapi? I hope things were okay. Maybe pengine ni kazi ilikukamata sana. So ni kazi na mkuja kwa kituo tafadhali. So guys, kuna asante. So let's discuss about that because ni jambura. Okay, sawa guys, kuna is okay. Ni jambura kuhuzunisha sana. Naona membership yako hapa inalia vibaya sana. Sijui kama umekuwa member leo tena, na nilikuwa nimekuacha ukuwa member tena, ama umekuwa member number 2. Na tafadhali I encourage everybody to become a member. Majority ya wale ambao wanafikiria ya kwamba ile kazi tunafanya hapa ni mzuri, na kupiga subscribe pia, and also to share and also like our video. It goes a long way to actually make this work better and good. Sababu lazima tusaidie nchi yetu na lazima tujenge nchi yetu, na hakuna mbinu ingine ya kujenga taifa isipokuwa tu kukuja kufanya vitu kama hizi tunafanya sasa hivi. That is the only way, the only proven way. Ni people can come together and we agree on such a platform on how we want to be governed, on what we want to do as a nation. Hizo vitu lazima tuanzie kufika hiyo level. Thank you sana guys. Kona unasema I have always been a member. Najua. But si ulisikia nani alisema hapa ni kama niko na mental disorder, so guys, kona poleni. Bwana yaka alikuja hapa akaambia watu niko na mental disorder. So usianzie pia wewe kufanya pia hapa afikirie hiyo story ni ukweli. So Njoroge unasema mnangojea Kasongo huko Mount Kenya region, but mimi I hope watu wetu watamuaibisha, and the best way kuaibisha Kasongo ni kutoenda mikutano yake. Don't attend those meetings, they are not of value. Na in case ajilete kwa masoko, sababu najua atakuwa anataka kujileta kwa masoko, mnampigia nduru. In fact, Mount Kenya has an opportunity to show Kasongo hana mtu. In fact, it's an opportunity we have been given tuoneshane ya kwamba huyu jamaa ameisha, and to confirm to Kenyans and the world that huyu jamaa hana pahali ingine imebaki where he can associate with people. So watu wa mlima mcheze kama nyinyi, huyu jamaa msimpee ya time. So lazima mcheze between kukula pesa na kuharibu jina. So hapo lazima itabidi mjue vile mtacheza hapo, because pia jamaa lazima atamuaga pesa. So even as you eat his money, mjue pia kuna assignment iko hapo kumharibia jina. So hizo vitu mbili lazima mjue vile mtacheza. So mcheze kama Messi. Na by the way, nimeona timu ya Kenya ya football siku hizi ni kama imeanzia kujitahidi sana. And I want to congratulate them actually for producing that draw with Gambia. It's not easy. We know Kenyan football is not very good also. But we are seeing some signs of hope. Sijui kama ni huyo Makadhe, Ben Makadhe, huyo alikuanga mchezaji huko bara Ulaya miaka iliyopita hapo. I don't know, but I saw very beautiful players yesterday. Kuna huyo kijana anaitwa Mohamed. Then there is also a Masai boy who is doing very well. I think pia nimeanzia kuona a more inclusive team ya Kenya, it will actually do well. Mimi hivyo ndivyo naona, more inclusive. So kuliko tu kusemanga tu tunasema tu ati timu ya taifa, majority of people just come from the western side of Kenya and Nyanza. I think having a more inclusive team actually brings out the potential of Kenyans. So well done Team Kenya, but you need to produce a win when those teams visit Kenya. We can go for the World Cup. All whatever. So Njiro, today a woman was elected the president of Namibia. Unajua shida yenu guys, kuna good news zinatokezeanga outside Kenya. Anything good unasikia imetendeka uko mbali. Sijui guys, yani kitu mzuri unasikia, yani kitu mzuri uko pali wezi fika, unasikia sijui uko Namibia, sijui kuna kitu mzuri imetokezea. Ukikaka na story ya Kenya, sijui mtu fulani amepatikana alikuwa abducted. Why is it that sisi hatuwezi produce good news? Good news lazima you have to use a boat or an aeroplane to go and meet where the good news are happening. Na Yesu mwenyewe alisema is a good news. Please, nyinyi wa Kenya mwache kutuangusha. We have now also to start producing good news. Haiwezekani ati ukisikia good news ni uko mbali pali hata ujui. Sasa mimi guys, kuna mimi sijui Namibia ni wapi. I just know Namibia ndiko na capital city ya Windhoek. Uko. Ni uko chini huko. I don't know. So we need we need to take it up, hata sisi good news zianzie kutokezea kwetu. We need good news. So I don't know, but I hope we can be able to democratize Kenya the right way, because we have that opportunity actually to democratize Kenya. Even if we don't have political ideologies, we can actually build those ideologies, ideologies which favor Kenyans, and ideologies which are mirroring our thinking. Yeah, inabidi tufike hiyo level whereby we can have ideologies which mirror our thinking. Yeah, so guys, tell me what is great in Kenya. Can people should start? No, guys, we have to start thinking of how to make our democracy work. It is something which we have to do. We have to think of how to make our democracy work. Hatutakaa hivyo sana. We have to make sure that things work. Yeah, things work. So kuna hiyo story ya majority sasa imetokezea Kenya. We have now the majority, and that majority we cannot use it. We are some of our people are still going to enable Ruto, and sasa unashindwa. Is it that we cannot help ourselves? There was an opportunity, by the way, tungetumia na tungejisaidia. So that is one of the problem naona sasa tumekuwa nayo. So that majority which is almost inajileta tu, hiyo majority inajileta Kenya all the time. There was actually an opportunity ya kumaliza hizi mashida zote tuko nazo. I don't know why Mr. Raila Odinga himself, he actually refused to action the Azimio majority, and instead he saw the easiest option was to work with Ruto. I don't get it, because if even the court are giving him win so that he is a majority, it means that kuna vile wangeweza kufanya mambo zapo from there. So Gashu, karibu sana, sijakuona kwa muda. Wanasema Waitito the former governor is eating steamed cabbage. Hiyo story ya Waitito, I'm not celebrating it very much, even though I'm not saying that he's not a criminal, but naona tu ni is just punishment because of the side of politics where he is now. There's no genuineness of fighting corruption. But if it was happening in a large scale, wangekuwa watu kama 50 of equal status wako jela, hiyo sasa ningeamini kuna kitu inafanyika. But one man out of thousands who have committed crime, I don't need to celebrate that. So I want something progressive. Something progressive is where like we have mass incarceration. We can incarcerate them in masses. So Gashu, I don't see genuineness in that. It's unfortunate, but I don't see genuineness in that. So Waitito is just that he is on the reward side of the mountain. Ako ile pande ya Inyeshi. Yeah. So it is not genuine. Ruto is trying to build a name for himself, pretending he's fighting corruption, but he's not. So, but we always say that if you want to do something good, it has to be indiscriminatory. There's no discrimination. If we say we are fighting corruption, is everybody. So depending with how you are working with the government, that is the law will treat you differently. Kama sio unakuta wakati wa Uhuru kuna wale watu tulikuwa tunaambiwa wanafungwa, wakati wa Ruto kuna wale watu wanafungwa. Like we don't have a balanced point of prosecuting people. So ours is not prosecuting, ours is persecution. So you don't apply law to persecute, you apply law to prosecute. So that is the problem. So Bwana Ngashu. So what Bwana Ruto and the Kenyan government is doing for now, they are persecuting. Yes, the crime is there. I don't refuse the crime is there, but we cannot persecute. You prosecute, and they are not prosecuting. So they are persecuting. The fact that they have decided to persecute Waitito, that is where I disagree with the concept. But if we decided to prosecute, whereby we prosecute all these thieves in masses, we have so many of them, including hata wale ambao wamefanya vitu mbaya, si ati ni mmoja ama wawili, tuko na watu wengi sana wamefanya vitu mbaya. So if Kenya does it in mass scale, I will understand. But hii tu ati ya mtu mmoja tu ndiye mnavalisha nguo ya njera hapo, halafu sasa mnaanzia kututumia video tuanzie kuona kuna kazi mnafanya, that is stupidity. So to me that one doesn't work well. Okay, away from that, so that's a big thing we need to focus on, and we need to understand that those are some of the areas where now instead of actioning the right thing, we are actually not practicing the real democracy, because that is not how democracy works. Democracy means applying equal standards to everybody. We have so many people who have stolen in Kenya, but they have not been put into books. And that still remains a very big question, which Kenyans have to ask themselves. Until when will thieves be existing in Kenya and nothing happens to them? It's a question which the elite system of Kenya has to answer. Hiyo ni swali tumeshindwa na kujibu sana kama raia. Because actually our system is very tolerant to criminals. It is a question we need to ask ourselves. Up to when are we going to exist with a system which is very tolerant to criminals? Killers, thieves, murderers, they just roam in the streets as long as you can afford a lawyer, and a serious lawyer, you are good for life. Those are things which we have to start now getting out of the system, that at times, even if you can afford a lawyer, but the law is very ruthless on you, we will still prosecute you and we put you to justice. That is something which we have been unable to do as a nation. And I think somebody with good intent, somebody not like Ruto, maybe can come and help us to answer that question. That's a very intellectual question which only a serious Kenyan can answer. maybe somebody with the Lee Kuan Yew mentality, the Singapore guy who changed Singapore many years ago. That's the only. But we need a model which can actually be applied to everybody equally, regardless of who you are and where you come from, whether regardless of your family, regardless of your status. It's a model we need. But this idea of applying law unequally is not good. And also applying law just to pretend, because in Kenya we apply law to pretend. We are the people like Obando. We have people who stole and actually rose to power. We have people like Waiguru who are the scandals of, and you hear so many scandals in Kenya which have been unresolved. It's not a very good sign of a democracy which we are claiming is a growing democracy. We cannot claim we are growing the democracy, at the same time in the events or in the discussion of a growing democracy, we have so many scandals which have not been resolved. We have Goldenberg, the actioners of Goldenberg actually are now in government jobs now. We have agro-leasing went like that. We have people who have sold embassies. We have people who have acquired government lands illegally. We have people who have actually even acquired cemeteries illegally. We have people who have served as governors and senators, and they have been pinpointed in places where they have stolen. We have government actors who have committed crime outside. We have people who have stuffed money outside in Jersey Island and Panama. We have people. We have streams and chains of stealing in Kenya which have not been unresolved. So those are the issues which we cannot claim we are a progressive democracy, yet we don't want to touch that. So kama vile mnajua leo the court pronounced itself secondary a second time that Azimio still is the majority. So then ile swali najiuliza, hii majority ya Azimio, what should they do with it? Ama sasa hii majority wanapewa ni waende wakaongezee sasa serikali ili sasa watuue kabisa. What should we do about it? Now Azimio all the time wanaambiwa they are the majority. And at the same time, it looks as if they have been dehorned by Ruto. They are being given majority, but that majority is not working or is not helping Kenyans. So does it mean that even some of us who are supporting Azimio, we were supporting people who had no vision? Now that they have decided to combine with the government, and now they have now decided to make their vision to be the vision of what the government is pushing. So that is the question I'm trying to ask self. So maybe I would like maybe somebody to discuss that a little bit, tusikie. Pia the king of Nesrad amemaliza visit yake Kenya, and I think she has flown back. So those are not. I don't think there is much which has happened in the political squares today. Maybe I can check. Let me just see if there is something serious which has happened in the political square. Other than Kiharo, hiyo story ya so afisi mpya ya serikali Kiharo bado zafungwa baada ya viongozi kususia. So kuna, I think there is cold war between the government and the Nyoro, and I think the government is doing a very big mistake. They are making the Nyoro popular without knowing. They are making the Nyoro popular without knowing. In fact, they should stop fighting him, sababu huyo jamaa he will become bubonic. That's what happens, you know. Victimhood is a big thing in Kenyan politics now. Unaumiza mtu, watu wanakuja kwake, even if that person is not transformative. So victimhood works miracles globally. So si ati hata Mlima Kenya peke yake, ni dunia mzima. So politics loves the weak and the afflicted. Inapenda sana. So we need to really work on that seriously, and and ask ourselves what type of the country we want. Anyway, so nimetupa link hapo, yule mtu anataka kuingia studio, you can come and join, we discuss that amidst other things. So karibuni sana, because today is on a Friday. I hope there are quite a number of people who might want to come and we discuss these stories, because we need to push this dialogue to the next level. So these are some of the things I was feeling we need to understand. So hiyo story ya Didi Nyoro, I think they are not wise. If I were the government, I would stop. So if they were wise, they would just stop, because actually wanajiharibia. They are destroying their chances of they are making a diatomite without knowing. Unajua kuna ile unaweza tengeneza kitu kubwa kuliko what you thought Then niliona pia kwa mitandao pia, unajua pia these days we also following these online wars niliona Gaucho and a guy called Githaiga, they were extremely fighting yesterday. There was a very serious TikTok war between Githaiga, kuna kijana anaitwa Githaiga wa Chai. Those are some of the people we are also trying to follow with also in the to feel their discussion. So I heard how he was trying to vent to Gaucho, but I think Gaucho has proven to be somebody who is extremely tribal, and I don't know why people are funneling tribalism. I don't know why. It's very unfair to do that. Yeah. So hiyo picha ya Waitito, I think it has no one is taking it serious. Even me, I'm not taking it serious, but I hope we can be able to do better than that. We can actually do better than that in fighting corruption. Yes, we can fight corruption and we can do better than that. Anyway, karibuni kwa studio ili tusemezane. We don't need tribal wars and tribal cards to change Kenya. We just need people who are transformative and people who are thinking right. We understand that all we want is good education. All we want is good medication. If you go to the hospital, you can get treated. We have good roads. We have services brought to us. That is, there is water, clean water is brought to your neighborhood. Sewerage is being collected from your neighborhood. We have clean towns. Those are the things which we are all asking for. We want a government which is working, a government which is protecting us, a government which is monitoring the safety of the products which are being brought to us. They are also monitoring the safety of the products which we are producing, because it is necessary and important. Those are some of the basics and the reasons why we need the government, and we actually need the government to action on some of the things which happen to us. So very serious, very profound when it comes to such levels. So history of Waitito is a wake-up call. Never have traces. If Waitito was a clean man, hakuna vile Ruto angepata mbinu ya kupersecute yeye. So, but I hope if I was Waitito, what I would do is why can't he offer to return the money he stole? That one can be also another option. He can offer to return the money he stole. So hiyo ni jambo lingine. If not that, because still I don't say that he is clean, because whichever the regime comes, we have to fight these corrupt people. That is something which we have to do. It's only that my problem is that I don't take Ruto serious in fighting corruption. So that's the problem which I'm having. So Ruto is not serious in fighting corruption. So if he was genuine, we have so many corrupt people in Kenya. and all of them now their cases should be fast tracked na zinakimbizwa mbaya sana, but one person in Kenya, it doesn't make sense. In fact, Kenya, we need prosecution of thousands of people. So that's where now I draw line, because I don't see it as a model case for me. I see it just as persecution. So kuna mtu alikuwa ananiambia jana ni kama natetea wizi. Mimi sitetei wizi, but what I'm saying is you cannot persecute one man in a country where everybody is corrupt, or almost everybody is corrupt. Let's persecute everybody, not prosecute, other than doing persecution, the one which is being done by Ruto regime. Okay, Ubuntu kuja, I will let you know, let you talk. Nimeona ni vile I have expressed a lot. Yes, Ubuntu kuja. I was trying to lay for you a point so that we ingie. So you can return again. I will allow you to talk. So those are some of the things which are happening, but remember that the clock is also tickling. Mama anaitwa Tuya alikuja jana kuongea kwa TV. She was talking about military. I don't know the reason why huyo mama alikuwa anaongea story ya military. I thought military is a disciplined organization which their things should not be so much talked about. So I did not like that. So sikupenda hiyo story ya mama expose the issues za wanajeshi. I think it is bringing our military with a lot of luxuriness. I wish we can do much better than that. Yeah, military is disciplined. I don't think much of their information should be brought to public. They should be a disciplined institution which is applying the rule of law and trying to work their issues well without jeopardizing anyone, and also without being misused by the executive, because that is one thing which we have also seen is happening in Kenya. The executive is misusing some of the government organs. The executive under Ruto, they are mismanaging the military. That is why when Kenyans revolt, they can actually call the military into the streets, which is not a very good idea. You don't do that. The military cannot be used to quell internal issues. Even if the country is boiling from its own citizens, the military cannot be involved. The military is only involved on external affairs. So Kenyan military has a duty of remaining professional and knowing what is good need to be done by them. But they cannot be misused by the government, and they think that they are doing the right thing. They cannot serve a man. The military is not there to serve a man. Even if that person is commander-in-chief, is their commander, the military cannot serve one man. The military is there to serve the sovereign nation. Yeah, so karibuni kwa show. Wale mnasikiliza muendelee kusikiliza. So wale mnasikiliza muendelee kusikiliza. So I appreciate the 26 of us who are here, na tuendelee kujenga kituo because we need to. Wale wajapiga subscribe, mnaweza piga subscribe. Alafu na those who feel they can become members, say thank you. You can equally do. Na tutagrow pamoja. We will grow together. So welcome on board. Yeah, we are live in here. So we always like coming at this time, especially the Kenyan time, around 10 p.m. so that Kenyan people wasikuwe wamelala. Watu wetu wasikuwe wamelala. Because we have to grow this democracy together. So there is an explanation I wanted to explain here. And by the way, guys, tomorrow we will be doing a show about America. So come one, come all. We want to disinfect some of the misinformation, which is being peddled around about some of the nations which are seriously winning. Even Kenya has to start winning. So sijui Madam Resilient Kenya itaanzia kuwin lini. Even as Kenya we have to start winning. There's no in which kazi yetu ni kulia all the time. After every election tunalia. We have no moments of winning. We cannot be that way. we have to start now getting moments of winning. We have to win. Winning is where the government is there and they do what the electorate, what they told the electorate they are going to do. I'm so proud of what Americans are enjoying right now. Nimesikia hata wamedismantle the Ministry of Education huko kwao. Wamarekani wamesema Ministry of Education, we are dismantling it. Yeah, it's very good. They don't want it because I think for them they see now education is being used as a tool for misinformation and societal degradation instead of a tool of information. So they had promised to dismantle the Department of Education and they are doing it. So that is what you deliver, what you told people, whether it is good or bad. We don't know if dismantling the Minister of Education is a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm a believer that it's a good thing. But they are delivering what they told people. Hata huyu Kasongo anamwambianga, if you just delivered what you told hustlers, hata sisi tungekosa kitu ya kukuambia. Let me tell you, you promised to 18 things. Ruto promised to 18 items. He has delivered 9. Courtesy of Al Jazeera. I was shocked. I don't know if it is 9 or 19. Wale walisikiliza hiyo interview ya Al Jazeera. 218 promises, you deliver 9. That's a joke. You should promise 218, you deliver 200. At least zikuwe zinabaki 18. Because zile vitu unapiga promise ni vitu unajua. Aya, naona Same Costa ameingia. Yeah, promises ni vitu unajua. So si ati Ruto had promised women 50% jobs to women. I don't see it. I don't see 50% to women. Ruto had promised pesa mfukoni. We will put money into people's pocket. Tutaweka pesa mifukononi mwenyu. So what it means is having money in your pocket means that you will have comfort. That's what that means. Putting money into people's pocket. That one you action by 2 things. People have money to buy things, or you bring the cost of items down so that they are not spending a lot of money, so they can save. If you can save, you're also putting money into people's pocket. So your story ya kuweka pesa mfukoni, you action it in 2 ways. You either you make people to get more wages, which is good, or you make sure that goods and items are affordable so that they can save. So you actually through saving or through making people to get more money. That means I can easily get a job. I can easily get an opportunity to work in. Kama mimi ni mama mboga, that market is expensive. Kama mimi ni mwana boda boda, that market is expensive. One way ya kusaidia mtu ya boda boda is to make sure that fuel is not expensive. Jamaa ya boda boda, yule ambaye anabeba tufinje na tumia majority, sababu most of them they do some town service. Unapelekwa somewhere within town. So I think majority of boda people per trip they charge between 50 and 100. So if huyo jamaa ana charge between 50 and 100, you make sure that fuel is very affordable. Huyo jamaa umemsaidia. Then kama ni story ya pikipiki, make sure that there is a market for parts, because again, if jamaa wa boda boda haezi pata parts, spare part, or if spare parts are very expensive. Sasa mtu ya boda boda yake ikitaka a new pendle or a new engine, na hiyo engine anauziwa 20,000, atatoa wapi? Those are things. So then from there, kama ni for the civil servants, make sure that deductions are not too much, and again also work on cost of living, because cost of living will directly affect their life. Make sure education is also good, because they also have children who they are educating. Yeah, that's what you do. So boda boda, mama mboga, mulala hoi, middle class, those are people who a working government can do something for them. So history ya Namibia having a woman president is coming up too much. Let me see if I can see it kwa mtandao. Na Costa, you can become a member. Wewe unapotea sana. So wacha niweke historia. So do you think Namibia has hope? Based on that, Namibia hiyo news tunajaribu kuwekea hapa Namibia. Anyway, wako sawa. Tanzania President Samia message to first woman, okay. Anyway, women are making strides. History made as anaitwa Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa is sworn in. So ni kama amekuwa sworn in. So wow. Namibia first woman president. Okay.
Congratulations to Namibian people, Namibian women, and of course congratulations to all of us in Africa, because the achievement of Namibia will hopefully encourage other African countries. As we are standing here, I'm standing next to former President Joyce Banda, another pioneer. So the coming of another new woman president, I hope, will encourage other countries to see the strength in women's leadership. You know, I have a bad leg, but I had to come. I had to be here to see my sister Ndaitwa assume the highest office of this land. And in my country where I come from, when it rains, there are blessings. You know what? We are proud. We've been waiting. I've been giving speeches the whole year, saying we have had 6 female presidents and many, many vice presidents. We are waiting for a 7th one, and the day is today. It's very exciting to have the first woman president in Namibia. We congratulate the people of Namibia, SWAPO, for giving a woman a chance. But it's not just because she's a woman. She's a capable person. She's a freedom fighter. She's been in government over a long period. She was foreign minister. She was deputy prime minister. Now she's the vice president. So she deserves it. It's a historical day. I will go back to my party, the SWAPO party, where we have put the gender balance. We have a gender parity, where we are putting men and women equally. So in this day is where we have chosen the incoming president, which is the comrade Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa.
Anyway, it looks there are some countries where democracy works. Guys, oh my God, Kenya. Anyway, it looks there are some countries where democracy works. If Namibia was able to, kwani huko kunanga election stealing? Huko kura azibiwe? Nauliza tu. Anyway, basi I think we need to learn something from from Namibia if that is the story, because let's hear her first speech.
Today marks the day Namibia sets on historic journey of having the first female president, a joyous moment for the country. Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa says her first priority is job creation for the masses of over 5,000 jobs within the next 5 years at a budget of $8.5 billion. This will be in the sectors such as construction, the creative industry, agriculture, and tourism. What women are doing, they do not do it exclusively for women. They do it also for men. And now, because the way people look at it, when women are advancing, the emphasis is on a person as a woman, as if that person, when she was standing, she was standing to say, I'm standing because I'm a woman. But the reality is, even those who have encouraged and nominated, they were not nominating women, they were nominating members of their party whom they believe that they have the capability to lead their nations. President Nandi Ndaitwah is serving as a role model for young people that they should always follow their dreams. The president highlighted that leadership can be given to anyone, whether you are a woman or a man. President Nandi Ndaitwah acknowledges that the national challenges will be the same as those faced by her predecessor.
Anyway, natafuta pale anaongea.
Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, do hereby swear that I will strive to the best of my ability.
A sense of pride and anticipation fill the air as President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, a seasoned leader with a legacy of dedication and courage, officially assumed the highest office in Namibia.
So help me God.
As Nandi Ndaitwah took the oath of office, she was met with a resounding standing ovation, a powerful acknowledgement of her groundbreaking achievement. Her ascent to the presidency is a symbol of the progress Namibia has made, not only in terms of women leadership, but also in the ongoing struggle for gender equality. She also acknowledged those who played pivotal roles in organizing the Women's Conference in Beijing, marking an era that helped shape women's leadership and strength. She highlighted the Sopa Party's bold decision to adopt a 50-50 representation policy in leadership roles, which the government followed, leading to more women in key positions.
I believe that having been elected as president of my country will encourage women from all walks of life to stand up and to be counted, with a clear understanding that I was not elected because I'm a woman, but on merit.
Yeah, story ndio hiyo. Yeah, women can make it too. I hope the first female president in Kenya is already born. I hope. Guys, wana sijui lakini nasema tu I hope the first Kenyan female president is already alive or is born. Let me use that word. That means between now and the next 60 years, we can get a woman president. So I hope the next Kenyan female president is already born. So it's a very tall order in our society. You can see the path of Namibia to reach that level. They began by 1-to-1 ratio of men to women representation in the ruling party. You understand? So such things don't just come easily. There must be some attempts to put women into other key positions. Like now in Kenya, we want to have a female president, and even in parliament, women are very few. So that imbalance is actually what even chokes the attempt of any woman to go up. Thank you sana Bwana Same Costa. Leo umeamua kuguzwa. Sawa. Yule mwingine anataka kuguzwa anaweza guzwa. Kuna watu wanaguzwa. Leo naona Same Costa ameamua kuguzwa. Asante sana. Nawe pia mtu mwingine aguzwa kwa niaba yako. So some God to return what you have brought. Yeah. So Catherine Sibach. Karibu. So that is the explanation I was trying to give. Like in Kenya, I could wish we could get a female president, but that path is not clear. That path is not clear because we have underrepresentation in the parliament. So first of all, Kenyan politics is a bit very aggressive for the women character. So we have to first of all depolarize our politics. We have to make our politics friendly, so that even women can feel comfortable even to vie. But our politics is very abrasive. Is like for those, much of the women who are in politics now, ni wale ambao, like they are extremely aggressive. Politics is not for the aggressive women. It should be for everybody. because the platform is good and equal for everybody. So I don't like that word where when people say that for you to be a politician, you have to be aggressive. I don't like that term. I don't want politics to be for the aggressive. I want politics to be for available and good-hearted people who can come and change. Because if we say that politics is for the aggressive, that means there is a very big group we are leaving outside and can actually work for us well. Sio lazima ati wewe uko na mdomo kubwa ati you are good in politics, because that is usually the measure which I always see in Kenya. Ati politician yule mtu ako na mdomo kubwa na anaongea sana. I don't like that. I want even a person who is a bit composed and can communicate well. Poa sana Meriwainaina, and can communicate well. Actually, they have a position in Kenyan politics. That is what I want. I don't want a situation whereby we make politics to be for the devils. Ati a low demeanor, or people who speak slowly, low demeanor people, they have no space, even if their character is good and their intent is good. I don't like that. I want politics which is friendly. I want politics which feels good, where people feel they can actually enjoy to associate and to actually fight for their nation. That is the politics I want. So politics will be good when it ceases to be an art of looking for trouble. Huyo ni ka doctor anasema. No, ile kitu najaribu kusema ni like if you look like some countries in Eastern Europe, you never even hear the names of politicians, because politics I think they have managed to decouple politics from venom. Look at countries like Slovenia. You will rarely even know even the president of Slovenia who it is. There are some countries in Eastern Europe. That's why I like the politics from Eastern Europe. Their politics is a bit relaxed. Siasa yao tu ni ile tu, like you are there to serve and go. Like politicians are not exaggerated. They don't have that exaggerated lifestyle. When you are a politician, unavalia nguo za Gucci, unavaa Gucci, unavaa sijui saa ya kutoka wapi, you are wearing clothes from Monaco, because that is how we have treated our, karibu sana Nyakairo, we have treated our politics. Yani siasa yetu tumeifanya ni ile mchezo ya kufa na kupona. Somebody like Nyakairo who is a bit low toned na anaongea polepole, she has no space in the Kenyan politics, because tunataka ati we want those people who are very vicious na wanaongea mbaya sana sijui nini, wale watu wanatusiana. Those are the people we want. That is the environment. Like in other words, what I'm trying to say, guys, is that Kenyan political environment is too toxic. Like you really need to have a very big spine to actually even say that you are tempting. Not that people don't want to be politicians, but it is the toxicity we have introduced in it, and that is why actually we are repairing so many good people who can actually and help us. Politics should be enjoyable. You are there to serve people, but this idea whereby for you to be a politician lazima ukuwe na macho nekundu, you look very fearful. Those are the things we have to get out of it. Like tujue tu hata a nice person can be in politics. That is what we have been unable to market to Kenyans and maybe to majority of Africans, ati yule mtu anaingia kwa siasa ni yule mtu ako na pesa, ni yule mtu ako like he has committed crime. Those who are like, it's so bad, because if I try to look at majority of the politicians we have, many of them have one or two issues in life. Nyakairo, go ahead.
Habari Njiro, habari kila mtu, habari wa Kenya wetu. Comment section na wasalimia sana. This is a very good topic that you have brought up, and if you remember, sometimes back on the forum, we were talking about ladies. I'm going to talk about ladies who are more responsible, ladies who go there for work, ladies who who fight for the right thing. And we counted those days. We had Betty Mogo, we had another, I will use this word, another Luo lady, I can't remember her name. We had Cheragat.
Alikuwa
We
anaitwa Margaret Ogora? Was it Margaret Ogora? Something like that. There used to be.
No, there's another name. It's not
Okay.
Ogola, yeah, but she was from Nyanza, and many women.
Maybe Julia Ojiambo. You remember Julia Ojiambo?
Ojiambo, yes, Julia Ojiambo, and many of them, when they presented their point, really, the room was silent. They had substance. They had what they are saying is true. I would rather see a woman who is fighting to be aggressive the way they want us to be, but fighting for the people, but not fighting just for her to get what she wants. Look at people like Waiguru. Waiguru ameharibu jina yake. Look at Ngirishi, ameharibu jina yake. Yani, these women, they are not there for anything. Look at Wamurada. Wamurada, what does she stand for? Only, we would say these women are greedy, because what they have earned within that short time is enormous. So, as I present myself as a woman, I will always fight because I know I'm the mother of the nation. And I want to present things that really matters for my people who I represent. Those are the standards that I would use or I will stand for. Because as a woman, we are of character of respect, character of coolness. Si huyo mpauko kama vile umesema Njiro, bali ati kutusiana nini, ati that is when you look that you are aggressive or you are good for politics. Politics is not dirty. It is the people who are dirty. And that is where we fail. Politics is how you debate of what really matters for the people you represent. It's just like a debate. But we cannot stand here, start insulting each other so that to see who will win using insulting language. That is not what we are looking for. Si ati tumeenda mapigano, tumeenda kutetea hali na mali, na utetezi wetu uwe unasimamia maendeleo ya watu wetu. Na kile nilienda hapo kufanya, nilikuwa naenda kurepresent so many people behind me. And so when I go there and start insulting and behaving wildly like that, it means that even where I come from, those people behave like that. You are letting your people down. So what I'm trying to say, Njiro, tumekosa nidhamu. Hebu niambie ni wamama wangapi wako hapo kwa hii parliament wamesimama kama wanawake ambao ni wa heshima? Just tell me how many. And we cannot be exhibiting our rioting behavior.
Yes. Nyakairo, one minute. Let me tell you something which I don't like about Kenyan politics. Do you know that much of our women who are in sisemi siasa ya kitambo, much of the women who we have now, especially wale wako kwa vyama kama UDA, maybe even in ODM, do you know that much of them, immediately they are getting into power, the next thing is that they are losing their families. Like it is becoming very difficult for them to be in politics and also sustain their families, which I don't get it. Must you that be simply because you are in politics, even you cannot be able to manage your family? Your husband becomes redundant in that nature?
Njiro, that was the point I was going to. There is somebody who came here on this forum and stated a very bad word towards those ladies, and I will not be sorry. I will not be sorry. Alitumia jina ingine lakini sitaisema, but it's a bad description for those ladies who are in politics right now. Hivyo umesema they cannot maintain their family. It's because they are not there purposely for politics. They have got other interests. They are driven out of their family because of other interests. They are just like they have been given a favor by someone somewhere, so they have to fall prey and let themselves down to follow that prey, which is very bad. And that is the issue we have. Kwa sababu mimi ningeuliza wanawake wale wako kwa politics, Why don't you stand like a woman who have got a family that you not like kutolewa nguo na watu mbele ya watoto wako, mbele ya bwana yako, mbele ya watu wenu? Uwe ni mtu ambaye unajua aibu ya mwanaume na ya mwanamke ni tofauti. It's very different. And so ya mwanamke inakuwaga too much, kwa sababu wewe ni mama ambaye unatakiwa kubeba ufamilia kabisa, ushikilie, iwe ni kitu ambacho unashikilia. And otherwise, unless iwe basi unaumia kwa njia zingine, lakini kama umepata huo mwanya wa kuingia kwa politics, it doesn't mean that is when you are going to exhibit your wildness. This is the time that you have to show that you are going to be recognized as a woman who stands for the nation and even for your own family, and whereby you exhibit the respect that you deserve all the time in front of your children, in front of your family, in front of your relatives, in front of your neighbors. That is where you get to have it. But when we come to a neighbor, to a person who really can do anything, si kuiba, corruption, si mambo ingine mbaya mbaya isiyo ya heshima. Those are things that people look at and they ask questions. Huyu mama tulimchagua, alienda hapo kufanya nini? Tulimchagua awe nini? Awe kielelezo, awe picha yetu. Lakini you see what he's portraying is something that really we don't like. But what are we going to do? Sasa wamekwama huko, hatuwezi kuwatoa, hatuwezi kuwakuta, wamewekewa mazingira ambayo hatuwezi kuwafikia. So now it's about them, it's not about us. So that is my problem, and I would urge my women fellows to stop this kind of behavior. Respect your family as you would like us to respect you, so that hata utavuna zaidi. Because if you stand with us with that decency and respect, and all this will come to your pocket, and we will not let you down. We will still vote for you for the next and next and next until you give up. But the moment you start doing all these things, now look, I'll give an example of Waiguru. Waiguru, anybody hears Waiguru, they say, huh? Who is that? She has corrupted the whole place. Is that the picture you want? Even when you leave politics and come out, and people see you walking there and they say, Waiguru, everybody will say, leave her alone. Exactly. Just because of the news that people have been getting. And it is not lie. It's not a lie. It's real. So is that what you want? In future, at your time of resting, you are resting, not having people giving you respect. Hata kijana ako barabarani anaenda miguu, anatembea tu hivi, anaweza kukuita jina lolote, huwezi kumfanya chochote kwa sababu already umejivisha hiyo nguo ambayo uko nayo. So for me, I don't have much time, Njiro. I just wanted to put that point. I am a little bit busy. That is why you have not been seeing me on and off. Iko mambo ninafanya hapa, my training, whatever. So once I'm done, I think I'll be frequently coming in. Otherwise, nashukuru sana for this opportunity. Nasalimia X na kila mtu muwe na amani. Otherwise, I'll see you next. Njiro, thank you so much.
Okay, ni sawa Mama Nyakairo, tumeshukuru. So wacha X achukulie. Thank you. Ukipata nafasi kuja. X, endelea. Blue, are you there? Ama ulifika ukapotea? Blue, are you there? Haya, ni sawa, ni kama umeingia kwa kipindi ukalala, ni sawa. Yeah, let me react to what Nyakairo has said. Ameleta examples ya wamama shujaa. Kuna wamama shujaa Kenya who we can't say that hawajafanya, but ukiangalia down the line, I think trajectory ya uongozi imepungua sana katika taifa letu la Kenya. And like for example, if you look like some of the people who are even being put in the spaces now. Okay. Ngoja kidogo, acha sasa kwanza your mic is not working well. Hebu angalia mic yako kidogo. Nakusikia, nasikia. Haya, ongea basi. Okay, maliza hiyo statement yako alafu ndio niongea. Maliza hiyo statement yako. I wish you can remove hiyo kuongea mic yako hivyo, but ni sawa. So let me make that point. So you see, ukiangalia like the quality of women leaders today, even like akina Martha Karua of 1992, just imagine the people we have now. Just imagine the people we have now. Who are they? The Karen Nyamu, Millicent Omanga. Nawambia tu some of the women leaders Nyakomincha yule ambaye sijui alikuwa anasema mkiniona hapa hata waziri wa nini. Mnakumbuka ile wakati alifuta dio ama ni nani alifutwa? Saa zingine tunakuwa na michezo mingi sana. So kuna Nyakomincha, na watajia tu wanawake they are not very pleasant women. You can say that these women represent the truthiness of the society, and that is what we need to take and understand that yes, Namibia has taken that giant step of having a woman as a president, not through death. Unajua, like Tanzanian one is easier. Unajua, hata kama Tanzania walipata kiongozi mama, it was an opportunity presented by death, which is a bit that one you cannot say like Mama Suluhu kukuja hapo, it was an act of God. Si ati ni kitu raia walisukuma. But sasa the reason why here Namibia is historic ni sababu watu wameenda kwa debe na wakasema ni mama tunataka. That is the uniqueness of it. Mama Suluhu has not been subjected in an electoral process as a presidential candidate. So that is the uniqueness of Namibia and the Tanzanian story. There was Joyce Banda, I think, of Malawi, who also was a woman president. I don't know if she was voted. The only one who I know was voted was Euro wa kule Liberia, Johnson Sirleaf. That was a brilliant woman. That one I know, like, I think alishinda uchaguzi ya ukweli. Sirleaf, Ellen Johnson, something. That one I understand. Hii mambo ingine. So that is the story. So like when you look like, yes, in Kenya, we also want people to be elevated and become leaders. Maybe good women are not getting out to get into power because of the toxicity of the issue. But frankly speaking, some of the people, some of the women who are coming into politics, they are not like the nicest people who you can say that you want them to, you are projecting them into power. They are not among the nicest people. Okay, ni sawa. Go ahead, Blue. Blue, go ahead. Blue? Ni kama umepotea. Ni sawa. ukikuja you can displace me from speaking and na uongee tu. So PGR anasemaje? Women we have our place. Men are born leaders and I am okay with that. For a man to open the door for me to
Okay,
oh.
Unasikia?
Na nasikia PGR anasema yeye anataka afunguliwe mlango akuwe protected. Wow.
Kama unisikiza hizi kuna shida basi. Mimi nataka kuuliza aje Jiru. Na hii ni swali moja nataka kuuliza. Wewe unaweza explain hii swali. Mimi naona aje? Nilisikia watu wengine hapa wakisema wakikuona tunyamaze kabisa, tungoje tuone venye Ruto na jeshi yake itafanya. Ikifika hii 2026 27 tuamue. Yaani watu wanyamaze kabisa. Na hiyo ni kitu nimesikia hata Nyoro alisema watu wanyamaze kabisa. Yaani tunyamaze tu kabisa, tusifanye kitu yote, tusiongee, tukue tu tungoje kuna wao inakam. Tungoje tu hivi vita na watu wajipange. Nikasikia watu wengine wakisema tununue mapanga, wengine wakisema tununue bunduki. Yaani kuna wao inakuja. Wewe Njiru nikuulize. Wewe unaona kuna wao inakuja na wewe umejipanga aje? Kama unaona na kama uoni, kwa nini uoni? Hiyo ndio swali mimi nakuuliza.
And your mic is really bad. I don't know why you don't want to have a natural mic. Sijui ni nani unaogopa. You have to even distort your language. So Bwana Bru is not fair. I wish you can just speak naturally. If you have conviction in what you are saying, don't distort your language. Just be natural. Men with conviction always go far. But let me answer your question. Sinaona hata wengine wetu hata tunakuja hata bila kufunga kamera. So we have confidence because we have conviction in what we are saying. Hiyo story ya kusema ati watu wanaambiwa nyamaze. Silence is not bad by default. The only problem when silence becomes bad is if you are not if you're only silent and you are not planning on about your life. Kunyamaza ni mzuri, so you can be silent. See, Bwana Bru, I'm from the school of thought where I believe that work in silence and let your results talk. I agree with that. So ile kitu najaribu kusema ni ya kwamba yes, people from Mount Kenya region can choose to be silent, which is okay. Maybe they don't want to jeopardize the government. They don't want to be blamed that wao ndio walifanya serikali isifanye kazi. They don't want to participate in the issues. Because again, you don't want to be aggressive and you put yourself on the cross path with the government. I understand that. So, but they should also be telling people, but if the government starts to attack you, we will also mobilize ourselves together and we defend ourselves. That one has to be said clearly. Lakini kunyamaza ni sawa, unaweza nyamaza as long as kuna mtu anakusumbua. Your things are working well, people are not attacking your businesses, people are not attacking your way of life. You can be silent. In fact, you don't need power. You just need an enabling environment. That one I understand. And then maybe in the near future, when we are exiting, when we are planning on how to exit Ruto out of power, now you can respond in a round voice. But this idea of silence and people are not planning or coming together on practical political concepts, it will also be stupid. So yes, Mount Kenya region can remain silent, but they have also to plan for their future beyond now and beyond. They have to plan for their kids, and they have to plan for the kids of their kids. So yes, kunyamaza tutanyamaza, but sio kunyamaza kijinga, ni kunyamaza na plan. Yes, so our leaders have to come together. They have to look on how they are Thank you sana guys corner. Leo naona watu wameguzwa excess eh. Acha niweke hiyo stick hapo. Leo naona watu kuna vile wameguzwa. Watu leo wameguzwa, watu wana michezo. Watu wameguzwa kabisa. Watu wameguzwa, watake mchezo. Leo kuna vile ni kama neno linaingia. Sijui kama mmesikia. Sijui kama mmesikia komanda jana venye ameingililia watu, general commander. Komanda jana ameingilia watu hadi nikashindwa. Anyway, naona leo neno linaingia. So PGR anasema ati women are very very evil in the world. I always like using the word some. Yes, I know maybe but I believe even there are good women who come out and do something good. PGR, I would just advise you, don't say that women are evil. Women are evil. I think that one is too generative. Yes, you maybe you might have, but we have women who have done serious things in this life. So, okay. Hata kama kuna mama Kenya amefanya vibaya, let's not say that I know, so where can I start? So PJ, anyway, yeah, PJ on that one, I believe we can get good transformative leaders too, who are women. So women are the ones who nurture our homes. There's a lot of what women do. So PJ anasema ati atakuja afafanue ni sawa. I'm a bit hesitant to just take it as in wholesale. So PGR anasema ati wow. So guys, can you support PGR? Can you support PGR, please? I need to hear your comment about that. You need to support PGR. So ile kitu najaribu kusema hapa ni hii. We can have good democracy which will actually even help our kids to grow. I know even America is struggling to have a woman leader. It's not easy. See, this is not a struggle in Kenya alone. It's a struggle globally in many countries. I think women their issues have not been good for centuries. So I think sasa ndio they are trying to work out. That's why we even have Okoji in World Trade Center as the head there. At least we have a number of women who are heading some places. So guys, kama anasema kitu, don't sweep the floor with the same brush. Women are great as bosses, but not great in friendships. Wow. Okay. Mary anasema women can change this Kenya if only are well behaved. Sorry to say. So PGR ni kama akona an exit statement. She believes that women cannot be able to assemble and do something meaningful for a nation. I think the good model for women in power, na I think hiyo ni kitu nitakuja kudiscuss na nyinyi hapa, it is India. I think Asia has witnessed women in power. South Korea and a woman in power, though alimpeleka kwa jail. India, they had Ngandi. There was one of the Ngandi who was a woman. I think India, they had a woman in power. Myanmar, the one which during the colonial times we used to call Burma. Myanmar, they also had a woman leader. In the Western world, Germany had Angela Merkel from 2005 to 2021, almost 2022. That's almost 17 years. So they had Angela Merkel for 17 years. That is Germany. I think Estonia, they have a woman. Maybe you can look at their scorecard. Now Mexico, they have gotten a woman. Mexico, Mexico, they have a woman. I've not looked at what she's doing. Brazil and a woman long time ago. Brazil, before Akinarura, there was a woman. Wanaitwa Da Silva somebody. Brazil had a woman some time back. Brazil had a woman. Which other country? Australia. Has Australia ever gotten a woman prime minister? Maybe mtu wa Australia anaweza tuambia hiyo. Canada, I'm not sure. Q anasema Mexico president is trying. Guys wanasema Trump the world boss, Anyway, hakuna mama anawezana na hiyo story ya Trump hiyo hakuna mtu anawezana na hiyo, so hiyo tu ni that is for the selected views. Proverbs says a man who finds a good woman is lucky, but if you find a bad one, is like a dripping tap that is dripping all night. Imagine. Dr. Margaret Nyakango, huyu Nyakango si Dr. Margaret Nyakango and Nancy Gadhua are making us proud. So I would like to know what they are doing in the Kenyan spaces. Ni yule mama amekuwa akiongea kule kwa nini about budget. Yeah, so Waiguru ni mwizi mkubwa sana haki. Cha ya 5 million, ebu imagine. Jana mama alisema she is a very serious boss, na hiyo cha ya 5 million ni ya wale watu wanaendanga kuokota fedha na giza mkiwa mumelala. Bwana Sami, wewe ukiwa umelala, kuna mtu ananunuliwa chai aweze kuokota do, and those people are earning salaries of 15,000. She has no way to earn their salaries. So lazima mjue mama akijitetea. So she was able to craft that story very well na akaweka emotions. So ukisikia mama akielezea hiyo story ya vile anajaribu kusaidia watu wale wana earn 15,000 wakunywa chai asubuhi, it was so good. Yeah, that was a really emotional explanation. Sijui kama mlisikiliza. Hey, mama ameelezea student nikasema akiwakunywa kabisa. Unajua nimesikiliza Waiguru, Sami Costa karibu to this. Nimesikiliza Waiguru anaelezea, nikasema bwana, ama watu wakunywa chai ya 15 million. Ama watu wakunywa chai ya 20 million. Mbona hiyo explanation ni kama ina make sense? Nyinyi hamjui Waiguru, nyinyi mlionanga Waiguru jana. No, she was prepared. I know no one has taken that tea. No one. Si kwani chai za mitaani ni pesa ngapi? Si chai za mitaani ni 10 bob na nini? And I'm those. Ama hata kupikiwa majatia hapo. So lakini anyway, and you have to credit Madam Anne Waiguru for survival tactics on gray areas, on gray areas whereby you can defend yourself. You have to credit Madam Anne Waiguru kwa kujitetea. Ako poa. Kama hivyo ndivyo anachezanga. Waiganjo, mnamuitanga Waiganjo Kamodho. Waiganjo Kamodho tu ilibidi tu achukue yeye. Wewe Waiguru bwana. By the way, nimesikiliza hiyo story yake jana. Ni vile sina simu hapa ningewachezea. Nilisikiliza story ya Waiguru jana, lakini ukisikiliza hiyo story ya Waiguru you feel emotional and unasema watu wakunywe chai. Hiyo chai inakaa ndogo wakunywe. If they are earning 15k then and their salaries the legal way, they think watu ni wajinga. Bwana Kio, that is what Waigush said jana. Na alisema with a lot of emotions by the way. Na alisema I have no apologies to make. That was the word which Waiguru used. I have no apologies to make. I have to make sure that my employees are treated well. So I have no apologies to make. Mandamani Waiguru. Nyinyi kaeni hapo, amjui mama venye aligonga jana. Anyway, you need to know that Mandamani Waiguru is an experienced person in terms ya kujitetea. Alijitetea NYS, so si story ya chai atashindwa na kujitetea. So kama mnafikiria ati Madam Waiguru amwezi mkamata kwa corruption, she knows how to exist, and those are the places where she thrives, and she knows how to handle herself and to defend herself. Mnakumbuka the other time mlikuwa karibu kumkamata ali Bwana Belfast, you will not stop me from enjoying myself here. Sasa Anne Waiguru amewaibia, sasa nisicheke? Wewe Bwana Belfast, it's not about laughing. So sasa wewe ukuji studio umeniweka hapa peke yangu, so so I know she's supposed to be in jail, but I'm just trying to explain to you the same man Waiguru wakati aliona mko karibu kumkamata Bwana Belfast, when Anne Waiguru aliona mko karibu kumkamata, si alianzia kusema, si alileta daktari hapo. Let me tell you, hata hii kitu mkikimbiza sana mutaona vile atafanya. She will unleash. Njiro uko funny. No, I'm just trying to tell you, go PGR, go and listen to your explanation ya Anne Waiguru. Aki, utaanzia kusema hao watu waongezewe chai. Utasema iongezwe ikuwe mingi, hata waletewe tanki ya chai hapo na mupewe. No, si ati namtetea. No, I'm just trying to tell you the power of the power Anne Waiguru has to convince people even when she has committed crime. Sawa, Neutral amekuja hapa. Neutral anataka niweke sura ya kazi. Ni sawa, nimeweka sura ya kazi. Karibu sana. Talk about that. Wewe ulisikia mama anasema Neutral.
Njiru.
Yes, hi, go ahead.
Njiru, wewe unatuchokoza kwa sababu kuna vitu zingine ziko serious na wewe unacheka cheka hapa. You're part of the problem, because when people are serious, when they want the demand change, they want things to be toppled, people like Waiguru to be rotting in jail. You're laughing about it. Okay, some people think it's funny, you're being sarcastic or whatever, but these are people who have made Kenyans suffer so much. You know it. So, but you have your rights to make humor out of it. This person is well known for theft in Kenya. Lakini hata unajua, you're telling us why she's so special, she cannot be jailed and all that. Si unajua tu huyo alikuwa girlfriend wa Uhuru Kenyatta, and that is a well-known fact. Alifanyia Uhuru kazi kama PA secretary huko kwa Ministry of Finance for a long time when Uhuru was in charge of finance. So sometimes when you're analyzing these situations, you have to bring the real meat of the issue, Unajua huyo hakupelekwa jela, hakusindikizwa jelani kwa sababu alikuwa alikuwa mtu wa Uhuru.
So Bwana Neutral,
sio unajua ama hiyo ni am I talking lies?
Hebu nikuulize swali Neutral, leo ukiitwa ujitetee after kukunywa chai ya 5 million, utaanzia wapi?
Nitaanzia wapi vipi?
Yani, let's say you have been called in a commission of in a place ujitetee after kukunywa chai ya 5 million. How are you going to defend yourself? And you can see the brilliance which Anne Waiguru was able to use, and she well represented herself on that misspending of 5 million on tea.
Such a person,
and she almost convinced people that if you listen to your explanation ya Anne Waiguru, hata utaanzia kusema hao watu wakunywa chai ya 10 million. That explanation was
Njiru, such a person should not even be given the chance to defend themselves. Huyo unampeleka jela straight away. This is the problem with democracy and Bill of Rights and Justice, misinterpreted by our country, because there are some democracies, so-called, they will not entertain such a thing, You go to places like Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia even. So when we're talking about sijui serikali imecapture sijui nani, Ruto amecapture watu, sisi pia tumekuwa captured na kina Waiguru.
Anyway, I was not saying it in a bad way. I was just trying to the reason why neutral you are not able to get me. I was trying to show you the extent in which Kenyan thieves can go to convince you. That's how I was trying to bring it out. The extent in which somebody has stolen and he is packaging a story for you here, and the public are almost believing. That's what I wanted you to get.
Okay, Maura, let me ask you this. Now that you brought this topic and you were speaking about women in leadership and so on, what do you think should happen to people like Waiguru? Gender or no gender?
You see, the problem which we have is the Kenyan legal system has no way to deliver justice. Our justice is very secluded. It depends on the side which we are standing at for that time. Yes, they need to be in jail, but our system has no capacity to jail them. That's the problem. She's on the side of Ruto. Who will persecute or prosecute Waiguru? Who is on the side of Ruto? Where do you start?
Right now, it doesn't matter anything about who is on the side of Ruto or who is not on the side of Ruto. We're assuming this person has come to the Senate or even the National Assembly, and she or he is being asked questions by people who are so-called oversight politicians, right? I think you watched that interview by Sam Gituku and that useless MP G. Kagira.
Yule alifukuzwa, yule ambaye aliambiwa it is my show. Go away.
Yeah, it is my show. You leave my show.
Yeah. I think
huh?
Let me comment about that one. That one was very good. The only problem is that the court of public opinion is not able to we have one man who has done a very giant step, but the same person, you'll see him in his constituency, people giving him airtime and listening to that person. So that's the problem now. We see Sam Kituku has done a very giant step to actually stop some of the people who are conversing against Kenyans and doing all the bad things against Kenyans, but still some citizens and some civilians will go ahead and still think that this woman is being mistreated. That is the problem we are having. But actually, it is possible to fight these things from all front if we supported some of these people who are actually doing good things to us. Gituku is on the side of the history that he has now started to show how a media personality should react on misinformation. And yes, he did well.
I also want to congratulate him for that, because I think that was one of the most daring, most, in fact, objective interviews that we have ever seen or heard on Kenyan TV. That is that sort of interview where you think the journalist has not been paid to ask such questions in the way he asked those questions. It reminds me of a famous interview by a Mzungu guy called Jeremy Paxman, who asked a cabinet minister back in the days of Prime Minister John Major. The guy was asked the same question for nearly 15 minutes, and he kept changing the answers mpaka he was nailed down. The guy who was interviewed was called Michael Howard, as far as I can remember. And this is the sort of interviews that we are not used to, and Sam did very, very well yesterday. And he was not even trying to embarrass that lady, the MP. He was not being unfair to her. In fact, he was very objective. But the fact that Anne Waiguru is so-called the side of Ruto does not mean that MPs who are in charge of oversight, obviously, should not make a moral decision on what next they should do with that county. You know, MPs or senators. Wale ni haraka haraka, hata unajua hao watu wanaongeaga na MCAs nini nini. If there's no lobbying, I swear, yani, there's a way MCAs can remove that sort of person, Waiguru, and even individual members of the public from that county can, institute, a legal suit against Anne Waiguru. To say that she has spent such an amount of money on tea is enough for people of that county to say no. This we can't deal with this. So what's the deal here? We are shouting so much about the national leaders who themselves are pathetic in Naruto, but when it comes to people like Waiguru, the county, it's either people are so tired that they don't care anymore, or they're afraid of doing anything like going to court or removing them by force. You know, when you hear about overthrow of government, coups and all that, military coups and things like that. Okay, if those things are what Kenyans don't want to do, Kenyans are afraid. Also, they respect the law. Let's just go with that. But to be afraid to overthrow a county governor by forceful means, I think is stupidity. There's a way even deputy governors can, make, the MCAs chastise this particular Waiguru to the point where she cannot even govern. Look at how people of Meru did that thing with Kawira. And we are told that the men of the political class of Meru are the ones who removed Kawira Mwangaza, so she can go back into her prayers as a bishop or whatever. But lakini, imefika kile kiwango, watu wameogopa. Unawezaje kuogopa mtu ambaye anakunyanyasa? I'm sure that this point will come where Kenyans will say enough is enough. They'll be overthrowing governors, and they'll be going and removing these people. If the MCAs are useless. Right now, I'm interested in the case of the governor of Nakuru. Because now over there in Nakuru, they have given the county, I think it's 13 or 14 days. The people of Nakuru, they've given the county 13 or 14 days so that that lady, the governor of Nakuru, Susan Kihika, can be produced by the county. Where is she? She's earning tons of money from the county. The county is running without the governor. Ni kama tuseme serikali bila rais. Sio watu watasema hapana. Hata kama hatumtaki Ruto, lakini hawezi kuendelea na serikali bila mtu wa ile kiti cha juu. Sasa ndio tunauliza, mtu kama huyu Susan Kihika, mbona tumuoni? Na watu wa Nakuru tu wamekaa tu hivyo, yani sitaki kusema ati useless people, because I'm sure ati watu wa Nakuru pia they have things to do more than getting worried about where the UDA KK politicians are. But I like the fact that the people of Nakuru, some of them have now said enough is enough. They want that Kihika, Susan, to be produced within 13 days. Failure by which they will then install the deputy governor, who I'm also told that is quite useless. So whilst we're discussing these things about these leaders, we have to think about what is the practical solutions to this problem. Anyway, to look at the title of Njiru, your broadcast tonight, it's very predictable. Raila this, Raila that, and the other things. Okay, but I remember you were quite annoyed with the way people from some people, not all, but some people from Nyanza happily dancing in the streets of Homa Bay and Sijui Ugunja. That time when Opiyo Wandayi and John Mbadi were made ministers. Hey, uliongea hapa ukatusomea for about 3 days. And I told you that this is a national problem. It's not just about one community, because the factors are there. The Kisii people, some of them, not all, they have done the same thing. Today they were celebrating Sijui, a nominated PS, one nominated PS. The same thing was happening in Kilifi, where a young person who was involved in the during the revolution last year in that part of Coast Province has also been nominated as CS for sport, and you see how the people are celebrating. So I would like you to think that it's not something symptomatic of people of Nyanza province, but just people who have been sold this idea that if a person from their community has got a top job in public service, that is something to celebrate. Thank you. So tuache kucheka hizi maneno za Waiguru. Waiguru haki. That Kenya bwana, give me one day, just one day. Vile tu Ochuka alirule Kenya for 18 hours, ama ilikuwa 16 hours, na ile revolutionary council. He didn't get to do much. Haki, you give me 10 hours. People like Waiguru, they will return all the stolen wealth. Wataingia jela. Majaji wapende wasipende, nyinyi mtapiga makelele mkisema I have to follow the constitution. Gee, what? These people who ran to Nairobi hospital when they've been arrested. Unakumbuka ile kesi ya nani? Ule deputy speaker anaitwaje huyu? Anatoka Marakwet. Huyu deputy speaker wa sahi wa National Assembly.
Unfortunately, I don't know anyone.
Huyu mama ni wa UDA, you know.
Mimi I cannot spend my memory kujua mtu ya UDA. I'm sorry. Wewe enda ukumbuke.
Nimemsahau jina hata sitaki, yani huyo
you are doing a lot
alikuwa registrar wa nini?
Unakwambia bwana neutral
wa judiciary.
You are doing a lot of good kusahau. Kuna watu hata ufai kukua ukispend even a single megabyte of.
Haya, nimemkumbuka. Ni hata a single megabyte.
Wacha mimi usiniambie, sitaki kumjua.
Sholei. Madam Sholei alikimbia, yani vile they came to arrest her, they arrested us, nini, si alipelekwa Nairobi hospital. British Elachi, hao wote Nairobi hospital, huko ndio wanaenda. Si Waiguru alisema siji Uhuru Kenyatta tupatie nini, ampatie lighter duties. I don't know what lighter duties are. So, my friend, I really appreciate your...
That job is a light duty. Hebu nikuulize, kazi ya MP, kazi ya hiyo hata hiyo registrar, being a woman rep, is it not a light duty? What things do they do, those people? Is it not a light duty? Wewe, bwana neutral, you wanted to become ni member of parliament huko. Were you looking for a big job, or it's a light duty, according to you? Is politics a light duty or a big job?
May I consider even being a councillor or an MCA or an MP, anything of that trajectory, representing people, is not a light duty. Well, what's light about it? But in a place where we celebrate people by titles, like in Kenya, it's probably seen as a light duty. Najua people come to the office whatever time they want, nini. mimi kitu najaribu kusema hapa, huyo mama Waiguru ashikwe kabisa, apelekwe huko nini, police custody, wa prepare prosecution nini. Kama Ruto anaweza anaweza ku influence nani kuingia jela na bibi yake ule baba yao. Do you know how big that thing, that is something that, you know, do you know how big that is? Even Kibaki could not jail baba yao. Uhuru couldn't jail him. This man,
no, you can easily do it for mileage. You know, Ruto did it for mileage. He wanted it for mileage. So like he is, you know, he is pretending to be fighting corruption. Na anataka watu waamini ya kwamba kuna if you steal, you will suffer the consequences. But thieves are outside there. So he needed it to pretend to Gen Z that he is fighting corruption. Remember that young people were saying that they want corruption to be fought. So Waititu Babayao is that model. He has to be punished. He is among the list of those people who will be punished, as Ruto pretends he is fighting corruption to try and satisfy the young people. So he is trying to hoodwink the young people. Yes, corruption is being fought. And those pictures, yeah, akiwa amevaa hizo nguo za jera, it was for PR. It is not that they meant it, because he knows what it means. Sababu unajua hata next time Ruto akikuwa na town hall, you'll be hearing saying, munajua ya kwamba hata wale watu ambao wako na makosa wameanzia kufungwa. If Bwana Neutral, you look at the whole scenario, is not material for Kenya, but it is meant to hoodwink some of the people who are naive that corruption is being fought in Kenya. And we know that...
Ngoja. Okay, so tunajua ati Bwana Ruto mwenyewe ni mfisadi, chief mfisadi number 1. It's not even like yani huyo ni gangster wa kupokonya watu mali, na mali ya umma pia inaenda kwa sababu ya huyu Ruto. We know that. So mbona wale watu ambao wanajua, wale ambao wana associate na kina Waititu, that clique of kina Gachagua and even kina Kalonzo, even kina Raila, all they were saying ati Ruto ni mwizi, ati ukiona mtu mmoja akiamka asubuhi ni uwizi, ule mwingine bangi. You know, if they know that Ruto ni mwizi, and there are legal mechanisms, why is it easier for a state actor like Ruto to jump on the boat and say, this is the person I'm going to jail? But these people know so much about him. I mean, even Kenyans can boycott, you know, Ruto's investments. The Kenyans know Ruto owns this, and this is the place where I'm going to stay, Western Hotel. Hii Western Hotel Wakenya wangeshacha zamani kabisa, hata nasikia hata watalii waendi hapo, unless it's government functions or international things where the government is involved. But Kenyans bado wanaenda hapo. Sasa ni mtu aina gani anajua huyu jamaa ako hivi, na mbona wanamsupport kwa you know, kumongeza pesa kwa kununua services zake, insurance company yake watu wanatumia.
So, you know, let me
mbona watu wasimtarget huyu jamaa ambaye tunasema ni mwizi?
1 minute, nimekusikia. Number 1, you know, many companies in Kenya are secret. Wewe unajua, ngoja kidogo, I want to tell you, you know, wewe unajua Western ni ya Ruto, lakini asura ako huko ndani Embu ama huko Homa Mbedani, do they know Western ni ya Ruto? Is that information outside there? Even there was a time when we used to say even Amaco ni ya Ruto, and they used to be given contracts, nini insurance za magari zote za serikali. So the problem which we are having is the elite society of Kenya is the one which should lead by example. like people who have companies, people who are enjoying services in Western, who understand that by buying services to Western, from Western, we are enabling this person. That is where the war should start.
That
So,
one I agree with you 100%.
So utakuta sasa hata hawa raia wengine wa kawaida, they will be able to follow suit. The problem is with our elite society, which does not want to look for alternatives. In fact, they feel that if they are doing business in the premises of the president, they are actually, let me tell you, you could be shocked about a neutral, like Kenyan elites are fighting to host meetings in the Western. Maybe unaweza kuta like Western wanataka kwenda huko sana because they feel that prestige. I want to tell you this because I was in the Kenyan system for long. Unasikia like you feel, I hope you know that like Bwana Uhuru owns some resorts in Masai Mara. You know that. So like
and he owns many hotels in many hotels in Mombasa.
So unakuta yani like there are people who see spending their time in Uhuru premises is a prestige. Bana, tulienda Masai Mara tukarara kwa hoteli ya Uhunye. I want you to come. Unajua umeniambia niache jokes, but I'm not having jokes, but I'm trying to tell you. Sasa in Nairobi kuna msee anasema, by the way, we are planning the conference na tunaenda kwa ile hoteli ya Muzai. Si mnajuanga ile hoteli iko pale chini ya port pale chini. Tunaenda pale Western pale. You mean? Yeah, sasa yani unakuta yani there is that drive. People feel like there is this hotel of Githunguri. Sijui kama unajua hii inaitwa Lilian Tower. Hii Lilian Tower iko hapo tu town hapo University. There was a time when Lilian Towers was very popular. I don't know if
yule sijui some Githunguri ule mzee.
So there was a time when Lilian Towers was very popular, and it was very popular but inakuanga seasonal. It is usually seasonal. Ni kitu inategemea if you're in the government. So what there is this, the appetite of Kenyan elites wanting to be associated with the facilities of people in politics. Like for example, even huyu Waiguru unasema akona resorts na mahoteli. You even hear people saying like even like people like akina Mutava Musyimi who are like unasikia kuna hiyo ufala ya Wakenya. Let me put it for you well. Kuna hiyo ufala ya Wakenya akikuwa kwa premise ya mheshimiwa anaona ni kama amegonga jackpot. Bana nimetoka kwa hoteli ya Bande leo. I don't know if Bande has a hotel. I'm just trying to say like in my place, many of those facilities have been invested by members of parliament. Like for example, even in my town where I come from, like if you go in like in Embu town, I can tell you in Embu town there is a premise which is owned by, I think, by the deputy governor. But watoto wanaenda kuogelea sana. I am giving examples. Sitaki kuambia jina hiyo, but
sema wewe ulisema hapa hakuna filter, hapa hakuna filter, hapa ni kuongea, hakuna filter hapa.
No,
so sema
nitakuangalia jina, but there is a very big hotel. It is in a place called Gakwegori hapo, na ni ya deputy governor. Nakwambia hivyo tu, ni resort, ni resort wasio anaenda, imejengwa mbaya sana. Ni deputy governor wa Embu, yeye ndiye mwenye huko. Let me tell you what Embian says, they are going to take their kids huko. Tunapeleka watu. So alafu this other side, we now have another hotel, another resort pia imejengwa, pia nasikia ni ya who is who. Inaitwa, if you're in Embu, there is kuna kitu inaitwa Winter Villa. It mimics the coast resorts. So kuna Winter hii pande, alafu hii pande ingine kuna ingine ya deputy governor hii pande ingine, and
na zote ni za wanasiasa.
It is for the who is who. So unasikia
so you know why. So these are people wale watu wamepata hizo contracts za okay, go ahead.
Nataka kumalizia story. Alafu sasa ukipanda pale juu kuna ya Wambora, there is County View.
Huyo former governor naye pia akona yake hapo juu. Huyo alikuwa na sijui 3 impeachment sijui nini.
Akona hoteli nyingine yake juu kubwa sana hapo juu. Then ukiteremuka sasa, as you are going to nini hapo Tana River, ukienda Tana River hapo Sagana, kuna ingine ya Mutava Museum hapo, noma sana, noma. Yule Mutava one bishop. Yes, pia kuna ingine hapo noma sana yake nayo sasa iko hapo. So ndio najaribu kuonesha ni network ya politicians with these premises. Let me tell you what people say as they are going to those premises. If I ruled that country, I would have a field day. These people, I would jail like nonsense. Let me explain to you. Na hapo watu wataniambia kwa chat ati hiyo ni jealousy. Jealousy gani kama mtu ameiba pesa ya umma? No, I'm trying to. So when Kenyans are taking their kids to go and swimming, unasikia watu wakisema tunaenda kuogelea kwa mheshimiwa, tunaenda like Sasa wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu, unaona hiyo kitu umesema hiyo ya the middle class and upper middle class and the wannabe middle class. I could not slot myself in any of those things. I would be so paranoid if I even counted myself as such. And I don't mind. People can call themselves middle class, left wings, idealists, right wings, whatever class, working class, no class. But that example, what you gave, is so real, because in 2008, after the conflict, I traveled to Kenya for a short time, and I just said, I'm exhausted. Let me take the crowd that I came with, to Mombasa. Haya, hiyo hoteli tulikaa, it only took me a couple of hours to find out it was owned by none other than Uhuru Kenyatta, hiyo Voyager. And guess who I saw on the breakfast table one of those days that I was there? This was during the time of hiyo post-conflict 2008. Huyu Oburu Odinga alikuwa hapo. So these people, you think they're enemies. Yeye yako kwa hoteli ya Uhuru, and Kenyans are busy fighting with each other, chopping each other. And the guy who actually informed me that it was Uhuru Kenyatta's hotel works for an NGO there in Mombasa. They were fighting against these companies that are, exploiting minerals in coast and using some unfair means to extort land of the local people. Hiyo organization ya ujamaa. So wacha nikwambie, aliniambia Eli, ati wewe siku hizi hata unakuja kwa hoteli ya Uhuru. I was shocked that I was actually there. Lakini hoteli yenyewe hata nikashangaa bwana, kumbe hao watu wako na pesa. Pesa ambao wamefanya nini? Wameiba. Lakini hiyo kitu ambayo ni shock kabisa, ati this is the time when Kenya was so tense and Oburu Odinga was there dining bila shida. You see, Bwana Neutral, what happened? So I agree with you 100% that this thing is the problem is also mostly about the middle class. They don't want to make a move, because if they make a move to oppose things or to disobey things and rebel against things of the state, they say, look, we're not paying taxes. But there's no such movement amongst the middle class. Ni shida mbaya sana. Right? Lakini Waiguru mpeleke jela ba. Okay, Bwana Neutral, let me tell you something. I want to explain to people the model of owning something. Do you know, Mr. Semiati, hizo mahoteli, you cannot own them. But do you know what it takes to own something, like even in the West? Like, unakutanga karibu sana Brother Benson, like for you to own like that Winter Villa Hotel, or even like that Voyage, it is a co-ownership with so many people and an investment over time. See, tunasikia it is just one man who is just owning everything here, like what is happening in Kenya. Unasikia Ruto is owning 680 hotel. Let me tell you, unasikia Ruto is owning 680 hotel, which he bought without a loan. Alienda tu akanunua tu mara moja. Things which cannot even happen even for people with a lot of money in other places in the world. Then you come and hear, because let me tell you, Bwana Neutral Leo, if you are a diligent worker, do you know, Bwana Neutral, as a person who vile huko, do you know that it is impossible for you to own? Sahi wewe hata nikikuambia sasa, even with all the business you want to do, if I tell you today, you give me a concept of owning Western Hotel, can you tell me where you will start? As a honest diligent worker, give me the concept of owning Western Hotel. Neutral commute. Can you unmute yourself?
Kwanza wacha nikwambie ni watu aina gani wako na access to those big loans to own those corporate investments. You have to be politically connected, na kuna uchafu zingine hapo pia lazima ufanye ili you can access those big loans in order to own such things. I think that is where to start from, unless you have been part of the old money, watu kama kina Uhuru, the old money people. So hiyo swali vile umeniuliza, that's the only way I can answer it.
In other words, unaniambia it is impossible at the moment.
Very impossible. Unajua, you gave the example of 680, and as soon as you said that, there was that rumor. You know, Kenyan rumors, most of them, they happen to be actually factual things, you know, at the end of it. That time when Simas was being shut down, and it was said that, you know, Ruto, with his Christian orthodoxy, and actually, this is not an attack on Christian people, or even people who are born-again Christians like Ruto. This is not an attack. But Ruto wanted to achieve something, ati anataka ku clean Nairobi. So nakumbuka wakati ule hata alisema ati status must be cleaned properly. The spirits of kina Uhuru na bangi zao na sijui all manner of shenanigans that used to go on there. So Ruto wanted to effect the same policy, especially on Nairobi. And that's why nasikia alianza kununua hizi places that alikuwa na consider ni uchafu zilikuwa zimezidi kama Simas. Hiyo tu nilisikia, kama sijui kama ni ukweli. Alafu it is in Ruto's time that again, if there are Muslims listening to this show, they please don't be offended, but it is in Ruto's time that Wasomali ambao wako na zile biashara walianza kufunga ma clubs, pubs. They were buying all sorts of things, and now if you see them now, they are restaurants, hotels. You're going to hotels in Nairobi where you can't even be served a drink because you're ni haram. But this is Ruto's policy. He wanted to micromanage, you know, moral etiquette in Kenya, like kila mtu akue apange laini kama hivi. Huyu mwizi mmoja huyu anaitwa Ruto. So hey, we could go on and on and on forever to try and theorize what is happening in the power dynamics of Kenya.
Yeah, you see,
but I agree with you 100% that one of our biggest problems in Kenya at the moment ni hiyo class hiyo tu ume-identify, hiyo middle class na upper middle class, useless people kabisa. Na hata wakiwa hapa na wamenisikia vile nimesema, I will repeat it. Useless.
Okay, so you're entitled to what you have said. You see, as I bring Brother Benson, let me tell you, people own property globally, but it is usually tremendous growth. Like, for example, you see, like, it's like a path of 100 years. Si ati story ya ati sababu umekuja ukakuwa kiongozi, within a span of 2 years, wewe ndiye mwenye huku. The way we say in Kenya, mjuange nani ndiye mwenye huku. you know the way we say it casually. Si huku ni kwa Mburu bwana. Like alafu sasa ukiona that place we are saying ni kwa Mburu bwana. And this by the way is not about hate or kusikia wivu ya vitu za watu. People should understand this. But it is illogical in any economy for people who do not deserve to own that property. I don't know kama neutral umesikia there is an are you aware that I want to show you when things are working. Are you aware that right now as we speak in London, nimepatana na article ya London nikashtuka sana, they are saying that Indians own more property in London than native Britons. I don't know if you have, sijui kama umesikia kitu kama hiyo.
That is quite possible.
No, it was.
That's quite possible. Don't get me into that because it will be a long conversation.
No, I'm not getting you to that. But najaribu kukuonesha that one is trying to show you the progress of transfer of wealth and reforms. Because for Indians to be in London and to be a little bit at a level whereby they are at a competitive level with the native Muzungu, it shows there is something which is working. It is like, let me give you an example. It is like at usikie Kisumu, majority of people who own Kisumu ni Wahindi. Maybe it could be true also.
That is true. Honestly.
So I don't know if the video Wahindi ni very aggressive everywhere ama ni nini, but hiyo spirit ya Wahindi ni kama iko na kitu, if they even got anyway.
Mi kitu naweza kuongeza hapo ni kwa sababu one of the things hata huko London, ni Wahindi wale walikuja in the, there's been there was that first generation wale walikuja wakati walikuwa naambiwa ati you are actually British, you're not Kenyan, you're not Ugandan. During that time when Jomo Kenyatta expelled Indians from Kenya, you know what Jomo Kenyatta did was similar to what Idi Amin did, except Jomo Kenyatta did not give them 48 hours, 24 hours to live. But the Jomo Kenyatta decree that was passed through Parliament, about the Indian population, it was just as bad as what Idi Amin did. These people had more rights to be British than to be Kenyan, according to the colonial thing. Our Indian ambao walikuja Kenya. But what you're saying, to me, it feels like, from what I've seen, Indians, wakikuja, wako na ile solidarity. Wale ambao wako na banks, family banks, ama big institutions such as those, wanasaidia wenzao. Once you're Indian, you're family. Hiyo ndio kitu nafikiri wanafanya. I can't say that I'm an expert on this, lakini hiyo ndio kitu niliona hata huko London, when I used to live in London. Indians na Pakistani, they gel together business wise. Hizo banking systems, they don't have to rush to a mzungu to give them a huge loan to build a project or to invest on this or that. That's why Mittal, that guy who, the billionaire or trillionaire who owns the biggest steel factories in the world, ni Muhindi, anaishi London na familia yao walitoka huko Kenya zamani, unaona. So I don't think it's something ati sisi ni wajinga nini, hapana, lakini wale watu wako na ile solidarity. And it's not to say ati Wahindi kuna wengine ambao si
okay, can I ask you something neutral as you explain that, even as we bring Brother Benson and Julia, can you also say that because do you think they are also corrupt? Do you think even corruption is helping them?
Very, hata wametushinda. Wametushinda we, ukinianza na hizo story zao. Wako, yani wewe, wametushinda mbali kabisa na corruption. Na hizi corruption ndogo hizi. Big time. But
so
kitu wanafanya sijui, wewe ngoja wacha nikuulize. hizi supermarkets ambazo zimefungwa fungwa kama Nakumatt, can you connect the stories there? Nakumatt, Tuskys. Don't tell me ati Kikuyu this, Kikuyu that. This family was from Nakuru. This. Where Indians were behind those things, and these people are not paying taxes.
And now, and then you can also see them through this visual. Huyu jamaa ameanzia kuanzisha some industry. Unakumbuka huyu jamaa amekuanga na Ruto? Kuna huyu jamaa Muhindi walienda sijui.
Huyu wa oil, huyu wa Bidco.
Kuna huyu jamaa anaenda Ruto wanaanzisha. Anyway, I think Indians have understood how to camouflage with African leaders. That is why even in South Africa the Guptas are doing very well.
Na wacha nikuulize, huyu Muhindi mmoja huyu huwa anarespektiwa sana, hata watu wanasema huyu hawezi kuwa corrupt. Ule jamaa anaitwaje? Huyu mzee, he must be in his 90s now in Kenya. I have to look him up.
Utamtafuta.
He's involved in a lot of philanthropy. He does not get into politics.
Manu Chandarwa.
Huyo Chandaria. Huwa wanasema it is not corrupt, lakini unasikia on the side wazee wanasema pesa ambao wanalipwa ni ndogo sana.
We don't know. Anyway, there is something which I used to hear. Maybe Brother Benson, as you come. I don't know. It's a fallacy. It's a pharisaic statement. Watu wanasema any rich man has oppressed someone. Do you agree with the statement?
Yeah, I might agree, but it depends how did you get your riches, because there are those who have gotten their riches through hard work. They relate when they employ people. They treat people with dignity. Yeah, because based on your background, where you've come from, and you might relate with that person. But there are those who are born to be rich. You were just born to be rich. You don't have to go through when to tafute internship mahali. When you're a boss, you don't understand. So you unaweza oppress mtu. So that is also might work. I don't know, but that can be something that might be said. So there's something that you talked about, and I think that we are relating to the wealth, especially when it comes to the politicians. I think when you look at our country in general, I think like politics or politics when it comes to the elective post as the shortest route to get wealthy. I don't know, because we do not have like clear policies on how we monitor the people who are employed, or especially those who are working in government, even including those who are sweeping, those who are in charge of cleaning. Remember the guy who was working at NHIF, who had billions and having good cars? Remember that? Now, how is that one possible? And
huyo ilisemekana alikuwa anatumiwa kama proxy. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anatumanga pesa kwa akaunti yake
lakini alinunua. Na unapata kwamba wanasiasa utajiri wao inakuja kwa haraka sana, na wale ambao wako karibu nao unapata kwamba wanatajirika, na kwa zile maofisi ama watu ambao wanafanyia kazi wanazidi kuumia. Take for an MCA, sometimes you elect an MCA who do not have anything. He has a very good policies, and you support this guy because this guy understands the nature or the challenges that people are going through. But just give him 2 years, you will see total change in terms of lifestyle. How does it happen? And even if you compare the money that he gets, you will see this guy has plots in a very expensive neighborhood. This guy has good houses. He has bought the houses. The people who are close to him are driving these big cars within a period of 2 years. How is that one possible?
Brother Benson, let me ask you a question.
Yeah. In
some countries, they always associate lifestyle to your earnings. In some countries, like if there is a wind, or if it is detectable that the lifestyle which you are leading. Lifestyle includes what you are having now, the rate at which you are acquiring property, and then they actually start following you. For instance, like in Kenya, that's why I want to tell you, like in Kenya, there is a place where we have a lot of laxity. In Kenya, salaries of people are known, and salary is not one of the way in which you can use to buy a house. For many people, you use a salary to build most of the time. You build, but it is rarely, especially like for a politician who is having a tenure of 5 years, who are being given their salary, and then that salary will be having a huge mortgage, and a huge mortgage and a huge car loan. So you realize that pesa yake inakuwa kidogo sana. But this person who is having a mortgage and a car loan, and then his salary is left meager, kama ile ya Sarasi uliona ilikuwa inabaki 7,000. Then the same person in the same spirit, he posts for you. Sijui kama uliona Sarasi ameposti kwake, sijui kama uliona kwake kwa vile kuna kazi amejengea, sijui brother yake nyumba, sijui like it's like he has built a city in his own home. That one tells you one thing, and I know some people could be followers of Sarasi. Me, when I saw that, Sarasi has stolen. You cannot prove it otherwise. Hiyo ni pesa ya wizi alichota pahali.
Ama anaweza kuwa na proxy mali.
But it was impossible because you saw a space ilikuwa baki 7,000. So do you tell me hiyo 7,000 nilienda ikajenga zile manyumba zilikuwa zinaonekana pale? And I know he is a first timer. I think Sarasi is first timer.
It's first timer.
So there's the reason why nimekuletea hii. So what I was trying to
huyo lazima kuwe mwezi sugu kabisa.
Yeah. So this is what is happening. We know in Kenya that these politicians are stealing, and actually they are showing us their lifestyle. Si ati watuoneshi, we know what they own. And these people, if you put them to task to explain where these coffers have come from, they cannot explain, because you can only explain because you see, as a member of parliament, you are not supposed to do business with the government.
Yes.
So why is it that we are not serious? All these members of parliament and any government employee who some of their properties are known, they are not put into task to explain what do they have. Ni Mkenya tu wa kawaida tu ambaye tunasema huyu anaweza kaa kwa nyumba ya nyasi sababu hana pesa, or he can use 30 years to build. Lakini a member of parliament, within a span of 2 years, he has already built a city and even built houses for his relatives. Why are we not serious in following up our money?
I think like we've made to believe that the condition where we are the only people who can take us out of those situations are politicians, because you find even the voters or the citizenry, the citizens are not asking those questions. They can ask, when are you going to give me 1 kg? Or when are you going to give me this 1 sugar? But you don't want to ask, how did you manage to change your lifestyle within a short period of time? You know, that also depends on our voters, you know. And that's what sometimes I call it, do I call it the political illiteracy? Yeah, the political illiteracy. That the only time I can question you is when you do not give me something because I voted for you. But I don't question, where do you get the money to change your lifestyle so quickly like that?
Okay, let me ask you another thing, because I also want to understand here. Like, we have had previous leaders, and we know that lifestyle is progressive.
Yeah.
Globally, lifestyle is progressive. Like, you cannot have an abrupt lifestyle whereby, and you know, by design, most of it's not easy for a man in 20s to have a lot of money. You see, even money has a lot of patience. Now, we have these cases whereby, like people who are in power, when they join power and when they exiting power, there is ballooning of property they own. Ballooning, like when you are getting out of power and when you're exiting.
Mhm.
It's like, for example, when we are employing people kule kwa parliament, we always ask them about their net worth. Unasikia Musalia Mudavadi anaulizwa net worth yake anasema 4 billion. Another one anaulizwa anasema 1 billion. Another one anaulizwa anasema 400 million. So, but some of them actually, if they have to be re-interviewed again after a span of 1 year or 2 years, wanakuanga, some of them actually wanakuanga wamedouble your wealth. Or within that span of 1 year, utajiri yake like I saw, like there are some people who are interviewed when Ruto sacked people, and there was another interview. There were some people who had added 120 million on top of their wealth. They had added 120 million within like a span of 9 months. So your salary is 1 million per month, which you don't invest the whole of it. So like, and the parliament did not seem worried of even wanting to even recommend the investigation of people who their wealth are ballooned within a very short time of period. Why is that serious not even there within the government quarters?
So in such a, you really put it well, especially when the members of cabinet that were dismissed and now being employed, their salary went, I mean, their net worth went like almost like 75%, which is not normal, especially even in a good working economy. And you know, where our parliamentarians failed, they could have known the source of the money. If it was coming from the business, were you remitting tax? Because that one can tell us how your business was doing, you know. But also something that you have also to look at when you're looking at in terms of economic value. You know, there's no way in which you are living in a country whereby the economy is not doing well, but you as an individual, you're making profit. How can that one work? You know, what kind of business are you doing whereby the economy is not favorable to every business owner, including some people ending up closing down their shops or migrating or moving to other countries because of the economy was not favoring them based on the taxes that have been placed on the country. Yeah. But you yourself, you are making almost like 75%. So I think it is that the weakest part of ourselves, or the weakest part of our, even our institutions, that they do not want to follow or to carry out what is supposed to be done by them. One, due to what we call the dependency of sycophancy. You know, the sycophants, you want to please somebody. Yeah, your allegiance is not for your country first, but your allegiance is somewhere, you know, and you're looking in terms of, if I do this, there are some of the things that I will miss. You look at that way. Yeah, there's a mistake here that I'm seeing. This is something that we should investigate, and we should investigate. But due to the fact that there's something that if I continue with this, or if I investigate this, I'm going to lose. So what do? You keep on going and say like, okay, let's watch it petition. So that is weakness on our institution, weakness on our leaders, and weakness also in the country systems too.
Why couldn't EACC put a red flag? Because I think that is a direct evidence for Anti-Corruption Commission. Why couldn't Anti-Corruption Commission say there is a case for investigation here?
You know, if you look at majority of our constitutional officers, actually they act as the fourth arm of government, because they should. But what happens is, who are there in those kind of who are given a position in those in those constitutional offices, and to just to tell you how it works. Remember when the Nyakango and this other lady were raising alarm? Did you see what happened in the parliament? What the majority leader and minority leader were saying? You know, so these people are employed, and you're employed, and there's that fear that comes with you, so that if I do this, I might lose my job. There's something that you don't want to lose. You know, when these two ladies, they came out and pointed out the mismatch in the budget, or what is missing in the budget, you saw how the parliament reacted, especially to Auditor General. So every time that these constitutional offices, maybe they give opinion or share what is happening, that threat also that comes, you might even lose your job, or they might put a cap on where is your limitation, where should you, what are your limits, especially in your job career. This is a place that you should not touch, and this is a place you should touch. And even remember, when PLO was the chair for ACC, what happened? There's what comes in parliament, they say that we are going to take you out because you're not doing what is supposed to be done. So there's some of the things that we've normalized as a country, and we talk about corruption. Where is the most corruption taking place? The most corruption usually takes place in most of the government, yeah? And the same government, you want to investigate those corruption. Can it work? So that is what I think is usually happening.
Wow, Brother Benson, unaweza tulia kidogo hapo. Let's bring in Julia in. I would also want to you to comment.
Sorry, I thought you were going to join in, and because I had
niliona mugeni.
I thought you were going to join in, and dakika kidogo I got the notification that you went live before me. So I said it is not coming in now.
Well, I'm really sorry for that. Maybe next time that I could join. I hope the show was good, eh?
Yeah, he was good. Today he was so calm, and he was speaking the language of what majority of Kenyans are speaking.
Yeah.
So,
unajua siku hizi, if you are speaking what Kenyans want to hear, kuna vile watu wanasikia, it's like you are getting Jews out, eh? Yeah. Anyway, let me tell for the purposes of our viewers to hear. So please, friends, maybe Brother Benson, you can paste the link ya channel hapo. Friends, pia ile wakati Brother Benson, because he is so good in getting visitors, sio kama mimi. we try to share that opportunity with you people. So saa zingine tunakuwa na Stony PK, tunakuwa na Brother Benson, so it's a whole family. So saa zingine mkiona nimewarushia show ya Brother Benson, msianzie kuuliza nayo hii ni nini. So in fact, the honor you can do is to follow his channel, to follow what he says. He also does a very mature intellectual dialogue with some of the people and a letter. And we should also be glad to hear from those people. Yeah, these are now the public spaces which are determining the people influence in politics. We can no longer rely on the mainstream media alone. We now believe even people like us, we can be able to ventilate the issues which Kenyans want to hear. And this is the only places where we can actually grow our democracy. So if our democracy cannot work in these small spaces, even as we assume the bigger spaces will do, in fact, the bigger spaces will just bring confusion. But if politics is working in these small spaces, even in bigger spaces, they will just align, because the real ground in hii sasa, Brother Benson, kama wachana na ile Rigathi yangu anasemanga nimesikiliza ground. So the real ground in hii, because I'm yet to see even a Ruto supporter in our comment section, and we almost are near in this platform. Sijaona mtu ana support Ruto, hadi nikaanza kujiuliza, kwani huyu jamaa anachukiwa aje?
No, I'll work out and get one of those who are supporting the president, and I'm having conversation with some of them.
Yeah, please, actually, keep Shindi huyo amekuja. Wameanzia kutokezea. Kumbe waitishagwi. Aya, kumbe mko.
Wako wengi hapa, usijifanye hujui.
Wewe kwani ndio hata ulienda huko, unajua maybe?
Hapana, tunajua watu wa Ruto kwa hisho wengi, wako wengi. Ni tu wanaogopa kuongea. Lakini Bwana Benson, I remember huko kwa Mtembei, I remember you back in the day kule kwa Mtembei.
Yes.
So alafu leo ulikuwa na nani, ulimwalika nani?
Nilimwalika Honorable Ondie Kennedy, the former UDA coordinator Nyanza region. They form a political party, him with Maliba. I don't know whether you know Maliba. Arnold Maliba was a UDA communication strategist. They've come up with a political party. Kennedy Ondieki is the chair. So we were just having an engagement on what is going to be quite much different with this political party, with the kind of political parties that we usually have in our political environment. And, you know, so, but today he was very, very, very sober. I remember I hosted him immediately after the Gen Z, and he was very, very, you know how they usually defend the government. And today, even like he said that apology, but it was not so much apology about everything. So, but today he was sober and he was speaking on talking about the government and all that. And one thing that came out that he said that majority of the things that they were speaking, these are the things that you are given a template on how to go and explain it on the media station or where you are going to defend the government. But like by the end of the day, they were not working. So that is according to him. I don't know, he's saying this because he has moved out or is very genuine. So those are some of the conversations we had.
Maybe, Brother Benson, what you can do is if you can be able to post that show here kwa comment section, maybe people can watch it in their time also.
Okay.
Even as they also try to support your channel through subscription. So please, the 34 of us here, come out to just subscribe kwa channel ya Brother Benson Media. If you just type Brother Benson Media, hiyo kitu inakuangushanga mpaka kwa channel yake. We will also help his channel to grow. Yes. Let's help each other because we actually need these channels to fumigate Ruto. I don't think Brother Benson is willing to support Ruto soon. So musishtuke sana. He is a bit independent. I trust him. Najua hata Ruto hata watu ya Ruto wakimuletea pesa na hapo nyuma ya kati ataniambia. Ataniambia ni so nitawaambia. So be assured your subscription is well taken. Unajua bwana Brother Benson
Yeah.
Let me tell you there is somebody who told me, unajua nyinyi watu mnatuambianga tupige subscription lakini tunaogopa, tunaona ni kama you people you can go and auction us to Ruto.
No, we don't, you know, some of the things that we also want to tell people, we are just trying to have a conversation, and the conversation we are having can change the leadership, can change the way the government is run. Even the person who is watching us can get something out of it, you know. And that's why, like, you find that the majority, especially the majority of conversations that have been having, are geared towards the citizenry, on the part of the citizenry, and making sure that you make good decisions that later you don't come to regret. Yeah,
I agree. So please, let's support some of our friendly people who are also trying to ventilate the same things. So Brother Benson, we will also start supporting you. Pia tunakuja kwa mudahalo huko kwako sasa. So just for the purposes of also making your show grow. Hii yetu tunakujanga hapo almost daily. Ni vile hata kina Irina Yimba wataki kukuja, sijui ni kwa nini.
Irina Yimba, I think I saw her last when did we had a conversation with
so actually friends, you can also go to I think Brother Benson pia na hosting shows kama hizi. Ni vile yake saa zingine ikuangi extensive kama yangu. Unajua yangu saa zingine nafanya 5-7 hours, but saa zingine anafunguanga naonanga they have like a window of 3 hours. So ukiona Brother Benson amefungua kituo, enda tu kwa channel yake, mwambie hebu ni dropie link na uende uongee haraka, because ukichini na hapo chini sana utashtukia amefunga. So that's the only disadvantage. So Brother Benson, if you had the window of talking, maybe they can come. Unajua the problem of people here, wanataka kuongea sana.
Yeah, we are coming up with a program where we will have like long discussions.
Yeah. So actually, those long discussions can also help, because you know we have to see ways in which this information is reaching many. Sasa hii tunaifanya. This one is like the Matthew 28 mission. Sijui kama unajua ile the Matthew 28 mission muende huko nje muwaongeleshe na muwahubirie.
Yes.
Na wale ambao wataamini muwafunze kutunza hizo neno na muwabatize. So
Yes.
that is our core mission. So our core mission here is simple, is to make sure that the next election, if we are going to have it, hoping we are going to have it, hakuna mtu atakuja. You know, we are tired by Kenyans voting today and 1 week after voting they are regretting. Sijui kama Brother Benson umeona hiyo kitu. Mnapiga kura leo, 1 week after kupiga, watu wanasema, hey, kwani tumefanya nini? That is what we don't want. We want people to own what they vote. And how do you own what you vote? You own what you vote by actually being responsible enough and knowing that I have voted for a good person, a person who does not change, and somebody who will implement the policies which we have told them. Yes. So, and I'm very happy because of that space in Kenya is opening up. So we are not the only ones who are doing here. There are so many spaces. That's why unaona Brother Benson, there are so many shows watu wanafanya. Yes. Ukijaribu kuonekana ni kama you are Ruto sympathizer, your show is actually dying. So let me give you that hint. So you have to make sure that your standards are very clear. If people see it like you are becoming a Ruto sympathizer, your show is just dying. So that's why you are saying because unajua watu wanatafuta pahali wanataka kutulia. Unaona like people, hapa kwa watu wanaongea aje, sio hapa. Unaona watu wanaruka, kwani watu hapo wanaongea aje, sio hapa. Kwanza there is a person here called Guys Corner. She is very selective. Yani is like wanasikiliza, unaona watu wanahepa. Anyway, Julia, you can take
lakini hapo nani Jiru, hiyo advice umempatia bwana Brother Benson hapo, ati sijui isikue channel ya Ruto nini. Hapo sidhani umesema vipoa. However much we don't like this person Ruto and what he has done to Kenyans, yeye na Gachagua, I think it is good to hear what those people who support Ruto are saying. It is not easy for you to accept that because obviously you're on a mission and PK is on a mission. Brother Benson is on a mission and all this, but I think I'm not begging you to be neutral. Lakini watu wa Ruto wakikuja hapa, si kuna ule jamaa alikuja hapa a few weeks ago, hata nimemsahau jina, ule kutoka Kisii County. Na ulimpatia
hata Kipril amefika, wameanzia kufika. Si unaona hata Kipril ako hapa.
Kipril ni wa Ruto
We are very tolerant.
Okay. Mimi sikujua ni wa Ruto. Lakini wale ambao wamekuja hapa, in fact umekuwa tolerant, in fact, yeah, because I remember that guy from Kisii County, you gave him hours to speak, you know, and that was really good. I think that's what you should continue to.
It's only that Ruto supporters are very irritating. So we would like to give them airtime, but they tell us things which are not there, things which are not working. You hear them telling us about SHA is not working. You hear them telling us about how things are good. So like wanakujanga wanatutoa kwa access. That's the problem. Sasa watu wa Ruto wametushida. Sio kwa vibaya, lakini wametushida juu ya hiyo. Anyway, Kipril, that was in a right note. I know wewe sio hiyo mrengo. Hiyo ni kwetu kukukaribisha kwa fujo. If you have to fight, you better fight neutral. Sio mimi nimesema.
Bana, wacha kuogopa Kipril bana. Sema tu vile unasema.
Achana na mtu ya nini? Mewa Belfast.
Yeah. Okay,
Belfast oye.
Wacha nani. Okay, karibuni sana Maunga and Kipril. Wacha tusikie Njuria so that we don't. Njuria amenyamaza sana hata. I didn't know that Njuria kumbe wewe ni mwalimu. Hii patience yako ni noma. Yaani hata hujatoa sauti.
Anapika chapati, asikudanganya, ama kuna viazi karibu.
Niko tu, mnataka nilete violence wacha nilete violence.
We need violence.
Mimi kama wewe ni wa UDA usifungue mdomo hapa, don't even dare. Hata kama Njiru is the owner of the show.
Hey.
You will not open your mouth here to say anything. Period.
Yani watu wa UDA mnatishiwa hivyo na mwezi taka kukuja, we shi kuja. Yani watu wa UDA mnatishiwa na mwezi kuja. Yani watu wa UDA wamekuaje? Hebu ni wagongee link. Watu wa UDA mwezi kuwa waoga hivyo. Ndio hiyo link.
We can't open
Pandeni
their
bwana.
mouth here.
Pandeni.
Tutawashow hapa. We take over Njiru, tunatoa Njiru, tunajipanga. Sisi ndio tuko si UDA.
This is the beauty. This is the beauty of YouTube, Julia. Njiru akianza UDA, we migrate.
Really?
Tutaenda kwa Benson. It's okay.
This is our bad time kuhama.
Yani wasi wa UDA mnawatishia na wako hapa na wezi panda na wagongea link wapande. Julia leo utaona wewe.
No.
Na watatufuata tu. Watatufuata mahali tunaenda.
Anaitangwa nani? Semenya anatitenga UDA. Anaitwa Ayego ama anaitwa nani? What is his name? Keep. Ayaga, unaona vile tunampelekanga mbio na hatuna rights ya ya kufukuza mtu. Kuna siku tulimtoa.
Ayaga ni ODM damu.
But ODM na UDA ni kitu moja saa hii. Those are twins.
Kuna siku tulimtoa na tuna rights ya kutoa mtu na akatoroka akasema hata mkinisha, tukamwambia hapana, utatoka. Toka. Because we can't take trash.
Julia, I have a question. You remember the time we had that funny meme of somebody that superimposed Raila's photo with UDA clothes? I did not know it was going to be true.
It was who?
So there was a meme that the Gen Zs had done. Raila alikuwa amevalishwa nguo ya UDA yote.
Watu walijam. Hey.
Walijam, you cannot say Raila. Alafu kulikuwa na ile the wedding photo of ODM and UDA. Walikuwa na jam. We will never join UDA. I'll send it to you. Continue. I'll send it to you.
Sasa mtu ajitenge tu. You are either hot or cold. Hakuna hapo katikati. Eli, hakuna we not playing. Even if you start
I'm neutral.
Even you, we will show you.
Jaribu muone.
You're either hot or cold. We don't buy lukewarm people. Because hapa saizi we have just two sides. You're either for us or against us.
Many cold hands, warm heart.
Like you to come out. Unaona saizi Kenya we are two sides. Tuko na wenye wamefinywa na wenye wanatufinya mabwenyenye. Hata wajeni kusema ati ODM nini ama Wajaluo ama Wakikuyu. It is the mabwenyenye versus the oppressed. That is what. So if you decide to support Ruto and they support Ruto and Raila Odinga, wewe ni bwenyenye. Period. We won't care about your tribe or your community where you come from. We just know where you are one among the criminals who are trying to oppress Kenyans. So that's hapo ndio tuko. Njiru mlikuwa mna discuss nini by the way before nianze violence yangu? Sikuwa na plan by the way ya kuwa violent. What was the topic, Njiru?
Mambo ni kuhusu hii majority ya Azimio wanaambiliwa kila siku they are the majority na ni kama hata walipotea. So what's wrong with them?
They don't need it because parliament doesn't matter where you are. Parliament has always been bought by Ruto. At a majority minority they don't need it. It's just okay. Alafu majority watafanya wakipe, what do they do that they have not done?
See, wang'oe Ruto. That is the work of their majority. Now they can actually use that majority to do anti-Ruto.
Watang'oa Ruto wajina wako kwa serikali wenyewe wako ndani ya Ruto. Who said something? You didn't say. Oh, you said this brother Benson ametuambia kitu ati he interviewed somebody from UDA mwenye alikuwa UDA kitambo. Huyo mtu akasema kwamba ati they used to be drafted for. They used to be drafted for what to say. Unasikia unapatiwa karatasi unaandikiwa unaambiwa useme hivi. Sasa even that is how Ruto operates. So how do you expect them to oust him? They are all working under him. Okay, and for him. So Ruto is the president, Ruto is the deputy president, Ruto, at our PS may appoint, Ruto is the PS, Ruto is the cabinet secretary, Ruto is everything. Ruto do that, Ruto do this. There's nothing they can do. So even the other time, when I just heard you people discussing that, asking why people discuss interview these PS, cabinet secretaries, when I was earning this amount of money, so in the several millions, 1 to 300 millions, double yani income, yani capital yake imedouble. Why the parliamentarians don't ever ask them questions? They cannot ask them because parliamentarians are under Ruto. He buys them. He tells them, do this, do that. Okay? So that is my take. I want to answer Arian nimeona Martin akiuliza swali hapo, who employs public servants. Public servants, Martin, okay, civil servants are employed by the Public Service Commission. I think there are several commissions. I think the Judicial Commission, I think. There's also Public Service Commission. Then I think there's also Parliamentary Commission. I don't know Parliamentary Commissions. You Upper Levy, the Teacher Service Commission. So these commissions, I think, are created under the Constitution. So they're the ones that employ civil servants. So that is what I wanted to answer Matu hapo. Kwa hivyo, yani vetting unaona inaendelea ni fake, eh? Don't pay attention to it. We should be here figuring out how Kasongo will go. Niliwaambia jana, I was very embarrassed when another Ghanaian was asking me about Kasongo. Alafu ananiambia Kasongo, ananiambia your song. Nikashanka, hey, so he was asking me, ati mnatoa Kasongo lini? Yani nikashanka, mtu huyu ni mtu wa Ghana. Hii story ametoa wapi? Na juzi, I was in an airport. Some guy there, one of the authority, I think he's an immigration officer. Vile aligundua mimi ni Mkenya, akaniuliza kwamba I heard me speaking Swahili and I think he knows Swahili or something. Akaniuliza, hey, mnatoa Kasongo? Nikamuuliza, kwani unajua Kasongo? Kaniambia, tunafuata hii story. James wenyu wanatoa Kasongo lini? So, tuko na jina mbaya. Jina yetu ni mbaya everywhere. Everybody now, I think in the globe, knows Kasongo probably as much as they know Trump. And unfortunately, they know Kasongo negatively. Sijui vile wanafikiria juu ya Trump, lakini maneno ya Kasongo hatufanyi poa. So I think thinking about parliamentarians kutoa Ruto, hiyo msahau. I don't know whether that one will happen. Unless somebody will say, I don't know how that they can do that. I don't know. Somebody needs to tell me the formula that will be used to move Ruto in parliament, because these guys are cowards. Unaona jana walikuwa wameitwa na Kasongo kwa nyumba yake au Mlima Kenya. First wanaogopa kwenda Mlima Kenya, wameogopa kwenda nyumbani. Na bado wameogopa Kasongo, and they are parliamentarians. You people, guys, tell me something. These people wanaogopa Kasongo. Now, Kasongo is not the one who voted for them. Is people who voted for those people. Now, wanaogopa Kasongo na wanaogopa the Kenyans outside there. Yani they are neither here nor there. Me, I'm asking myself, why are they afraid of Kasongo? Anyway, kama ni mbaya. Anyway, they'll not go back to parliament. Saizi, mwenye atarudi atakuwa na bahati. So why do they still have to worship Kasongo? Mbona wanaenda State House wakiitwa, wanasomewa kama watoto? Hey, let me stop there, Njiru.
So, Julia, let me ask you a question, so that I can let in Kipril. Now, you can now see how people are now reacting, especially now that ni kama sasa inaoneshana sasa both huyu Raila na Ruto ni kama sasa wako ndani kabisa. Do you think they are achieving na sasa na viti wamepeana sasa I think Raila amepewa viti. Do you think the masses of ODM and the masses of UDA, the people in that area, do you think they are trusting what is happening between Ruto and Raila himself, based on your look?
I don't expect them to trust them if they are very wise people. Unaona jana, Ed was telling us that somebody posted this guy who was working with the police. Alipost somewhere akasema kwamba sasa serikali ni yetu, tumepewa viti, Wajaluo wanasaidika. Sijui alisema Wajaluo alisema ODM, whatever he said. So I was asking questions yesterday kwamba sasa wamesaidika namna gani? Will they stop paying fee? SHA yao inafanya huko, ni SHIF ama ni SHA? Chief Nyanza inafanya? Huh? People from Nyanza, when they go to the university, are they being given bursaries? Ama hawalipi fee? Have the roads been constructed suddenly? I mean, you people, you are here talking here, you are saying that biashara mingi Kenya, hata Kisumu ni za Wahindi. I mean, sometimes we need to ask ourselves why our people cannot invest. It is not even the tribe or your man has been president or anything. It is that people, all Kenyans need to be empowered, irrespective of where they come from. So, mimi najishangaa, if they buy that, then I think there's something is very wrong with them. But I want to believe they don't buy. But mimi si wa ODM Jiru, na mimi I've never been UDA. I don't know how they are feeling because personally I would not buy that. That's how I would answer it. Sijui I wanna behave aje. Asante.
Okay, Kipril and Maunga, lakini Kipril najua you appreciate readers. Wacha Maunga aseme ya kwanza, wewe tulia hapo, leo ni Friday.
Siwezi. Go ahead, Maunga. Just messing with you.
I didn't even want to shout. Keep, I already know you have a problem with our people. Although I asked you to DM so that we can have that conversation, so that we can align things, but you may decide unataka kwenda kwa mlima. So I will not aggravate things further. But is kwa zima?
Kwani huwezi sema hivyo? Huwezi acha hivyo, ngoja. No. Nitakupigia baadaye basi. Huwezi sema
Si
hivyo.
Julia alipatiwa assignment ya kutafuta wa mlima. So
Ni
tukakubali
exchange program.
tumeshindwa.
Kuna
Ni
mtu
exchange program.
kuna mtu tulia tu.
Unaona?
Tulia tu.
Wa mlima huwa waste time by the way wakipata opportunity kama hiyo. Na unajua mko na land na mko na majani chai huko, hawezi waste time.
Na ng'ombe.
Alafu
niliambiwa ni exchange program, lazima nitafute mtu ya Julia pia.
haya tumeunderstand kuna balance. Mi nimeingia kwanza, nilikuwa nataka huyu brother Benson sana hapa. Ameenda, I saw he was having a problem with his network. Guys, let us do this, Mnakumbuka what Ruto did with UDM just before the elections? That is what he's doing with Akina Maliba. Let us throw Akina Maliba to the dustbin where they belong immediately. Tuwaone 18 and let us make it known that hatuna time ya kuwaste now. Our focus is on the 2 trillion yenye imepotea kwa ekonomi yetu yenye haijulikani paliko. As for whether people want to be, we politicians are the only ones who are excited about these appointments because tunaona vile tutazikulia, but otherwise hakuna kitu mzuri inayo kwa wananchi at all. Ruto hana intention yoyote ya kusaidia Wakenya na anything. He is careful that he should make sure that he's in office until the time when another election is called, as and when that will happen. But his whole idea is to just make sure that he clings on it whichever way he knows. This whole thing about majority minority, Wetangula is leaving. Wetangula anafukuzwa nje. As it is, Ruto huwa ameshika judiciary yote anyway. So by the time ukiona ati suddenly, how come all of a sudden ODM wanashinda rather opposition wanashinda every other case then you wamelodge kotini? That's because they're working in Ruto's favor. And right now, just as Julia alluded, hakuna mtu mwenye ako ready kupinga Ruto anywhere. So as it is, anataka tu kutupatia side shows na hizo side shows ndio zikuwe ati zina to run process. So right now, we've just got to call out every idiocy that is coming along. Akina Maliba na wewe akina Ondie kwa kwende huko. Those are, like, those are people known to me personally. And I know exactly. So why is it that how from nowhere them they can register a party? When the political parties that commission is not even interested in registering anyone unless Ruto tells them so. So suddenly hao imekuja aje na wamekuja tu from nowhere. Alafu watu wawili wa UDA wame decide tu tumetoka pamoja. Wamepata wapi pesa ya kumobilize na kufanya hizo vitu zao? And how come them they're being allowed an opportunity to be able to call for those rallies and people are supposed to go? So we should, any platform where we find that nonsense going on, by the way, let us throw it to the dump site where it belongs. It is just a lot of rubbish and nonsense that we do not have time to do. Saizi as it is, nimesikia Njero akipatiwa riot act akiambiwa ajaribu hapa kuside na UDA alafu atona. Saizi anything anything yenye ina associate na Ruto. Although nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kitu kwa hii platform by the way, na sijui mtanichukuliaje, because naona tu vitu zinaweza happen, and I've been asking friends of mine and probably people close to me, and they're telling me things contrary. So saizi from nowhere, okay, maybe not from nowhere, you guys have actually earned it. And for the while that we have spoken here, we've interacted, and you actually know that I have matter between my ears. Yeah, you can confirm that I have something between my legs that actually got out a baby who was a Kikuyu, but still, you have since confirmed that the matter that I have between my ears is necessary and important, and it can actually be useful, and it can be used to get this country somewhere. So, having said that, now if my name should turn up anywhere, and that there's an appointment that I'm being given, what would your expectations be as the way the country is at? Would you rather I turn down the appointment, or would you rather I take it and make a change, whatever that means? Like, I'm just really not sure what it means to make a change within Ruto's administration.
Oh,
Let me answer that
wapi
very quickly.
pande ya gava? Oh,
Jeru, ngoja. If it's Gava, you take it and forget you ever knew me. Live. Hata sikucheki hapo. I'm not even going to negotiate you.
And I forget
it
what? Sorry, keep.
forget you ever knew me.
Okay.
Hapo tunaachana hapo. As friends
Okay.
or whatever it is, enda
Okay.
tu.
All right.
Enda ukienda. Enda
Ukiendanga.
ukiendanga.
All right.
Yes.
mi
Na mi
siwezi
sitaki na
kukucancel,
Mm-hmm.
mi siwezi
Uja kucancel.
kukucancel.
Kwa sababu watu wako wako huko kwara huko. Mr. Belfast.
Keep, wacha ukora. Keep, kuna watu unawajua na wako kwa side ya Ruto na ni marafiki zako.
Kuna kitu kama hiyo. We unakujanga unajifanya neutral.
okay,
Ukiguza tu Raila hivi kidogo. Ukiguza Raila hivi unajikojolea.
Kidogo, we need to take this discussion a little bit far. Eh? You see, there is political position and there is a civil position. So are you talking of a political position?
Right now, any appointment would be okay. If I should be nominated to any board, if I should be given, say, a PS position, if I should be given an ambassadorial position, if I should be given a ministry, and any of that.
Kama ni hivyo, okay.
Hey, mi nimefurahi already.
I'm sorry, I don't support for working on anything to do with the Ruto administration, but it is your decision. You know what you want with your life. Me, I don't support
There's a reason I've asked here. There's a reason I'm asking here. So I do not want a position where I'm already conflicted. So it's just something that I'm truly asking from you people.
Wacha nikujibu mimi, if you are going for a paycheck na unaona sasa hiyo kibarua itasaidia watoto wako, tuseme hauna job, yani Irene, tuseme you right now you don't have an income, and you are jobless, probably I understand that you went for that job, but you're talking about change. You're not going to make any change anywhere with Ruto. And if it's an appointment like cabinet secretary, I'm a principal secretary, to me you are a sellout and you have sold your soul to the devil. There's no in between. Hakuna katikati. Either you are hot or cold. That is my take.
Noted.
Okay. You see what happens is these positions, especially political positions, they come with a lot of feelings in the society, and the current environment which we have about the government is that things are not working well, and the government is actually looking for, maybe Maunga, let me tell you the reason why they are looking for you. They are actually looking for those good people who they feel actually they can use their names to earn a mileage. It is not like that you are going to help them. They want to have you so that you can clean akina Maunga hata wako kwa serikali, so they want actually to have your name as part of their mileage. So number one, I think the UDA manifesto is not working. Yes, we can say Raila Odinga has joined them. I don't think Raila Odinga is serious with them when it comes to service delivery to the people, because I don't think there is anything which is working even within inside there. Mr. Ruto himself is not keen in working on infrastructure. So there is so much negativity for the government. So my advice to you is, if it is possible to stay outside that position, I would advise you stay outside that position for now. You'll get out strong by making such a decision. They are very tempting. They are very tempting. I can tell you, they are very tempting positions.
You have to be a purist in
Yeah.
this devil place bana. Mi hapo mi nimekwambia ukweli. Me, I'm very serious. It's either you work with that devil or not. Hapo there's no ifs or buts. Watu wanakupembeleza hapo, mimi siwezi kudanganya. That place you're going to be working with devils. You're going to be working with people who've killed us. Ati hapana, Julia, nyinyi wote, just say the truth. Mi hapo uhusiano mi sitaki na mtu anayefanya serikali ya Ruto, hata kama ni appointment gani, because you're not going to do any work there. You're going to be stealing. When I say stealing, you're going to go to a place where you're not going to do the work that you're supposed to do. And when you don't do the work you're supposed to do, you're stealing from the people, even if you're not going to take money from the treasury, or if you're not going to take bribes. If you're not going to do the work you're supposed to do, you're stealing. Ni kama kwenda kwa ofisi na ufanyi kazi. That is stealing from your employer. It's still theft. Na mimi, you know the way tunakuheshimingi hapa superwoman. Hapo mi heshima na
Unless
mi imeisha bana, hapana.
unless
Yo,
ni
mimi,
unless ni job
hakuna
kama
endless hapo.
sasa, wacha tu ni explain. Let's say umepata job kama mwalimu, daktari, you know, like any other Kenyan. It's not like you are working direct for the government. It's like you are looking for employment na ukapata, because those people will still be there even if this government goes. Walimu, madaktari, civil servants, they'll still be there even if this
That's
government.
different bana.
Yeah.
You have appointment ni nini bana? Acha zako. Civil servant, mtu akuwe nurse, mtu akuwe daktari, those are essentials. Huwezi enda kukaa
Yeah,
tu chini kama
unless so
kama
I'm
tukara.
separating that. Lakini ukisema ati Aiba umeitwa ukaambiwa kuna principal secretary hapa, sijui kuna nini.
Ama
That
kuna NGO, not NGO, as you parastatal or some garbage like that, or a government hand that is due outreach for the youth. Pana, because you're not going to work for the youth. Hapo umejidanganya. I'm telling you the
you're
truth.
going to help them to steal. So it will compromise your moral principles. And I think down the line when you grow old, you might not be very happy with yourself if you still felt that you are supposed to do that.
Actually, I was thinking they'll kill me because of my stand, like those ones of it's almost like you're now you're now being called out as someone who's getting in the way of the theft and the misappropriation that's going on, because even when you're sitting in a board, see, of course you're supposed to be able to be sued, and you're supposed to sue, like, so as a personal entity you stand there with your name as opposed to just a board. So when you're then when an allegation should come against you for whatever reason, because normally those boards ratify most of those decisions that those guys want to do in terms of rubber stamping all the theft that's presently going on, because I'm sure that even within the trillions right now you'll find that there's a board of a certain parastatal that actually ratified a certain direction, certain tenders, and so that's how come we ended up losing so much money off the exchequer. So for me, I was actually thinking, if you're the lone voice and the minutes should come out and it is indicated that, or like severally this particular name comes up and she's the one who's been against it, she's the one who's been stalling things, then it becomes, you become an easier target. And so, like, for me, I was actually thinking that would be a very easy way for them taking me out. So okay, I was just asking. Nimefurahi, nimechangamsha watu hivyo. At least now I know.
alafu najua vile tutakuongelesha vibaya baadaye. You know, naona tumekuwa tukiongea vibaya for the long haul. Na hatuchoki. And I think things are becoming hotter and hotter. I mean, we can no longer really take that complacency. Na mimi, I don't even buy these things ati mtu anasema ati sasa ni mtu wa peace. At reconciling, I don't know who and who. You are either hot or cold. Right now, Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are going through so much. Sasa inawezekane unajifanya kwamba unaweza fanya kazi na shetani in the name of peace. What peace is there when our children are going hungry? What is peace is there kids cannot go to school? Ni peace gani unatafuta? Kama what peace
Julia,
is
pana sisi ni experts. Sasa when we are hired as experts, sisi ni experts.
Sasa experts, unaona vile badi siku hizi analilia kwa choo akituambia sijui pesa ilitolewa kwa dirisha hakujua. You see how bad is behaving nowadays. You know, these experts, I think some of them thought they could do some work, maybe in their wildest dreams. But everybody needs to know who Ruto is.
Nah, look at what Tata said. Every time there's a handshake, there's heavy borrowing. And inflation comes into the country. He said, I wish you could show you the charts. Akuda, it's Raila Janakulanga nchi nyamjui. He's the one who comes and does the. I think there was a backhand deal with Uhuru na hata wakati tumeona kulikuwa na kitu walikuwa wameagree kwanza kudistribute some money.
Of course,
No
alichotewa. Uhuru
way.
is not straight either. Yeah.
Alichotewa bana.
So
Huyo mtu if I'm told Raila, he's the most brilliant conniving thug in the world bana. Nasikia ako na madeals huko anaitwanga Mineral Kings. You cannot do any mineral deals without Raila being involved. Huyu mtu ni inaonekana huko underworld ni mkubwa sana. I was hearing them as rumors, now I'm beginning to believe it. This guy's a thug. Bwana, inamwogopa sana.
Tunamwogopa kwa nini tena? Keep umeanza kuogopa.
Huyo anaweza kufanyia vitu bana.
Ai Keep.
Kuna
Mungu.
Kuna nyoka kama Ruto iko blatant, lakini nafikiri wanafanyanga undercover bana. Wanaweza kumaliza bana.
Hapana. Keep. Ogopa Mungu, usiogope binadamu. So Ayeba tumekujibu vile tunaweza kukuangukia na
I
maneno.
want to know what job she went for. Mimi nataka kusikia kitu naweza kumtukana.
Exactly. Me, I didn't go for any job.
She was just combining our minds. Unaona vile amechoka.
Oh, Ayeba tungekosana. I'm glad.
Alafu okay, wacha mwambie mwenye anikasirisha. Imagine, did you see Eli's reaction? Eli, hapo hiyo ndio stand yako kweli Eli. Eli wewe, waende uokoke tena kwanza before urudi kwa issue ya Njiru. Go and get saved again.
Eli atapembeleza skati yoyote, that's him.
Eli, that is your stand. I'm very disappointed with your stand.
My stand is this, like what you said to Ayimba there, Mama Julia, if Ayimba wants to feed her children, and she has been, nominated for a public job, civil servants especially, they're not supposed to be, bullied into it. You can't belong to this side or this side. Those are civil servants. If she goes for a public service,
apolitical.
Exactly.
Civil servants are supposed to be apolitical.
Yeah, and everyone in this panel knows that. So why would we will have a problem with it? Like, for example, mimi saizi niliona huyu daktari huyu alikuwa anampigia Uhuru makelele sana. Oluga. Where is he now? See, Ruto has given him a job. What can we do?
As a PS of health. So I'm thinking, honestly, he'll add value because he's a technocrat. And he's a professional.
So sometimes you can work from within.
Value. Aiba, he'll not add any value. There's nothing happening in Ruto's government. It is not that these people in Ruto's government are not technocrats. It's not that Ruto is short of technocrats and professional and all that.
So, Julia.
He's
so,
just he can't allow you to
Julia, Julia, watu wote wako kwa serikali ya Ruto. Watu wote wa vile viwango vya juu na wale wa katikati wote wa resign.
Resign na aje?
No, si umesema ati the whole thing is a scam. We know that the Ruto government is a scam. We know that. But are you saying that every person in that? Me, I already told you guys of a story here a while back about a friend of mine who's a judge of the High Court, and is that person who cannot touch any bribe. That one I know. So should he step down as a member of the judiciary of the bench?
I
So
think
if Ayimba was approached,
you are mixing up things, Ellie. Ayuba talks
no, I'm not. I'm not mixing up things.
Ayuba
I
was
know.
amesema
Sorry.
baadaye
Eh.
ametuambia after when I give an example kwamba kama amepata kibarua, and I even give examples of doctors and teachers, she was specific. She said political appointment. So judges are not necessarily political appointments. Judges ni kama
Who told you that?
listen, they are almost like civil servants because they go through all that vetting. Now
The Chief Justice.
judges for them
Okay.
to even to magistrates inakuwa hiyo ni career. I'm talking about these political appointments kama PS na nini. They cannot perform even if they are technocrats. They will not perform. And those are the people who are powerful. Judges na wengine, they have no authority to incur expenditure. Unaona, watu wenye wako na authority mandate ya kuinka expenditure, they are the ones that Ruto controls. Okay, lakini hao wengine wote wenye ni wakulipwa mishahara na Public Service Commission, Judicial Service, judges under the Judicial Service Commission. Okay, civil servants are under the Public Service Commission. Teachers are the Teacher Service Commission. Anybody who is under those commissions, hakuna haja kumlaumu, huyo ni job anafanya. Lakini mtu kama amekuwa appointment kama PS, Principal Secretary, ama Cabinet Secretary, how a lot of them have authority to incur expenditure. Sasa niulize, who is managing them? It is Ruto micromanaging them. So no amount of being a technocrat will change things in Ruto's government because he is the one micromanaging. So if anybody will try to tell us ati niko hapo kusaidia nini na unafanya kazi na mkora, nothing. It's a waste of time. You're not helping
So
us.
Ayimba was giving us an example, Julia, about like say she is appointed as an ambassador, an envoy somewhere. Now she just decides, no, I'm not taking this. Because actually there have been people, tumeona kwa magazeti, juzi, Ruto is approaching potential nominees for cabinet post na wengi wao wamekataa. Nasikia ni watu wa kutoka kwa nini side ya Kalonzo. I don't know if it is true, but that's what the rumors are going, that ni side ya Kalonzo. Wanataka kumchukua Kalonzo ndio ile union yake na Gachagua iishe. But if Ayimba was given a post, I believe what Ayimba is doing here is not, she is not testing the waters. There is something happening. Na Ayimba usitudanganye, wewe uko kwa hiyo queue na uko hapo, na ukipata hiyo kazi chukua. Watu wasikuangaishe hapa. Because deep inside hao watu wanakuambia hapa, mandugu zao wakipata hizo kazi wana celebrate.
I've served ODM for over 10 years, and my intellectual might is actually something that's known within the purview of the party, and it's not hidden to them what I'm capable of doing, and my results speak for themselves many times. And now appointments are coming up. The gender card is on the table, and it's not very many of us who have the kind of experience, exposure, and credentials that I have. So naturally, if at all it was viewed within our teams where they could probably throw a dice, it would fall on me. So it's something I've been thinking about, really, from the time ODM joined UDA. Like it broke my heart completely, thoroughly, because I've always wanted to really serve my country in the capacity of making a change. And then right now things are happening already. You can clearly see it's coming home. So I'm not saying anyone has approached me. I just know how things work. I just know how those names are arrived at. And that it should fall on me would not be a surprise, at least not to me and those that know me directly. So I'm simply having a conversation with Kenyans who have been on record as deciding what they, because the truth is, I had given up on my political future in terms of when the Gen Z came up. I said, finally, I feel safe and I feel like I'm taken care of, and my old age is going to be in good hands because we're in a safe space. And then I was kind of sucked back in. And when that happened, there's a call to duty that sometimes you can try to run away from, but it kind of pursues you. So at the time when now this happened, the truth is I am presently within the political framework of this country now, but I also want to be part of its future. So I would not want to jeopardize my future in terms of the potential that God put in me, because clearly there are things some of us have tried to run away from, but they're almost divinely linked to our path. So the reason why I now then pose this question now is perhaps because I think this is a constitution of a smaller version of what Kenya looks and feels like. And these are people I can actually interact with directly, than now my name falling off in the public and then now having to swim in the deep end of having everybody else have a tag at it, before now a closer family that has actually understood me and interacted with me and knows exactly where my principle is and my sense of duty and calling is at. So I'm literally just interacting with a possibility that would actually would actually become a reality that some of us would have to deal with, and how that would feel like. It's sort of preemptive, but I'm preempting a conversation, I'm preempting a space, I'm preempting a reaction, and probably opening a conversation around where do we feel in terms of our duty now. Would we feel that we are safer making noise? Would we feel like we're safer getting in and struggling from there and effecting change from there, and probably coming out and saying, this is what I experienced as a difficulty that was presented to me? Because then in my there'd be a future that would ask me, so an opportunity was given to you to make a change, you failed to because you decided it was easier to stay out. And how would I then respond to that? So I guess it's just a conversation I'm having within that purview, really. I
Yeah,
even
I don't think it is Ruto who will instigate your recruitment. It will be all these people are being appointed on the basis of interests of political parties. Even Raila doesn't even know half of these people that are being appointed on his behalf, on his side.
No, I'll be
Let me
honest
say
and tell
something.
you, all those people who've been employed, who've been proposed from ODM, are people directly linked to Raila. These are people I've worked with closely, and I know their positions in the party, and I know how they've interacted with the party. The reason why I'm actually speaking the way I am is because I've been within a proximity of the same people. Like, okay, I wouldn't tell you that I'm I'm an ordinary holy poloi. Okay, we have interacted here for many years, but it's not from the fact that I've been idle. No, it's because I've actually been able to serve this country in a position that actually demanded that sometimes I would have a voice and have ability to effect action in as far as concerns effecting change.
Okay, right, good. But I'm asking you, right? When now, say this happens, let's not blow our trumpet, and no offense, okay? Don't feel I'm targeting or saying anything ridiculous there. I'm saying, ukipatiwa hilo cheo, tuseme, wamekuweka kwa cheo cha umma ambayo kazi yako ni kulinda wananchi, eh? It could be high office, medium, whatever. Usisahau hii Njiru channel, because that's how those people behave. Once they have gone to parliament or whatever, with all this other, we want people who can stir the devil from within. And I think that's what's happening in this thing that Ruto and Raila are doing. Me, I believe that Raila Odinga is into something. It's not going to end as Ruto may expect, I think, So, enda tu, ukipatiwa kazi, chukua.
That's what I
Watu
call.
wana,
Okay, let me say.
That is what I call. That is what I call garbage. Absolute garbage. Hiyo ni takataka sana. Mimi siwezi
Kid.
kubali hiyo. No. I'm just teasing you.
I'm telling you, from the way Naiba
It's with good faith.
are talking,
Julia is saying something.
that is just
Oh,
auditioning.
okay, nitaongea after Julia.
ODM inajifanya kwamba ati inaenda kusaidia watu. This is Aiba, I'm not trying to call you greedy, as long as you hujaingia hapo, lakini this is out of greed. Hii ni tamaa. They know very clearly they cannot change Ruto. They know very clearly that Ruto cannot start operating differently because wako hapo, wanajua hivyo. Sasa, it is out of tamaa. Anybody will tell me that they will get into the government to change anything. I am sorry, that is my view. So,
Julia.
I'm sorry, I don't want to buy that. Another thing
Yeah.
about Ayimba, I really, according to me, the way I think about you, I have seen you like a very principled person and somebody who can really, that is what I think, who can perform and produce results.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for the word of confidence.
my question is, now this, let's say actually this materializes and you become something tomorrow. I mean, in Ruto's government, I'm talking, when I say something, I'm talking about those political appointments like PS or even cabinet secretary. I mean, not just as a civil servant. Okay. Now, what if the government falls the next month? Aiba, let me tell you something. You have ruined your reputation. We shall remember you for a person who went to dine to the devil. And no amount of telling us you are going to change anything shall change our minds about what we think. Because me personally, anybody who has put their legs in that government, even those who are coming out, kama wenye, kama akina Gachagua and the others, that now coming out, and suddenly akina Dindi Nyoro, suddenly now they think the government is a bad one. They should not lie to me. They have been there. They are only saying it's a bad government because now they have been kicked out, but not because they care about Kenyans. That is my reasoning. So if you decide to work for them, thinking that you will change something, I promise you, you will ruin your otherwise good reputation. And I don't know how you will feel many years down the line if a performing government comes in, a government that comes in that performs the way you would have wanted a government to perform. I don't know how you would feel in that during that time. If serikali ingine ingie baadaye, utasikiaje? You know, doing the things that you Aimba you dreamt about, the things you saw, the things you foresaw, and you thought this is how things should be run. Yet you jumped ship and worked with a government that had ruined the country. I don't know how you'd feel.
You have a point, and actually, that's exactly where I've been. That's been my position the entire time. But when you speak about ODM, I'm also wondering, wouldn't the same be said of them? That if someone now was to come out and say, "Oh, they were saying that they had solutions," when we called them to come and help to help us effect the solutions, they decided against it. That's to say, they were just pretenders to the throne. There was nothing they would have done. It's just that now they were simply making noise.
Ngoja, kabla mruke. Me is just a hard no. Kuna sijui, I was close to that. Sijui nini hii kuzunguka kusema I was in the trenches with them, they are coming to appoint me, I've been battling. Nini, hapana. So no. Kuna hiyo mambo ya Eli anasemanga hapa na kujenga neutral ni uongo. Eli likes Raila. Eli anateteanga Raila. So haezi kubali saa zingine uongo. Anakuja hapa anasema kwanza he's disappointed in Raila but he still likes Raila. There's a big difference. Hajamtoka. So for me, kwenda kufanya kazi na Ruto at any capacity other than saving lives, schools, daktari, the things that Juliet said, and I don't think that is what they're going to look for you when you're in ODM for. Hata kuja atinaenda kutafuta walimu wenye walikuwa kwa ODM. I don't think so. These are political stuff. So usishike hiyo kitu. That is there's a saying for that. That's a poison chalice.
Poison chalice.
Utakunywa na ni chafu and you'll feel guilty. Na mimi association yangu na wewe imeisha. It's just like that. I cannot have if so, but I'm seeing people dying because of these people, and I cannot reconcile with the fact that somebody is telling me that I'm going there for a salary. No, Ellie, it's not the right way of thinking, and that is the
No,
wrong.
lakini hiyo salary si salary ya Ruto.
Ngoja, wewe.
Hiyo ni salary ya umma bwana.
Salary ya umma. And again, you're not getting it. Kama ni salary ya umma, uendi kufanya kazi. Tulisema kwamba claims to be the president, claims to be the deputy president, principal secretary, cabinet secretary. He's in charge of everything that these people don't even do any work there. They don't make any decisions in those departments of government, meaning that you're stealing, even if it's not directly stealing, kuweka matenders hivyo. When you go and purport you're going to do a piece of work and don't do it, you're stealing. It's like me going to a restaurant and say I'm a waiter, but I don't do any waiting. I don't do any service. So hiyo tuwezi kubali. Wewe hiyo ni
You
principles
know,
zako kama yangu.
keep
Eli ukitaka kwenda kufanya kazi huko, wewe endanga ukienda.
keep
Oh,
keep. You know, I used
yeah.
to be I'm a retired chairperson of a board in a school in my county. And one time TSC actually arranged for a workshop, a workshop for teachers, the boards, and no, it was just the teachers and the board. So the senior teachers, of course, that was the head teachers and the senior teachers and the board chairs. So I was privileged to attend. At least God gave me an opportunity to attend this. That program was so rich. It's called TIMEC. So it's supposed to be like a mentorship program. Basically, the Gen Z have presented a unique workforce right now, so that they're not your usual employees that you can especially. And Julia may be able to attest. I think even the new ones she's getting, even where she is, they're presenting this. So they are not your ordinary workforce that you can deal with the same way you dealt with the ones before. So they require a lot of mentorship, they require a lot of coaching, they require a lot of they basically require a lot. They require what's the word, they require a lot more nurturing compared to what previously used to happen in the workplace. So I remember after this program, it was a 2 day seminar. I remember after this seminar, I was so shocked that this was the TSC that had actually come up with this program. They had workshopped it, they had come up with the curriculum, and they had come up with the work plan, a clear action work plan of how they're going to roll it out in the countrywide, and how they're going to do it, who's going to do it, when, where, like how, like the entire shebang, like it was so neatly done. I was so impressed. And this was last year. So the reason I bring this up, it was during Ruto's time. And this is an arm, this is a commission that we assume that, being that they're working within an environment that is suddenly not affecting any change anywhere, you wouldn't expect they're doing anything futuristic and anything useful for the country. So immediately after that seminar, it hit me that actually there are people who are seated in these offices and actually doing right by Kenya, even with all the hula baloo that's going on. So it made me to stop and wonder, what is it that had made those guys work so well in ensuring that even in all the chaos, somehow they're making sure that their systems are flowing, and that, like the wheels of change are churning, may albeit slowly, but at least they have something that's working towards the right direction. So it hit me that there's actually people, for as long as I think you have the right people in office, they may not necessarily be making too much noise about it, but just because they're professionals and they're passionate about what they're doing, they can actually put in place programs and structures and systems that will actually be beneficial to the workings of the country. I don't know. That's just what I thought.
Are you asking for
No, I'm
permission or
not asking.
justification?
I'm not asking. I'm stating. I'm actually making a statement based on my experience.
Justification of taking the role. Mi sitaki uchukue kitu, mi I'll just
Oh,
give it.
Mimi si justify anything. Si kwa hapa kuelimishana and to have meaningful conversations.
Kipril, can I
Usisikie
go ahead?
ni-
Can I go ahead
wa-
on that
you
story?
can go home. Sitaki usikize mambo ya Eli kabisa.
No,
Go ahead, Njero.
wachana na hilo. Yeah, I wanted to explain something. I know. Yeah, it's not easy to leave a serious job. You need a serious conviction. That one I understand, and you need to be somebody who is made up of a special fabric to see a serious opportunity has been brought to you and you actually decline it. And Maunga, me, I want to give you a typical case. Maybe you can try to learn through me if you want. I never wanted to share it in this platform, but I can say it. Before this government went the way it went, some of us, we were approached to work for them in very serious positions, and we declined. So because some of us, we believed that they are going nowhere. So that's why I told you that it's your decision. I believe UDA is going nowhere. So you can, if you are convicted, me, I can tell you, because it doesn't mean even if you refuse an opportunity from them that you are going to die. So you will not die, actually. And in this life, maybe it's always good to, in this life, it's not that you need a lot of money to survive. Unajua, saa zingine maybe nikianzia kusema hizi vitu mtu ataweza kusema sababu, it's not like we want to make money so that we go and buy apartments and do what. What we want is we are first of all doing a job where you are happy. I don't want to do a job sababu, me, I'm talking about myself, so I don't know about about another person. Me, I'm talking about myself. So first of all, I'm that person who feels like I don't need to sell my heart to a place where my conviction is not there. I was not involved in even drafting their manifesto or anything, and I don't feel morally obliged, even if I have some people who are in the UDA who know me and they feel that I can be a fit on something, but I am not convicted the same way. Yes, they could be my friends in particular platforms or in particular places where maybe we talk, but I'm unable to drive myself into the consciousness of that level. And those things have not started now. This, let me tell, I will have to say this thing. Even in we have even done county interviews for big jobs, and some of us, there are things which were being asked from us. Sasa tunaambiwa mkubwa ni kama hii kitu unaenda kupata, lakini fanya hivi. But we didn't feel conviction to do that even in the previous government. So in a nutshell, ile kitu najaribu kukuambia ni ya kwamba being approached will never end, and being approached is not a matter of qualification. Ngoja kidogo,
stop talking parables. What did they tell you?
No.
We're not doing parables here. Just say it.
You know what? When the people are talking to you, you know what they tell you. The thing they tell you. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a matter of a qualification or how good you are. And these are the things which I want to tell people here. Don't think that when the government is approaching you with a job, it is because they are seeing that you have capacity. It's not about capacity. It's about looking for somebody who they feel can actually improve their platform. That's all. What, let me tell you, like right now, UDA would be salivating. I'm sorry to say this. UDA would be salivating to have such people like us to be on their platform. They would actually use millions to have us. If actually we were people who are approachable, but some of us tunakaa sura mbaya sana. we
talk for yourself.
No. I'm saying some of us, and some of us could be many. That's why I'm trying to stay. So we have to reach a level whereby, and I think that in terms of
be specific.
Okay, let me speak let me speak about myself. So what I'm trying to explain here is that
Mr. Handsome last year, say
you know, that's why I needed to explain this thing here, because opportunities are always there. That's one which I can tell you, especially. But problem which is there is which opportunities do you take? Do I need can so that's what happened. And now the appetite to make money. Now that one is also another thing.
Jiro. Yeah, let me tell you one thing. You've said that you did not participate in putting UDA in place, but somehow they participate in taking your taxes. All right.
I have no problem in them taking my
That's
taxes.
exactly what I'm saying. So now it would be it would easily be argued the same way, like it is my taxes that are funding this government. So by the time the taxes of Kenyans are paying me to do a job for them, it would be that I'm taking the taxes of Kenyans to do their job irrespective of who's hired me. Because even right now, whoever is there is using the taxes of Kenyans. Now, let me give you another example. For some reason, I've been blessed with talents. So as an actor, I was one time called. I remember I was in the village at the time. I was called but for a Hollywood series. And I was told, send in your profile. It's for a series that's ongoing. It's either ongoing or coming up, but I was told it's for a series. We need your kind of profile. And then later on, so now as they explained to me the synopsis, and as they broke down the character, she is supposed to be gay at some point. Do you know? I remember hanging up that phone and crying to God and telling God, honestly speaking, you gave me a talent that I should now use to now confuse African children. Because the one thing I knew I was going to send in that profile and they're going to pick me. They're going to pick me for one reason, for the fact that I'm radical. You know, like my profile was going to be used. So as you're saying, similarly, it's supposed to aid in their profile. It's supposed to aid in their process. That is not necessarily straight or right. Okay, so it is evil. So for this one, it was very easy for me to turn it down because I was thinking, okay, so there'll be many actors. There'll be another one who will be willing to take it. At least it will not be Arina Imba, and it will not be the face of Mother Africa, who actually believes in the fact that the things that we are aiding for continuity. So for me, there's a lot of things in terms of taking that. I wasn't conflicted for 1 minute. When it comes, on the other hand, for this particular thing, yeah.
Utaongea 1 minute. Let me tell you, if you, dear government, can employ Aisha Mwajuma, I'm just, Aisha Mwajuma used to be a cabinet. If you, dear, can employ Aisha Mwajuma at one time of their regime, what tells you that you can also not even work an equivalent position like Aisha Mwajuma? You already qualified to do that. I don't refuse or dispute
I'm
that.
not precisely my point. So by the time we're having this conversation, it is not about the fact that they're taking qualified people or not. I am simply like the point of conversation was as follows. In the event that like my name would turn up, I'll use myself as an example because I know I have a name that can turn up. You see, it's not like I've come off the blues and thought, like one of my dreams I dreamt, and so I've purely come to speak about a dream over here. So it was a conversation based on the fact
of course,
that
it's a good conversation. I want to put you, like, for example, there is what leads to this. Like, are you happy with UDA working with ODM? Let's start from there.
Sorry?
Are you happy with UDA working with UDA?
Certainly not. Why am I bringing this up? Njiru ningengoja iyo jina ikuje. In fact, ningelobi. I didn't even have to. Now, I didn't even have to come and tell you guys.
If you are not happy now,
I would have simply gone.
You have to
believe me. I have access to those that I would simply ask, hey, what's going on? What's available?
Of course, because you see, I'm now connecting. I've now understood you. If you believe UDA and ODM combination is not working, then even your participation in that union does not make sense. Based that the first statement is right. So I think your story to Memaliza. So Maunga, I believe there are so many things you can do in this life. Attempt them. You are telling me on, and you are telling majority of us here that you are talented. God will amplify those talents. I think you have lived majority of your life without them, and I don't think that this is the opportunity which was supposed to balloon your life. So I would request you in the greatest honor that even the Bible says a good name is bigger than treasure. Somewhere in the Bible, kuna pali nasema hivyo, a good name is bigger. So don't listen to neutral. Don't listen to neutral at the time, even if you are. It is true we are all paying taxes. Everybody paying taxes everywhere, but a choice to take a position is purely a personal position. It's not. We pay taxes so that those taxes can be used by the government. They can be used by the government, and it is not that we are paying taxes so that now we can now start going and now getting those taxes through jobs. That's not the reason. That's not the reason why we are paying taxes. We pay taxes as a participation through as a civil responsibility. So, Maunga, you have a big life, your kids have a big life ahead of them, and I don't think this position is the difference between you and the end. I think we have seen you growing well and kicking, and you'll even be there even after that position. So my advice to you is, in a honorable way, you can even see our show here. Don't go and enable a viper. You are too brilliant to enable a viper. We don't want people who are going to enable Kasongo. So my conviction, which I believe could be partly your conviction or wholesomely your conviction, depending with how you want to say it, you can actually be nice to yourself by only going to work to people where your conviction is good, or is feeling right, where you feel you're working for God. I don't feel going to work for Kasongo. The feeling is that you are working for God, because we also work for God. By the way, when I'm a teacher, I'm a doctor, I work for God, as I am working for people. So for now, explore other options. I don't think that in this round there are no other opportunities. They could be hard to get, but there are opportunities. Kipuriro, kama uko na kitu ya kuongeza.
Kipa amelala, wacha niseme kitu. Before I left Kenya, I had risen to principal teacher. Unajua TSC kuna vile ina promote walimu, una promote, kuna graduate teacher 1, graduate teacher 2, vitu kama hizo. Principal teacher, I had risen to principal teacher na nilikuwa deputy principal, na hiyo shule iko na over 1000 students, na ni shule yenye ina perform. Hata kuna siku ilikuwa top 25. So performing school, iko na pesa. I sat in the board of management for several years. I sat with big men. Shule kama hizo ziko na watu wadosi hata unasikia PS ni member of board, cabinet secretary mmoja ni member of board, vitu kama hizo, iko na wadosi. And when I was leaving, the principal was also leaving, na alimbembeleza sana, akaniambia, Julia, ninakuachia shule, unaenda wapi? Wacha niwaambie, kama kuna watu wana control pesa hapa Kenya, is school principals of boarding schools in Kenya. They control millions and millions. And if you watch, those people drive Prados. Kuna mtu anajua principal wenye drive Prado na walinuanga Prado siku zenye Prado zilikuja. I'm talking about 10 years plus ago. Walinuanga Prados Sasa I remember the last time I went to Mombasa let me tell you, school have money. We used to go to Mombasa for workshops, and we used to sleep in these beach hotels. The last time I went to Mombasa for a seminar, I met some deputy principals, and they used to envy me. They used to envy me because, according to them, Jiru, I had risen so fast. According to them, I was so lucky to be a deputy principal in a big school. They used to envy me so much. Sasa wewe karibu kupewa shule, unawachiwa shule. Let me tell you guys, me even becoming a deputy principal, I did not apply. Siku moja, my boss decided to tell me that, Julia, utaki kibarua, I have given your name to the TSC, you are the next deputy principal in this school. Akaniambia, I hope tutafanya kazi pamoja. Nikamwambia tutafanya kazi kwa sababu I want to work for these children. But then, rising to a principal, it is not that there is anything of being a principal in Kenya. Hakuna, na simaanishi kwamba all school principals in Kenya are thieves. There are those good people who are performing. Like the one I worked for, I believe she was performing, and that I don't believe she was a thief. Now, I'm trying to say this. Personally, I did not envy that seat. I did not envy that seat because your seat, it comes with so much corruption. Not that you have to bribe someone to become one, but everybody else around you is so corrupt. The board, the county directors of education, TSC officials, wote wanakujianga pesa huko. Na inafikanga mahali board and the principal have to corrupt to eat money together. So me, I never envied that kind of a job. Ukweli, I never thought that that is my fate, and I never ever dreamt that mimi nitajisaidia with na pesa ya wazazi ama pesa ya miserable Kenyans who are struggling to pay school fees. I never ever, that was never my dream. And even if I had made up my mind I'm never going to do that, I didn't want to become a school principal. I didn't see it like it was a thing for me. So let me say this, I had right now ningekuwa hao wakubwa hao mnaona hapo, kama ningebaki Kenya, I am very sure I would have been a principal of a very big school, manning so much money. But then in life you have to make choices. You have to make choices and think, what do you want in life? Do you want money irrespective of where it comes from? Do you want fame irrespective of how fame comes to you? What do you want? What impact do you want to make in the society? Do you want to make any positive impact in the society? I mean, what do you want to be remembered for? Personally, sikuendea iko kicho kiti, and even today, my friends still think that it was a very wrong idea for me to refuse to take over, because huyo principal alienda na wanashanga, what was wrong with this lady? What was wrong with her? I don't regret. I have no regrets. Niko na amani, sikuwa principal. I'm here at peace. I may not have as much money. I may not be as wealthy as those other school principals. I'm telling you, school principals of Kenya, they are as wealthy as cabinet secretaries. Sijui kama mnawajua wenye wako na shule kubwa. Hey.
Do you remember, Julia? Do you remember the 90s and 80s and even the 70s? Actually, it's mostly the 80s. The 90s and early 2000s. School principals of large schools
Wako
used
na
to sell
pesa.
land. Wanauza
Wako na hata
wanauza land. Yeah.
wako na pesa. Do you know, let me tell you, sir, I want to give you an evidence. As a deputy principal, I was in charge of the tendering committee. And one day I tendered a bus of 15 million from Thika Motors. Na
Toboa.
unaona hiyo kutenda ni ukae mukague makampuni, but still you have some powers here to decide where you to buy the bus. Now, okay, I'm saying like Aimba has said, kuna watu wanafanya kazi Kenya. By then I was working under school principal who mwenye hakuamini she needs any money from the parents. She was one of the few that I think exist in Kenya. So hata hiyo bus tulinunua, she did not interfere, she did not ask for anything, she did not try to micromanage us. We gave Thika Motors and that was it. And she did not even ask anything extra. Na akaambia wasichana, it was a girls school, wasichana wataka basi yao ichorwe na ikufanyiwe painting. Those days it was not the yellow thing that Matiang brought. Akasibia wasichana wachore basi, waseme wataka basi kai namna gani iwekwe. It was hata ilikuwa na hizo screens huko ndani zenye Matiang alitoa. So I'm trying to say this, kuna watu wanafanya kazi Kenya, but me, I looked around, I saw why people wanted were dying so much become school principals. It's just because ya pesa wazazi. Mimi sikutaka hiyo pesa. Na inafika mahali hata huyo mwenye nasema alikuwa mzuri, I think at one point alikuwa anakuwa compromised nao wakubwa. Unaona watu wa DO, county directors, TSC officials ati wametembea shule. Wametembea shule, nani amewaita? Shule haina crisis. Somebody came visiting. Nobody, a principal secretary. Even let me tell you, that school is so big that when I was here, I saw Makoha visiting that school. Hiyo ni shule yenye sitaki kusema ni shule gani. Ni zile shule zinatajika Mount Kenya. Ziko na jina. Siku moja niliona Makoha kwa hiyo shule. Even I think Matiang one day went to visit the principal. So what happens when the principal, unaonanga watu wanatembea tu. Hawatoki bure. You compromise your morals, you compromise your values, you keep on compromising and compromising and compromising mpaka mwishowe hujui uko wapi. So me, I had a choice, and when I left, my friends even today when walijua that I was in that school, wanashanga huyu mama kuna watu tu, yani alienda tu kujisumbua America. You wanasikianga watu wakuja America, before you settle down you really have to
But
try.
Julia, it's a job that needs to be done, right?
Yes.
So you already indicated that from your experience with that head teacher, there was nothing that was crafty that you had ever witnessed.
Yes.
So it is assumed, as for the officials coming in to to the school for whatever reason. You don't know what the nature of the visit was. So it cannot automatically be assumed that they had gone there for whatever dubious things it is that it was assumed they're coming to do. So the truth is, it is imperative on us, like just the same way we're told that politics is dirty, but it is dirty because we let the wrong people go in, because the right people are feeling that it is too dirty for them. So why do we then complain when the wrong people come in and they do the dirty things that they're known to do? While the right people do not actually want to come in and do the things right as they ought to be done, because it has to be done somehow. So you declined the position of a principal, you becoming a principal in that school, yet you have uncompromised principles. So imagine if whoever went in was that person who went in and was not as clear in terms of principle as you are. So the truth is, we are damned if we do, we are damned if we don't. So it has to get to a point where we're deciding which sort of a country do we want, how do we achieve it. So when we keep saying that we are going to vilify people for the mere fact that those positions exist and they've been nominated for them and they've taken them up, we do not necessarily seem to be going a direction that makes sense, because we've got to get it right. How do we get it right? As we speak right now, we've had 2.5 years under Ruto's government. The guys have taken already 2 trillion cannot be accounted for. So whatever little that has been offered towards development and service delivery may have gone somewhere. Can we then assume that maybe some of it has gone to the right people who actually occupy those positions for working for Kenyans? Is that something that we can even imagine is happening? And if not, what would we rather happened? Would we rather there was no one absolutely there and therefore Ruto just stayed on and took all the money and the country collapsed? What is our scenario moving forward? And what would have been our best case scenario?
Anyway, Maunga, anyhow, Ruto's government is going to collapse. And I cannot work with somebody who's about to collapse the government. I swear I can't. Anyhow, it's going to collapse. And I cannot be among the person who is going to help it collapse. Okay, my principal thing, let me tell you, Maunga, whether she didn't compromise, I don't know. But it reaches a point they have to compromise if they have to keep their jobs. That is what happens, even to the good ones. So what I'm trying to say is that, okay, for a school principal thing is a really small example. Let me say,
Julia, sorry
but
for interrupting your thought process. Wakikuyu Wanjiru, wajinga wameanza kuongea Kikuyu za ujinga hapo chini as usual. Not that I understand it, but yeah,
not
they,
them.
they always turn proper conversations into like, why do they even stay in that comment section and just prove their stupidity? Njiru, why don't you tell your people to grow some brain at least, in place of whatever mucus they have in their heads? On a day that some of us are trying to have objective
Okay, you
conversations,
see, okay, 1
wako
minute.
hapo na upuzi, by the
Maunga,
way, just spares.
okay, Maunga, 1 minute. You see, what you just say in this live is we are the people who are supposed to remain calm, because if we remain calm at our comment section, who think that they
Apana
can
Njiru, you're normally too permissive, by the way, and some of us usually come
no,
here.
I'm not
No,
permissive.
listen,
I'm not.
what I'm saying, some of us usually come here to actually make sense of ourselves. Atukujangi hapa kusabia ujinga kina ani na kina hao washenzi wengine wenye unakuaga nao comment section wakileta ukikuyu yao ujinga hapa. Some of us I can easily start speaking the law with Eli here and to corner them, and there's nothing they'll do, by the way. Just because it's an allowed platform. Similarly, I will come and apply my Luoism here. Decide I'm not being objective here. So if at all you allow them, let us know for a fact that they're allowed to come and be stupid in that comment section and not necessarily add any value to this show, so that tusikue hapa.
No, I'm not saying that. You see, everybody is allowed to be here, but what I'm trying to say is that I have to address them with a bit of.
Kuna guok ingine hapo hivyo. Ani anaita nani gui? Obey and guok by the guok madhako. Jinga hiyo.
No, let's now be tolerant. So Anne, watch hiyo sasa. This other person who said mehe, please.
Yes, Anne, I'm a genius. Deal with it, by the way. You're so dense, nobody has ever heard how you reason other than writing rubbish over there. You think you can compare yourself with me? You can't.
Okay,
Tutulie
sasa tafadhali. This discussion didn't need to go to those levels. Let's ventilate in a kind way. We know that, in fact, Maunga, what we are trying to present is the tensious motions which we are having. Is the tensious motions which we are having. Like now, it's like we have now refused to become tolerant to each other. I don't know why. I hope we can be able to agree. Sasa with now these emotions hizi ambazo tunajaribu kuanzia kuleta hapa, hivi ndivyo tutaenda kutoa Ruto.
No, maybe you change the topic for a while.
Mwangi ofuo, by the way, ofuo kaka guok mamengi, by the way. Rubbish. Kikokel na ujinga, by the way. And kikikel na. Kenya ni, by the way, is enough for all of us. Okuche kikikel na, by the way. And kwanza nyuol kodu, nyuol ango as it is. Uonge kata nyithindo, nasa discourse iluoro koruka nyo, then ubiro wakinyiswa anything kai. When you can't even sustain an erection, idiots.
Okay. Maunga relax. We don't need to go to that level. Let's cool down. We don't need to go to those levels, please. There's no in which, in fact, the only person who is getting happy with what is happening here now is Ruto, for your information, because we are now trying to build the Tower of Babel, and as we are trying to build the Tower of Babel,
sisi ni ng'ombe, wewe ni panya, and jua hivyo. At least sisi ni ng'ombe inaweza kamuliwa, wewe ni panya, unasaidia na nini? Shenzi type.
Tutulie sasa. Okay, let me ask.
Njiru, is there a way you can, supervise people in the chat? I don't know how you can remove them. I don't know, because
they can be supervised, but ile kitu nataka ni, I want people to restrain themselves. And please restrain yourself. I don't want to go to the levels of kutoa mtu.
At least mafi ni chakula nimekula, we nimekula kwenu wapi, idiot.
Please, we are
reading those comments because they're trying to guide the conversation. They're part of the conversation. Is when you have idiots down there, Njiru, and you allow them, by the way, believe me, some of us will just swim. Some of us will just swim, by the way, because tumechoka na ujinga. When I was being called a gui, mimi nimemwita umbwa. Kama mbwa yenye liza nyanya yake, asinilete ujinga hapa guogno.
Maunga, let's relax. You see, what I want us to do is, you see, there's no in which we can build Kenya.
And I'm not leaving. Deal with it.
Mimi hakuna mtu nitatoa kwa kituo, but I want people to restrain.
At least you can hear my voice. At least you've seen my face. What have I seen of yours? For all I know, you can be a snake or a goat over there. Telling me rubbish, you can type.
Kindly relax. Ebu tulia kidogo. Let me speak with the comment section. Comment section tafadhali. Naomba tu kwa heshima. Let's cool the temperature down. Let's guide the discussion. Let's not build the top, but let's not collapse what we have built for so long. We have been here for close to a year. So I never like putting people in quarantine. I never like restraining people in the comment section. I don't want to do that, because I believe we are intelligent.
But when you allow them to be stupid, allow some of us who are here to also similarly be stupid, by the way, and let them get
I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that, because you
don't have to moderate. Wacha iende vile itaenda. By the way, wacha tukanane comment, wacha pia mimi nimjibu hapa. By the way, nitamjibu na ile lugha natamani yenye nataka. Endelea.
Let's cool kitambo kidogo. So Anne and the other guy Geshimu, please restrain yourself. Naomba kwa heshima, restrain yourselves, please, so that we can put the dialogue at a good.
Anakuanga mjinga mwingine mwenye atujeo na sura yake, hata kusikia sauti yake yenye nakaa kaya panya kwa, alafu ananiambianga ujinga hapa. She cannot be compared to half of the woman I am, by the way. Ndio ajue vizuri sana. Rubbish.
It's gone. It's done now. It's done. So let me get an hyperjunction of that statement. Yeah, this freedom of speech. If we are not ready to hear such things, we cannot change our nation. That's why I would not want to remove anyone, even if the dialogue goes to those crazy points. We have to learn to boil and calm down. If we are not ready
yo mala yangu, at least kuzaa na babu yako mwenye alizaa mjinga kama wewe Gishu, by the way. Unijui by the way. Mimi sio malaya mwenye alilala na babu yako, by the way. At least ni malaya mwenye alilala na akazaa value. Sikuzaa takataka kama wewe. If you are anything, by the way, you'd be showing your face over here. Rubbish. Idiot here. You can't even erect to pack a goat, idiots.
Sawa. Mwangi relax. So staki message ingine for now. I don't want any message now, please, in good faith. Geshimu Mwangi, don't do another message.
Asema umalaya yangu, by the way, kuma yangu sio yake. Sijamboro organ zake alale nayo. Nafanyanga umalaya na yangu. Idiot.
Don't take it too far.
Asiongele umalaya yangu. Nafanyanga na utamu yangu. Na ni yangu. By the way, sijamuomba organs.
Maunga relax. Please relax kidogo. You see, if we are not able to restrain ourselves, we will not be able to know who are the right people. Please restrain yourself.
Bro, can you make closing remarks to this particular very important topic of moral dilemma about working with a dictator or being appointed in a specific position in a government, in an illegitimate government? There is that thing about expediency, ile ambayo mtu amekupatia kazi na unasema hii kazi nitachukua no matter what, even if I don't like that person. Alafu kuna ile group thinking, wewe unaweza kupatiwa kazi, wewe ni mtu wa sijui faction gani, region gani, party, those things can influence you. We have been talking here in the last hour from the way Maunga presented this topic about, and this is something affecting a lot of people who have, they have strong opinions about the current regime, but then they've been absorbed. Some people would say captured, But I feel personally, I feel it is it's a personal decision. It's a moral dilemma affecting an individual rather than people, me, you, and others. So if, for example, you, Maura, decide that you will join Gachagua, and then some other people will say, hey, but Gachagua was the deputy president, and these were the laid out facts about him in the Senate, true or false, but you've joined him. Some people will actually think you're a sellout. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So for me, you will say, hey, but this is my personal decision, right? And I think that this is probably the reason why Maunga brought this discussion, because it's a question of personal decision. At the level of personal, we can't start interrogating someone. How much do you have? How much do you not have? Are you going for this job because of money? Are you not going for this job because of money? That's the part where now people start saying, are you distancing yourself from your political beliefs and things like that? Me, I believe this is a personal decision, right? And some things are done out of hii kitu anaita expediency as well. Hiyo pia iko. Unaona? So me sioni ni kama ati there's something happening in Kenya right now, okay? Where because Mr. Odinga decided to abandon people, this is the way people are putting it, and because Kina Kalonzo are feeling the same, now one region is seen as part of the problem. In fact, there was a thing now where people started saying this is a nilotic hegemony of Nyanza and Rift Valley. People started talking those kind of things. But if you speak to the real people on the ground, wananchi ambao wanaenda kule kulima, kufanya vitu zao za kawaida, small businesses, they don't go to that level where they're describing this thing as if it's ati sasa mimi na keep hapa hivi kwa sababu keep anatoka Rift Valley na sijui plain nylon, those ujingas, This thing is currently brewing up, and as much as I like the theories and abstraction, but I don't like that kind of discussion where people are saying ati people are siding in Nyanza province, people are siding with Ruto because of that sijui nilotic hegemony politics. Hiyo ni nonsense. Alafu, how can that be the truth when people of Nyanza have really suffered as much as many other areas under the hands of Mr. Ruto, and not just Ruto, people from other communities and forces from all communities have had their bit of persecuting Kenyans, not just of Nyanza province, but all different parts of Kenya. So we're in a problem where like you said, Njiru, Ruto or Ruto's cabal will be laughing at us because that's what they want. But I believe that Maunga had a really, really good point, and a lot of people would not be plain asking these things, even in forums such as this, because they're afraid of the repercussions. So I think she was brave to ask such questions. And I think that she should have been led to finish such questions, and then it's unfortunate that it took that turn. I think someone advised
Maybe.
me one time. Sorry.
I hope I didn't interrupt you. All I'm saying is the same fools who are here because Gachagua had been denied a job from this same government. The reason they migrated to this platform in the first place was as a result of the fact that Gachagua had to leave that bloody government. As and when Gachagua and co-companies were stealing from that bloody government, they never used to speak. So suddenly they think that because other people are in it, now they should come and tell us. By the way, just for experience, alafu ati Gishu anatuambia ati sijui tutawaona. Gishu, there's nothing you guys can do, by the way. Okunya, ongegi munya lotimo, by the way. We will run you out of this town and there's nothing you can bloody do. Tumewashinda na mutazoea, by the way. Munasema Raila has never been president, so what? Has it ever made you grow any brains? Has it made you guys have better children that now your nursery schools are not being closed? Msitulete ujinga hapa. Wanaume wa Kikuyu kwanza msituongeleshe, by the way. Amuna hata wanawake wenye mmezalisha huko mnatuambia hapa ujinga. So as a Kikuyu man, do not come here and talk to me rubbish, by the way. I can come and tell you things that you won't even bloody believe over here. Some of us are helping you even to get your numbers up. You're bringing us nonsense here. There's nothing you will do to us, by the way. We will coexist in this town and we will run you out of this bloody town, and there's absolutely nothing you're going to do. Don't tell us rubbish.
Okay, Maunga is very upset. We can all see that. But I don't know.
I want what she's having. Okay.
No, she's just upset.
I'm an
'Cause me, I've
actress,
never-
you guys, by the
I've
way.
never
I take
heard Maunga speaking
character.
like this.
I'm just trying
By
to
the
lighten
way,
up.
just
I'm
so
just
you
trying
know,
to-
just so you
Yeah.
know, if you're here with me, you'd be so shocked. You'd actually turn and actually get me to think. Like, being an actor and especially being an intelligent person at that, you can always switch. So now I've switched to the character of fitting this bloody idiots down here. But right now, when we come back to intellectual conversations, I will engage in it. Atitueng nini. Baba yangu alininunulia English, by the way. I had a proper father who was a Luo man. By the way, he was not a fool who all they can do is shrub from here to Timbuktu. After 30 years of even being abroad, they still have to bring me nonsensical accents. My father bought me proper English with his money. Rubbish.
Maunga, 1 minute. Do you know the brilliance in life is capacity to restrain yourself? That is.
By the way, did I tell you, Njiru, right now, the person speaking to you is actually Irene, the actor. When you need Irene, the brilliant corporate coming back, she will arrive. But right now, she is now a swine dealing with the fellow pigs down here. And trust me, it will be very difficult to get her from that character as and when it has not been required. So until you get rid of your swines from down here, until your idiots are out from down here by the Njiru, you should expect to deal with this Irene, the actress. And she's not about to be right about now. She's taken character.
Okay, Maunga, nipe 1 minute.
Idiots.
Let me tell you, brilliance in life is capacity to handle yourself.
I do not want to be brilliant at this point, by the way, Njiru.
No,
That's what you don't get. Right now, I do not want to display any brilliance. I want to display how it means to be a pig that is now swimming in the mud with idiots. You have a bunch of pigs down there. I'm dealing with those kinds. So right now, by the way, I'm not interested in being brilliant. My brilliance is not important. I think the pig is now in motion.
Just
Si wanyamazi until wanyamaze, by the way, Njiru,
No,
I can tell you for free. Unless wanyamazishe now.
And I beseech you, please
And
keep quiet.
wacha waendelee kuongea,
And,
sikudanganyi.
there's another guy
The
called
pig is up here.
quiet.
Let us swim with the pigs down there. Idiots.
I don't want to get anyone outside.
Wako entertained, bana.
Lazima mukue hapa, but because if we are unable to handle each other hapa, even if we come to talk about democracy here, we are just doing stupidity. If this thing cannot be organized And if people here cannot be organized and we do a send
Helen, my leadership abilities. Now hold on, I'm addressing something. Helen, my leadership abilities do not necessarily engage your kind. I have my demographic, my dear. My destiny is not on the path of fools. So it is unfortunate. If you get entertained, by all means, I've told you I'm an actor. I get paid to do what I am presently doing. So you guys are getting free entertainment right now. And you're getting vocabulary. And you're getting the swine me for free. So by all means, enjoy that. As for my leadership, you cannot enjoy it. You would not be able to understand it. So get used to it.
I hear you.
Please, guys.
Unajiita Swahili? Mbona unajiita Swahili?
Tulia kidogo, Kipriru kidogo. I want to bring some decorum here. You know, there is a reason why in our platform we cannot remove you even if you decide to run, because
Gitu nilimzana Mkikuyu mwenye ana akili ndogo kama yako na hata mboro wake amshaikuwa ndogo kama yako. That is why hajatoa akili ndogo kama yako, by the way. Ule Mkikuyu nilizaa nayo, that is the reason why I usually speak about him, and I speak about his child in the process. Akai kama nyinyi ndio inakaa kutembelewa, by the way. Mimi nilizaa na Mkikuyu asili. Idiot.
Okay, relax kidogo. Maunga, relax kidogo sasa. Hebu nataka utulie kidogo for a while. I want us to take a minute of breath for a while. Comment section, please. There are so many things to talk about Kenya. Ruto is destroying our nation. Bomas has been stolen. The country is not good. Those associations, we don't deny them.
At least ng'ombe inakamuliwa, sio panya, sio panya zenye zinaliwa na paka. Ni ng'ombe inakamuliwa. Yenye iko na mafuta na iko na ngozi, idiot. Hiyo ndio tofauti yangu na yako. Mimi ni ng'ombe na nilizaa na ng'ombe. Yes, Mkikuyu ng'ombe mwenye anaweza kamua na akatoa ndama yenye inafaa. Yenye saizi imesimama, by the way kiongea watu wanasikia. Wewe umezaa nini? Idiot. Unakuaga nini? Mbona hata mtu wako sijaiona? At least mimi ni mwanamke wa Kijaluo. Nilimanage kuzaa na wanaume wenu na nakujaga hapa naonekana. Wewe ni nini? Mbona usilete hiyo sura yako ya panya hapa hata siku moja tuone, ama tusikie hiyo sauti yako yenye na sound kama mapanya wenzako? Rubbish.
Let's relax, please.
Jiru, do you know you've done physics, huh?
Go ahead.
Ever heard of an immovable object? And ilikuwa metaphor gani ile?
By the way, kuma yangu si ya kuwekwa hapa yako ndio ile ya kuzanga na makuku. Naona wanaume wenu wanatombaga makuku na magoats, by the way, na mashipu uko kwenu. Usiniletee, by the way, kuma yangu ni premium. Ni premium, sijui kwa ushaiona. Kuma yangu ni premium. That is why wanaume wa Kikuyu alikuja kuitafuta all the way in Nyanza. Wakikuacha hapo kwa mlima kama umekauka hapo hivyo, ukikaa maji kama rebellion.
Unajua watu hapa, you are giving your colors. Unajua tunaendelea kuwajua. We please. No, relax. It's not that I'm enjoying these things, but we cannot get people out. I want people to be restrained. Otherwise, museme tu tufunge kituo na tuachane na siasa. We actually come here because we have the passion of politics. If Kenyans have reached a level whereby we cannot handle each other, if we have reached a level whereby now to rule forever. If it is so difficult for people now to hold conversation, we can now say now, we are now done. Kenyan politics is intolerable. We cannot do anything. Tufunge kituo. Mimi actually I will be very good nianzie kufanya interpretation yangu ya Marekani sasa. In fact, tomorrow I'll be having a very big show about American politics. I think sasa
tutakosana hapa. Hapana. No, Jeru.
If this is how Kenyans behave, no, we
cannot do that. You cannot bring me American politics. Sasa sisi tutawacha American politics tukifikiria nini bana? Wewe acha zako. I don't live in the US.
Jiru, naweza kuongea, tunaweza divert kidogo.
The next 1 week I'll be doing American politics now. Sasa
na American politics.
Hii ya Kenya inakaa.
Wacha nikuulize
status quo, people have agreed status quo to remain. Sisi tuendelee kusumbuliwa na Kasongo aendelee kutuibia. The guy has just stolen 1. It looks like talking about 1.3 trillion which has already been stolen is not worthy. What we need to talk about is body organs. That's why I'm surprised.
Another question. I had a
Me, by the
question
way,
actually.
Jiru, nobody is ever going to talk about my pussy ninyamaze, by the way. It's the sweetest part of my life, by the way. If there's one thing that I think God did
Haya, ni
right,
sawa,
was
tulia
kunipatia
sasa,
the kind
tulia.
of pussy he
Ni
did.
sawa.
So mtu kuongelea kuma
Maunga,
yangu na
relax
sijaona
sasa.
hata uso yake, by the
Maunga,
way,
relax sasa.
siwezi kubali nikiwa
Maunga,
nimenyamaza
relax.
baba.
Maunga, relax.
Nitaongea
Let's
about
not
it. Yangu ya gorofa, yes. Iko na gorofa by the way, na iko na miraba minane. Azoe sana huyo ani.
Haya, Mkenya
Shenzi
mkora,
type.
Mkenya
Mwanzo
go
nilikuwa na
ahead mkora.
swali. I had a question. Wait, I had a question. Today I saw the Abugusu people. And it's official now that Simbarati is in trouble. Simbarati now, because he's vice chairman of ODM.
Gichu alizaliwa na pusi chafu, anafikiria kila
Ai
mtu ako
bana,
na
we
pusi chafu.
Maunga sasa,
No,
hapana.
you guys,
No,
Ebu
my
deal
dear.
with the nini, deal with the comment section as well, Kipril.
No,
Why
we are
is it
dealing
that
with
you
them.
How
guys
do I
are
deal
going
with the
on over
comment
here?
section?
You think I'll be insulted na
See,
ninyamaze? Because if you don't wanted to solve this thing by day, he would have. Those guys have no business being there unless they're adding any value to the show. Now
You
that they are
know,
not adding any value to the show and they're bringing
you
nonsense,
people
I'm
you think ni mimi
similarly entertaining with
kidogo
nonsense.
Maunga 1 minute. You people you think ni mimi munaharibia, lakini you people you are destroying your own image. You might think you are destroying me, but you are destroying your own image.
Mimi yangu sina, by the way, Gerald. Yangu sina image ya kufanyia
I wish
anything.
you can mind
By the
your
way,
image.
najielewa vizuri sana. Uto pigs twako twenye tuko hapo hivyo chini zina swim kwa ujinga ndio umekubalia. By the way, awacha ni insult na ninyamaze.
Okay, Mkenya mkora, go ahead. Siongei
Yeah. Yeah, let me just address something here. I'm listening to everything Nikioko hivi nyuma. I understand my sister kabisa, and we know each other. Pole Maunga, what you're addressing is something that is very legit. And I know the people that you're addressing out there. I've been watching them. There's one very huyo mwenye unasema, the Ani one, and a lot of people. Yes, as wenye tuko huku hivi juu, Njiru, maybe umetupiwa kiboko yako leo, but it's also nice to understand why saa zingine tunakaga hapo hivi unajipata uko kwa show and you're looking at the comments and you really feel disgusted. You don't want to come back because of the keyboard warriors out there. Some of them are very good, other ones wengine wanakujanga tu kutusiana, but I understand it all. Now, do we have a platform here that we can actually pass things? And I appreciate what Maunga is doing today, even though amekuja kiwa mkali, but who doesn't know Maunga? She's opinionative. There's no way to stop someone who's opinionative. So what I'm trying to say here, Maunga, I am really, really feeling you. Njiru, I am feeling you, because even you're cornered that I can keep. But at this point, I think Njiru, you will take action of what needs to be. Maunga, for now, just relax. Let's focus and forget about the sideshows of those other people. Wamekusikia saizi. Let's move on with the discussion. Let's move on with what it is. And just kakahawa kidogo, my dear sister. Ni sawa. Tumesikia, Njiru amesikia, na the kina anis of this, the keyboard warriors that come here. I've warned you guys before. Mtakuja kulipukiwa. Mona mmelipukiwa. You're spoiling the show, yet you cannot even come to the show. So you're making people who like Njiru and Kina Kip, who wants to come and really have a decent conversation, you're making it all messed up. So you'd rather not even be here if you're coming to kutusi watu. Njiru, I just wanted to tell Maunga because I know her, she's a friend of mine. I know she's very respectful person. Maunga, get out, toka kwa hiyo nini, the acting part. Let's go back to the discussion. Your point has been driven home.
Akisikudanganyi mato.
Please,
The one
Mama.
thing Njiru needs to do for himself. No. The one thing, it could potentially actually be the last time you ever seen me here. But let me tell you the truth.
No,
If at all
you're right.
if at all Njiru knows what is good for him, he ought to know that people deserve respect over here. We were having a very meaningful conversation, and there were some very good contributions on the chat section. Then he started hearing Akina Ani, Akina Gishu, and all the rubbish that usually comes from its Mount Kenya nonsense coming to do that, and he let it until I called it out. As and when I called it
It's
out,
over, Mom.
he actually let them proceed to go on. What was I to do? Keep quiet and let them rant on. While Njiru is okay with them doing that, he might as well be okay with me going crazy.
You made your point, Mama. Let's just move on now. You know, that's done. That's dusted. Let's just move on. We love you in our shows. You've been a very big figure in our shows, and your word is really listened a lot. So for now, let's just
Unasikia
cross.
huyo
That
Kesomo
Rubicon is
anasema
done.
I'm a hoe. At least I hoe with my own pussy. What does he do with his
Wachana
dick that
nayo.
can't even give birth? By the kind
Ma-
that he uses to fuck goats and sheep and chicken.
Hey, my
They
dear,
don't
let's
even
move
know how
on.
to do it right. No. He calls me a hoe. I will give it back to him. I'm not like the hoe who hoed him and gave back to him that he doesn't even know his father. I'm not like that. I am actually a
My dear,
woman, a hoe who's qualified to speak on platforms like this by day because I'm respectable enough to know the kind of men I sleep with and know the kind of children I get out. I'm not like the kind of a hoe like his mother who hoed with a guy who he doesn't even know who his father is. So that he can bring out
my
an idiot
dear,
like him.
my dear, with all due respect, with my respect, mimi nimekuomba mimi Mato,
No,
your friend.
Macho. No,
Just wachana nayo, just let it go.
deal with Njiru and deal with those guys also. He called me a hoe, so I'm supposed to be quiet about it. Please, Mato, please.
Okay, let's just move on. Just don't even look at the comment section for the
No,
rest of the day.
we have
But
to
let's
look at it because it's part of the
okay.
audience. It's part of
All
the
right.
audience also, by the way. It's part of the contributions. I came here. The
Now,
reason why I asked that question was because I was having a discourse on a fundamental subject that is now supposed to be running the country in a certain direction. I came here with a very valid one. So I was speaking to the comment section people who are objective enough to do it. So when this nonsense came up, nobody picked it up. I actually did and brought it to the attention of Njiru. He did nothing about it. I am being insulted. Love, I
well,
will insult back. And by the way, do not ask me to calm down if Njiru
listen,
can't do the right thing.
Mama, so that we keep on
He
moving.
called me a hoe by the way.
Njiro
I'm
has
not the
taken,
hoe who hoed him and gave back to him
but
without
Njiro
having
has
his
taken point
father
of that. Just
and
let it
giving
be
back
for
to a
now.
fool like him.
Relax,
Okay.
I can't relax
Let me
because those
explain
guys are
something.
not relaxed.
Najua Mato,
Yeah.
Mkenya Mkola, sorry.
Yes.
I want to explain something here. You see,
Mbona unaogopa sin beans, Njeru? Mbona unaogopa sin bean? Naona wewe unaogopanga kuweka mtu kwa, unajua ile kitu ya kuweka mtu akae
you
kando.
see, let me
Ama
tell
you
you.
are afraid of losing
No.
audience. No,
It's not
let's
about being
address
afraid.
that.
There's an explanation I want to explain to you here.
Yeah.
You see, let me tell you, we cannot run a studio where we are censoring people. The only
Not
thing
censoring.
No,
It's not censoring.
Yeah, so
It's
do not
abuse.
censor me either.
No, I'm not
Njiru, do
censoring
not
you,
censor me
Maunga.
either.
No
Because
one
we
I'm
don't
censoring.
come here for fights.
I am not
We
censoring
actually
anyone.
have very objective conversations over here.
I
When you have
understand.
people on the comment section who we've never even seen, who usually come here and do
to give you
rubbish,
my
and
principle.
because no, don't worry, you can keep them for all some of us care. You can keep them and continue doing what it is. Some of us will not necessarily have to come and indulge with their stupidity. You can entertain them for as long as, but for me, as for the fact that I'm being insulted and I'm on this forum now, I will deal with it, Njiru.
Okay,
relax.
let me explain.
Relax.
Let me explain.
Relax, Monga. I was saying a point. Point, Jeru. Relax. Let's treat this like a court. Tusikie ni nini watu wa comment section wanataka, because at the end of the day, hata ule rafiki yako Elon Musk ana blockingi watu. You know that. Elon Musk's hate crime, insults and stuff like that, yeah? Some people are a bit sensitive. Okay? So we find out from the comment, nini liwatrigger waongee hivyo? Na ni nini, because I see it sometimes. And why would you not, it's not complete banned, it's just sin bin bana. Unajua kuna kitu inaitwa sin bin. Unaweka mtu on the side kidogo a cool down, alafu urudishe. I know you're trying to protect this image of
please,
wait.
You asked a question and I'll give you the answer. These people,
Can I finish, brother? Why do
Maunga
you
said
always
something.
interrupt me?
No, I'm
Why do
saying it's
people always
you asked
interrupt
why
me
they're
when
triggered.
I'm saying something?
No, but I'm helping you here, bro.
I
Maunga
don't
was
want help.
triggered, but there was a statement someone typed there, and she said that Annie said that. Let me just tell you, because I think that would have triggered me as well, but I kept my cool. But Nani was talking, Maunga was talking, then someone typed there, Ati Luos. It's there. The statement is still there. Someone typed about Luos and Ruto.
Okay, so
that obviously offended Maunga.
I just wanted to bring calm and try
That's
to
why
bring a
I
solution,
wanted
but
to.
somebody had to Somebody had
Nani,
to bring
Kipril,
themselves into a.
Kipril, let me
I
give an
hadn't finished. You
explanation.
see, me, I
You know,
never
The
finished
only thing
anything.
you're going to do to keep to bring calm here is to divert this conversation. Let's talk about South
I
Sudan.
wanted to,
There's
you
a war
see,
there coming.
let me tell you,
I'm something else.
Can we relax?
Bwana neutral,
We have to
kidogo.
come up with a solution and have to
Kipril,
bring it.
No, there's no solution here. There's no solution here.
Anasema tunalamba matako ya Ruto. Au wamelamba for how long? Wasituletee ujinga. By the way, Njiru, those are things that have been written down there. How come you're okay with it?
Since point ishafika home, please, Aki, with all due
By
respect.
the way, Macho, that is the
home.
latest she's written. That is the latest she's written. Unaona sasa zile nilikuwa nimenyamaza, unafikiri nilikuwa nimenyamazia nini? Si nilikuwa nimenyamaza because there's nothing new coming up. New things are coming up.
Hold on. Njiru, what you do, we all look is the way you know me, Nico Bado. I'm always looking and Nico Ibo Nyuma Bado. We have the ability. Now, some people who are toxic, especially in the comment section, and I've addressed this before, especially that Annie. In Njiru, sometimes we don't need them. I really would rather come here with less people and have a conversation that we are not being abused out there, because it takes a lot for someone to come akuju. Just delete those people, bwana. Kwani wanatuongezea nini?
Tulia kidogo nikuelezee. You see, let me tell you, in psychology. Sasa I want to, you know, if msifikiria ati ni ujinga niko nayo hapa. You see, in psychology, we cannot add value here if we are only here. And,
but you're adding value for people being insulted. When we are having differing opinion, it is different, Njiru. It is different when it is opinion that is differing. But when it comes to being insulted and you're okay with that, being insulted, okay, when we respond, it is a problem. There's a problem.
No, let me explain to you what
you're not explaining anything.
Njiru, there is at least
you are supposed to respond.
Hapana, Njiru, there's at least 4 people
I am
here
supposed
saying.
To respond. Mimi mwanamke kama yeye na huyo Gishomo, mimi nimelala na mwanaume kama yeye na nimezaliwa na mwanaume. Only they are not as foolish as he is. Aniite ho, aite mama yake kwanza ho, na hao sisters zake na his useless daughters if he has anything. So usifikiri nitatukanwa mimi nyamaze by the age.
No, there's no
ukizoea. Ambia wajinga wako na hao wakuzaliwa na hose to go and call their people hose. Wakiniita mimi turn it back to them.
Njiru, delete wale watu hapo chini ambao wanapiga hizo makelele. Delete, alafu hii conversation change. Please. I know you came, you guys founded this channel, but no, you want to be the high priest of freedom of speech. But you know, if that freedom of speech is so extreme, you said that you left Bernard's show because there was no freedom of speech, and you founded a channel which is bound by freedom of speech. But we find this freedom of speech pale kwa chat offending people. Maunga is going mad here, right? Because of what's happening there. And you still have excuses for protecting these people. Man, come on. Then delete.
I'm deleting.
Explain
it,
what?
Allow me to put a point. There's an important point I want to put.
Did you realize Julia just walked out? You know, she voted with her feet. She didn't have to do that. Please.
That was exactly what I was trying to say. Lakini ukanikatiza. Njeru, there's no problem in putting people in sin bin.
Okay, sikia mwingine akisema these Jaluos like Eli think they know how to talk. At least Eli's voice we know. That Gisho rubbish, what do we know about him? We have never seen him here. We have never heard his voice. Of course Eli knows how to talk. Of course Maunga knows how to talk. Of course Kipril knows how to talk. Of course Mkenya knows how to talk. And of course Njiru knows how to talk. What do you know how to do? Idiotic keyboard idiots.
Tunajaribu kuresolve hiki kitu kidogo Maunga, so relax, don't read it for now, just 1 second. I'm just trying to say,
you see,
weke hiyo kitu ya sin bin. We're not banning them. Sin bin ndio mtu ashike laini. It's like you're gonna have people. Okay, let's say even the topic.
Keep why you begging him. Of course, he's already made a statement with what he's done. As for leaving the show and leaving those guys insulting me, that I can tell you for free, not happening. But at least he's already made his point. I already know exactly what he means. I already know what exactly he stands for, what his platform is about. That is given. But as for today, sikudanganyi, watatukana, I will give them pound for pound.
you, I want to give an explanation here. You see, when it comes to people talking and expressing, and that's the reason why we are in this platform. But it's not even a must we be here in these platforms. But the reason why we are in this platform is because we believe that we can be able to restrain each other, and we are here because of the love which we have for the nation. So why do we want to express the love for the nation, and we are unable to express love amidst each other? So that is where I find things not working. And so me, what I would propose is sometimes even if you are abused, there is wisdom in restraining, and that is what I was trying to
And I
teach here.
don't want it, Njero. I don't
Why?
want to be wise.
No,
Okay. No,
it's
if
good
at
to
all you
restrain.
cannot allow
It is
your
not
swines
everything we
down there
resolve.
to be wise, do not allow me to be wise. I do
You know,
not want to
some of
display
these
any
people in the
wisdom.
comment
And that is
section,
okay.
they don't know
That
who
is what
they
I'm
are.
saying. It is my opinion to be stupid or foolish, and that is just supposed to be fine with you. You're not supposed to moderate as to whether I become wise or not. Allow me to be as foolish as everybody else who is part of your comment section. And it is just supposed to be fine. Akina Calvin's, Akina Nani, I will be where I want to be. You will not gag me, idiots.
Okay, I've tried to ventilate what I wanted. You know, freedom of speech is anything. You are free to air what you want to air with respect. So, and
Precisely, I do not have respect. I have lost respect, and I do
no,
not
I'm
want it
not.
from anyone. As for the people who are losing it from me, allow us kaende kakienda.
You
All
see
right,
me.
Mama, Njiru, take care of that. Take care of the comment section. If at all, let appear me nitajaribu on my side. People like those that are bringing issues here, we need to take care of them. Now, my dear sister, we've heard you. Njiru has heard you. Something, even Keep has spoken about it. Now let's just, husa kidogo and move on with the conversation.
And
That
by the
was
Mukaja
something
Mukora,
ilinitusumbua.
Mukaja Mukora kidogo
Tuendelee.
tu, Mukora, just for 30 seconds.
Sure.
Maunga, our show does not support anyone. So hiyo kusema is like hata watu wako kwa comment section, regardless of what they are saying, I don't support their statement. I don't support what they are saying.
Precisely my point. So don't support mine either, but do
I'm
not
not
interject
supporting
me.
them.
Allow me to also respond to their foolishness. They hand me foolishness. Allow me to give them the foolishness.
Do
Alafu
you know
we
that you
proceed
can
with the
also be
rest
a
of the things.
crusader of good character? Maunga, 1 minute. Do you know that you can
I'm
also
not.
be
At
no,
this
you
point,
can
I
be a
don't care.
crusader.
I don't
Actually,
care to be a crusader of good
you can
character, by
help
the way.
these people.
I have those two characters. No. I don't want to help them.
Sasa
They are not
Help these
useful to
people.
anyone.
Listen.
Njiru, nimezima moto, wewe unaanzisha tena. Please, wewe sasa wewe na wewe ni nini? Niache nijue moto imeisha.
wacha niseme good night bana, taoju uko juu. Imekuwa ngumu. Imekuwa ngumu.
My belief is very simple.
Wachana nayo wewe. Wachana
I
nayo. Let's
understand.
move on
My
to
belief
the
is very
topic.
simple. Communicate through your character. If
Show
somebody is
yangu.
bad,
Okay,
Which
Njiru,
I have
just
chosen
change
not
the
to have
topic.
today, Njero. You know, why should it matter? You see, I do not want my character helping anyone. I do not want to get character out of your stupid kikuyus down there. So, you know, by all means, let them learn to
Where?
live with it. So my lack of wisdom is mine today to keep. So by all means, let them be foolish. I swim with them in the mud. By all means, it is me swimming in the mud. It does not affect anybody else.
Okay, my dear sister. Hiyo tumeamua. Njiru, work on that. Funga nini, watu wenye wanatusi watu hapa hivi, tafadhali anza kung'oang'oa. Na there's also decorum in putting rules in some, even if you have a channel, or we do, there's decorum in where putting rules. Rules are always everywhere. So vitu kama za matusi should be very unacceptable, regardless whether you're on panel ama uko huko chini. Hawa chini, mtu akianza kutusitusi watu na tunaona it's a perennial, mtu amezoea kutusi watu. Cause pia mi hata huyo amenitusi, lakini mi sometimes I was just like we had said, let everybody speak. But then kama ina affect our panelists and na wakuji hapa juu, I think it's time, Jiru, you put some sanctions on some people. They have better things to do rather than come here. And that's all I'm trying to say, because there's no point of having a good panelist like Maunga come coming here feeling the way she's feeling, even though Maungo leo umeharibika, but we know you. Anyways, all I'm trying to say is that Njiru, just take care of those people, because some of them, kwanza, maybe they are coming here to just so that to start issues instead of talking about the issues that we are supposed to be talking. It's okay to lose one and lose five and gain five. Mtu mmoja akiharibu ataharibu kila kitu, and then it inaharibu ladha yote ya show today. And just to say, Njiru, today I was somewhere and someone recognized me, someone that I don't even know, said, are you are Kenyan Mkora? You go to Njiru's show? And this is somewhere I didn't even know. I'm like, how did you even recognize me? So we're not just being listened by the people that are here. We're listened by a lot of people. I mean, they knew your name, they knew Kip, they knew even this Maunga, because and they know these people and they understand and they say, guys, you guys do a good job. But if one mtu mmoja huko anakuja kuleta hii vurugu, and these are people that we don't even know that actually listen to us, Njiru is worth kuzima mtu, because I don't see, sometimes I don't even come to the show. I'm on the comment section, but someone comes in and says something I do not completely agree with. Hautaja nikisema nikitusi mtu huko, I will just say, wewe, that's a liar nini. I'll put my opinion out there. It's okay to put an opinion on the comment section, but it's not okay to come and insult people. And Njiru, I wish you can look at that. And then Maunga, na Njiru usianze moto ingine. Let's continue with, like Eli said, let's continue with the conversation. Maunga, I apologize on behalf of whoever amekuguza, but let's just move on. Just put that in the banner and we just move on. We want your conversation. We want you to always be here and have our conversation, and we all have a conversation together. This is Njiru Shows. Asanteni sana, nimesema yangu.
Haya ni sawa na muokoke
Na usianze tena wewe, usianze
mi hakuna
tena.
kitu naza, lakini watu wote si mnaniambianga nyote mumeokoka. Yani mumeokoka na
Sasa move on to the topic bwana. Wewe unachoma haraka.
Jesus was meek, he was not weak. So you have a bunch of weaklings down there. Don't think the rest of us are meek.
Maunga, nimeelewa. Tumeokoka sisi wote, tumebatizwa na maji na tumepokea Yesu, and we say glory be to Jesus. Away from that, so let me advance the discussion a little bit. Now in Kenya we are at a point whereby we have to think of what to do as a nation. Now, when we are talking about injecting Ruto, what does that one mean? Like, which concept are we going to do? I see now realignments could be difficult. So the realignments which Ruto wants us to start believing in, especially the realignments are these tribes versus these tribes. I think that one will be another distraction which will be brought to us. So maybe Mukenya Mukora, you can help me to understand that. Can you tell me, other than the tribal alignments, do you see Kenyans coming together in terms of conviction and on the principles, and believing that they want good leaders to be part of the political front, and that one becomes like the agenda, instead of using this tribal card, which will actually divide people? What do you think?
I honestly, to my best ability and to my own thinking, which is reserved and patented by Kenya Mkora, is that I believe Kenyans have already achieved that. They've already achieved unison. They've also achieved their past, the tribal cocoon thing. Their past thinking thinking as a divided nation. I think Kenyans, for the most part of it, but every time hata unapataka kuna ka top player somewhere, they're still the ones to Azimio that still think that Kenya is not there yet. We are there. When you look at people today, it's very hard to sell tribalism.
Uh,
Is
allow me to give a contrary opinion. Um,
sure.
okay, the whole subject around tribalism is one that is highly potent, and let me now come from the point of maybe a politician, and let's look at the nature of human beings. Njiru, why are you not in Kenya?
Because I got an opportunity in United States to work on.
Thank you. I was looking for that word, opportunity. Every human being is an opportunist to a certain end. What will my action like it's normally an action begetting a reaction. So what was that action that necessitated that reaction? So the action was that there wasn't enough opportunities here, so you got a better one across, and so you decided to take it up. So this is the thinking of a politician. I have a low hanging fruit because the other thing, politics, you've got to apply strategy. At least a brilliant politician needs to have that as a bare minimum. So the lowest hanging fruit in Kenya is normally the tribal card. And for the longest time, I kept telling you guys on these platforms, and I'm glad that I have lived to see to see that happen. I kept telling you guys that this approach of nilots deciding to all go in one direction had been mooted from the start. That was what Ruto was to get into office and immediately do. Some of us were fighting it at the onset. But right now, I'm glad it is being seen. But even as he's doing it, he's still doing it strategically by getting a bit or a few Kikuyus on. He's probably getting them for whatever expedience he's trying to achieve now. But the mathematics is as follows: get all Kikuyus out, and then get with the Luos and decide you're running the country purely with the Luos, and then decide to deal with the Kikuyus kwa finya vile inafaa. On a good day, if by the way, especially the vitriol that was going on this thread was anything to go by, oh my God, I would have wanted to live to see that. Only if I did not have stakes in as far as concerns the future of this nation. If I did not have stakes, this is what I would have easily done as a politician. With the situation as it is, as with everybody feeling as marginalized, simply take it and give it all to the Nilots, and then decide mutadu. After all, we're running the country, even if we're running it dry. The beauty about the other Lake Nilots, Lake Nilots have a thing about prowess. They have a thing about delivery. So the Lake Nilots who are in the equation are going to actually wao ni zimu likulalo ambalo halita kumaliza. So trust me, Kenya is fortunate because the Lake Nilots are not as greedy. Them, even as they indulge, they're going to indulge, and that is the reason why you think the shock Mbadi has so far had. So ideally, as a politician, I would pluck the low-hanging fruit and run away with it. Because as it is what time I'm looking to buy towards what strategy about getting to the end of the race. By all means, I would do that. So the tribal card will be thrown in Kenya. The only thing that has come to save Kenya right now is the Gen Z. That is our saving grace entirely. If someone is in the thread, and so what Kip had posted earlier on about Samido's concert, why do you think there was so much synchrony in that crowd? The synchrony was it's almost like they had practiced it. But there's something about that Gen Z generation that they're so clear on what we do. Like they're so clear on they're not about monkey see, monkey do. It is about what monkey see, monkey decides whether this is worth doing and why. Like they are literally brilliant children who have a focus. And I think the only reason why they have a focus in this nation is because they don't particularly have a community. Well, I was quite impressed because that entire lot of them appeared to be singing very clear Kikuyu. So it is something that I was happy to see because I'm thinking, wow, the heritage will not be lost. They're still at that age, they're still able to be very fluent in the language. And so that was quite impressive to watch. But that is how that generation is operating. They're operating on the backdrop of it is right, we are going with it. It is wrong, we are not touching it. And that is the only saving grace Kenya has. As for whether tribalism would work or not, believe me, there's a lot of reasons why it would. And it was just earlier displayed not too long ago, by the way, Martin. The tribal card is still one very active tool. a political tool for any politician. And as we've realized, the greedy ones that we presently manifest. But the saving grace for this country was and remains Gen Z. And so that's the only reason why we have a future, Njiro.
Okay, good. So
Okay, can I finish?
Okay, you'll finish. I want to advance that question a little bit so that you can tie it up. So what I wanted to maybe to also get from you is, do you think also as you disseminate this question, do you think now Ruto can actually be able to assemble a tribal card and actually defeat the reasoning minds of Kenya, which want to assemble on other platforms? Do you think that the tribal card can be assembled and win, especially by Ruto? Because I think Ruto is the person who might want to use it, because I think that is the only option he has. He has no record to work to tell Kenyans. Do you think Ruto can succeed on assembling Kenyans on the tribal line and actually minimize the damages of misgovernance in Kenya?
Thank you. And I think Irene has really summed my mind what I wanted to say. I think she stole, she's a thief. She stole everything that I wanted to speak. But anyways, let me just add on what she forgot to steal. Now, here's the thing. It's impossible. It's impossible at this time and age. It's completely impossible to play the tribal card. Yes, what are some of these leaders? Where are they even? I mean, sometimes I feel hard calling them leaders because I just think they're just crooks. In fact, they even have a law that they can say anything in parliament, and they're immune. No one should be immune in doing anything, because for them, they even have a law. Because I'm a politician, I can say whatever I want to say, and that's just politics. Now, that has come to a point where, too much of everything is poisonous. And right now, I don't think there's any leader that can. The problem that we have, and let me just be brutal and brutally clear. The problem that we've had in Kenya is the Rift Valley. And I'll be honest, because the Kikuyus in Rift Valley are scared of being kicked out of there. Okay? So they have to toe down and to what they have to say. When you go to Luo land, for them, they don't care. Kisii don't care. Those, I'm talking about the neighbors of Rift Valley. The central Kenya don't care because they don't care. I mean, who's gonna, whatever. But again, Kenyans boast of their diversity. It's not tribalism. The politics and the politicians have made it look like it's a tribal thing. Everybody loves their diversity. We go everywhere, you talk to people, everyone. I mean, even outside the country, they get very mesmerized. How many languages do you speak? Well, at least I have to speak two, and then I have to speak my native language. They ask you how many? Oh, whoa. So you speak at least three? And it's something that Kenyans brag of. And even when people come, and even when you see the Maasai, when you go to Mombasa, the tourists, then that's where you find the Kikuyu jumping like he's a Maasai. Yet he's not a Maasai, he's a Kikuyu, but it's actually showing the diversity of our country. Now, the generation that we are in, Gen Z and millennials and Gen Alpha, is that they've come to understand that we are a diverse society, not necessarily a tribal society. And that's why you find intermarriage and everything. But now it's come to a point that the politician is being left bare naked. They don't know what to do. And even today, they keep on saying, watu wetu, mtu yetu, whatever. And then you realize, and people have come to sit down and realize that it doesn't matter if, let me use my example. It doesn't matter if Kalonzo is president or whatever. By the way, maybe I've never even seen that sucker. I've never even seen him. What does it help me with? What I want is good governance. And Kenyans they don't care if you live next to a Kikuyu, you live next to a Luo, you live next to a Digo. They don't care at this point. The generation that we are, I can bet you, Njiru, all your friends, sometimes you don't even ask them, their tribe. It's only the politician that comes and asks the tribe and says, jamii yetu inaonewa. Jamii yenyu inaonewa nini? The constitution is right there. Parliamentarians are there to make laws, not to dangle around CDF and things like that. The president is there to actually be a sign of unity and follow the constitution. He's not there. He doesn't have his own kitty of money that he can go, giving chapatis around. He needs to be accountable of everything. He's supposed to be diplomatic and do his job, just to sign the bills. We have the clerks who do that. We have everything. So now it becomes to, just as I land, forgive me, we have, the problem we have is not even the tribalistic thing. That's a problem of the politician. Is not ours. What we
Okay.
have is the disregard of our constitution, because it says exactly what needs to be done. But some people are able to surpass the constitution and other people are not, because they are here low and hanging low. Like she said, the fruit, the only fruit that you can daggle down is that politician thing. But those daggling fruits are almost done for the politician, to a point now you will have to come and tell us exactly exactly what laws are you going to pass, what are you going to do, and we are not buying your nonsense anymore of hata ukitolewa you come and start dangling some fruits to us. Oh, what wanatuonea wendo umeonewa, my friend. We don't know you. Go do your thing according to the constitution. Ukionewa, oneka. Thank you.
There is a question I wanted to ask also regarding to, because this issue of tribalism disturbs me a lot. Maybe is like Kenyans have not, like up to now, because we have practiced tribalism for so long, almost for 60 years. Maybe Maunga, can you help me to understand before I bring neutral? What have we benefited with from
Tribalism was actually brought by the colonialists.
Yeah, that's
It is not
allow
originate
me.
from us.
Yeah, okay. Allow me to I just wanted to ask you, like, we have done it for 60 years or so. So how have we benefited with it? Like, what are
We
the benefits from
haven't.
it?
We haven't. There's never
So,
been a benefit. There can
and
never be a benefit
and then
to an ill.
why do we still keep
The
like
reason why
feeling
we still
we
push
need
it
to
is
do it?
because it's beneficial to a certain clique. It is the people who are charged with the highest level of governance who practice it. So eventually it is cascaded down to us. I would easily tell you that when I was growing up, my dad literally every day reminded us of the fact that Kikuyus are not people. So that by the time, and I recall my stepmother kept telling him, don't say this, no meza. So the day that my father had that I'm dating a Kikuyu and that I'm actually pregnant with him, I remember my dad being extremely heartbroken, but my stepmother had a good laugh. She kept telling him, I kept telling you this was the wrong move to take. Now it is your favorite who's done this. So it's not like it's anything you can depart from. So the truth is, tribalism is something like you see the kind of hatred that you see in some of your, I do not want to call them names anymore, some of the things that you have on that comment section. Those are people who grew up being told Jaruo this, Jaruo that. So that is what they took, but they did not have the wisdom to do differently. You see, some of us had it the hard way, and that we have permanent reminders of the fact that it is not supposed to be something we practice. But of course, exposure also confirmed to us that things such as tribe is really absolutely nothing to hold on to. But it was a tool that was used to divide and rule from the beginning of this country. In fact, from long before this country was birthed, it happened. And then the founding father of this nation, it is not something people want to talk about enough, but the worst thing that ever happened to us was to have Jomo Kenyatta as the president of this country. He was a very bad character of a man. Had we had a nationalist taking over as the founding father of this nation, Kenya would have been safe, because what they would have done, he would have done a Nyerere on us. and then ensured that Kenyans have synergy. And then basically we love each other and that we build a nation around each other. And the tribalism would not have been something that we push. But he picked it from the white man and actually did it worse because this was a local doing it. So a local could literally go to your actual village and clan and make sure that it is something that is embedded and inculcated in order for him to destroy the nation further. So that is where we went. As for moving forward, for every time we have tried moving forward, the worst part about it is Kikuyus are the ones who've always come and brought us back to it. We will speak about 202, for instance. We had made headway in as far as concerned Kenya getting better. Then the Mount Kenya mafia came and took us back. Then the 205 referendum happened, and then Uhuru joined Kibaki just because Uhuru was Kikuyu and Kibaki was Kikuyu. They linked up. Both the opposition and government linked up on account of the fact that they were Kikuyus. Then 2007 came up, and you obviously know that history cannot be able to speak to us enough about what happened. We made all the gains that we had made, we were taken back another 20 years back in 2007. And we've never quite fully recovered because it has been one stolen election after the next. So much as tribalism is not helpful to us, it is not useful to us, it is still applied as a tool. And as we are proceeding, we still seem to have it because it is something that we are advancing. Even the people you'd have expected to have some literacy to do better don't do any better. So it's going to be around with us for a long time. We who have children who are mixed tribes will have to kill it. As for whether we will do, if at all, the kind of things that you have in the comment section, if at all we've been unfortunate enough as a country to have them give birth to anything, you can imagine what they're teaching those children. So yeah, it's going to be here for a while. Thanks. It is not beneficial, but it's going to be here.
And now the question asks, if it is going to be here for a while, do you think actually Mr. Ruto can cash into it and actually bring a revolution?
Yes,
using
he
the
can,
tribal
but what we said, no. He can. But the fact that he can doesn't mean that he will. We have Gen Z factor. These are the future of this country. We like it or not, Jiro. These guys have outdone us in terms of time. The country ideally belongs to them. They know the ills. They are talking about it on rooftops. They are fighting it with everything they have. They don't even understand what it means to have a different tribe from the other. So the Gen Z factor is our saving grace. So as for how long Ruto is going to be around for, Ruto cannot be around for another 50 years. The Gen Z are going to be here another 50 years. Kenya will be saved. So what you do is, what you can do with what you have is what will make a difference. Being told that you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. Ideally, that is where we are at. We've got some old dogs, quite a number. We have them displayed every time. We get to interact with them every time. But what do we have? We have new wine that we don't necessarily have to put in the old wineskin. So that's our decision. We decide whether we want to create new wineskin for this new wine that has actually formed and has confirmed to us it is here. What do you teach your child? What do I teach mine? And what does Eli teach his? What does Martin teach his? That's all that makes a difference. If that makes a difference, those guys at the point when they're meeting, it will not matter that we existed. They are going to take back the country and do right by the country. That's our saving grace.
Mkenya Mukora, do you have something to add in that illustrated neutral?
No, I have a lot to add on this topic because it's a very touchy for me. But for the sakes, I want to Eli to actually come in, and then maybe I can save mine for later.
Ambia hao Wakikuyu wenye wako na accent, it is not my fault that someone cannot speak English. By the way, niliwambia baba yangu Mjaluo alinunua English yangu na pesa nyingi sana. I will speak my fluent English. By the way, I will be eloquent, guys. Stay in the comment section because I know that you speak English like a Kikuyu does from the village. So don't bring me rubbish. Yes, get used to it. If you do not understand what I'm saying because I'm way too eloquent, it's unfortunate. Go find a school.
We are not going back to there.
No, that's where they are. They are there. That is exactly where they are. Poco comments, by the way, Jero. So if believe me, if you don't control them, I will deal with them. No, guys, don't think to calm me down. Ambieni hao wajinga waende shule. I know they can't speak any English to save their lives. so it is okay for them to be to be ignorant. Ni washamba tu wengine wenye hawajai- it's unfortunate that I speak English that they don't understand. It was not my fault they didn't go
Wewe,
to school,
wacha
idiots.
Eli, ebu Jiru, leta Eli.
Yeah, Eddie, go ahead. We are talking about tribalism, and I can see how it is manifesting everywhere now. I think Ruto will cash in tribalism. If
Absolutely,
I'm
absolutely,
making on what I'm
absolutely.
judging on what I'm seeing.
Yes, yes.
I'm taking
He
notes.
will sink down. You see, the
Uh,
good thing about it, Njiru, this is what I was saying. In another 50 years, all these bloody idiots, your kina Geshomo, your kina Anitakataka, all of us will not be here to mess Kenya further. So right now, we will all sink with our nonsense. For as long as they haven't given back to those little monsters that they seem to be able to produce, trust me, Kenya has a future. Because the likes of us have children who are eloquent and actually have a brain to think with, and actually we've taken them to school and all those things. So the kind of children will have no place. Actually, our children will run them out of town and will sink them into their bliss, into the oblivion that they belong in. So yes, that tribalism that is rearing his head, it's rearing it in the kind of pigs that you have down here. So ideally, yes, it's a good thing we're all thinking together. Kenya will have a future, and Ruto will not be part of it, and so will your nonsensical, idiotic idiots who are down here also not be.
okay. So I hope we can be able to mature up more than that, because tribalism does not help anyone. It will never help anyone. In fact, it is not food. To me, I take it as a card which is used actually to get much of the resources which are supposed to be helping our people. It benefits the few clique. Yeah, even the people who are told that you can join up together in one accord so that you can do things in this way, they don't benefit as a whole community as they are told to do. So I hope Kenyans can be able to look at issues intellectually. But there is a question which I always ask myself: uh, tribalism, because tribalism and brilliance, because we are tribal, we have tribes, and a lot of them in Kenya, 42 of them. So how do we connect brilliance and tribalism? Neutral, are you there? Ama umeingia kituo ukaenda sapa? So how do we connect tribalism and
Asante sana.
brilliance? Like, are they related?
Tribalism and brilliance.
What I'm asking is, because you see, we still exist in tribes. So how within these tribes, how can we exploit brilliance and bring good people into power, even as we exist in these tribes of ours? Is it possible?
Because
Is
I
it,
think
it
it's
sorry?
personally, I think it's very. If I was an anthropologist, I would be sitting here, pretending that I'm an expert about this thing called tribe, because that's what the anthropologists did when they came in the real anthropologists idea. Hizo za wazungu zilianza huko 1930s na huyu jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Evans Pritchard, mzungu mwingine hapa. Yeye ndiye alikuja akasema ati hawa ni Waluya, this is how they look. Hao wengine wako na broad nose, alafu wengine ni kama wale watu wa Ethiopia, some sharp nose kama ya wazungu. So anthropologists came and they had a field day in Africa. They were just they were just colonialists. They were agents of colonialism, lakini walikuwa wanakuja wanachukua picha za Waafrika alafu wanazirudisha huko Europe ama America, and that's how they used to study us. I'm just giving an historical perspective about this terrible thing called tribe, and it's unfortunate that this thing is still there. The Tanzanians, they really tried, and it's the way Maunga said about Nyerere, post-colonialism. It was just that leader who said, no, this country is, and they had their own little war there, whatever was happening in Zanzibar during Okello's revolution there against the sheikhs in the Sultan of Zanzibar. So they had their own little problem there, okay? But the solidarity hiyo ambao wanatumia kutoka tangu za independence is there until now. What I'm saying is that it's historical, it's who has led us, and who is it that is prepared to change all this. Unfortunately, I have to use someone like Paul Kagame. And I'm saying it's unfortunate because he doesn't have the best track record in many other things. But after the genocide in Rwanda, he, as vice president of Rwanda, because he was more powerful than the president after the genocide, he's the one who brought this decree. Usimulize mtu yoyote ati umemeet huyo jamaa the first time unasema ati wewe ni Hutu ama Tutsi. They are not allowed, even today, if you go to Rwanda. Hizo ni maswali ya aulizi. In fact, it's an arrestable offense. But then our brother Koigi Wamwere wrote that book about negative ethnicity. And really, what happened in Rwanda was so much about negative ethnicity. Koigi was trying to say that people should be proud of their ethnicity. Proud 100%. To the point where if someone is trying to offend you, you are still proud of your ethnicity, but don't impinge on other people's ethnicity because we're all different. So I don't know if we'll have a leader who will do such a thing as what Paul Kagame did, but of course that will have to be, sanctioned or approved by the law, of which we don't have politicians who can pass such a law where the issue of tribe must be subjected to some kind of, I don't know how they can implement it in a country like Kenya, but they've done it in Rwanda. In Tanzania, it's not even written in a book. It's not a rule. It's not, they just accept it as a universal thing to respect each other. Now, I'm doing all these international things so that I compare with our situation. If you look at Papua New Guinea, your country iko kule Oceania, uko karibu na Australia, the population is not as big as Kenya. I think they have about maybe 6 million people, something like that. That country is not as big as Kenya. It could be maybe the size of the state of California, which I've never been to, but I believe that, a lot of things are usually compared with California. I don't know why, in terms of size. So Papua New Guinea has and most people who have studied tribe, ethnicity, or collected data about this, they often quote Papua New Guinea because that country has over 850 distinct languages. 850. This is a country of about 6 million people, right? And you could say they have diverse tribal system as well, but the languages are 850. They don't have this this kind of conflict of ethno-national identity here, tribe, community, this, clan, that. They don't have it. At least if they did, in these modern times, we would have known about it. And they have 850 languages. Tanzania, I think, have 250, something like that. Countries like Nigeria, yes, they do have this problem that we have in Kenya, but they've got like maybe 300 languages or something like that. It's difficult to police what people say or how it's going to be said. In fact, we have a commission, Mwaura, you are asking, but we have a commission which has been operating for over 10 years now. In fact, it's more than 10 years since the beginning of this new constitution. This is one of the the commissions that have security of tenure, and I think it's called NCIC. I don't know what work they do, to be honest. There used to be a guy called Zalendo Kibunja, who was the chairperson. I think he was the first chairperson. And it didn't really do a good job. But I don't know what they're going to do. Sorry, what they do, because most times these people go to different countries to benchmark. Walikuja hata hapa pale kulikuwa na conflict zamani. And I don't know what they did to improve the situation in Kenya. But the situation in Kenya is the individual. So when you find that people are making baseless arguments about, wholesale stereotypes about a community, it's an individual person doing this. I don't think it's a collective. And that's why I find it difficult, because Kenyans don't love data. We hate data and the research we do, surveys that are produced, and some we even fear to do. For example, when you hear in mainstream media, social media, new media, even here, we're saying that the youth who participated in last year's revolution are not tribal. We're lying to ourselves. Personally, I've also said that. I think I've said that thing a couple of times.
Eli, I say that because I've interacted with them. Like, I wish you guys were on the ground. I wish you were very
I'll just
deliberate.
finish. Yeah, okay. Just give me 2 seconds, yeah? Why I'm saying this is because any theory or an abstract without data is just a theory. Nothing has been collected in terms of data to say X number of people in Eldoret, youth, for example, in Eldoret, are saying these topics that are tribally related compared to those ones from Moyale. There's no numbers that we can rely on. We're talking about conventional wisdom, because these people were so angry last year and they said they're not tribalists, which must be applauded and must be, we must praise them for that. But I think if we say that the youth generation of, they're called, what wanasema Gen Z, there is no tribalism within them, I don't know. I'm taking an academic
All right. Yeah, Eli,
point here.
allow me to school you on that one. Yeah, I know that you want scientific data on the same, but
Yeah.
I would tell you that the data that we have is highly manipulated sometimes to be able to drive a narrative. So you've got to understand that as well. So just the same way you don't know that is a fact, you similarly do not know if it's not a fact either. So for some reason, allow us who interact with them and are on the ground and ideally like that's my demographic, that's my area of operation, and I'll tell you for free. I will confidently tell you for free and probably take that to the bank if we've got to bet on this. That generation, of course, with exceptions. When I'm speaking about exceptions, I can imagine some people here having children that are actually supposed to be referred to as Kenyans right now, and they're within that age group. It would be unfortunate because like there would be parents, and I'm thinking those children would be growing in such hellholes in the form of homes. Like then they have to come out and interact with the actual people. Trust me, a good percentage, I would comfortably tell you that 80% of the Gen Z do not care about tribes. Most of them don't even have a tribe to ascribe to. Some idiot was talking about them not, Kikuyu is not having half caste. I'm like, ha ha ha, boo hoo, hoo. They're the ones who are meza everywhere. They're the ones who are spread out everywhere and always looking for opportunity, including with the ways of having children. So don't tell me rubbish. the nonsense of that kind. But people are confirming their ignorance, and that's the reason why I have some little respect, some very little respect for some people who are always just permanent for years on end, have always just been on the comment section and have never necessarily been able to voice their thoughts when they speak on their feet, so that we can know how stupid perhaps they are. We can be able to gauge it. But the truth is, with the exception, which by the way, at 20, I'll give the 20% to these kinds of swines, like they've been able to reproduce. So you can imagine the useless things they've reproduced, claiming that those are Kenyans. Those would obviously turn up and be able to mess up our country. As for an 80%, I would confidently give you that as data, that when done within the confirmation of the right parameters, we have that to deliver Kenya.
Okay, to some extent, I think that
Ellie,
I have to look at data, because
Ellie,
if there's not, that's my bias.
Yeah,
If
you
there's
can
no
you can
data,
easily that I can easily welcome you to actually come and do. If you should be able to find a group that would be able to pick that data, by all means come and do it. And I can bet you we are at 80% on
no,
that.
I'm talking about readily available data, not data that has to be commissioned now and
That's
things
what
like
I'm
that.
talking about. I'm
Yes.
saying
Yeah.
I wouldn't want Akinambido and everything bringing us that kind of data, because it's
No,
usually
no,
highly
not them.
manipulated. All I'm saying is, if you can be able to find a credible source that would come and do it, I can confidently tell you that I'm on 80% on that. In as far as concerns 80% of those who are for Kenya and who are against tribalism in that agency age. As for the 20% belong to Annie and Gichumu here.
Okay, so also my other, um, way of approaching this was to not look at just the urban population, because I think sometimes, most of the time, when we are discussing things here,
Even
when
rural, Eli Maze, even rural. Why don't you just come and subject this to that? Because the truth is, let us not be so negative to the extent that we are not dealing with actual things. Because there's sometimes the same way whenever people are taking a vote, it can sometimes be taken on acclamation. Some of us have been on the ground enough to be able to identify this. And as I told you, I come from a background. The backgrounds I come from inform some of these things that I'm speaking about confidently. So yes, including rural. Nothing should prepare you to think that all those people who are usually ferried to be given money actually translate to people who ascribe to some of these things. The rural population would ideally, of course, interact with their heritage, because that is precisely where they're born, and they don't have they speak the same language. But that's as far as it's concerned. But when it comes to issue based and the kind of education they've had and the kind of exposure they've had, right now they're presenting something absolutely different. Kenya has a chance. And even if we were
yeah.
to speak about the ones who are going to tilt the balance for Kenya, the rural population would not be able to do it. It's the urban one which would.
Okay, so then the next thing I was, and thanks
and,
for
and Ellie,
adding that.
Ellie, as you move on, Ellie, at the risk, Ellie, at the risk of just, and I apologize with all my heart, um, at the risk of just missing your chain of thought. I have always had a problem with, and maybe you can correct me, and now this has come statistically. I've always had this thing, and if you really, with the risk of sounding bad, we say washamba. When we say washamba, yes, it's a very bad word to say. And basically, it's just people who maybe didn't get the
Wametoka mashambani.
opportunity. Yeah, but just it's not by their own fault.
Yeah.
You know, it's not by their own
And it's
fault.
not a set of mind.
Right. But so when you do those statistics, I've always thought, and this is the thing that I've always thought when we're doing some statistics on these uh percentages. Of course, the person that is there, Mashamba, will not think the way as somebody that maybe God bless them to be either in Nairobi or to be in a city or to be somewhere or even go to the best school. So when you're talking about this, are you and these numbers, you and Maunga, are you considering those people and actually kind of like looking at what is it? Why is it that they think Mtuetu? you know, in something of a sort. Even when it comes to amenities, when it comes to everything, is it just because that they never got that opportunity, and what they've been
Yeah, they
told is
don't know differently.
what they've been told?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they don't know
So
differently.
can we take
What
at
I
least even 5% of that
okay
20% that Maunga brought? Take 5% out of that, because these are people who really know don't know better.
okay what I've observed is when I go back to my village and even just the county itself of Homa Bay, you realize that nowadays, and I'm talking about language now, young people would be, the youth, they'll just be speaking in Swahili. Yes, they still talk Luo, but back in my day, it was more Luo than Swahili. And now this thing is spread all over. I mean, you can go to even districts in Western Province. Uh, you can go to other parts of Nyanza, uh, Migori, Kuria. The way young people embrace Swahili as a language, in fact, college going, high school, primary kids, it's as if now you're hearing kids from Nairobi talking. That's what I observe these days. In fact, sometimes I'm concerned to thinking a lot of these young people now in our villages and towns may be forgetting their languages. This is happening
And
at least where I come
that's what I
from.
was telling you. I was so happy to hear the ones at Nani at Samido's concert. When you look at that age group, when you hear how fluent they were in singing Nini Kikuyu songs and responding, like literally they could all understand. That was quite impressive to watch. What happens is, because I remember previously what used to be said was that at least watch TV kusaidia na lugha. So now we have these children, they have gadgets. So if at all they will not see it on a TV, they'll be able to see it on a phone. At least someone has a smartphone here, someone has a smartphone there. They're speaking and then they're thinking it is hip to do this. So the world has become a global village. So with that, their thinking is actually broadened. What we previously called exposure that required that someone should be physically present in a certain area doesn't necessarily have to be the case. So now literally they're in Nairobi, in their villages, in the, like Kanyamwa over there, in Alego, Sgoma over there, they're there. In Kadhonzweni, they're there. Like they're practically in London, like where in Mbere, Akina, Njeros, I don't know what village it is, but they're literally practically in New York, with a click of a button. So with that, then the world having become a global village, it makes it a lot easier. It helps them with language, it helps them with understanding different things, seeing different things, understanding technology better. So they're exposed. Pretty much what we previously used to refer to as exposure was to physically depart from where it is that you are born, heritage. Utoke mashambani, uje, like in an urban setting, so that you may be able to see it. And even Maju, the reason why it was so fascinating to grow abroad was because perhaps infrastructurally things were different, the speed with which things are done, the technology applied, and things like that, and how people spoke, the kind of locomotives they used to go with. But now that's not the case, really. We have roads, we have electricity, we have water in our villages. So none of that appears to be something that you have to physically be present in a place that's highly developed in order for you to experience that. So already by virtue of the fact that they're able to use vehicles, they're able to use electricity, they're able to use tap running water and things like that, then their interactions become, and then now we are frequently, by the way, this early you'll be able to attest, we are going shags more frequently than we previously did. So our interaction with the rural folks and with the rural community is way higher. So with that, there's the kind of gap that there used to be is no longer really a factor. So we tend to rub off on each other pretty much in both virtually and physically, so
But
to
then,
speak.
Maunga, just as a spoiler alert,
Go
here
ahead.
comes the Mr. Politician. Here comes the Mr. Politician telling you that we
Exactly my
need
point.
electricity, we
Exactly.
need and we've never had
Exactly my
electricity.
point.
Talking
But now,
about the
Mato,
same old things
yeah,
that
Mato,
they
what
don't
what
understand
it
that
means
we already crossed that Rubicon.
exactly, and the gap that now is then ideally envisioned is the one that's between the ones who know, or rather the ones who are urbanized, and the rural people. How frequently do you go there? What is your direct impact? What is your deliberate intention and action that would mitigate that? Because there requires to be a mitigation. Thankfully, we are no longer truly watching the mainstream, and mainstream is highly polarized to be able to give a certain narrative and a certain story, how it is that they require for it to be. But now, what is it that we're doing differently? And that's why I said that anytime that we're stepping out of our homes nowadays, we've got to be deliberate, intentional about ensuring that today I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to make a difference for my country. Is it a conversation that I'm going to have differently? Am I going to stop by the vendors and have a conversation with them? And especially, okay, so it will be in mother tongue. At least they can be able to speak different languages now. But what is it that I'm going to tell them that is going to be different? What sort of questions are they going to ask that I'm going to have a different response to, that is going to change their mindset and give them issue-based kind of ways of looking at things based on what they know and what they do not know, and perhaps what it is that we can link further. So the gap has to be filled by us. Previously, we had allowed the politicians to fill it. By all means, they would, because they have interests, and skewed ones at that.
Okay, so I think in a way you've answered you've answered Martin's question about the feasibility of this data collection about tribalism or no tribalism, na hiyo kitu ya villagers against the rest, hiyo ya sijui watu wa ushambani, because what you've said, you've introduced the issue of the gadgets that people have now. They have access to information, and it's even making them lose their their ethno identity, because that's another thing that comes with it, because the more now you become integrated to Swahili ama to be one, you start losing your culture. And that is exactly what Koigi Wamere was saying. In negative ethnicity, you should also still be proud of your culture, not like this Gichimu Mwangi on the chat there, who I think I know very well. If you give me permission, this person, we can out him right now to tell the audience who this person is. We can see.
Yeah, I wanted you and Kip to do that, by the way, and even Annie.
Yeah,
I don't usually even think she's a real person.
Mwaura, you know this person, so si umtoe hapa tu, umweke hapa tu nini, watu wajue ni nani. Wewe unamjua kabisa.
Yeah, because those are the things I wanted you and Kip to do. But
kazi yako ni you either remove him ama you carpet him here. Unamjua kabisa.
I second that. By the way, some people in the comment section needs to be actually either
but I don't know. And that's what I'm saying.
I
think I'm going to take a full sabbatical from this platform. It's just that I'm here
Hata
today
mimi
for
nasikia
this
vibaya
one
hapa
time.
saizi.
I'm taking a full sabbatical on this one, and I'm going to see whether to engage. Thankfully, Sonny PK has a better platform that makes sense. Because honestly, on this
Njiru
one,
has a good platform.
On this one, we have been
Platform ya Njiru
demonstrated
ni poa.
to.
Kuna watu pengine hata
The truth
wametumwa
is
hapa
to exactly, but amewaacha. You see, so he's enabled it. So for that reason, for me, I'm just carrying on because this was a conversation. In fact, I'm the one who started the waters, and the conversation that we were having was important to me. And even as we move forward, but rather today in this platform, that what I've seen demonstrated is that honestly, for me, easily. They would easily like me to go out of character. Not that not that I care, but sometimes I wouldn't necessarily like to do that to myself too often. Not on things that I have an option to do. So the truth is, it is a good thing.
Both of you, you and Ellie.
It is a good thing that we've had this interaction today, and it's a good thing that we have spoken and we've spoken to that. We've spoken to that is fundamental in this country moving forward. We have a country that needs to be governed. Apparently, it is in the wrong hands, but it needs to move anyway. I've asked this question and asked it fundamentally. Don't worry, Mato, you'll be able to respond fully. So what I'm asking is, so we have a country that we need to salvage. What are we salvaging? And at the time when we are salvaging it, what is our best case scenario moving forward? Is it that we are supposed to allow it to? Because by the way, Akina Kabogo are in this government. all these Kikuyus who are since pulled into this government are there working quietly, and nobody seems to have a problem with them. Yet Raila is someone these guys didn't even vote for. These
And in
guys didn't
fact,
even want him. They did not
majority
even
of the
want him,
cabinet is
so
from
they
Mount
should not
Kenya.
even care
No,
what Raila is doing.
So why are they
But
crying?
they have a problem with the
Kidogo,
fact that Raila has gone into that government. While at least the people, their own people, have gone into those governments and they still have their homes standing, and nobody really ever talks against them. So this
because you
doesn't
see,
make
Maunga,
sense.
I wanted to respond to that. You see, people like Akina Kabogo, they have been mummified in the community. No one even listens to them. They have no platform even to
So
exercise
let them
themselves.
mummify Raila and all the Luos who've gone in as well, and let's focus on Kenya without them necessarily calling Luos
Yeah,
out.
so
Because
that's what I
them
was trying to
calling us
tell
out
you.
doesn't make a difference.
No,
The
but you
same
need to
way,
know in Mount Kenya
Gachagua has
region,
been getting a salary all those for the last 2 years.
Maunga, I have to guide you on that. You see, in Mount Kenya region, it is clear, kama unaenda kwa Kasongo, unaenda peke yako. I think even
Exactly my point. So Raila
majority
pia
of the
ameenda peke
people
yake.
have
Kwa nini hao wajinga wako wanatukana Wajaluo?
it has not been proven about that because they
No,
are going
ameenda
as a
na
consortium.
Wakikuyu kadhaa. Wakikuyu,
No,
kwani
but those ones
Kindiki
have been disowned. Those ones are going on their own.
Exactly my point. So baby pia sisi tumedizone Raila. So what is your problem, you guys? Why is it that we also have to be blanketed?
Are you sure?
And when we are blanketed, by the way, we
Raila?
take that position because we are Luo.
So
mi mtu ataniambia ujinga. Wacha Raila kule yake, and me being a Luo, I will not apologize for that.
No, I'm asking it
Na
because
nikitaka kuingia kukula ndaingia nikule, and there's nothing they'll bloody do.
there is something I wanted to you help me to understand. We are trying to understand. This is complex politics, and the complex politics is usually more. And I usually like this politics. If as anaona tukicheza hapa ndio napenda sasa. The politics which is able to gauge out the issues from within.
But tunapenda plus watu wakitukano alafu umenyamaza.
No, mimi sipendi watu
wakitukano. No, hiyo nimeona kabisa. So endelea kuongea. Ongelea kuongea things that make sense. At least that one I've understood. Proceed.
Jiru, if you're ready, we will say who this Bichumu Mwangi is right now.
Okay, Nisao, you can.
Are we allowed to do that?
No, I have no problem. This is freedom of speech. If that is what you feel to
mtu
say.
anakuanga hapa.
Haya, sema.
Wewe unamjua, mbona usemi na unamjua?
I don't have information of
Eli mseme too, because as it is.
Unamjua huyu jamaa, unamjua kabisa.
Some of us are taking a full sabbatical.
Unaona vile saizi, do you see the way now he's now becoming a bit polite now? Look at the things he's writing.
Okay, relax kidogo. There's something I wanted to explain.
Just say it, Eli, sema bwana, haibisha mtu. Kwani kuna nini?
Haina shida, I'm ready for. So, Eli, as you prepare yourself, there's something I wanted to explain. Maunga amesema kuhusu Raila, and I wanted to give you an hype. Unajua, the issues in Mount Kenya region, I really understand them very well, and I want to tell you what is happening in Mount Kenya region for the purpose of understanding. In Mount Kenya region, if you join Ruto, you are becoming an outcast.
And in Mount Kenya region, they're the reason why Ruto is here.
Okay, that one is beside the point. We now have
no, it is the point. No, it is the point.
No,
by
but
the
now
way.
you cannot say now you
no,
go and enable him.
No. Listen, the same way we are disappointed with Raila. These Kikuus need to come and say we are the reason.
We cannot enable Raila character. 1 minute, we cannot enable Raila character.
Exactly. So we are not enabling Ruto either.
No, but you
let
say
them not tell us, give us noise about Raila.
You say it as a real thing. Hata sisi tutakuwa huko na tukule tukitaka. You use that word.
Precisely my point. What I'm saying, because we have all been blanketed. You have said
you cannot
Mount Kenya has not been blanketed, but Luos have been blanketed. So at that point, I'm saying we are owning it as a Luo problem. Yes, we are against it. But at tukiingia, there's nothing anyone can do. Tutakula too, there's nothing anyone will do. Siakina Kabogo wanakula huko. Siakina nani wanakula huko.
No, Maunga, as a panelist, you are bigger than a Luo. You cannot present Luo.
What I'm saying is, there are some panelists on your comments wamekuwa kitutukana Njiru, and you've been quietly letting them slide. So similarly, there are also panelists, they should be bigger than those things.
Mi wacha nitoroke hii channel. Hey, asante sana Njiru. It was good to know you.
Okay, there's no problem. That is what happens when it reaches to the extreme levels of freedom of
Let me
speech.
let me address this thing. Njiru, we've walked a long journey. Tumetoka mbali sana. But you see, there's a point that is happening, and I'm sorry. I wish I could have just called you on the side. I know you. You just like people. Just let them talk what they want to talk. The problem is when it comes to where people. I mean, it's not the. Do you see the last 30, 40 minutes what we've spoken? We've spoken about very serious things, and we had a good conversation. Very nice one. One, I mean, being a panel, you've been a panelist. I mean, you know it before, before you open this, you understand what it is to be in a panel. Now, people to know you and to kujieka huko. Kuna watu wengi wako very opinionated in the back there, but they will never show them. It takes courage. And by the way, I want to thank you so much for having this, this, this platform where people can speak. We are not going to NTV. We are not going to Citizen. When the people that get that courage to actually show themselves and actually have a conversation, and sometimes you don't have to show yourself by the picture, it's just the voice. Some people actually understand who you are. Like I told you today, I had a big experience where somebody told me, are you not Kenyan with love? Or, Mkenya Mkora, what I come with. Njiru, you have to, as the owner of the channel, you have to protect our people, the people that actually come out here and have the conversation. By the time you're protecting them, you're not protecting just them, you're protecting the information that they come with. So ukiona watu wanaanza kukasirika, wanasema hey, yes, there's freedom of expression, lakini saa zingine, that's why somewhere else I was with you, I won't say because we are not, I mean, we're here. Sometimes it's good to just shut someone down and just kata hiyo kitu bwana, unamtoa, get a quarantine somewhere, put them out there until they style up, because what is going to happen is that most of the information that maybe Eli had, when he's saying that he's going to just back off,
Okay,
that
let me.
information will never have.
You see,
So mi nakwambia tu
okay,
and the
allow
one
me
thing.
put a point. Allow me put a point.
Yes, sir.
I usually like respecting people a lot, and there is one thing which I would say here. I will, because when we actually came here in this platform, we came out of frustration from other places. Na karibu sana Asha, nitakupia nafasi uongee. So, but what I will not allow within my heart is somebody to tell me that they want to leave the channel. So, if your conviction tells you that you want to leave the channel, I will allow your conviction to do that. So, I will not want to feel like you are being rude here, because this is the thing which I want to explain here. Let me explain to you what freedom of speech means, because I think some of us we are not understanding. Freedom of speech means, first of all, Bwana Mkenya Mkola, I don't own the information which people are putting here, even if the channel is mine. People come here with their names, whether it is Ashley Mkenya Mkola. People understand when you ulisema hivyo, because I don't want to come and ring fence you on the thinking which you are doing here. Wewe ukikuja hapa utusi watu, just know that it is your reputation. Wewe mwenyewe unaharibu. Yes, you might have come here to abuse people in Njiro channel, because we don't know people's agenda. And I want to say here, because I'm a person who understands how political operators operate. This is deep. So I don't know the genuineness of contributors here. I don't know our consciousness here. So at times you might come here and think you want us to, and both as panelists or even the comment section here, you might come here and think that by ranting, you are making yourself relevant, and actually you want to destroy the channel. But the people who are watching this channel are clever than that. They know this person is thinking is out of it. And I don't want to control the thinking of people. If you choose abuses is how you communicate, you can go ahead. But if you think that people will judge the abuses came from me, because I don't want to curtail. Because let me tell you the dangers of curtailing information here. If we start curtailing information here, we will refuse to allow people to be natural. And if we don't allow people to be natural, we are actually not helping Kenya. And the only way in which you can allow people to be natural is we should also allow even to test anger. I'm talking this one as a psychologist now. Let's even test people's anger. If you are not able to control your anger, and at some certain level, ukiguzwa, that is the only things which you can do is to abuse people. Go ahead and do it. I believe by the time you have chosen to come into this platform, you are at a certain level of understanding whereby you can be able to restrain and restrict yourself. So don't think that you are damaging
I
me.
completely
Mtu atakuwa
agree
anakuja hapa
with you.
anakuwa anajua ni nani alitusiana. So I
Zero.
have no image I'm protecting for somebody. Wewe ukiamua kutusi watu, go ahead and abuse people. Yes, you can do it in my platform. I don't know your intention. Unajua unaweza hata mtu wa Ruto anaweza tumwa hapa. I want to explain these things here because I want people to understand how freedom of speech operates. Freedom of speech is simple. We don't know each other. Unaweza kuwa ni mtu wa Ruto na unataka kuja kutusi watu hapa. Let people come wasikie hiyo matusi yako and people interact and they will judge. So, but I will not curtail people, I will not remove people in the platform. Mtu akitaka kuenda, let people go on their own evolution. Thank you.
Njiru, and you know, me, I by the way, I agree with your philosophy of it. I agree with it, but also you lazima tujemalio philosophy in Africa because not we can always have a conversation. Hata ukitaka kutusi mtu unaweza mtusi kimagendo, you know, just smiling and whatever. But lakini when we come to TVs like this and national forums like this, actually not national, international forums like this, there has to be some kind of decorum. Disagreeing is okay. Going on personal matusi, I believe, yes, it's a right of anyone, freedom of expression, but doesn't work like that because especially if, I mean on a one-on-one, yes, that's fine, but if we're umeona sasa Eli ametoka haya Erin pia ametoka because no one wants to come here kuja kutusiwa. My friend, we have better things to do, you know, we don't even have to come here. But what I'm trying to say is that if you become, if we I'm not taking myself out of that, and you saw me Nikki jump in because we kuna watu people wants, I mean, they have so many information that we need, but if we let any top Dick and Harry come in and just make our people decide, no, let me finish this, it's very important. Nini, if we let every Tom and Dick and Harry,
no, I'm not around
come in.
Mukenya Mkora, there is something you are not getting from me, but I also said it here. Also, capacity to restrain yourself. There's no way in which people have also to learn to restrain themselves. There's no way in which when other people rant on you, you also want to rant on others. I don't like. To me, that one is not kind. Many people also handle me here very unkindly, but I don't go on a ranting match. It is very unfair.
Agreed.
If we want to become leaders of tomorrow, 1 minute.
I just feel bad that those two.
We have 20
Brother Ashley, I just feel bad that we are having like big people like someone like Irene and Ellie can say that, oh, I'm done, just because we cannot protect them being in this platform. I want to protect you, Njiru, you know, just some rules and regulations of how we talk and how we do, you know. And I agree, even some of the panelists can go haywire, but I'm just saying that everywhere that you go, in whatever you do, even your car has the brakes and everything. You know, there has to be some sort of rules and regulations of what we can do. We cannot just leave it.
We are not
We cannot just leave it.
We are not
We
leaving
cannot
it.
just
I'm not
leave it
coming
for
from
anyone
here.
that wants to jump and feels is okay that, and then because they know Njiru, like that Ani right there
Oh,
saying,
hakuna mtu
Njiru
ananijua. Even
shikaliwe.
Anne, I don't know her. Me sijui Anne. For real. I don't know
No,
Anne.
she's
Sijui
talking
Anne
about
ametoka.
in the comment section. See, I'm watching it.
I don't know Anne.
She's
Hata sijui.
there talking about Njiru no
Hata huyu
usikaliwe.
no, hata huyu Heshima
That's not
me,
what we
I know
do,
them
man.
as
We're not here for
contributors.
that. Anyways, that's done. I'm just sad to see those two go.
Can I give my contribution? I won't be long.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Njiro, to come in about that. I think I've called you personally to complain about people being rude. You know, have you known about places people live and they say that place is bad and people don't want to live there because of the kind of activity that goes there? This channel, I know you say that the reputation is of that person. Someone can push someone somewhere where they respond in a way they wouldn't want to respond in public. And I think even YouTube has guidelines. So I think even if we have freedom of speech, it has to be limited where you cannot incite, you cannot defame, you cannot defraud, you cannot bring obscenity, you cannot bring sexual content, you cannot bring threats. So there is freedom, but there has to be limitations. But it's your show. If you think this is gonna to be a Jerry Springer show, you can decide that to be. But I would advise you, and if so many people are talking about it, please go to your corner and reconsider what your objectives are. You're saying when people do that to you, you don't do anything. You might be someone who likes to be walked over, but not everyone wants to be walked over. It is wrong for someone to come here instead of debating, they start abusing you for no reason. So are you supposed to keep quiet or are you supposed to fight back? Remember, this is social media. Why are you putting your panelists in that position to be attacked? If someone attacks, but this is your channel. I said, if you want a Jerry Springer show, you're the one who knows what you have in mind when you open the show. So if this is a Jerry Springer show, I think it's best to let people know this is a whoever, you know, like you just come in and whatever you do, you're not asked. Then people will decide whether they want to come or they do not want to come, because we cannot force you to have decency if you do not want it. But I just wanted to let you know that even in freedom of speech, there is limitations. Thank you.
Your mic is not working. Jermoro, your mic is not working.
Pia sasa.
I don't know who someone is trying to get to talk, but before they do that, I saw someone on the comment section telling someone amuongelete ya Kitaini. Sasa nauliza, what does Kutaini have to do with talking? Does that little thing talk? So that you have to talk? Things are just even not very smart. So people should be put away. We want to give unity, but we can remove unity. But if we keep fighting against one another, we need not people to fight the common enemy. That is how the common enemy is going to win when we are fighting against nonsense. People who say that you cannot talk to me because you're not circumcised, that thing doesn't talk. Unless you want to sleep with that person, I don't see how that thing of theirs has any, how it is any of your business. So anybody saying that is exposing how ignorant they are. And Njiro, we love your show, we want to come to your show, but we want to be protected.
Habari zenu, unanisikia sasa?
Yeah.
Kiro.
Unaweza ongea tu lakini kuna kakitu inakuja.
Na sasa imeisha hiyo kakitu.
Okay, ongea tu, go ahead.
Nilikuwa nataka habari zenu.
Yes.
Nimalize hii faida nitaanza na pale na kaa. Okay? Sauli, najua hii shida yote nimesikia nyinyi kama wengine. Hii inakuja Sauli, Raila, nini party Wacha niseme pale nakaa uko na chama mbili, na hii chama mbili moja ilianza ile kubwa sana inaitwa Labour, aliacha 1819 na hii ingine ikakuja 1844. Haya, swali yangu ya Kenya niulize mimi, nikisema Raila ameshindwa, akishinda ananilipia bill. Hiyo ndio nataka Kenya yote wasikize sasa. Nikipendelea Uhuru ananilipia bill, nikitaka wa Mutoro.
I can hear your question, but the problem ni ya kwamba kuna kasauti inatoka si mzuri sana.
Acha nitoe hii nione kama utanisikia sana.
Okay, wacha nikuwa nasoma comment
Unanisikia?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Nilikuwa nasema Wakenya wote tuache kupigania mtu Sauli ametoka kabila yako. Tuache hii maneno. Sasa example nilikuwa nataka kusema Australia tuko na chama mbili. Moja iliacha 1819. Ile ingine Liberal ikakuja 1844. Mkumbuke hii chama ingine ina win. How? Unataka kuniambia hiyo chama ingine ina win, watu wanasaliwa wanakuwa 18 wana 40 ndio wa win? Hapana. Ni wale watu wengine wa Liberal wanaenda pale wakiona mtu anaharibu serikali. Hiyo ndivyo inaenda. Tuko hapa ati tupendelee mtu ni kabila yangu. Tuko hapa tuangalie nchi inaenda namna gani. Sauli Mchungu anaona hii chama ikiingia naumia. Nikiwa Liberal. Ukiwa Labour unaumia. Kwa hivyo wengine wanashikana wote wanafoti ile chama inasikia wananchi. Na hivyo ndio democracy inasema. Sasa Kenya inaenda unafuatilia mtu Sauli ni kabila. Hii kabila muache. Nikisema sasa kama sasa example tumalize hii makelele iko hapa. Sipendi Raila. Doesn't mean sipendi Jaluo. They my friend. Ni mtu mmoja tu mimi nimetaja. Na hiyo ndio Wakenya wakiamuka waache hii maneno. Nikisema sipendi Uhuru doesn't mean I hate a whole Kikuyu. It's one person. Hii ya kufuatilia mtu mmoja Sauli ukiongea habari yake anafanya tabia baya, when Kenya will be free talk na honest. Kwa hivyo kila mtu sasa anapendelea vile Raila amefanya. Hapana. Angeingia kwa Kasongo, angesukumana na sisi. Wakati watoto wameuawa, angeingilia huyu mtu. Anajua huyu mtu ni muoaji tangu 2007. Yes, Nikikuyu alisagua, lakini tulijaribu tujue huyu, ungekosa kumsagua tungekuwa adult. Pengine tuliwacha mtu wa Mungu. Now we know who this guy. He never be voted again. Tuwezi kukaa maneno ya jana. Jana iliisha. Na we know who is Ruto. Kwa hivyo sitaki hii kusikia, si ni nyinyi Kikuyu mlileta huyu. Si tumejua ni nani sasa. Tungekosa kumsagua tungekuwa tunasema tunakuwa na doubt every day. Who is a good politician in Kenya? One Kibaki alionyesha utu. Nasema hata Moi alikuwa anafanya vitu vingine mzuri. Ni Munandi au Kalijini whatever he is. Nilikunywa maziwa yake, lakini kuko maneno kwa wale wajinga wako huko parliament walikuwa msongoza, wakaona sio mtu mzuri, ameumiza sisi. Lakini sisi watoto wa Moi tulikunywa maziwa. Sisemi na dharau na yote, ni ule mkubwa kwa pale anafanya baya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wajue kutaja Raila, tutaki Raila, tusemi you don't like Luo. No, doesn't work that way. Na tukuje hapa Jiru kupigania mtu mmoja, tunapigania nchi yetu. Tabu ile familia yangu inakula, yako inakula, mwingine inakula. Wakati ile Kenya watajua hii ni kupigania nchi, akona utu ya kusaidia Wakenya. ndio watawelefuka. Tuko hapa kupiga ati Jaluo ama Kikuyu ama Kalenjin. Tuko hapa tutengeneze nchi. Tuangalie mtu ako na utu. Watu wetu wanakufa saa hii tunaongea. Uko vijijini watu wazee wanakufa, wana madawa, wana nini. Sio kusema ati nafuatilia Raila anifanyie nini? Nafuatilia Uhuru anifanyie nini? Uhuru ndio amenileta hapa niko. Hapana. Siku ile tutajua hivi, unaweza hata unakuwa unafuata Raila, mwaka ile 5 ikiisha, akifanya upuzi, unaenda kwa hii chama ingine, usukume nchi yako, ndio watu watafurahi. Na hivyo ndio democracy inaenda. Saa hii nikwambie Jiro, saa hii nchi niko, tulikuwa na liberal, imeanguka, Labour ikarudi. Wamesaguliwa na nani ndio wawini? Liberal, watu wa liberal walikuja kwa Labour. Wananchi wakaona liberal unatufinyilia sana. Na kumbuka kwa nini walianguka? Waliweka kila kitu kwa tax, wakaanguka. Unaona? Sauli liberal walikuja wakashikana na Labour, wananchi wakachagua Labour. Sauli Labour analilia watu wanyonge. Third class. Wajali hii milionea. Hiyo ni Labour. Tunajua inapigania mtu mnyonge. Na ukienda kwa liberal wanapigania, tunajua rich people walipi tax. Sasa Kenya mtajua hii nini? Ukisimama hapa Jiro useme utaki Raila, doesn't mean you don't like rule. Hiyo ndio nataka watu hapa wakiongea kwa media tofauti wajue hivi. You know I don't like Raila, doesn't mean I hate rule. No, I love them. Lakini tukikosa kuongea hapa wataelefuka democracy. You don't have to follow Raila for miaka nenda wakati anaumiza watu pale. Saa hii tunaongea. Nani yakuli tabu Kenya? Nani? Saa hii unasimama pale unasema Raila anakulipia bill, ananunua unga. Ruto analipia bill, ananunua unga. Uhuru alienda, mwachana na Uhuru. Uhuru is retirement man na he will never back. It's finished. Tuache kupigania ujinga makelele. Saa hizi sasa tukiwa hapa ndugu na dada tunapigania makelele ya nini? What for? Tunaumia sisi wote. Tunaumia sisi wote. Tuache hii ujinga. Na mtu hata akiandika comments ya just ignore. Just ignore. Kenya have to learn to ignore things. Sauli ukiweka kwa kichwa yako ukabila, kama vile Ruto anasimama hapa anaanza kuambia, tunaona watu wengi sasa wamemeza hii. Kuko na ukabila. Doesn't matter. Just be principled. You know what you want. Unaona nchi yako iende vizuri. Ukiwa unapenda Kenya, sasa simama na msimamo. Usikue pande ya mtu. Tunataka Kenya irudi vile Kibaki aliwacha. Lakini maneno ya kusema mimi ni ODM, mimi ni UDA, mimi ni nini, hiyo ndio ujinga. Msungu afanye hivi. Jiro tulipatio hii system tuko naye Kenya na wasungu na tujui kutumia. Watu wapiganangi, hata waabii mtu amesagua nini, nani? Hata bibi na bwana waabiani wamesagua nini? Hii ni siri. Lakini Kenya imekuwa sio siri. Hii is secret. Who you fought. Hata hapa wanaambia watu, don't tell anybody who you voted. Na ndio unaona wapigani. Sauli, don't say. Hata ukiwa wewe unafuata Raila, don't say. Hata ukiwa uko na grupu yake, ukiwa umsagui, usiseme. Kwa nini tunaambiana nilisagua huyu? Hiyo ndio mnaleta vita. Tasemara. Wale wanakuja hapa kuongea upuzi Jiro, usiingizo hii, ukiwa upendi mtu upuzi, uambie, look, it's your right, what you talking about, but wasikuwekelee kwa channel yako. Are you protector? Everybody here
not under 18, they adult. Wanajua vile wanaongea. Mama yangu aliniambia, think before you say something. Wakiwa wa think what they say, vile wanaongeleza watu, hata hao wasikasirika wakiongeleshwa. Kwa hivyo watu hapa, tuko hapa ni watu wazima, tuko na ID. Kwa nini mnaleta sasa kupigana hapa kwa channel, kwa TV na huko nje? Sinaona ujinga tunabeba sisi. Hiyo sio maneno ya hii channel niliingia kwako ilikuwa mzuri, ulikuwa unasema uongee ikutoke. Alafu unaenda zako. Lakini watu wakianza kuangalia ati comment, huyu amesema hii, huyu amesema hii. What? Are you Kenya wake up? Tujue tuko na nchi iko inachomeka saa hii. Inachomeka. Na I don't want to hear, oh, you Kikuyu ulilete huyu mtu. Fuck off. Tulikuwa tunamtest. Na tunajua ni nani sasa. Unafikiria Mount Kenya itachagua huyu mtu tena? Hata pengine ni mtu mjinga atachagua huyu. Tumemjua. Kwa hivyo tuache ndugu zangu na dada zangu, tuache kupigania ujinga. Hii ni ujinga tunafanyiana makelele nini. Think what Kenya need to change. Kenya need to change. Tumewekelewa deni kubwa sana.
Lakini mami nakubali kitu yote unasema. Swali langu ni kuna kitu umesema hapo ikanigwara vibaya kabisa, and I'm sorry. Mulikuwa mnamtest ni nani alikuwa na test nani? I mean, na hii Kenya ni na sitaki kurudia kwa sababu umesema tusiingize ukabila, na pia sisi hatutaki kuingiza ukabila, lakini ukisema sisi tulikuwa tunamtest, so nyinyi ndo mnajua kutest litmus paper ama kuna nini inaendelea hapa? Manake Kenya iko na 42 tribes, na sisemi hivyo kwa ubaya. Mimi mwenyewe ni Mkikuyu kwa damu, niko na damu ya Ukikuyu. Lakini ukiingiza kitu kama hiyo sasa inakaa ni kama Wakikuyu ndio walikuwa wanamtest wamjue, alafu sasa ndio sisi wengine hatujui. Unajua it kinda inakaa vibaya kidogo, na sisemi kwa ubaya, nataka ufafanue ndio watu wenye wanatusikiza, because this is a channel that Njiro knows, civic education, ndio tujue. Okay, so ni Wakikuyu walikuwa wana test ndio wajue huyu ni mtu aina gani, ndio wajue kama watajampigia simu simu ama chochote wanafanya. So it's just a question naulizia watu wengi, not that necessarily that niko invested in it, but ni swali tu nauliza. Ukisema tulikuwa tunamtest, ulikuwa unamtest na nani na kina nani na vipi, na wengine kwa nini hawakutest?
Okay, wacha niseme vile huyu mtu alikuja, hata nyinyi pengine yesi mlikuwa pande nyingine, Sauli mwezi kumswagua. Huyu mtu alikuwa na karata ile ungemwacha ati hasra nitasaidia mama boda nini. Unaona, sio ukabila ilikuwa pale, ilikuwa vile aliingia akadanganya hata kanisa bwana. Alidanganya watu wamemwagiliwa mafuta. Catholic Church. Do you see Catholic Church change? Completely doesn't want to hear Ruto uongo hiyo. Anaambiwa afanye kazi vile aliambia wananchi. Mtu alikuja na uongo ile uge toka pale. Nikuambie ndugu yangu, mimi nilijifunga 1 week. Nafanya kazi kuko na jua sana 45 degree 50. Nikajifunga. Saa hii niliambia Mungu, ukiwa unanipenda na mimi nakupenda, utoi maombi yangu upeleke kwa Monyoro. Sikuwa najua, nimeambia Mungu anisamehe na akanisamehe, na ndio unaona Raila Ruto akifanya kitu hakuna kitu yake inafanyika. Nimeomba Mungu. Kamwambia Mungu, nilikupea roho yangu, nilikuwa nataka atengeneze Kenya kwa sauli ya wanyonge yako, lakini hii maombi yangu kujifunga, please forgive me. Nilializa nyinyi wote Kenya, mtu wote alipoti, we need to say forgive God. Only God can forgive. Sauli tu kwa tunajua alikuja na jina ya Mungu Baba. Wacheni dada zangu kupigania bure, kuongea maneno ya jana. Jana iliisha, tutaona tena. na itatoa hiyo jina ya Ruto amekuwa president. No one perfect. No one perfect. Ona watu waliua Jesus. Wakuwa wanajua huyu ndio mtu. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu ati perfect. Mwache hiyo maneno iliisha. 2022. We are 2025. Let we move together. We know now. We learning. Mtu akija na uogo yake tumemjua sasa. Please. Tukipigania hapa na huko chini sasa Gen Z wanasikiza watafanya nini? Si tungeongea kama saa hizi Gen Z jana walisema wale watu wamewekwa kwa IBC ni wazee. Tunaingilia. Kwa nini wao kutuweka? Sasa nyinyi mkiongea maneno ya ODM, Raila, papa, sisi ni watu wazima. Tunafundisha Gen Z nini? Gen Z jana walipanga huko kwa news wakasema watu wa IBC tunaingilia pale. Hiyo ndio maneno tunataka tuongea hapa. Sio kusema nani alisagua Ruto. Nani ameleta nini? Wachana Ruto na huyu Raila watatoka. Tusikirie ile maneno Gen Z wanataka tufuate. Gen Z asimami pale kualumu Kikuyu, Mount Kenya walisagua. Wanaangalia point. Kwa nini tunarudia ile usee ujinga? Tumekuwa naye ukabila nini ututusi sisi nini? Gen Z still they talking sense. Si tuwafuate tusikie vile wanasema. Tusikane na hao tusikie ile point wanatuwekea. Sisi milioni sijui nini tuko. Sisi ni wajinga. Sasa tufuatilie maneno ile iko saa hizi. Kenya inaenda nini? Kenya inasumbuka, Kenya inachomeka. Kwa nini tunaongea ujinga? Mtu alimtukana. Okay, forgive. I ask forgive for any all Luo wametukanwa hapa. Could you expect my apology? Yes. Tunadirana na Raila peke yake. Sio Wajaluo. Could you everybody expect my apology? Na mtu akiongea habari ya Raila usisikie umekatwa. Utulie. Raila sio dada yako, ndugu yako nini akusaidii. Nikiongea habari ya Ruto ama ya Uhuru kwanza mkukate ametoka. Mtu asisikie ubaya sauli yako kwa ile chama. Tunaongelea Kenya saa hii. Nataka saa hii mchange topic. Muongee habari IBC coming na Ruto anasagua watu wanajua. Muongee hiyo. Mutasaidia Gen Z aje? Wameona, wamesema hapana. Where is Gen Z kwa hii IBC? Forgive me if we've been making you hurt. I apologize for whole Mount Kenya. Hiyo hasira mko nayo muache sasa tuongee vile Gen Z wanataka kesho kukue. Sio kupigania hapa na huko nje tunapigana nini? Tusikane pamoja tutoe huyu mtu. I'm sorry you've been hurt. Hujatawaliwa ukutairia nini hata wasungu wengine watairi. Wengine wanatairi. Wachana na hiyo mila zao, hiyo ni mila zao. Nobody can change. Ukiwa utaki mtu, wacha kumwambia hapo kwa macho, okay, usimsague, aja tayari. Lakini maneno ya kuongea hapa tuongee to make sense, really. Tuko na chance ya kuongea saa hizi Gen Z ako above us saa hii. Wanaona point ya ABC na nyinyi mnapigania Raila, Jaluo, nini Kikuyu. What? Tuko hapa kuangalia ni nini tutatoa Kasongo. Look how much pesa huyu center amepata, anakopa pesa bila kupitishwa. Hiyo ndio maneno mnataka kuangalia. Sia kusema ulinitukana. Hii pesa yote amewekelea soda ya Kenyan. Walipe. Atumii katiba. Hiyo ndio maneno mnataka kujua. Ona hii parliament yetu hakuna kitu wanapitisha. Wamekuwa dudu, wamekuwa wajinga, wamekaliwa wote hijack by Ruto. Hiyo ndio maneno tunataka tuongee. Wachaneni nilitukano, nilifanywa nini useless. Mpatia Mungu ule amekutukana. Uone vile atafanywa. This is nonsense, muache kusema hii. Hii iwache kabisa. Jiro, please. Tulikuwa bereni tunaongea, huyu anasema hivi, anasema hivi. Na hiyo tunaishi.
ni sama. You see, there is something which I always like telling people here, and maybe Mkenya Mkora, you see, tukianzia kutoa watu hapa, it has no end. Tutaanzia kutoa watu sababu ya anything. So, and that is why I restrain myself. And maybe some people think I'm foolish, maybe like Atika. And Atika, I'm not trying to funnel tribalism here. I'm one of the person, I don't think my understanding of life can actually even make me promote tribalism. But what I'm trying to say here is I will not bow down to anyone, regardless of who you are. That is the unfortunate part. We are all equal tukiwa hapa in our own status. So the only thing I can do is to listen to you. Mkenya Mkora, I understand the way you told me that some people need to be restrained. But again, those restrictions, you cannot actually be able to determine them. The only thing I can do, because I know these are people who can listen, I know I'm not dealing with robots here. Articles, I know maybe somebody might wish here that maybe I'm not the one running the show, maybe and Yangekuwa run the show, but I can tell you, maybe you could actually be responding to these situations worse than me. So you might be thinking that I'm responding to these situations in a very worse situation, but maybe it is the best situation. Maybe just try to look at it. So the virtue I want us to learn, because we are not just here just to parrot. Hatuko hapa tu kuongea tu. We are also coming here also to try and learn from each other. And we also try to learn patience and also try to learn so many other things within here. Because if we are talking about eliminating Kasongo, we eliminate Kasongo with character. And it doesn't mean, and that is where now I disagree. It doesn't
Wewe
mean
utakujiwa na Subaru bwana. Eliminate. Use another language.
you know what I mean. We want to get him out of power, and we cannot be able to do that if we are not tolerant to each other. So it's unfortunate what people felt happened here, but I know we are very intelligent and we can be able to do. I don't take any person who is taking himself na unasema una click Jiro show na unakuja hapa. I take you to be somebody who understands what it does. So our rules are very simple. Is freedom of expression. Just that. Express yourself. I know there are those people who might want to go into a ranting match at their own will. I don't encourage that. So the only thing I can encourage you is at least restrict yourself. But I don't want to encourage the issue of removing people from the channel, because that one has no end. So tutaanzia sasa hata kutoa watu because ya vitu ndogo ndogo. So for me, I choose tolerance. Speaking to you, it might look very unkind to somebody, but I maybe Julia kama mwalimu, I don't know if that concept works, but personally I choose explaining to somebody, talking to somebody, showing somebody this is what we need to do, because I believe even in politics that is how we can be able to deal with the Ruto. But if we are not, because like you can see like the subject which was brought here, and I also don't want us to tribalize this thing to the extent that we start now saying that wakati mtu fulani ako kwa serikali, it is a community which is in the government. Let's not defend government. And that's why I was even explaining to Maunga before she left, because that is something which I saw she was not able to pick from Mount Kenya region. Yes, in Mount Kenya region, I have seen people going to the government, but those people are not having support in the grassroots. No one is, maybe in a scale. Like, for example, when I compare people who are being gotten out, who are going to work for the government from Mount Kenya region, and some of the ones who are being gotten to go to the government from Nyanza region, I'm getting a different explanation from people. Kuna wale nasikia watu wakisema, it is our time to eat, it's our time for our community to be recognized. But the story which I'm hearing from Mount Kenya region, I'm hearing a different story. What am I hearing? Maybe I could be wrong, maybe mutanisaidia nijue. In Mount Kenya region, what I'm hearing is, huyu ameenda peke yake, and people are now becoming outskirts. That is why mtu kama Kabogo ashaisha. Sahi, any person ambaye amechukua kazi ya Ruto in Mount Kenya region, they are dead in terms of reputation, in terms of where they are. But in some regions tunaona kuna watu wengine wanapewa kazi and actually it is like becoming life. Ni kama watu wamepewa uhai. So and those are some of the things, and some of those things, by the way, they are visible in open eyes. In open eyes we can see. So let's not support that issue of Raila simply because Raila Odinga is in the government. We now ratify now at it is a community which is eating. No, Luos are not eating. It is Raila Odinga eating. I don't know why it is so difficult to understand that Raila Odinga has no representation of Luo people as a community. It is everything to do with him. So, and if we find that discussion, actually the rural community, majority of them who feel actually betrayed by these people, by this character, we can actually pull them in one coalition and they join with us. And that's the only way in which we can be able to isolate the political class. But how are we going to isolate the political class and we be left with the people by defending the same people kusema sasa wanakura they are bringing for our community? So let's build a coalition which is isolating these people. So Atticus, and I will say again, I will never come here to funnel tribalism, but I will always call out people who want to drag us into the issue of community collaboration simply because our political actors are there. That one we will call out. So my Luo community, I want to tell you, and it sounds this one, please, if there is somebody who is dragging you, you know, I'm usually a very amiable person, and na mimi najua mnasemanga kila kitu, so I don't fear anything. I will say it here. So some of our Luo brothers and sisters who feel that Raila Odinga is now working for them or for the community and is bringing a lot of things for them because he is working with Ruto, it's a lie. Let's have a little bit of independence. Raila Odinga cannot be thinking for a whole community. Mr. Gachagua cannot be thinking for the whole of a community. For the first time, we have to individualize these things. Why should these people be thinking for us? That is the problem I'm calling out here. And there is no any way in which we will continue funneling these issues of protecting our politicians in the name of Atisasa. They are helping our people. They are not. Luo people will come out of that deal as poor as they have ever been, and any other community. It is poverty for us. So
Jiro, wacha nikusukumie hiyo, wacha nisukume hapo. Kila community wako na MP. They got member of parliament. Why they behind? Why? Wacha na watu wakubwa wako juu. Why they vote MPs? That's their job, to bring community vile they want to live. Nothing to do with the Raila, nothing to do with the Ruto. It's MPs, parliament. Wanatengeneza hichi, ona Didi Nyoro vile anafanya, na pesa ni ile ile. Kwa hivyo waache ujinga ya kusema ati sasa Raila akiingia hapo wanasaidika. MP ndio wamelala na governor zao. Hivyo tu ndio nitasema Kang'ata na Nyoro wanafanya kazi. Kiambu Wamatangi anafanya kazi. Kwa nini hao MP zao wapadilishe?
Lakini mami, with all due respect, unajua bado hiyo ni illegal because MP hakuna pesa anafaa kuwa nayo, ni kutengeneza laws if we follow the constitution. So mimi nikisikianga MP amefanya kitu na ulizanga amefanya na nini, anafaa kuwa akipata mshahara aende afanye constitution amendments na vitu kama hizo. Hakuna pesa MP anafaa kuwa nayo ya kuleta maendeleo.
Ni nani anafanya kwa hebu niambie, ni nani unafikiri ni Raila anajua nchi nini kijiji vile simeanguka? Ni kazi ya parliament na center na governor.
No, parliament,
wanafanya hiyo kazi.
Mami, according to the constitution 2010 through constitution, the parliamentarians actually ilikuwa hata before we had the 2010 constitution. Parliamentarians, they have no kitty. According to the constitution, hakuna pesa wanafaa kuwa wakifanya. What they are supposed to do is oversight and make laws. That's it, and that's what they are paid for. Done. According
nani analeta pesa kwa vijiji? Nani anafanya vijiji siko na tabu?
Okay,
eh?
enda ukaongea na gavana wako. Those are the people that actually distribute what is happening
Okay,
with the
so you
oversight,
know that.
of the senator of that specific county. So MP hafai kuwa na pesa yoyote yenye tujua na kuletea. Governor, yes, amepewa budget, na hiyo budget inasapotiwa with the senator wake and the county assembly people. Na hata county assembly, sasa county assembly person which is MCA pia hakuna kitu anafaa kuwa nayo, anafaa kuwa akienda run to pass what needs to be done, and then once it's done, it's not, hata governor mwenyewe afai kuwa akiongea. I'm just taking a county like Kirinyaga. Let's talk about Kirinyaga. Governor ako pale, his job is to assent to what has already been passed by the MCAs. Ndio hiyo, hao ni kulipwa waende waeke mikakati, and then the governor just assents to it. He does not even have a right to say nitapeleka pale. Unapeleka kwanza nijapitia into the county assembly. The same thing that Ruto says, akienda seme naleta chapati to 20 million, I don't care. 20 million, first of all, afai kuwa kisema hiyo ni kitu already inafaa ku already shapitishwa kwa parliament. Sasa alafu ndo aseme okay, tumeamua tunaleta, parliament imesema we are coming to do this. Mikakati, you cannot just usimame mali tu peane pesa ni kama ni yako, tupate yako mwenyewe, which we know that you own. You only get 1 million in a month.
Okay.
Tupatie basi
Tunaona huyu center, wacha
Kidogo.
nikukate huyu center wa
Jeromora kidogo. Hold your thought kidogo. Wacha to bring Julia on board because namuona ako kwa line hapo. Tuko wengi sana. We will circle back to the dialogue between the two. Julia, come on board please. Mutulie tu hapo kidogo, msiendelee, ni weekend hata. Julia, go ahead.
Asante. Naona kumetulia. Jiru, don't allow that again. That was that. Hata kama unataka crowd ama cloud, usikubali profanity in your channel. That was profanious. That was inappropriate according to me. Very inappropriate. Either hata kama mtu ako kwa show, mtoe tu. Hata mimi nitoe. Unajua hata mimi, unajua unaona kale
Actually, I'm unable to do that. Sitakutoa, utakaa tu hapo tu.
Nikwambie, unaona kale ka upepo kanaitangwa gomasiaka in Kikuyu. You know, Mato, you know how we call this more wild wind that goes around, eh? Mato, sijui kama unajua, ushanawa ka upepo.
nakajua kanazungukanga na nikachokozi.
Unajua kanaitonga aje in Kikuyu, eh? Wazimu wa wanawake. I'm just translating madness of women. So I'm just trying to say, if I lose it, Njiru be in charge, because I'm just trying to use myself and to say that I'm not perfect and that I'm no angel. If one day I lose it, you shouldn't allow that that was profanity, Njiru. Usiniambie wezi toa mtu. That is profanity. Huo ni uchafu in your show. That is dirty talk, vulgar talk in your show. Don't allow that. Even if hata kama ni mimi, hata kama ni Matu, you know, when people are in the heat, are annoyed, people can do anything when they are annoyed and say anything. Okay, everybody has their boiling point. Hata wewe Njiru. Na wanaume, what I know, wanaume ni mangumi wanapatiana. Men exchange feast. Even you too, Anamato. You're not angels. Mnaweza fika mahali you exchange feasts. Ikifika hapo, we would find a way of locking each one of you in a different room so that you cool down. Now, so if you don't tell me you cannot do that. This clip and you find a way of cutting those places. It is very dirty. It is very dirty the way it sounded. I'm telling you. Find a way of editing it if you can edit it. Hiyo uchafu ilikuwa mbaya sana. This show doesn't deserve that. Now, hata kama mtu ako kwa comment section, you can delete their comments or post them for some time, 1 hour, give them time out. Ukienda kwa show yako, I think unaonanga hizo those tools. You can give somebody hata mwenye kwa comment section time out for 2 hours or 1 hour. Hata mwenye ako hapa kwa screen mtoe. Kwani iko nini? How should somebody be talking profoundly on the show? And then they get away with it. Please don't do that, Njiru. Please, you are my brother. Don't do that. It doesn't add on you. It subtracts on you. You see point. Kama wale wa commercial wakwambia ati your patience, tolerance, hapana, it doesn't add. Hapo hakuna point. Hii inakutoa kabisa. Ni show yako. So that was one thing I wanted to say. And then nimesikia mnaongelea the MPs have CDF, Constituency Development Fund, which was outlawed some time back by some judge. Lakini tunajua story ya Kasongo Matu ni kudefy everything and everything. So anatumia your CDF to bribe MPs. So the MPs have Constituency Development Fund, which is at their disposal, is a lot of money while they go around buying voters and all that. Eating it, a lot of them cannot account for it. Now, so and also governors have a fund from the central government, and that is why we have been arguing here that our devolution doesn't seem to have really worked. I guess if we get a good government, we need to address that. We need to address how can we prevent the central government from having in so much control of funds and having to be the one dishing. Unaona kama umesikia governors jana wakisema ati they are going to close the counties kama wapewi pesa, sijui kama wapewi nini, those kind of threats. So itakuwa tu hivyo back and forth if we don't address that. Now, I have been looking at the American Constitution and how the American states are run. Na nimeona that the states are so independent, even in the lawmaking, even in they have a lot of financial independence. Now, I have been trying to ask myself why. Na nimeona ni kwa sababu in America they have 2 levels of tax. Wako na state tax na federal tax. So me, I see that because I'm a teacher and I look at my pay slip. Na kila saa nikilipa mshahara naona nimekatwa federal tax na state tax. Kumaanisha kuna ile pesa inaenda kwa national government and then that goes to the state. Now, I also in my state, I pay tax for my house, I pay tax for my car. So I pay 3 types of tax. I pay nalipa mshahara yangu ya mshahara, nalipa tax kwa nyumba yangu, nalipa tax kwa gari langu. So this county here, this state that I'm living gets that tax from me. You see? It means they can run their affairs, they can run the schools, they can run the hospitals, they can make sure that we have good roads. In fact, in the state where I am, Njiru, nimeona hata watu wenye wamejenga huko ndani, because me, I'm on the outskirts, I'm not in a big city. Wamejenga, they build roads inside into those homes. Now, they try to develop even the small towns and all that. Wanatoa hiyo pesa wapi? Because people pay the tax, state tax. So maybe in Kenya, we could address that. Okay, if somebody was telling me that the counties get taxes, hiyo tax yao ni kidogo, ile ya kanjo, ile ya kuokota pale kwa soko, unaona. Lakini kama walimu wenye wanafanya kazi kwa hiyo county, pesa yao, their tax goes to the national government. The doctors, hata magari ukilipa licensing and all that, TLB, I understand there's something called TLB, kuna TLB, kuna nini, hizo zinaenda kwa national government. Hata tax kama ya kahawa inaenda kwa national government. So my take is that should be reversed. It should be like kuna tax, people pay state tax, okay, or county tax, so that these counties can run themselves. Kama county iko na kama kahawa, ihurusiwe kuuza hiyo kahawa, they would rather be charged something by the national government for that coffee. They should be allowed to process their products and sell and make taxes out of that. In that case, we shall prevent the national government from being a bully and telling them kujie pesa. Na history ya mtu akitembea, what Matu is saying, mtu akitembea kwa barabara ati anapeana pesa, atakuwa akitoa hiyo pesa wapi? Ati somebody is going to Nyeri now to tell them he'll build for them a road. Unajua, you people, did you know that in the past, I think when I was growing up, I was informed enough to know kulikuwa na barabara za national government na barabara za county. Unaona, hata saizi there are roads that the hata if you ask people like in Nyeri, They know the road that should be developed by the national government, kama hii main road, hii highway Nyeri Nairobi. Lakini ukianza kuingia Karatina huko ndani, those are county roads. Unaona, they are called county roads. So the counties should be held responsible for such kind of issues, those roads. Si ati Ruto unaona ameingia huko Nyandara huko ndani ati ana launch sijui barabara gani, at just to show off. And then he says nimetoa pesa. Natoanga pesa hiyo natoa kwa bibi yake, natoa wapi? Ati nimetoa milioni. You know, this thing has to stop. And it can only stop if we address our devolution laws again and how we collect our funds and our money. If we do that, Kenya itasaidika sana, because we shall even stop fighting at 1 man, one shilling. No, we shall just go the way Raila Odinga and Mother were saying, 1 county, 1 product. Mkuze vitu vyenyu na mwokote tax from those products and develop your county. History ya kusumbuana ati you are eating our money. Like Kiambu people are mad because they think they are so productive and Northeastern eats that money. We shouldn't have that. So that if we do that, akina Duale, they will stop bringing up jambazi. Unaona, if people want to call me tribalist, they can go ahead and do that. In Northeastern, they have made it so inhabitable. Even teachers cannot go there to teach their children. Kuna some time back they killed some teacher because ati alisema kwamba walikuwa naiba mtihani. They have made it so inhabitable. They have to be deliberate also to decide we don't want crime. You know, the bulk stops at them. Mwizi wa kwenyu wa kuku mnamjua Njiru. You people, you know who steals around in your home. Now you even know the witches in your home. Kenya, Africa is a different scenario altogether. See, kama America, we all know each other. Who does what? Who is capable of doing this? So that these members of parliament that Njero is asking will go back and know what to do with the funds that are coming from those counties. Me, I totally believe that people like Duare and the others should have been campaigning for irrigation in those semi-arid areas. They be transformed through irrigation. Kuna irrigation skills zilikuwa zimeanzwa. Alafu Ruto started ujambazi before he became president. You people, you remember the story of the dams that this guy, the man, he ate the money for these dams. These dams zilikuwa zinaitwaje Njiru? Unaweza kunikumbusha? Kimwarelo dams na zingine.
Kimwarelo dam and yeah.
Zilikuwa several of them, right? And Ruto was implicated.
Alafu kidogo Julia, then kabla ya mvua there was one agriculture minister alikuja akasema we will make sure we have done 100 dams before the rain. Unakumbuka?
Na huyo agriculture minister anaitwa nani?
Wewe kwanza hata ilikuwa kuna ingine ilikuwa kubwa sana, walikaa pale KICC akasema in the next 6 months the Kimwarel, hata ikuwa Kimwarel, I don't know, alikuwa naongea dams. I have the video. Njiru nitakutumia siku moja.
Walisema what they said is that before the beginning of the next rains, that was the word. Before the beginning of the next rains, we will make sure that we have 100 dams throughout the country.
Alafu just Julia, sorry. Alafu mkumbuke just before Christmas tuliambiwa by the time utoke Christmas, mnaenda Christmas, kuna hii barabara tutakuwa tumemaliza mkitoka Christmas.
Yani unaona, all those things we don't need that. We just need planning. We just need unaona, we don't need those dams in Mount Kenya region. We need the dams in our semi-arid areas. Okay, Mount Kenya by there kuna dam. Kuna nyinyi mnajua, mshatembea Mwea. You see, I don't know you people you have seen inaitwa aje, sisi dono rivers, these rivers, canals. Kunajua Mount Kenya kuna canals.
There's the Mwea Tebere, the Mwea Tebere irrigation system.
The Mwea Tebere canals. Yani mimi mara ya kwanza mimi kuona mto mwenye a river created by man, you know? A big river. Imejengewa na hata kuna simiti. You know, the canal is well constructed. Njiru, mimi the first time I saw a big river created by man, I saw it in Kenyaga. Unaona? And ukiingia kwa Kenyaga, me I wanna say, I'm trying to talk about Kenyaga because I've been there for some time. And recently I went to visit my friends. I found that, hey Njiru, I found that zile barabara niliwacha za huko ndani zimejengwa, nakwambia kumejengwa, small towns. Now, you people, do you know Kirinyaga, I think, is one of the richest counties in Kenya, and where people, I think in Kirinyaga, people must be I think they're among the happiest people in Kenya. I think they are the happiest, let me say that, in Kenya. Kusababu, Kirinyaga people, they don't look like, you may not see big houses, mansions, and all that, but you see.
And what you're not saying, I'm sorry, Julia. What you're not saying is that you need to people to understand Kirinyaga is actually a mountainous place, and it extends all the way to Nyeri. And they're not even see barabara imejengwa juu hiyo mountain. They actually excavate it to where that barabara inapita katikati ya mlima. Kirinyaga is one of the most mountainous
and it is
area.
beautiful. Nakwambia, you people, anybody listening to me here, drive your car from Karatina, uingie Kirinyaga. Hey, utafikiria uko Scotland. Njiru, you think I've been to Britain, and I saw how Britain looks like. You think you are somewhere in Scotland. The land is beautiful. Imejaa majani. They have houses like their houses are semi-permanent. Ni za mbao, lakini zimeiniwa na mawe. Hizo nyumba Njiru ziko na maji na stima na kuna barabara ya rami, and they have schools. So I want to conclude, and they have food. That Kirinyaga people are the happiest people in Kenya. Now, when I was a teacher, I experienced something. That is why I experienced that. Kasichana, kakaletwa na mama yake, akaniambia anataka kunyonga ako kasichana. Nikamwambia before akanyonge, aniambia nakanyongea nini? Akaniambia kasichana, kasema akasomi, kamepata bwana. Na mimi nikauliza kasichana, bwana ako wapi? Kaniambia bwana ni neighbor na ako na majani chai na ako na ng'ombe 2 na ako na pikipiki. Mimi I began asking, bwana is how old? Nikaambiwa bwana is 17 years old. Bwana amedrop class 8. Na bwana amepewa ng'ombe 2 na baba na kona majani chai na kona bwana ameshajenga 17 years old Njiru ameshajenga permanent house na iko na stima na maji. So if you are the kasichana Njiru, would you struggle hiyo masomo yote ya form 1 mpaka 4? Hapana. Wewe hakuna vile unaweza sumbuka na hiyo stress. So I told kasichana, mimi sina shida na wewe kuolewa. Just finish form 4 alafu uende uolewe. Okay, mama yake, now the mother, who was also semi-literate, is so mad. He's telling me, Mwalimu, if you see my bag here, I have around 100,000 plus 150,000 cash. Ninapita sijui Nairobi Polytechnic, naenda kulipia sijui nani pesa, na nilikuwa nimekuja kulipa fee hapa. Huyu ndiye amekasirika. Nitaka kumnyongea hapa ndio nikalipe fee huko. Njiru, I looked at that woman and I looked at myself. I said, me, I'm a high school teacher. Sina 150,000.
On a lighter note, Julia, just because it's on a Friday. On a lighter note, ndio maana wanaume hawasurvive huko.
Kajiuliza, let me make the point. Mimi ni mwalimu, na that time I didn't have 150,000 cash. Naona huyu ni mama, hata hawezi andika jina, anaeka ile kirore. And what is she having in her handbag? 150,000 plus. Kwa sababu gani? Watu wa Kirinyaga wako na ng'ombe, wako na majani, wako na kila kitu. I'm telling you, they are not struggling. Even saa hizi mnasema ngwe hakuna chakula. They have enough food. And if you want to say why, see the academies in Kirinyaga County, private schools. Those peasant farmers can afford to pay for those academies. Now, my point is, what if we developed Kenya and make sure Kenya watu wako na maji na barabara na stima? Don't you think we can create small Kirinyagas all over Kenya? Njiru, Njero na Matu. Niweke koma hapo ndio muniambie. What do you think? Can we be able to create small Kirinyagas all over Kenya? We may not have very wealthy people with big mansions, but we can have people who have food to eat, whose children are going to school, wako na barabara, who can sell their products because the roads are good. You know why Kenyan people are doing good? Because they can sell their products even to Nairobi. Wanapeleka mboga yao mpaka Nairobi asubuhi, cabbage and milk. But their milk inauzwa Nairobi in the morning because they have the roads. Now, do you think we can create small Kenyagas all over the country? Do you have to wait for Ruto to come payuka? Tajengea barabara, nimeleta barabara, nafungua nafungua barabara hii, nimeleta milioni 100,000. Nonsense. Tenweke koma hapo.
Okay, Julia ni sawa. I have heard your argument. Na nakaribisha Mwamba naona ndiye mgeni. He is feeling jealous ati ya kukuta hiyo mambo ilikuwa inatendeka hapa. We Mwamba, don't even wish. Vitu zingine si za kuulizia ati nini kilikuwa kinatendeka. Si unajuanga kama ile mambo ya Wakenya wakikuta mambo imeisha, nini ilikuwa inatendeka?
Don't ever do that again. The moment somebody opens their mouth, says something profanious, drop them. Next time they come to your show, they will not say those things.
Yeah, so
don't block them, but just drop. Sikwambia block mtu, just drop them. They will not. Let me say this: if in a society like this and Kenya and penye tunaenda, unajua ulijaribu kuambia ati nyinyi ndio mnaruhusu respect. Ukweli hata mimi nikisema kitu kama hicho nitaaibika baadaye sana. Siwezi kuambia ati I am an angel, but nikisema kitu kama hicho nitaaibika sana. But I guess we are different and our values are very different. But then let me say this, Njiru, if somebody ever says something like that, drop them. Because when you are talking, kuna siku nilionanga watu wanaingia kwa issue yako. Imagine issue yako iko mpaka they are aged people, like really aged, like karibu baba zetu. Now, kuna watu tu, they can't condone that, Jiru. A lot of people who listened to you today cannot condone that. And I'm sure they were very embarrassed and ashamed to listen. And a lot of them even listened to your show in the presence of their children. So they must have been very ashamed listening to that. So Mwamba is asking what? Mwamba has been here speaking. I have seen him. I don't think he can condone that. I
understand. He didn't regret. I hope we will never reach to that level. But Julia will tell you the reason why we are reaching those levels. From my own analogy. Now what is happening is those are indications that our country is getting polarized. There is some, maybe Julia, maybe there could be some things which we are trying to escape from, but the levels in which people are receiving Ruto are not the same. I think there are some places where I feel people feel like Ruto is welcome. I was with a discussion with some people somewhere. That's why I'm trying to say this, because that is a representation of thinking. And I had a group of people saying that watu wa Mount Kenya walikula na wakaboeka na Ruto. Mbona hao watu wa Mlima hawataki sisi tukule? It is a dialogue which was there, by the way. I'm sorry to put that statement here, but I had it. And this is what is happening. Some people who did not participate in the voting of Ruto in 2022, they are now saying we allow them pia wao wajue huyo Ruto ni nini. It was a discussion which I was with the people I could not believe. Wanasema sasa nyinyi mlisha discover Ruto ni mbaya, pia sisi we want to, it's like a kind way of saying that wanataka kukula. That is the discussion.
But Njiru, my dear brother, I'm really, and I get very frustrated when people talk about that. Who is Ruto, and what is Ruto to our country? Because sometimes we talk like he's a god.
No, he's not a god, but that is
what does the Constitution talk about?
You see, Mukenya Mukora,
nani anakula kutoka kwa Ruto?
You see, the people who are currently eating from Ruto, I'm just saying the people, they could be many, you don't know. Eating means being given positions. Kama sasa nikuulize, huyo mama wa kutoka Nyeri, huyo amepewa kazi under the wing
Ruto upeana nini ama ni Constitution upeana?
So relax kidogo. Ni Ruto amempea kazi. Huyo mama amepewa kazi na Ruto wa Nyeri. Are you going to tell me that huyo mama will not try to look for some votes for Ruto in Nyeri? Is she not going to attempt to do that? I'm just trying to ask you, like Ruto has given you a job na umekubali hiyo kazi. So when Ruto will be needing votes, are you going to tell me that that woman will not be campaigning for Ruto? Atakuwa anaambia watu mupige hiyo pande ingine. Now, majority of people from Nyanza region who have accepted Ruto's position, when it will come to election, are those people going to fight Ruto? I'm asking you, what wamekuwa? Oh, let me ask you a good example. Badi, who is the finance minister in Kenya, and Oparanya, in the next coming election, are those people going to be in opposition? Will they be campaigning for opposition? Mukenya Mukora, I'm asking you.
I thought it was a rhetoric question.
No, it's not rhetoric. Will they be campaigning for Ruto? Will Oparanya campaign for Ruto in the next election?
And that's exactly what I'm trying to say, bro.
So that's
Listen,
why I'm trying. So that's why I was trying now to tell you.
si rhetoric, you let me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Umeniambia si rhetoric. You know, when it's rhetoric, nitaka kando ni because you're trying to make a point.
Ni vile swali jaisha.
Okay, maliza baba.
So ile kitu ngoja kijaribu kukuambia ni and we have to call out those things here. Some people might say that they are not there. We go to TikTok and we are following the discussion. Gaucho has been saying those things, that it is their time to eat. Gaucho said, I don't know who Gaucho is speaking for, but we know people like Gaucho who they speak for. I don't want to say that Gaucho explanation is a representation of a larger group, but he has an audience. At one time, he used even to be called the president of what, I don't know. So there is some thinking which is being thrown outside here, and we have to call out those things. And the thinking is this one, and I have to say it here. The thinking which is being thrown is the Mount Kenya region at some time walikula na wakashiba na ndio wameachana na Ruto. Sisi sasa, it's our time to reach at that level. Actually, sisi, we combine with Ruto. I'm telling you because it's the thinking which is outside there. Sisi, we combine with Ruto, actually, as part of suppressing some of those people who do not want Ruto now, is a thinking which is there. And also, we also participate in ring-fencing Kenya towards a certain way of thinking in the politics. Actually, what they are trying to tell us is they want to change the political thinking of Kenya for good. And that is what they are now going funneling in all people's channels. And that's the reason why some of those discussions, I allowed them to continue here so that people can make their own intelligent judgment. So, Bwana Mkenya Mukola, we might say that tribalism is not there, but it is being practiced openly. I can tell you, majority of our brothers, especially from the lake, because I will tell you here, because I have so many friends from that region, they now feel it is the time to support Ruto. They now feel, yes, I know that the Gen Z wave could gouge out a portion of them, but the thinking in the rake now, unajua me, I call things that the thinking in the rake now, Julia, is they need to join Ruto. That is the thinking. And if you ask them what is the reason of joining Ruto, they are telling you simple. It is because now wanafanya kazi na Raila. And Raila is always right. The same rhetoric we used to have from time immemorial. So what I'm trying to say is the best way to deal with some of the people with this thinking, we have to call them out directly. We have to tell them, no, we don't need to join Ruto. We don't need to take his positions. We don't need to take his jobs. We don't need to take blood money. We have to start telling people those things because they are being sweet talked with jobs and appointments. Jobs are being thrown everywhere. You saw the rearrangement of the government. So, but we cannot get frustrated as the people on the other side simply because we are not looking for Ruto goodies. And the few people who are being gotten from Mount Kenya region, we have already disowned them. The problem which I'm having with the Nyanza region is some of them are claiming that they don't support Ruto, but they feel obliged to support people like Akinabadi and saying now it is our first time to actually have finance minister since independence, regardless of whether the economy is crashing or not. That is the problem I'm having. I leave it.
Me, Njiru, I honestly don't care because personally I will never buy that. Hata kama saizi Gachagua ameamua kurudi kwa gava, and I seriously think there are a lot of people from Nyanza who think the way I think. So I think we should not be really blowing this thing and magnifying it. I think we should not dance into the likes of Gaucho now ilitrase yake. I think we shouldn't stoop so low. I think tuwawache tu waendelee, watachoka tu. Hata nyinyi watu tuling'ang'ana na watu wa mlima tukiwaambia waachane na Kasongo. Saizi wako wapi? So the chicken have come home to roast. I mean, what goes around comes around. Na hii ya Raila Odinga na Kasongo will come tumbling down faster than ya Gachagua na Kasongo. This one of Raila Odinga and Kasongo. Utasikia vile vita vitakuwa hapo. It will be faster and furious, fast and furious than Kasongo and Gachagua. So I think we shouldn't really keep fighting about it. Anybody who feels it's okay, I think we should allow them to feel like that. It's a democratic right, and it shouldn't even offend us or aggravate us. Mimi hiyo kitu itanikasirisha. Hata nimeona siku hizi watu wamekutana kwa TikTok, wanatukanana na Gaucho, wamemtukana. Sijui, ni kama TikTok imekuwa high court siku hizi. Hey, Kenyans have time, Njiru. Have you been in TikTok?
I actually saw his discussion with Githaiga Wachai. I saw his discussion with, but you see, Juria, unless we understand those tactics, and the only way in which we cannot allow Ruto to also entrench himself in the rural community.
What will you do about it?
You see, it is actually by calling it out. If you call it out, they will actually understand that people understand about it. But if we just allow and we now say that, okay, it's their time, they can do whatever they want, Ruto will actually entrench himself in the rural community through assistance of Raila Odinga. But if we call out those things that we tell them that those things are not right, just already Mount Kenya has achieved to do that. How many people in Mount Kenya region have been given jobs by Ruto and still Ruto is not able to get crown?
Ati nimesikia watu wamekataa. Kwanza wacha mimi siku hizi I think Kalonzo should be president. Mato, nakwambia Wakamba wamekausha. Ati nimesikia Wakamba wamesema wataki kazi, Ruto akae na kazi yake. Apeleke penye anataka.
Yeah, that is the thinking, you see, and when other
Julia
people
kumbe ni mjanja. Kama umesikia vitu. No, Njiru, I agree with Julia 100%. I agree with Julia 100% on this one. Yani, so many times, and the good thing about discussion and debate is that me na Julia, we've had back and forth. Yana kubali zingine hii ya leo nimekubali naye.
But we have never called names, Mato. We have always.
I know you've never. Yeah, you've never.
You see, you see, Mukenya Mukora Bijuria, that is why the game of Kenya now, it will be won by the people who will be resilient.
But Njiru, let me tell you, let me just haraka. You see what Julia is asking you. Julia amekuuliza utadu.
You see,
just
what we are doing, calling it out. Ni sawa, nyinyi mmeenda kukula, but we are openly saying tunajua mnakula. That's how you even the best way to deal with the devil is just like the way Jesus did with Satan in during the temptation. Unamwambia, Mr. Devil, I know what you are doing, and you cannot tempt the Lord your Lord. That's all what you do. So if some of our brothers within the lake, they have decided to go into Ruto corner and eat, we just call it out. We tell them it is wrong. You are enabling a viper. You are enabling somebody who is not okay. You are enabling somebody who is doing a criminality in Kenya. He has no reputation anywhere. You are saying you are helping him to stabilize the government. It is wrong. You just call it out. At the end of the day, they know, because we know that, just as Julia said, that relationship is going to crash. Even if they will ever want to come to our side, watakuja wakijua ya kwamba we told them. But you see, Bwana Mkenya Mkora, there is something I always say: never learn from your own experience. Already, it is already a common denominator inajulikana ya kwamba Ruto relationship with the Mount Kenya region fell, and it fell so badly that there was no respect of even in that relationship. You already know somebody has already been hurt by a certain relationship, and you are busy running there thinking that your relationship and that person will be good. I want to tell you, yes, the lake people.
Sorry to stop you. Sorry to stop you, bro. And I apologize with all due respect. You know me nakwaga na decorum. You see, there's a point that Julia is bringing here, and anakuja kidunga dunga, and inject kidogo. It has come to a point that the things that I always say, maybe Ruto was the best president that we had in our endeavors, because imefika mahali when now we are talking about the things that the unspoken word that we could not talk. You see now, even what transpired previously at the show, people are talking about a certain tribe. Mi sitaki kusema cause mi siko hivyo, a certain tribe na ingine another tribe and whatever, and we know those have been the thorns of the country. So, and that's why I heard Julia ask somewhere, ama tuache tu, kama tunajua Murang'a inaendanga vizuri, and all that, we are fine, we do everything. And that has also been my thought. We're not going to indulge people like when you talk about Gaucho. I don't know who Gaucho. I mean, he's my friend. I know him personally. And me, I told him off. Akanitusi nikamwambia, akaniambia lakini we ni rafiki yangu and whatever. Nikamwambia Mr. kusupport, akaniambia sawa. Na nikaacha yeye ajigonge. The other day he texted me ananiambia, na sasa kwa nini huku niambia mazee nitagongo hivi? Haki watu wamenilemea, haki sunitumie kakitu. I'm like, I'm not going to send you anything, man. Go ahead, go. I told you, don't get into this. Because the biggest mali tumefika saizi, I don't care if you're a Kikuyu. I don't care if you're a Luo. I don't care about anything. Mali saizi tumefika, we have to look at the constitution. I don't care about Dininyoro. Neither do I care about Kalonzo Musyoka. If you want to bring me from that, neither do I even want to care about Ledam or Lekina. Yes, I'm a Masai cross Kamba. I don't care about that. It's about the country. Mali tumefika saizi. Yes, like Julia ameisema vizuri na aogopi. Amesema ni ukienda huko Murang'a. My friend, barabara zimejengwa kujengwa. I was there, Karatina. I drove all the way. Actually, I came from Nakuru, nikapitia hiyo njia yote, nikazunguka from Nakuru, Maimayo, nikazunguka hivyo, nikakuja kutokea Karatina. After Karatina, sasa nikaingia Nairobi. I can see the houses that Julia is saying. Very true. Huku unapata mtu amejenga nyumba ka kila kitu. Now, move on to the other side of the country. Onge, hakuna kitu. Now, when you talk about the Luos, yes, they have very good infrastructure when you come into Kisumu, Ukenda Palibo Lake and everything. But the problem is when you're driving away from kama utapitia Kisii ama upitie side ingine ya Makutano Junction, all you see is shacks, zile tulitaga za matope mostly, and then one pale imesimama ya mawe. Now, mimi kama mgeniuliza mimi, honest to God, because I know Nyachai will never help me in my whole life. I know Kalonzo will never help me Ngilu will never, just because I know her, maybe Nezamon, but the most she can give me what? $10, 10 shillings or whatever it is, 1,000. or 10,000, and that's if actually naweza mfikia. What I'm trying to say is that we need to take the whole thing of governorship, what Gen Z walikuwa nayo, na wakisema we are leaderless, we are tribeless. We need to stop this thing of mtu yetu. You go there and pass the bills. Sijielewa hata CDF inafanyanga nini? Kwa nini mtu lazima akuwe na CDF? In fact, siku hizi mnawekwa pale mbele, if you're a leader, unawekwa pale mbele kwa kanisa na kwa ama kitu yote inafanya ati you have a special seat to sit. Have you guys looked at the seats that these guys sit on? Lazima ikuja very special seat. Whatever happened, Julia, you're old enough, and Eta Njiru and Mamia, you're old enough to know that these leaders used to, actually they wanted to lead, walikuwa nakaa huko nyuma. Uende kupigana na kwaya huko hivyo, kwaya ndio wanakaanga hizo viti za mbele in a church or in anything. They were very low key people that would come hata ujui kama mtu ako area, and I don't know what was this big fuss of mheshimiwa and whatever. So nasema nini, I'm reiterating what Julia said. Itafika mahali tuseme hakuna Mkikuyu Kenya na hakuna Mjaluo Kenya. Yes, siku hizi kusema hizo majina ni ngumu, na hakuna Mkamba Kenya cause utaitwa tribalist ukisema hizo majina. But we have the funny thing, and Jiro, the funny thing is that, and I've been thinking about this for a very long time, not a very long time, just a period of time. When you want to talk, squeeze to kuna Mjaluo, no, Mkikuyu, Mjaluo, Mkamba, Mkale, nini. I mean, we can even count in less than mkono moja ama mbili, less than 10. Yet we say we have 42 tribes. I once, just 3 days ago, niliuliza mtu, wewe ni Mkenya? Kaniambia yes. Okay, count me the tribes in Kenya. Do you know angepita 11, and that's a Kenyan. Angepita 11. So Njiru, you're a very educated person, Pia Julia, and I know mom. Guys, what is the problem here? Kwa nini mtu hawezi count nini tribes zake za Kenya, which is supposed to be a national monument of how many to be proud of our country? Is it the political thing that has come to a point that sisi Waluo, sisi nini, now the Gauchos, you want to talk about Gauchos? Anyway, I hope hata nisikia cause hata nikula cause he's my friend, but we're not friends right now. Well, we are, lakini nilikataa na stories zake. So now, why is it that people cannot even count their tribes in, in Kenya? Why is it that
Okay,
every time we talk about in Central? Yes.
Kidogo, I wanted to help you to understand something. In the engineering world, I wanted to tell you the reason why. So now this one is in the engineering world. Unajua saa zingine watu wanaona ni kama vitu kama zinafanywa Kenya ni kama hakuna plan until Ruto came when things went. Mount Kenya region, you know, for you to do a road, you know, you are an engineer. That's why I'm telling you that you know these things. For one way to do a road, inakwambia that's as part of how we do designs. When you are doing a road, there is something we call population density and road index. So the reason why in mostly you'll meet places like Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, ziko na barabara mingi na pengine zimewekwa lami is this. When you are choosing to do a tarmac, unajua lazima nikuelezee hii sasa. When you are choosing to do a tarmac, there is something which we call prioritizing a project for implementation. How do you prioritize? And that is why I'm even criticizing even the people who are saying ati ile barabara ya Thika Road ilitengenezwa ilikuwa Kemenya. No. Let me tell you what made hiyo barabara ya Thika Road to be expanded. There is something we call population index per infrastructure. And if you looked at per that time when we were implementing that road, population index per infrastructure for Thika Road and ile ingine ya Mombasa Road na ile ingine ya Nakuru, the population index was maximum in Thika Road, and that is why Thika Road was chosen as an infrastructure for upgrade as per that time. The same case happens to Mount Kenya region and mostly some places of Central because of population density there. If you are a bit unbiased and you want to do things, it's not even about the issues of power, because I wanted people to understand here. The reason why some of those roads in Mount Kenya region received that upgrade was because of population index per infrastructure. There's no way in which, if we have to do two roads and we have to score them because you have to score.
Dude, with all due respect, sir, I completely reject that kind of analysis because
why?
And you know, you know what I do.
That's how.
Yeah, I reject. That's not what it is.
Even in Europe and everything. Let me.
What was the population? What was the population index of Bagadi?
No, but Bagadi was a tribe project within Nairobi. It was a tribe project within 4 kilometers.
Bagadi in Nairobi.
Yeah, it's Nairobi. Nairobi has a big population index, regardless of it. So they could have chosen anything.
Na I'm agreeing with Jiru. Mimi nimetumia hizo barabara tatu zenye amesema. Mombasa Road, there are times the barely has vehicles. Hii barabara ya kwenda, kuna hii barabara inaenda Nakuru. Wacha tumia Thika Road. Utashangaa watu wanaenda wapi na wanatoka wapi mpaka saa hii. In fact, I wonder how people survived without that road before. Nilishangaa magari yalisurvive namna gani. You can just see where people are. And I think a lot of people nowadays live in Thika, even not necessarily Kikuyus. That is what I'm trying to think. No, not necessarily Kikuyus. A lot of people now, right now.
You know,
Mwalimu, I agree with you, my dear sister. I not necessarily agree, Paul, but just concur with your kind of conversation. Because now when you talk about population index, let's just circle around, forget about those outside counties. Let's come back to somewhere like Kayole, Komarok, and Manyanja and those places. Let's not even go to the upper area of the other side of town, but let's just talk about Kayole, Manyanja and all that. So what's the population index as per the infrastructure with that? Because Njiro, you want to challenge me on that one. Let's talk about that.
And you don't want me to give you an explanation, because I have actually participated in the in proportioning of some of those roads which have been done. Until you see, let me tell you, when you are proposing a road for tamaking, I understand that there is a political input in it. But this is what happens, especially if you are the designer. Number one, before you are, that is why kuna mabarabara za matope hadi sasa hazijaekwa lami. Why? Because at the end of the day, it is economy. You don't want just to go and uweke barabara lami huko na kunapatikana gari moja in a day. It will not be economically viable. Why? Because majority of the projects we do, we actually do them from loans, either from AFD or World Bank or wherever. Kenyan coffers zinakuanga kidogo sana. So what do? The first thing before you recommend a project for upgrading, we do something we call financial economics. You know that there is a financial engineer who we have these days. So the financial engineer, first of all, looks at the economies of that road. And that is the reason why, that's why when we choose even the number of lanes we want to do.
Dude, let me just, and I'm telling you, let me just cut this thing out. I mean, in my own feeling, if you want to build a road, you're going to build a road. This nonsense of the
No,
population
you're not just going to
industry,
build it. They are
you're
factors.
going to build it wherever you want to build it.
No.
Moi,
There's nothing like wherever.
no,
There's
just
nothing like
listen.
wherever.
No, just listen.
Mukenya
Just
Mukora,
listen kidogo.
goja kidogo, because Mukenya Mukora kidogo. You see, because we have gone to school, you know, even in let me say in Turkana, even in Turkana, they don't just propose where to do roads anywhere. Within Turkana, they also look at their own population density, and they apportion projects equivalently. So I don't know why you want to propose to us that projects can be proposed anywhere, even if there are no people there. I don't get it.
All you need, especially the cult. I call it. Excuse me, may change, Julia. Sorry, nime change. Nimeanza kuita cult. The cult political people. All they need is the yeas have it, even if it's one person, and then that money is appropriated to that, whatever they're gonna do, and that money actually what.
Okay, umepotea. You see, Jeromora niwe analeta kidogo. You know, Juria, there's no in which, like, for example, you can tell me that you will refuse to do. I want to give a typical examples here, and maybe you know, Kenya is not like America, where they want to develop everywhere because they have resources. Kenya, we still have our resources are meager, and we prioritize based on need. We prioritize based on need. America, they don't care. They will develop everywhere. In Julia, you know that. America, even in the rural of rurals, there are schools, there are roads there, they will do that. But in Kenya, we will not do that. In Kenya, we prioritize based on where people are. Hata sahi Julia, ukiangalia, how many people, ni vitongoji ngapi, even some of the places where we are buying plot, unakuta hata stima ijafika huko. Why? Because wanajaribu, the people are prioritizing that project, wanaangalia hii pahali haina critical mass, ni watu wawili wako hapo. So what I'm trying to say is, saa zingine tunaanzia kubagua, tunaanzia kusema ni Kimenyano inatumika, and it is not Kimenyano. It is something which we are, like, for example, there is a constituency called Ruiru. So, I don't know if it is Ruiru or Juja. There is a constituency. Nilisikia iko na watu 200,000. Sijui Julia kama unajua hiyo constituency. It is one of the densely populated constituency in Kenya. Nilisikia iko na watu 200,000. Then there is also another constituency in Kenya iko na watu 30,000. So do you want to tell me that based on population density, even if now maybe it could actually even be a smaller constituency because it is in a populous place in Nairobi or in Kiambu, then there is another expansive constituency in Garissa with 40,000 people, but in kubwa sana, like some in Baringo. Tiate, like Tiate. Sijui kama mnajua Tiate. Tiate is very expansive. Tiate is big. Lakini hakuna mtu, ni only some few cattle who are there, and some few people. So you want to tell me that you will take a serious tarmac road in Tiate, and actually hata hiyo pesa ya kufanya hiyo tarmac hauna, and in a Tiate you don't have even good enough development which actually can use that road. Ni mtu moja hivi. There's no serious development which is there. People have not migrated there. So you want to tell me that you want to do a road in Tiate and you ignore a place which has 200,000 people in Iroiro because you have to do Tiate, yet you don't have resources na una pesa? Is that what Mukenya Mukora anatuambia? That is what you have to do in Kenya? So if there are any thinkers remaining in Kenya, what we have to do is, even though those places are marginalized, as we say, if we have to prioritize the small resources which we have, the concept has to be simple. You have to begin with where the population index is high. That is the concept of the model of developing anywhere. Places like Baringo, where we still don't have a lot of people and you still want to develop those places, you have to use other parameters of developing. We call them scale development. What are scale development? You don't begin by giving them the same development which you are giving in Ruiru, where there is a lot of population density. You can begin by is not
nimerudi and I'm going to challenge you. I was in a
okay,
sorry, my
maybe
phone
before you
died.
come to hiyo discussion nataka tuifanye na wewe. Wacha Jerumoro kwanza comment, alafu we do that discussion with you. Jerumoro, go ahead.
Sasa tumefika ni sasa kwa barabara. Haya, wakisema Mount Kenya wako na barabara mzuri. Tumeenda kwa barabara sasa, tumewachana na Kasongo.
Julia, wewe.
Sasa unaona Mount Kenya ni farmers. Hizo mabarabara inatakana ndio chakula ifike Nairobi, ifikie watu. Hata hiyo Baringo Jiro inatakana sauli ni farmers ndio wakitoa mahindi wapate njia ya kutoa mahindi. Si unaona mboga zao zinaharibikia pale sauli ya barabara. Kwa hivyo doesn't matter you are two people with the car, a whole Kenya it should have a good road. Doesn't matter what, everybody pay tax. Okay, hiyo ndio ile inatakana, sio kuangalia ati nini. Mount Kenya hiyo mnasema hapo sauli, watu ni farmers, ni vitu mingi sana inatoka huko inaingia Nairobi, export whatever. Kwa hivyo tusilete kama kwanza mniambie ile Kasongo alikuwa anasema kutoka Mandera kutoka TTT imejengwa, ameanza ile jenzi walimfanyia barabara.
Jerumoro, ukileta ile story ya siji from Kobo to this, from this, ukituletea hiyo utatumiza vichwa. Sasa hivi tuko chapati, tuko chapati mode, chapati tunakula chapati.
Sasa hii chapati ametoa wapi hiyo budget? Kwani wa Kenya kwa nini mnakaliwa? Huyu Ruto kila kitu anasimama kwa gari anasema tutateja, tutafanya. Hiyo budget iko kwa budget. Everything have to come from budget. Unaona? Haya, wacha mimi niweke kitu ya kucheka.
Uliza hiyo swali tena mami, please.
Nasema kila kitu huyu Ruto anasimama juu huko anasema tutatenga, tutafanya, niko na 2 billion. Anatoa wapi hiyo budget kila siku huyu Kasongo? Ika kichwa huyu mtu ni mimi nafikiria kuifinya kabisa huyu. Anafikiria watu ni wajinga. Hiyo PhD anasema ako naye. Anatumia akili kweli? Anajua alidanganya hata mtu amewekewa mafuta kwa kichwa hivi. Ni nini? Fathers na nini na nini. Kenya mzima akadanganya church. Na sasa tena anaendelea tu na uongo. Jana wacha mimi niweke kitu ya kucheka. Sauli hata saa inacheka. Nyoro wakati alikataza wale DO waende kufungua ile ofisi, Nyoro jana akakimbia akafungua njia na akaingia kwa mashini ile nini inaitwaje inakata barabara. Hata Sauli hata saa hizi nacheka. Akaingia kwa grela na akafungua barabara. Anabishana na huyu mtu sasa. Nyoro ndio amefungua hiyo njia iko Murang'a, inakatwa saa hii, inafanywa kazi saa hii. Alafu akaruka akaenda mpaka Taita
Ruto akakasirika kwa sababu yeye ndio alikuwa aende kufungua hiyo kitu. Sasa Nyoro amefungua, sasa atafungua mara mbili.
Nyoro amefungua mara mbili, alafu akaenda mpaka Taita Taveta akakaribishwa huko sana. Ule mtu akasema ule alimrafiki yake huko Taita Taveta, ukitembea na mwizi utakuwa mwizi. Mimi nitatembea na Didi Nyoro, Sauli anaangalia watu wao. Kwa hivyo anionyeze vile budget hii anafanya tutengenezee watu wetu. Sasa akaenda huko akakaribishwa kama Ruto. Sasa akawacha Murang'a wanajenga barabara alafu akaenda Taita Taveta. Haya, kitu kingine nataka kuambia nyinyi. Hata Ruto akipee huko watu wa kutoka kwa Raila fiti na nini na kazi. Akumbuke 2022 Raila alikuwa ameshikiliwa na Kenyatta na akupita, na walijua tu huyu mtu wetu Raila anakuja president, anatakana kuwa president, wakuchagua. Sasa kwa nini mlalamika? Sasa ni fiti wamepewa kazi. Cabinet 2022 alikuwa Raila na akupita. Kwa nini mlalamika? Wacha wapewe kazi. Hiyo ni ya bibi yake na watoto yao. Wao wanafanya kazi. Wasaidii wale maskini wako kwa maji huko Kisumu. Nilisema mara mingi tangu Januari. kuko watu wako kwa maji Kisumu, na kuko na MP, MCA, governor, everybody. Na watu kila mwaka wanakutwa na maji, watoto wana shule. Sasa nyinyi nyamazeni, hakuna pahali Kasongo anaenda, hakuna. Mungu amekataa. Ukiweka makasiriko ndio malaika anaondokea nyinyi. Tupendane sisi na tujue Mungu ametupangia njia ya kutoa huo mtu. Sauli ametumia njia ya Mungu na uongo. Hiyo ni baya sana. Kwa nini mnakasirika? Wacha apee watu wa Raila kazi, tuone atafika wapi. Akiwa sio Raila anasimama pale, Ruto atakuwa napi. Wakiwa kuina Raila kuina. Kwa nini mnakasirika? Kuwe na raha ndio malaika ya Mungu akuwe karibu na wewe akusaidie maombi yako. Wacha tu adanganye na adanganye, lakini thief have 40 days. Na ameshikwa sasa. 40 days ya Raila hii kumaliza hata miaka 3. Tunajua Raila. Na Ruto na Raila ni nani? 40 days imeisha. Na huo mtu akifikisha Mei iishe, nitauliza Mungu wangu kwa swali. Huyu akiendelea mpaka Mei iishe, nitauliza Mungu wangu swali, Sauli ya maskini. Wale wanamuomba kila siku. Kwa hivyo hiyo chapati anasimama anasema atajenga chapati, ametoa wapi hii pesa? Mnatakikana, unaona magavana wawili wamefungwa. Hata Kasongo anatakana aseme hii pesa anatoa wapi. Haya, huyu mtu mwingine mnaongelea sana, anaongeanga sijui kama mtoto. Huyu mnamuitaje huyu kijana huyu? Mnaona ameandikiwa barabara. Ameandikiwa barua na NCC, sijui wanaitwaje. Sauli ya hiyo maongeleshi yake anaenda huko kuongelesha kwa bunge ya wananchi. Ameitwa. Nimeona jana kwa news. Ameitwa. Kwa hivyo huyo atajua kuongea, kuanza kusema Kikuyu nini, atarudisha hiyo maswali ama ambiwa asikue pahali anaongea kwa media. Kwa hivyo msijali, watu wanajiuza tu, wanapewa pesa ya shilingi 10.
Mtangojewa Thika. Mami, mtangojewa Thika highway, hapo ndio mtangojewa. Si alisema hapo ndio atawangoja.
Ameandikiwa barua na NCC. Wanaitwa NCC? Wameshika kama watu
NCIC, yes.
Yeah, that 80 people been deleted later. I saw in the news last night. Wameitwa warudishe hiyo kuongea, wanaongea ujinga ya kupiganisha watu.
Ati Gausho ameandikiwa barua.
Ameitwa, ilikuwa kwa hii TV inaitwaje hii isemaji uongo. Inaitwaje hii kubwa sana kwa Kenya? Hii TV news. No, Citizen wakisema kitu ni kweli.
Nakwambia Gaucho, niliona Gaucho kwa TikTok leo ametetemeka. Kwani alifanywa nini?
Sile ametumiwa barua aende. Ameitwa na barua.
Sasa nilisema hapa juzi nikasema Gaucho amesema amesahau kulikuwa naitwa Sanga, alikuwa anaitwa nani? Yule mwenye alikuwa anasema atangoa weeds. Na after doing all those things, huyo jamaa aliachwa peke yake anaenda Hague.
Ameitwa. Niwaambie wa Kenya msiongee maneno yake sana. Sauli hata hawa wanasikiza sisi. Huyu ameitwa na barua, nimeona hata Gachagua ameitwa. Unaona? Gachagua akakataa kwenda. Wao wengine wakaenda. Hata Gachagua wa Munyoro ameitwa. Unaona? Swali yangu
kwa sababu ya kuambia mtu asikanyange Meru.
Watatuambia ni nini? Sasa nataka nijue wakati Ruto anasimama anasema ukabila, na sisi tunajua sasa sisi ni Wakenya tunaongea hapa tuna ukabila, hata yeye aitwa. Huyu Ruto ndio amekuja na hii maneno. Wewe Julia, unajua tu kuwa na ukabila wakati tunashaliwa. Tumeenda shule pale tuna ukabila. Hii Ruto hata yeye aitwe. Aseme ukabila iko wapi? Na niliona Gen Z wakisema hivi. Aitwe hata yeye. Aseme anaunganisha Wakenya tulikuwa war. Which war? Yeye ndio amekuja na hiyo jina. Sauli anajua hasara imeenda. Sasa anataka kufeed Kenyans ati tuko na ukabila ni wa Munyoro. Hiyo ni ujinga. Na hiyo sikutakubaliana na hiyo. Ruto ni mkabila ile nimejua wa ndani kabisa. Na nimewaambia wa Kenya, mnasema mlisagua, mimi nilijifunga. 7 days ati apite. Unaona? Hiyo maombi yangu nimetoa. Na nikaambia Mungu arudishie mimi maombi yangu niweke kwa Munyoro, na amefanya hivyo. Huyu Ruto ni muongo ule sijai kuona, na anatumia Bible hata saa hii. Ati anasema amesoma Bible yote. Amesoma wapi? Kwa nini anapitisha ile kwa nini anapeana pesa watu wanaona akiwa amesoma Biblia? Ha? Kwa nini anajidai? Aonyeshe nyinyi mnaongea nyinyi ni bure. Don't give men God without your left head know what you giving God. That the Biblia tunajua. Hiyo Biblia yake ya masaitani ametoa huko Nigeria whatever. I don't care. Lakini Ruto anaenda. Wakenya mjue Ruto anaenda. Hata afikisha ile uchaguzi. Anaenda. Anaenda. Na msikuwe na wasiwasi. Julia nilisema hivi Januari, ukaniangalia hivi. Hebu niambie ni nini inapitishwa Kenya inafanywa? Hakuna. Ukiona Didi Nyoro anajenga barabara, na hiyo barabara anajua ilikuwa kwa budget, tangu waingie. Anaendesha tu wakiwa na uhuru. Anaendesha maneno yake. Alafu wivu, mtu wa Mungu anawaambia nyinyi ati mimi ni Mkristianity na akona wivu na mtoto mdogo anajijenga. Hiyo ni wivu gani hiyo? Unajua mtu akona wivu anaweza kuua wewe. Kwa hivyo muachane na huyu Ruto, kazi yake imeisha. Na hakuna pahali atapelekwa na Raila. Hata akiwape wote kazi Kisumu mzima atapita. Wachana naye. Wacha wafanye vile wakule, wacha wakule pesa yetu, jazo yetu, lakini watalia. Hiyo tu ndio nitasema, na mrudishie mimi kama amejenga njia ile kwenda Galiza kwenda nini kwenda nini. Amemaliza hiyo njia. Na ile ya Nairobi alisimama pale akasema mkitoka Christmas. Unaona? Hizo ndio tunataka kujua. Alafu akija kwa mlima aseme ile alituandikisha kila kitu, mnataka nini kampeni mzima. Amefanya ile kazi. Sio kuchora kuweka nini. Unajua huyu MP wa huko Nyeri, huyu wa Mombi, anaenda paint road. Painting. Anatudanganya road imejengwa. Wanafikiri watu ni wajinga. Munaona ile barabara Nyoro ametengeneza kwa milima na milima. Anatengeneza barabara proper. Na hiyo itauma Ruto mpaka akufe. Sauli wa MP watakuja KDF pesa wanafanya kazi ati anakuja anafungua. Hapana, Nyoro saluti you.
Lakini mami, with all due respect, hiyo si kazi ya Nyoro kujenga barabara.
Ni ya nani?
According to the constitution, si kazi yake.
Ni ya nani?
Hiyo kazi ni ya either governor or actually governor or the national nini, si kazi ya the MP ana pesa. I mean, hafai kujenga chochote. MP anafaa kwenda kazi kumeclose. That's the constitution.
Nakwambia MCA wakisikizana na governor na MP wao, wewe enda ufanye ile kazi, ako na right. Hawezi kuendesha gari kwa matope na watoto wanaenda shule na matope. Ati Sauli sio kazi yake.
Anaweza enda kwa parliament according to the constitution. Kama tungefuata constitution, anaweza enda kwa parliament afanye kitu inaitwa lobbying. Lakini si yeye ajenge barabara. The constitution does not allow an MP.
Nakwambia akiwa wamesikizana na gavana wake na MCA, I can't see wrong. Hiyo barabara ajegi kwenda kwake, anajegea wa Kenya. Anybody can do whatever provided you know we be hiyo pesa. Sasa usiwatoa hiyo barabara kama vile Moi alifanya Kikuyu wakati ya Jojo. Jojo wakati alikuwa MP ya Kikuyu, Jojo akawakuta wasichana walikuwa wanasomea shule iko Kamango inaitwa Moi Girls. Ilikuwa kama kwa bar. Jojo akajenga shule. Moi akakuja akatoa yote hiyo mawe akatupa huko kwa Masai. Akajenga ingine. Si unaona ujinga? Sasa si watoa hiyo barabara. Wivu ni baya. Anybody you are parliament whatever, you can do whatever, help your village. Doesn't matter what. Hiyo pesa ni yetu. Akituonyesha anafanya kazi, we are salute. He haven't done wrong. Hiyo pesa imetoka kwa budget zao kwa loko huko kwa Murang'a, na wanatengeneza hiyo. Au shida iko wapi?
Ukweli ni sawa, unajua kupigania, lakini mali ile kitu najaribu kukuambia mam ni kwa sababu the constitution does not allow an MP to build a road. Hakuna kitu iko kwa constitution kama hiyo. Lobbying. Sasa
unataka tugoje Ruto mpaka nini? Watu wanaumia huko, ni watu wanalima
kidogo pamoja na Mkenya mkora. Did Nyoro say that amejenga mabarabara na pesa ya CDF? Is that what you mean?
Sidio?
No. Did he confirm? Did he say that amejenga barabara na pesa? Because let me tell you, unajua Mkenya mkora, even if sio kazi yake kujenga barabara, but rural roads, you want to tell me that like an ordinary gravel road you cannot do even if you are an MP? An ordinary gravel road, like you want to tell me
on a private, nobody has refused you. Hakuna mtu amekunyima kujenga kitu ukiwa peke yako.
Yeah,
but constitutional, on your own voluntarily or
you see, in Ezaku, it is not in the constitution, but it is not illegal, right? Let's say Didi Nyoro has
100%. I agree with you on that one. Yes, it might not be in the constitution, but it's not illegal.
Yeah. But Didi Nyoro can say, I want to do a road of 8 kilometers. Na hii pesa ya CDF. I understand the CDF wanapeangwa 100 million plus. So if he is having a CDF of 100 million plus, bwana Mkenya mkora, you know, if it is a gravel road, even 3 million can do something in a gravel road. And gravel road na kuweka some ditches, is it tunaita drift, 3 million can go quite a substance. So what I don't know, if it is a tarmac road, that one there will be a discussion. Maybe we can say he has robbed for tarmac to be brought. Lakini kama ni kufanya graveling, it is possible. It is possible. Mkenya mkora, it is possible to do.
Yeah, that ni loko. Alikuwa anatengeneza loko.
Yeah, so that's why nilikuwa nikisema we can interrogate in terms of that. Actually, an MP can decide to go an extra mile. Mtu anaweza sema I want to do an extra mile. Let me tell you, not even at kujenga barabara peke yake ama hata kujenga hospitali, hizo vitu manafanyanga. Actually, an MP can even say nitawekea watu stima. I will do a piping project. Hivi mwenyewe ameangalia na akaona hiyo pesa yake ya CDF kuna vile anaweza weka mtaro wa maji. Yes, or even to do siwa.
Njiru, here comes the problem. Comes the problem. And I want you as a smart person that you are, I want you to really listen to me very carefully. You're talking about kama hii pesa ya CDF inaweza kuwa. Now, here's the problem. For me, you, Mami here, and even our teacher. Anyone can wake up in the morning and decide to plant what crop they want to do, and even decide that, hey, I need to paint this pavement red just because it's your area or whatever, and no one will ever stop you from doing that. Now the problem, just kidogo, the problem is when you start even talking about even this thing that you're calling CDF, because if it's from your pocket, you can even build anyone, even your neighbor, you can do whatever you want to do as long as it's you and you have the ability and you can do whatever you want to do. But now when it comes back to this CDF that you're talking about, and this CDF, first of all, we don't even understand what CDF is because it's actually not in the constitution. So this is, and there was hold on. There was an MP that actually brought this thing CDF in the parliamentary committee, and they were asked, is this in the constitution? And they were asked, they said, and this was the most, I can't remember the name, I'll remember, nitaikumbuka, sitaki kuongea matope because already matope imeongelewa hapa hivi. But the most, that one, I don't want to say what I want to say, but most hiyo alikosea kitu yote. Alisema ati if we don't have the CDF, then the people in our counties or at home, they will not recognize us, because CDF is actually what makes us be recognized by the people around us. I mean, the people in our counties, some of the counties that they never visit anyways. But unapata mtu, like, that CDF is so important for them, so that they can endear the citizenry in their counties or in their home area. So you see, huu ni mtu mwenye yani hii kitu is so important for them that waipate, because that's how they move the citizenry by that. And when you ask them, what did you use, they don't even have a way of saying where the CDF went, the one they were given, which is actually unconstitutional. So, and that's the problem that we have to look. We need to leave that CDF out of this ikitu yote. An MP has a very good written mandate.
Wacha nikurudishie, hebu si kukuacha wewe, niturudishie. Unaona, nimetoka Kikuyu. Huyu Kimani Manongwe amejenga barabara yote ya Deia, kila pahali tuko na rami na stima. Hebu muulize hiyo swali, alitoa wapi hiyo pesa? Anatumia pesa gani? MP have a right tutengeneze your local. Hiyo pesa ikibakia, akitengeneza mashule na nini, asiweke kwa mfuko.
Wapi pesa ya kutengeneza mami?
And that's why I want to explain. I want to explain how it happens. Mkenya Mkora, as a member of parliament, you can do something we call lobbying. And for your information, the roads construction are not only done by the Kenyan government alone. I think that is also one thing which you are refusing to understand. Actually, we even have roads which are being financed directly by the World Bank. It is not the Kenyan government which is financing those projects. So what happens is this, and I want you to start now following Kenyan development, because in Akani Kama there is a place where you are having some missing links. This is what happens. In Kenya, if majority of roads are not financed by the government. I don't know why we are refusing to say this. Kenyan government in Minnesota, they don't finance anything. Many vitu mingi zetu za Kenya zinafanyangwa na maloni. Na loan zinatokanga either, there was a time when siku hizi nasikia even the Bank of China inaitwa Exim Bank. Exim Bank can finance a specific project in Kenya. Like Exim Bank can say we have, then we now have those counties which people they have been able to have memorandum of understanding with even World Bank directing na pesa inaletwa huko. So this is what happens even for the member of parliament. Member of parliament, through his own initiative, he can actually have good actors outside there who can actually come and finance projects directly for him. So either those people are bringing those projects as donations.
Which section of the constitution allows the member of parliament to do those things that you're talking about? Isn't that illegality?
No, lobby, you cannot be saying everything. But if Mkenya Mukora, if today you are a member of parliament of Kadonzweni or Seikuru, if you are a member of parliament of Seikuru, are you going to tell me that you don't be waiting for coffers from the government? You cannot go and lobby or look for help?
No, I'm going to make the laws. I'm going to make...
let me tell you.
I'm going to make the...
So,
I'm going to make the laws that facilitate.
Tulia kidogo. We have to stop criminalizing hard work. Even as we want to claim that Didinyoro is a thief, even as we want to claim or Ameiba, we have also to understand that this young man or old man, depending on how we have to accept that he is a workaholic. He is playing his cards so well, and he is having like a stream of finances from somewhere. He doesn't, and I want to tell you what Didinyoro said, because alielezea ni vile nyinyi hamtaki kufuatilia. Didinyoro is applying kitu inaitwa economics of scale, and I agreed with that concept. What did Didinyoro do? Didinyoro anapeana contract zinaitwa labor based. So Didinyoro is not going to look for contractors. Enda usikilize speech ya Didinyoro akisema vile yeye anatumia. So yeye anasema ile 1 million anapeleka kwa investment, another MP will only invest 300,000 in it. So Ndindi Nyoro yeye alisema yeye anafanya kitu inaitwa economies of scale, mass negotiation. Anaenda kwa watu wa rangi, ana negotiate na wao, hao watu wanakuja mpaka wana train, they even train watu wa kupaka rangi. Enda usikilize. Kama ni maneno ya tile, alisema yeye anaenda kwa supplier wa tile, ana negotiate na wao the prices of tile, na anatafuta watu 150 wanatrainiwa how to put those tiles. Alafu yeye ananunua tiles zinaletwa hapo at subsidized price. Alafu sasa yeye ndiye analipa hao watu wa kuweka tile directly, na alisema that's how he has been able to control both quality and quantity ili watu waweze kuona. So if you look at the Ndindi Nyoro concept is a model yeye mwenyewe alisoma, sababu he knew that akitumia the contracting model ya kutafuta contractor afanye, hakuna kazi atafanya because the contractor want to make profit. So vile Ndindi Nyoro alifanya, yeye aliamua to do the job directly na watu mashinani. So Ndindi Nyoro kazi yake inakuanga kuajiri directly, so he doesn't go, so kazi yake ni kulipa labor na kununua material, na akona ma contract na different suppliers. So that is how, so hii wivu mingi ya Ndindi Nyoro, I understood his model by the way, na hiyo and if Ndindi Nyoro that is his model, I think he will even do 3 times better job than what the other MP is capable of doing. So that is the issue. So bwana Mkenya Mukora, instead of asking how Ndindi Nyoro is doing it, try to learn from his model, because Ndindi Nyoro model is real. He even explained even how he is able to do it.
But Njiro, with all due respect, I think you're misquoting me. I'm not looking at, and I want to make it clear because naona watu wamechemka, watu huko chini, and I don't want to come back to where we were, but I'm just trying to say, my thing, I don't even care about this Ndindi Nyoro guy. The guy alikuwa anauza vitu Mudhurwa, and yes, he got to where he is, and really I don't care. I think he does a good job. I don't have a problem with him in any way. In fact, I'm liking the stand that he's actually taking as we are. Yes, is he taking it because now he's not in the cushion and he's been put on the whatever? That's his own cake to eat.
Do you know what, Mkenya Mukora? Do you know that even in next year Ndindi Nyoro will be having projects, atakuwa anaonesha watu na mtakuwa mnauliza anatoa
That's
pesa wapi?
fine.
Even
That's
next year
fine.
atakuwa anaoneshana projects. Hata next year
Okay.
atakuwa anaonesha. Wacha hata hivi ametolewa from the chairmanship in the name of what he is stealing, even in next year, because
That's
already
fine.
Ndindi Nyoro has understood how to minimize wastage.
Bro, niache nimalize.
Wacha nimalize hii point moja. Ndindi Nyoro has just understood how to minimize wages, to minimize wastage. He knows how, and he just knows how to invest. That's how good he has been. And I think Kenyans, instead of attacking that man too much, we need to start learning. For me, I think if we learn from that guy, it will
All
help
right.
us more than criticizing.
Let me finish then, please. With all due respect. Listen, so Ndindi Nyoro, whatever he's done, and I appreciate him a lot. My point was the constitution and what an MP is actually, what the duty of an MP is. Now we go back to that Ndindi Nyoro thing, and I admire him personally because, especially for that, the office that was supposed, the one that Farouk Kibet was fighting him, that he should have never angefa kwenda to open it because the president is coming and should have been opening it. I like his your revolt that he said, no, I'm gonna open it, so that when he opens it, akifungua tena watu waone. Now, do I like that? Yes. I would like people to go, like, MPs and governors or whatever they are, to go open things so that the president can actually sit in what we call Harambe House, his office, and open up big things, not going to open up Bituza chief, So I like what he did. But then again, my biggest question is, By the time he's opening that, why is the president actually wanting to come there? And now that he's actually taken out of the budget and appropriation committee, why is it that now that he feels jittered as a jittered lover that he can do that? Yet prior to that, now that he's an angel, why was he not an angel before then? Because he could actually just let the president just come open up something, even a school.
Let
Or
me
a
answer that.
classroom, not a
Let me
school.
answer you that. Let me answer that. Whatever did Nyoro doing, he started with the Uhuru akiwa kwa power, na hakuna budget ya Ruto pale. Unataka kuja fungue hiyo, hakuna budget yake 2022. Nyoro alianza hii maneno akiwa na Uhuru, na ndio anasema alianza kujenga huko akiwa na Uhuru. Nyoro sio mara ya kwanza yako kwa parliament, na kile hata hapa tuko barabara ikiharibika tunakuta member of parliament. Member of parliament is like a Nyoro. Hata huko kijijini kitu kilabaya mnakuta member of parliament. Unaona? Hiyo maneno ya kuambia kuna kwa katiba uondoe. Member parliament anabeba kijiji yote pale anasimamia.
Lakini mami, katiba ni katiba, iko pale imeandikwa 1+1 = 2. Hawezi niambia kuna kitu kwa katiba na iko kwa katiba. Sasa utataka nikusaidie aje? I'm just saying it. Katiba ni katiba. Njiro, I don't know, sijui kama mama ameanguka.
So ameenda, nitamngojea kuja, but wacha nikuulize swali so Mkenya Mkora, can you explain to us the bigger projects which much of the Ukambani registrations have done? Hebu niambie MP Mukamba ambaye amefanya kitu ya maana and what they have done. Maybe that one can help us also to
No, Njero, I'm wondering, what is the argument between Mato and Njero? Where the MP gets money, ama ni argument ni wapi?
No, the issue is about whatever the Nyoro is doing it outside the law. So that is hiyo ndio shida ya Mkenya Mkora.
Yes, CDF, where is the law being broken there?
Mkenya Mkora anasema ati the Nyoro has no capacity to do roads constitutionally.
No, I don't think the CDF wanapewa. I don't think it is streamlined what it's supposed to do. Inaitwa Constituency Development Fund. What does the word development mean?
I think Mkenya Mukora anaongea because there are some functions which have already been devolved. So I think Mkenya Mukora thinks that roads have to be.
Kuna in the county, kuna barabara za county na za national government. But I want somebody to tell me what is the role of Constituency Development Fund? Kazi hiyo pesa ni ya nini?
Constituency Development Fund, most of them wanaitumianga kwa bursary na kujenga mashule. Most of them na kujenga ma police station. Most of them kujenga ma police station.
Lakini kuna vile imekuwa stupid that they don't do this or do that.
No. Ile kitu iko, you cannot take it to hospitals because it is believed the hospitals are national functions. And many of them still they don't take it to the roads because it is believed the roads the counties will come and do. So that's why wanapelekanga shule. It's like an understanding of many of them. Wanapeleka mashule, wanapeleka police station na mabasari. That is what they do.
So hakuna vile imeambiwa usifanye hii na usifanye.
No. It has not been said. But if you want to do more than what every other regular MP is doing, you can. Ukiamua unataka kujenga barabara, you can, kama pesa inatosha.
Ndio nasema member of parliament ndio tunakibiria tabu yote, na huyo ni member of parliament anafanya hii kazi kwa watu wao. Utabu iko wapi? Ni wapi banki ya Kenya ile kubwa imesema Nyoro ameenda huko akasaini pesa? Si ni kuweka budget, anaweka peke yake, aweki kwa mfuko yake ama kuangalia familia yake, anaangalia wa Kenya. Sasa hii wivu Ruto kukibia kuanza kufunga hii na hii na hii, kwani president ni ako na kiasi ya kwenda kufungua ofisi ya DO? What is the problem?
Kidogo, for your information, president anafaa kukua akifungua national projects. What are national projects? National projects are inter-county projects. Unaona kama saa hii president cannot come and open a project which has been built using CDF money. The president can only open a project which has been built using national funds which were directed through the, and which are not under the supervision of the MP. So there's no in which ati MP amejenga police station, president aende akafungue. MP, anything which MP ndiye amejenga ndiye anafaa kufungua. So Ruto is supposed to go and open roads, na sio, and not a county road. It has to be inter-county. You can
Na
open
kwa
and
nini
Thank you, Mr.
alikataza,
Zero.
kwa nini
Thank you so
alikataza
much.
DO? Kwa nini
Thank
alikataza
you.
DO waende pale
because
kufungua ofisi
you
zao?
want to break the law. Ruto cannot go and open a project which has been done through CDF money. He can only do an inter-county. President, come if it is a project inaguza Keharo na another constituency, he anaweza fungua. But he cannot all. There is a national project. There is a national project in Keharo. If there is a national project in Keharo, anaweza fungua. But if not that, kama ni barabara.
Ebu rudia hiyo. I know we have difference of opinions, but can you at least hiyo umedunga point hapo sasa? Yes, thank you.
Let me explain project ya president inakaa namna gani, and anusikilize hii ili muache kudanganya. These are the projects za president hawezi fungua project. He cannot commission any project which has been done using CDF money. But if there is a TVET college which has been constructed using national money, he anaweza fungua. But CDF money was not sunk there. If there is a university with a building which we have used like Vision 2030 money, kama ile tower ya Nairobi, University of Nairobi Tower, mnajua hiyo nyumba tulijenga using our money, that one he can go and open. Konza City he can go and open. Kama ni barabara, he cannot open a road which is within a sub-county. Like tuseme ati kuna rami inawekwa na hiyo rami, that rami is not going to get out of Manyata constituency. That rami is not going to get, but if that rami is going to cut across one or two constituencies, anaweza fungua. But he cannot go and commission. That's why I don't know why, like for example, in Embu nilionanga, there's a day when alienda akafungua barabara which was going to Chicago. That was wrong. He cannot open a road which is within Chicago constituency. The president cannot open a road within a constituency. That one is not his jurisdiction, because the president has to, as a symbol of national unity, his projects have to cut across through the national coffer. So that is very wrong. So Kenyan with Rav, you can ride with that. I have digested for you.
And I really appreciate Njiru the way you brought it up. Umeileta vizuri. I mean, sufficing the illegality of the CDF na vitu kama hizo, tukitupa tu mbali tuseme okay, maybe CDF is legal, but venye umeileta ni vizuri sana. Inter venye umesema huwezi kuja, especially like I saw, where was it Lanana that he went and opened a classroom. I mean, look at the tiers that actually ziko katikati hapo hivyo. There's a chief, there's the sub chief, there's everything. And actually kama imetoka from the from the taxpayers' money, who's actually nani ako na hiyo taxpayers' money? Who actually gets it? Because kila mtu anakuwaga amepewa their duties according to the constitution. The problem with our country is that we really don't care about our constitution, because there's nowhere, like I always say, and that's why we have so many cases in court, because the CDF is actually illegal. It's not in the constitution.
Mukenya Mukora, as you speak, are you aware that isipokuwa tu ni vile tu we are just a stupid country, and sorry to use that one. Do you know that some projects which Ruto anaendanga ku launch ni project ya governor to launch yeye mwenyewe? The governor should be
exactly
like, those projects should actually be launched by the, if a project is not moving from, let me tell you, I want to explain to people here, Governor wa Embu is the one who is supposed to launch a project within Embu, if it is within the jurisdiction of Embu. Governor wa Kirinyaga ndiye anafaa ku launch a project which is within Kirinyaga. But if there is a project which is moving from Embu inaingia Kirinyaga ama inatoka Embu inaingia Machakos, sasa Ruto anaweza enda, because sasa hapo sasa it is beyond sasa the county mandate. But if that project is ring fenced within a county, Ruto cannot be there. We don't understand our mandate. He cannot be there. Like kama
You
ni
are
barabara,
100% right. You are
kama ni
100%
barabara it
right,
is
and
within
I don't
Embu,
know why people
hiyo
don't
ni
see
Mbarire,
this.
hiyo ni Mbarire aende akafungue. If it is within Embu, lakini kama
Yes.
hiyo barabara it is springing all the way to another county, like it is intercounty, inatoka Nairobi inapita Kiambu inaenda Kajiado hivyo. Haya, Ruto aende afungue hiyo. Lakini kama it is a road within Nairobi, hiyo ni ya Sakanja. But I don't know why it takes so much for people to understand that information.
Nata and Jiru and all the panelists and the people who are listening to us, this is the conversations that we need to have. Because Jiru, let me ask you a question. Do we even need to open this to open these roads or these projects and whatever? Who opened Bagadi? Who opened Thika Highway? Who opened? Did we ever see them?
You know, we don't deserve to open them, but now, you know, we have made them as the events of the president to go and loiter around as he tried to hoodwink people. You know, hiyo story ya Kolonjima project ni story ya hoodwink people. Hoodwink people, tutafanya, tutajenga. We don't need to do it. You can actually, what the president is supposed to do is to gazette that project. You just gazette, and then maybe there is a media print to say that we will do this and this project. I have never seen Joe Biden going to launch a project, even the time when he was a president. I have never seen.
What is it that you're launching? I mean, you're going to launch a classroom, for heaven's sake. I mean, most of I mean, Thika Highway. No, Kibaki never launched that thing. Merely jenga tu na kaenda ziara zake. He never even launched it. As long as the road is there, as long as something is there, I mean, it's done. It's
but
over.
You see, these people do that because it's an opportunity to meet with the people. That's the only way in which you can be able to meet the people through a financing. Because remember, Ruto akisema anaenda Mount Kenya kufungua project, he will go there with government financing. You understand that, Bwana Mkenya Mukora? It's an opportunity for him.
Yeah, it's true. I agree with you, sir.
To go to the treasury, get money, because I'm going to Mount Kenya to launch projects. Go to the treasury, get 80 million, and go to Nyanza to launch projects. So it's the only way to justify more routing, because now atapewa pesa ya kuenda nayo. That is the travesty.
And I agree with you, sir. Thank you so much. We're in tandem here. Look, you get to a point that you even look at even the entourage that the guy is actually moving around with. It's just unnecessary. I mean, that's why you're having, you're running over, people from different countries, and then you can't even stop, and you're running over them, and the other car, because the chase car, they're running over. Let me give you a good example, and I always go back to Moi, even though I don't like his leadership at the end of it. Moi, there's a road called Kabarak, Nakuru to Kabarak, and there came a time where that road was already made and everything. And you know what that road was used for? That road was used for watu walikuwa na tandika mahindi huko zikauke, because the only time that itatumika will be Moi going to his Kabarak home. And at the time I was in the university, and I remember somebody taking me there. His name was Kibet. He took me out there. Ni wale watoto si tukiwa tunapanda matatu, yeye alikuwa anakuja na gari yao ile extra. He drove us, akatuonesha, by the way, barabara simnaona ni mahindi tu, watu wanatandika mahindi huko, wanajua tu ile siku Moi atakuja. But even when you look at the entourage of Moi, Cheska would go 20 minutes ahead of you, mnajua kuna mtu anakuja kupita. Ile ya kwanza, kale ka kwanza kabisa, blue chini juu nini white, na ile kingora, or for those people who understand what I'm trying to say, kingora uko kameenda, mko hapo tu mnangoja kidogo muone wa lakini zote ziko one fallen. At that time the farmers already washajua watu hizo nini, watu hizo mahindi, because hapo ndo ilikuwa mali ya kukausha. Now, am I saying that was a good way of leadership? No. What I'm trying to say is that at least there was a form of doing things, and no one has ever launched that Kabarak road. And I can tell you, it's one of the best built roads. I used it when I was in Kenya about 2 years ago. Bado iko inaendanga, but it was never launched. Moi never used to launch matope. Kila kitu you go, whatever. Kibaki never used to do. Kibaki would just show up and call you mafia kuku and whatever you want to be called. But where we Uhuru, in fact, even Uhuru, I mean, I guess the only one the two things that I know Uhuru, kama kuna mtu anikumbushe, I know he launched, not even launched, he traveled with the maiden flight to the United States, the direct flight to JFK, and then he also did the SGR. That was the launching that he was doing. The person that was launching, even when hate Murara Kibaso as much as you want, but you've never seen Murara Kibaso go somewhere and actually say that this was launched by Uhuru. All of them, they're always launched by Ruto when he was Tangatanga. I mean, the guy can launch your spoon. Kijiko can just launch anything just to be seen. We remember Moi when kitambo sana, watu wanyoka sana. You can remember when Moi was doing the gabions. He was never launching. He was just going to sweat with people and to show them that lazima tufanye mmonyoko wa udongo. If I don't know if my Swahili is good. So this thing of Ruto going unconstitutionally, hizo vitu zingine zilikuwa zimeachiagwa makansela and they never launched. Bora kitu imefanyika. I mean, there's not a launching date. Sijui kuna nini. All the only thing they used to launch is, like you said, interstatal or inter-county. That's what it is. The nonsense that we're being shown right now, Mr. Chair, the nonsense that we're being shown right now, that hata mtu anaenda sijui ataenda kulaunch class, a class, really? That's for the principal, not even the principal, the deputy guy. Ama nimedanganya? Are we where are we? Mr. Chair, I'm bringing back to you. Chukua hiyo kitu yako bwana. Hii ujinga nimeona saizi. I don't even understand what the heck is happening. Sitaki kuongea kaa wale wengine.
Mkora, ukisikiza senta, huyu senta Omotala akihesabu pesa jana ama ni juzi alikuwa kwa senta akiambia Wakenya waangalie ile pesa Ruto anaharibu, akitembea Nairobi akienda hapa ni pesa mingi sana haribu ya tax. Unaona? Na ndivyo unaona Nyoro akasimama akasema hii barabara zote tunajenga area zetu itaandikwa majina ya MP, member of parliament walikuwa pale wamefanya vizuri. Sasa hiyo sio kazi ya president. Anabeba pesa yote kuenda kutembea hiyo, kwanza anatembea anaharibu pesa mingi sana na ndivyo unaona sasa member of parliament he's try to show Ruto you doing stupid, this is our job, we can open project, we build it, this is not your job. Sauli anabeba hii makipikipiki inamfuata na security ni pesa mingi sana na watu wanakufia kwa hospitali pale. Unaona? Ndivyo unaona Nyoro pengine anajaribu kumuonyesha unafanya nini? It's not cost me tufungue hii, wewe ukija hapa ni kama 50 million or 150 million cost Kenyan you to come here. Unaona? Ndio unaona sasa Nyoro anafanya hivi, sio ati kumharibisha, hiyo ni kazi ya member of parliament. sio ati ni kudharau, not respect him. Hiyo sio kazi yake. Si unaona kama huyu wa Mumbi alikuwa anasema Ruto anakuja afungue launch Mount Kenya, ile njia ya Mau Mau. Hiyo koti imekataa. Sasa ndio center wanamuuliza, unakuja Mount Kenya kulaunch nini? What did you finish? Ni njia gani unakuja kufungua? Wanamuuliza center. Ukiangalia wa center jana ama juzi wakiwa kwa center vile wanauliza hii maswali, anaenda kufungua nini? Anaenda kuambia Mount Kenya nini? Nothing. It's wastage. Huyu mtu mimi sijui hiyo PhD yake alisomea wapi. Anaharibu pesa mingi sana kweli. Sio ati nini.
Alafu mami anafika mahali watu wanaanza kumpigia kelele, wanamwambia na hii na, and I want to give you a good example. Kama hiyo story ya chapati, yeye hakuwa ameenda huko story ya kuleta chapati. Watu wamesema sijui nini chapati, all of a sudden na tumetenga pesa ya chapati na ni mingi. Anaendanga tu anaambiwa pale, watu wanapiga kelele wanamwambia na hii sasa okay, na hiyo nimeongea, tumefanya. He has not spoken to anyone, is just following, anafuatilia kitu tu watu wamepiga kelele about. That's what it is. Enda usimame mbele ya Ruto pale akiwa juu hizo magari zake, umwambie now, just come up with something stupid like useme na vijiko zina cost sijui 800. Atasema na hizo vijiko mnasema, ama ndugu zenyu vipi, hizo vijiko mumesema tushapanga, tumeweka 400, 800 na milioni 6 na nini nani. He will just blabber. Yani unajua kuna mahali hata all the presidents that we've seen, kuna kitu hata mnaweza mpigia kelele huko, mwambie hatuna uniform, amwambie nitashughulikia. Huyu alishashughulikia kabla afike. Yet the nonsensical thing about this mami, it's big for me to fathom. Pole, endelea mam, pole, nimekukata na sijui Jili kwa nini amenyamaza.
Ndio unaona juu sio kusema ati anapendelea vile tunasema kila point. Nikisema kitu tunasikia vile anatueleza. Si unaona sasa, umeelewa? Member of parliament ako na right. Si unaona, hakuna ati kutukanana na nini. Tunasikia sasa, tumesikia vile inapango. Mimi najua hivyo, member of parliament have a right. Hata hapa niko Australia, kitu kiharibika, hata chimu ikuje kwa barabara, tunaenda kwa member of parliament. Unaona, member of parliament ndio anakusimamia. Ukiwa pale umetoka, kuko na barabara baya, unakuta member of parliament, first person member of parliament ndio ataanza hiyo process.
Lakini mamisi to change your constitution do you allow the abilities that the members of parliament of Australia have, because we don't have in the constitutional availability or amenity. It does not work with Kenya. We have a constitution. Australia has its own constitution.
Unaona vile Didi anafanya. Ukisoma hiyo katiba yote, habari maneno ya member of parliament iko pale. Watu wanasoma tu line mbili wanawacha. Iko pale. Nyoro hawezi kuenda kujenga kitu anajua na anafungua, his breaching law. Think about it. Think about that. Ati amejenga hii kitu na anajua ndio anatakana afungue. 100% his right. Wewe fikiria hiyo tu. Ati hiyo ni nchi mzima iko na sheria na iko na serikali, amejenga hii kitu na ameaita watu wafungue. Sauli anajua he is responsibility to do so.
Lakini mami unielewi na bado nitajaribu, because I like for people to understand. hii pesa yenye amejenga na amejenga kutoka kwa mfuko ama amejenga kutoka wapi? Because CDF is unconstitutional. Hana pesa yoyote unless ni pesa kutoka kwa mfuko yake, that's fine, I agree, hiyo kabisa, he has the right. Lakini
Unajua
the
pesa ngapi
member of
wanapewa?
parliament does not have any money.
Unajua Nyoro hakukuja na Ruto. Nyoro alikuwa pale na Uhuru, amejipanga peke yake, anaweka anakula. Unajua vile tunaambiwa, kama mimi nikiwa mdogo, baba alikuwa anatusaidia kwa budget. Unakula ukiwa na shilingi 10 unakula 5 unaweka 10. Unakula 5 unaweka 5. Huyu Nyoro ndio anafanya hiyo. Hata unaona shule zake zote wazazi wanalipa 1,000 peke yake. Unaona, amejipanga huyu mtu, na ndio tunataka member of parliament Kenya waamuke. Si uliona walienda huko kusoma vile amefanya, na akawaambia kwa nini hajawekwa kwa jela, ameiba pesa wapi? Kwani ndio ako na funguo ya
Lakini
Kenya
hii
Bank?
pesa ni yake ama ni ya wananchi?
Ni ya wananchi, anaonyesha wananchi.
Okay, na sasa
Unalipa tax.
constitution imesema wapi member of parliament anafaa kuwa na kiti? Where?
What do you mean? What do you mean, my brother?
Where's the constitution? What chapter is it that says that member of parliament anafaa kuwa na pesa ya kujenga vitu ama badala ya kwenda kumake laws? Unajua hapo ndio tunakosana, si ati kukosana kwa ubaya, ni ile watu hawaelewi. Okay, the constitution inasema wapi that a member of parliament has a kiti in the name of CDF, ama tusiiche hata CDF, he has some money that he can spare for anyone other than going to make laws. I just don't
Unaona,
get it.
wacha nikwambie vile iko. Unaona MCA, MPA, MPs na governors, kuko na zile pesa zote hizo unasema is illegal, wanapewa. Governor tu ndio ako na right. Unaona, Sauli waliweka hizo pesa, Nyoro wakajua okay, umetupea hizi pesa zangu, nitafanya hivi. Sauli, hii ni pesa ya watu wa Kenya, mimi nitafanya kazi, wanifunge nikufanyia watu wetu kazi. Hivyo ndivyo amefanya, sio ati pesa ameiba ama nini. Ni zile pesa zote wanapewa CDF whatever, anasaganya vizuri. Watu wanamwambia tuko kwa matope, kwa fupi, watoto nini, anafanya calculation. Na ndio unaona alikuwa amewekwa kwa hiyo chairman of budget, ako na mathematics, aharibu na hataki kutembea. Umesikia siku gani Nyoro ameenda ng'ambo? Hizo pesa yote hata pengine ni zile anapewa ya nini, discount wanapewa ya kutembea, anaweka yote kwa account moja asaidie watu wao. Hiyo yote akifanya hesabu, akikaa chini, si aliambia mimi vile amefanya. Hakuna pahali amekosea, ndugu yangu. Na ndivyo tunataka tufundishe member of parliament, look after your local people. Unaona, mimi nimezaliwa Kikuyu, nimekuuliza swali. Ukienda kwetu Kikuyu, kutoka Thogoto mpaka Limuru, Kimani Ichung'wah amejenga hizo barabara zote. Mimi mwaka juzi nilienda huko nikashindwa, hapa ni Deia ama ni wapi? Matawa nini. Ushaona president akila kufungua huko? Hakuna. Ni huyu member of parliament. Member of parliament ndio ako na hiyo ujuzi. Akienda huko kwa parliament sio kulala, anaenda kupigania watu wao. Apeo anasema kuwa kuko na matope, inawekwa kwa budget wakati wanaweka budget, na wanapewa. Ukilalamika unapewa hiyo pesa. Sasa unataka kuniambia kama Sudi amelalamikia nini? Hebu niambie. Au kuko watu welevu wanajua kazi zao. Akienda huko kwa budget ikitengenezwa, anasema area yangu iko na hii na hii na hii. Hiyo pesa akipewa anafanya hesabu. Unaona? Na huyu mtu amejaa dunia mzima vile amefanya kazi vizuri.
Mam, mimi sijakataa hizo vitu zote, lakini at least zilikuwa zimewekwa kwa constitution, sasa ningekubali. Ile mi shida yangu inakuanga na constitution, because kama kuna vitu zingine zijafanywa, ni ukweli hata mimi naweza kuja nikuwe mwizi, okay? Niende huko mimi am not siko kwa government, niende niibie mtu, kwa hivyo nikuwe Robin Hood. I come nikikuja nikujengee nyumba kubwa, nijenge area yetu na kila kitu, na because as long as nimefanya na nimejengea watu na nimefanya kila kitu, then it looks very good, but I've gone against the law. Mi shida yangu ni the law, because I believe kama yes ma'am.
nikuulize
Yes,
kitu. Unaona hii
yes ma'am.
pesa wanakuja kufanya nini election, wanapea watu, unaona hiyo pesa ni hizo CDF, pesa zote zinakuwa kwa budget. Hiyo pesa yote Nyoro ametumia iko kwa budget, ilikuwa kwa budget. Hakuna pesa ameenda anapewa na nani? Hebu niambie, iko kwa budget yake ya area yake, wakati anapewa
Illegality. Ndio ni ukweli amepewa, lakini it's illegal.
How
It's
illegal?
illegal. It's not supposed to be there. That's why these guys go there, ndio wapate hiyo pesa yote, ndio that's why you find people like
Ni
Toto,
sawa,
Peter Selassie wanakuja wameingiza hiyo pesa yote, wanakuja wanapelekea mtu wao, wanawaambia wenda ufungue a proxy company, nitakupatia hii kwa sababu niko na CDF ya kufanya hivi na
hebu
hivi.
nikuulize,
They go, and then they
wacha
go
nimalize. Wacha nikuulize swali. Unataka hiyo pesa wakipewa ya CDF whatever, bashari ikibakia waanze kupea watu 200 wasaguliwa, ama unaweza huyo member of parliament afanye kitu kwa area yenyu, atengeneze barabara, mashule, unaweza kusagua gani? Aweke hiyo pesa ndio apee watu wasague? Si na yeye Nyoro
ikibaki yenye wako nayo, even though it's illegal, wakibaki nayo hiyo ndio mnapewa ya 200 mkuje mikutano ya watu, mkuje nini. Kwani unadhani kuna mtu anaenda siku hizi mkutano bila kulipwa? Wote wanaenda because ndio pesa yenye wanatumia.
Aya, sasa hebu niambie, nikuulize kitu. Vile Nyoro amefanya kihalo, anatakana kupea mtu 200? Hebu niambie. Sai anza hiyo. Vile amewafanyia watoto, hakuna mchanga, hakuna dust, hakuna nini, kila kitu imetengenezwa, wasubuki na barabara. Anatakana awape 200 kweli? Hebu niambie hivi.
Bado anapeana na alipeana hata hiyo kwenda hata hiyo kufungua hiyo nini hiyo center, alienda kwa sababu sasa anapigana na Ruto, na kwa sababu Ruto alikuwa
no. Tulikuambia, nimekuambia vizuri. Ruto kutoka Nairobi or State House kwenda kufungua your office, how much cost Kenya tax? I want you click this. Hiyo sio kazi yake, lakini mkikubali aende, it's taken like 200 million tupike huko na hii security. Hiyo sio kazi ya Ruto. Hata Nyoro jana kwanza alisema hii mabarabara yote tutajenga loko, itaandikwa MPs. So they have a right. Please.
And I agree with you. Mimi niko behind. Mimi personally, in my own ovation, I'm behind Nyoro, what he did to go open it, kufungua hiyo kitu kabla Ruto akuja kujifanya ndio anafungua. I am agreeing with that.
Hapana, hiyo sio ati kukibia. Hiyo ni kazi ya Nyoro vile alifanya. Na kuuliza na huku nirudishia. MP wameweka hiyo pesa yako ya taxi ya Wakenya mpaka election kuja wadanganywa na 500 200, na vile Nyoro anafanya kwa hiyo kijiji yao, nani anaweza kuchagua? Ni ule wa 200 anapewa, ama ni ule ametengenezewa barabara na shule, watoto hata wamejaa pale, wanataka kwenda tu shule. Shule iko hakuna matope, shule ni safi, wametengenezewa kila kitu. Nani anaweza kuchagua? Wewe unaweza kuchagua ule amekupea 200 ama ule amekutengenezea area yako kwa watoto yako wasome? Hebu niambie, hiyo tu ndio ukienda ufikirie useme.
Wacha nikujibu basi mama. Tukitoka kwa constitution na hii yenye napigania, hiyo tushakubaliana, hiyo tumemaliza. Lakini kwa ukweli ya Mungu, nitaendea mwenye amejenga kwetu. Kwetu pia mimi sitaki kukanyaga matope 24/7. However, kama hata ni unconstitutional, yes, it's true, but hivyo ndio akili yetu iko. Ni venye tukitupa constitution tuseme huyu ndio ameleta. Of course tunajua si ameleta because ni pesa yetu, lakini mimi hapo sasa ninaweza kanyaga na Ndindi Nyoro because I'm like ile mali tu tutaweza kosania na Ndindi Nyoro kwa hiyo kitu ni kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe amekuwa in the front akipiga vitu zingine. I mean, this is such a complicated thing because now you're pushing me to go unlawful. But if we were to go to unlawful way of thinking, I think, yeah, I would go with Ndindi and whatever he did. But the problem is we have a tendency of putting the skeletons behind and saying it's okay, we move on. You know, hide it and move on.
Nikwambie
Isn't
kitu,
shida?
wacha nikwambie kitu. Unaona huu Kimani Manongo, huu Kimani MP wa Kikuyu Kimani tangu uhuru hakuna mtu anampinga, ni ile kazi amefanya huko. Huo ni member of parliament. Nakuambia ndugu yangu, member of parliament local ndio watu wanamkuta kuliko governor. Na Kimani ndio unaona hata hakuna mtu anasimamanga anampinga, anaingia direct. Ni ile kazi amefanyia watu wa kwetu. Huyu MP wa Kikuyu, huyu ako majority leader. Unaona? Huyu ametoka kwetu. Pale nimezaliwa. Isungwa hata mwaka jana hebu niseme kitu.
Sasa hapana, hata nimemaliza hii kitu. Hebu Njiru kujeni hapa.
Mimi simsapoti. Nasema ndivyo unaona anawini Sauli vile amefanyia watu wa huko. Hakuna matope huko, barabara, mataa. Unaona? Sasa sijui kwa nini unapigania Nyoro vile Nyoro anafanya. Hiyo ndio kazi yake, tulimchagulia. Hiyo kazi Nyoro anafanya. Member of parliament.
Hiyo story wacha nisikize nyinyi mkiongea na Njiru na Julius. Sijui kwa nini wamenyamaza. Mimi siongee story ya Kimani Ichung'wah. Njiru and Julia, please come in. Si tumemaliza. Acha bidi nyamazie hapa Juma kidogo. Njiru, Julia, hebu kujeni I can't handle this mother of mine here. Nao sasa wameenda wapi? Wametuachia show.
Unajua ubaya yako usikii pointi, unaluka vile Sauli mtu tutaki hata Kimani arudi. Wewe usikiangi, unaluka tu. Nasema Nyoro vile anafanya, Kimani amefanya mingi, lakini tutaki kuona Kimani. Hata akiwa amefanya, ni vile amefanya madharau na Mount Kenya, anawadharau na anapendelea huyu Ruto na anajua Ruto anafanya mbaya. Sasa Kimani ile kazi yote amefanya Kikuyu inaonekana ni bure, kukosa kusikiza watu wa Kikuyu. Tukua tunataka hiyo ni budget ipite, akapitisha. Tukua tunataka afukuze Gachagua, akafukuza. Unaona? Sasa hii kazi yote ametufanyia mzuri imekuwa bure, empty. Sasa ndio nakwambia Nyoro vile Nyoro anafanya hakuna katiba.
Ugachi yake Kimani Ichung'wah.
Kimani ona ndienda kumuigua. Ndienda kuigua Kimanogu.
Ndirenda ku ndaumire tene.
Ndienda kuona Kimani. Ndienda kumuigua. Unaona? Vile alifanya anafanya watu wetu, sitaki kuona Kimani. Ati unasikia? Lakini kazi yake inaonekana pale, lakini hiyo kazi hakusikiza wananchi. Unaona? Sasa nakwambia ndugu yangu, ile Nyoro anafanya, mimi sio wa Kiharu, lakini mimi ni Mount Kenya. Nafurahia sana huyu mtoto mdogo ametoka kwa tabu na nataka watoto wasome. Na wafurahie.
Pia ni mkora mwingine pia.
Nani? Nyoro.
Kimani. Nyoro
wacha na Kimani.
No, hata Nyoro ni kamkora kengine tu saizi, just I mean it's just getting in. Yako ni kamtuka ludhuli bwana.
Nyoro amekupiga ghetto wapi? Amekuibia nini?
Alikuwa mtu wa ghetto hapo akiwa anafanya nini hapo hivyo. Hapo ludhuli hapo bwana. Tunajua.
Amekupiga ghetto. Hapana, watu wakifanya vizuri, member of parliament tunasema wamefanya vizuri, lakini wakifanya ujinga tunasema wamefanya ujinga. Kwani wewe unasimamia wapi? Nikuje nikuvote, nikuweke nikupe muti yangu
shida hujasema una ni vote aje. Unajua umesema vote, it can be vote in or vote out.
vote in. Unasimamia wapi? Nikuvotie in. Niko na watu kama 20 hapa wanatafuta mtu mzuri. Unasimama wapi?
Sasa tarakanizi mnipate 20 imekuwa 40.
Oh, uko tarakanipi?
Nasema kama zile za tarakanizi zile. Nasema unajua tarakanizi walikuwa watu nini, the registered voters walikuwa, I mean a certain number, alafu ukapata wamevote 120%.
Wakakataa kuvote. Ndio watu wa Raila tena. Ni kama watu wa Raila tena. Si unaona vile wanamfanya madharau kila miaka 5.
Raila mimi ni mtu ya Raila lakini nilihama.
Hama kabisa, kuja kwangu.
Sikuji kwa mtu yeyote. Mimi sasa niko independent.
Oh, you are independent. Oh, I will give you 20 people then.
Where is our moderator? Njiru, where are you? Hebu kujeni mnisaidie, mama ataniua hapa.
Mimi nasema nitakupea 20 people to kuvote independent. Hey?
Njiru. Julia. We are done.
Na pale huko ni saa ngapi? Pale huko?
Ndio unaona nikianza kulalamika saizi ni 10:06. Saa 4 usiku.
Kenya ama UK au America?
Kule niko, sitaki kusema naweza shikwa.
Kwani mimi nasema niko pale niko. Unashikiwa nini? Wacheni kuogopa hii kasogo. Kasogo sio Mungu. Kwa nini wewe? Wacha.
Naweza patana na
Wakenya mtawacha
Subaru
uoga nini? Uoga mtawacha nini? Muturi ya ogopi. Si anasema tu na hajamtoa kazi. Muturi anasimama hapa anaambia Ruto vile anataka. Ako tu. Hajatumia sabuni. Gachagua wa Munyoro hana bodyguard.
Aiwa, huyu anakuanga na bodyguard, unaweza hata mkaribia.
Wa Munyoro? Wa Munyoro nilikuwa kwake tu ni kugoga gate unaingia. Ukigoga mlango hata Kereni kwake, si yako na nyumba 2, Kereni ama wa Munyoro unaenda tu.
Unajua kwanza hizi kuongea zetu tunaongeanga matope hapa. Nilifika nyumbani na wewe ni nani?
Really?
Yes, it happened to me.
When?
Last year.
Ukakutwa na polisi?
Na siweni nani wewe tunakusikiaga ukiongea huko. Kwa nini unaona siku hizi sioneshangi picha yangu kwa wewe mnanijua miaka mingi? Kwa nini sioneshangi picha yangu venye nilikuwa nikikuja?
Ukawaambia nini?
Mimi niliruka story bwana. Mimi mnanijua
mama. Ukasema sio wewe.
Uliniondea wapi?
Na wewe Kasongo kweli ametetemeza wanaume kweli. Kama mtu mmoja kadogo hivi.
Mimi hata unijui hujainisikia. Lakini sauti ni yawe. Bana.
I am not. Mnaogopa
Nobody,
hivyo?
no ni ujinga wako nayo. They don't like the problem is that, mommy, and for everybody that is still listening to us, is the fact that we have a government that is full of cartels.
Mungu anakuja,
Yeah,
Mungu
we have a
anakuja.
government that is just full of cartels. I always naekaga kama Kasongo as kama Pablo Escobar. The person kwanza already, first of all, we know we've suspended the constitution and the laws of our country when it comes to someone like Kasongo, because we know he's a convicted criminal. Number one, internally, with the land of Muteshi and also the Miz scandal, where we've seen him being arraigned in court. Again, internationally, we've seen him in ICC. But then for
Unajua
him to
kitu,
stay away,
niliona kitu jana na hiyo ikanikasirisha sana kwa center. Unaona hawa center wako center wakubaliani na vile Ruto anafanya, unaona, na ni
right.
lazima hiyo wako na right ya kuongea vile anaumisha wananchi. Unaona
Yeah.
huyu deputy huyu mwanamke huyu ati anakataza ule Medho kusema vile Ruto anafanya, kudanganya. Nikasema kwani tuko Kenya gani? Hiyo ni center, they have a right. Ndio wanatoa mtu ako na right, appointed president, you doing wrong. Imagine akaambiwa na unajua ni nani aliweka hiyo nini alimkataza hivyo ule Eddie, ule center Eddie wa huko Nyanza, akasema Sauli wako kwa government sasa, huwezi kusema hivi vivi. Sasa center watajuaje huyu, watasemaje? Si wako na right ya kusema huyu mtu anafanya baya kwa wananchi, anatumia pesa ovyo ovyo, ati huyu wanamkataza
Exactly.
kuongea. Nikashindwa, kwani sasa ikiwa member of parliament you had no right to speak up kwa wananchi, nani mwingine ataongea? Huyo madam Woleva, huyo madam na huyo Edi naye Nyoro na ule mwingine wa Kiambu senda wakasimama wakasema hivyo ndivyo kuko, ni lazima aseme. Ako hapo kwa excess.
It's utter nonsense, mami. And kuna jamaa alikuwa ameingia hapa hivi, and I believe Jiru, you're the one unaingiza, so I believe you're listening to us. Please, I am about to leave. I have to go somewhere. Najua unajifichanga huko nyuma and just want to listen to people. Please come back in, because mimi niko about to go na sitaki kuacha mami hapa peke yake. Madam Julia,
Ebu
kama
muite
huko pia.
na mimi niende.
Hata mi naenda saizi, because I saw kuna mtu ameingia and I know the people who can add. So me, I'm about to head out. Jiru, kama umenyamazia
Muingize
huko,
huyo.
siko kwa rights zangu saizi za kuingiza, lakini kama wewe mwenye ameingia saizi, sijui kwa nini ametoka. I know it's either Njiru ama Julia amemuingiza. I know somebody is listening in the back. Sina rights zangu saizi za kuingiza
Sina
mtu.
rais tusinanga rais kwa Njiru. Kama ningelikuwa na rais ningekuwa nimeng'oa wale watu walikuwa natukanana hapa haraka sana.
Tunaona Julia alikuwa ananyamaza anasikiza sisi tuende. Julia alikuwa tu ananyamaza hivi. Unaona? Umemuita mara ngapi?
Sinajua hatu ni wakora wote wawili.
Ameniita mara ngapi?
Julia, tulikuwa tunasema umelala, unakimya tu unatusikiza ujiga tunaongea hapa.
Ni wakora na wajua vizuri wote wawili. Hata Njiru najua nasikiza saizi. Najua ndio ameingiza jamaa alafu. Wawili na wajua sana.
Mko fani
wananyamaziangu huko. But Julia, I'm about to go, na najua pia Njiru wako huko nyuma, najua pia anafanya tu ile kitu yenyu. Mimi nitawasikiza nikiwa
Ili
kando.
kuja ufunge show. Ati mmeniita mara ngapi? Akijasikia mkiniita nilikuwa naosha vyombo.
Umeitwa mara ngapi?
Ai, kwa kweli sikusikia, nilikuwa naosha vyombo. Mlikuwa mnaniambia. Sasa mniambie mlikuwa mnaniambia. Now tell me
Tulikuwa
what you
tunakuambia
are telling me.
tunataka kwenda.
Hiyo tu.
Mkola.
Hakuna lingine mlikuwa mnaniambia.
Wacha niwaambie kitu.
Ungesikiza ile kitu tulikuwa tukisema, sasa ungeelewa. Ungejua nini tulikuwa tunakuitia. Lakini
unajua Mkola, wacha nikuambie kitu. Wakati ulikuwa unaongea na kusikiza hapa, kuko Nandi kijana analala nje hapa anajifisha. Alikuwa pale analogota ile machupa anasikiza. Mimi nilikuwa tunacheka. Anasikia. Wakati ulikuwa unaongea habari ya Ruto, alikuwa tu pale ananisikiza. Mimi nilikuwa nacheka.
Wapi hapo penye huko kuna Mnandi?
Wacha nikwambie, huyu mtu nilimsaidia, sikuwa najua anajifisha. Wallahi sio kujipedeleza. Wacha niongee initoke. Nikakuta pale Sauli, ile kazi nafanya inaitwa fly in fly out. Ile hoteli mimi nakaa Sauli, nimetoka mbali sana. Pale nyumbani ni 5 hours na ndege. Kwa hivyo tunakaa hii town, ndege ikienda chini kidogo unaenda nyumbani. Kijana alikuwa anakaa hii hotel. Nikakuta anafukuzwa. Nikaambia manager, kwa nini unamfukuza na kuna nyesa? Alikuwa na deni kama $700 hajalipa. Mimi nikamlipia na nikampesa ya chakula. Hakuniambia anajifisha. Na mimi nilikuwa natumia account transfer. Nikakaa, manager akaniambia, wewe, ni mwanaume, ndio anatakana akusaidie, sio wewe umsaidie. Kwa nini afanyi kazi? Umempea kazi ya kufagia hapa, aliyakuwa kirara anakataa. Bereni, sasa tukakaa kama miaka 4, aje niambia. Mwaka wa 5, 2023, ndio aliniambia, mimi nikaenda huko Kenya. Akaniambia tayari anaenda mwezi wa 2. Nikifika Nairobi nikampigia simu kwa WhatsApp. Kaniambia hapana, mimi niko Dubai. Wacha uone watu wa uongo kama Ruto tu. Mimi niko Dubai, sijafika Nairobi na nitakaa Dubai wiki 2 nirudi Australia. Kamwambia okay fine. Sasa alikuwa ananiambia najua mtu renew my passport quick. Nilikuwa nakuja ku renew my passport. Sasa mimi nikaenda Kenya, nikakaa, nikafanya mambo yangu, nikasaidika, nikarudi. Kurudi nikamkuta hapa. Nikamwambia na wewe ulirudi nini? Kaniambia acha nikuambie ukweli. Mimi nimejifisha hapa miaka 14. Unaona? Alikuwa anataka kuniweka kwa mtego. Sasa hao askari wakiangalia waone banki yangu ilimpe pesa. So watajua mimi namjua. Na mimi simjui. Nilikuwa tu namsaidia Sauli Mkenya. Haya, wacha Kashagu akuje atolewe. Nikamkuta tu uko library pale anajifisha. Kulinukia hivi, aliluka kama simba kwangu. Nyinyi wa Kikuyu, sasa mnaanza kutukana na Ruto, Sauli ametoa Kashagu. Unaona vile alinifanya? Mtu nimemsaidia hii miaka yote. Nikamwambia wewe, sasa mimi niko Kenya ama niko Australia?
Nyinyi mnapeleka Australia.
Umeleta ukabila hapa sasa ndugu yangu. Ni nini baya na wewe? Nyinyi wa Kikuyu. Nikamwambia wewe. Mimi sikai Kenya na unajua I'm citizen ya Australia, sikai huko, lakini nasagua huko nikitaka naenda huko nasaguana. Usiniingilie, tukue vile tulikuwa. Tusaidiane vile ni kusaidia kama Mkenya na Mkenya. Ndugu yangu, dada yangu. Saa hizi wakati alinituzi hivyo, ndio huyo alikuwa pale anarokota ile machupa anarokota. Huyu naye, huyu mkora akaanza kuongea habari ya Ruto. Alikuwa anasikia.
Kidogo Julia yako hapa.
Kwani hata wewe ulikuwa wapi? Usiniite.
Unajua ni ile nasikia Ubuntu akisema kwani studio ni ya watu wawili.
Mimi niko
tumekuita usikii.
Haya, si ndio mimi hapa. Haya, semeni vile
Mami, si nilikwambia watu ni wakora wote wawili. Kuna mtu mzuri hapa, wote ni wakora. Njiru na Julia wataweza kunyamazia tu, wako huko tu wanasikiza. Umeona venye tumeteseka hapa sisi wawili tumeteseka mpaka tukaanza kuongea vitu haziko, na ukiwaita hawazi, wamenyamazia tu huko nyuma tu kabisa mpaka mseme unapotea ndio watakuja. Anyway, mi nawaacha niwasikize huko nyuma, si tushamaliza vitu zetu.
nilikuwa nikitaka muinject kabisa unajua no, today is on a Saturday.
Wametuentertain. Unaona nyinyi watu mnafanyanga vizuri. Mnajua watu Kenya wanapitisha siku wapi? Karomaindo.
This is our Karomaindo.
Wakiiba tuibo hapo na story zile zenye haziishi za Ruto. Tunaitwanga aje? Za jaba.
Karomaindo ni nini? Karomaindo ni nini?
Si Karomaindo ni
Karomaindo ni mtu mkora.
Jero Ruto kama ujui Karomaindo ni wapi? Hata ujui Dhirioni wanu.
Mimi nilitoka huko boy akiwa president, unaona.
Ui, ulitoka umefanya nipige nduru studio.
Nilikuja maziwa yake alafu nikatoroka. Mimi niliwacha Moi president.
Ukatuachia ukasema nimewaachia hiyo kangauro iwaume vile mnataka. wewe Jerumora, wewe ni kunini? Wewe ulihepa wewe. Ulitafuta civil handing. Si ndivyo?
Wacha niseme ukweli, hata sikuwa mimi nilijua tu Uhuru akiwa president, sikuwa najua Kibaki ni president.
Oh my goodness.
Wani ulienda kwa shimo?
Kibaki, ukujua Kibaki alikuwa president miaka 10?
Seriously, I tell you true, sikujua.
Kwa hivyo ujui Kibaki, ujui Matiba, ujui tukipata
Are you aware alikufa? Jerumora, are you aware Kibaki alikufa? Ni marehemu.
Si ndio wakati sasa Uhuru alikuja ndio nimejua Kibaki alikuwa president na amekufa.
Njero Mwaura na wana ulipigia, ulikuwa na support Kasongo.
Hapana, ndio dada yangu akaniambia wewe. Nikatoka huko haraka sana. Dada yangu ako Kitale akaniambia huyo ni mwizi, huyo ni muuaji. Nikatoka haraka. Unajua nilitoka huko nini? Unakumbuka wakati Matiba walikuwa Naivasha wanataka kutoa Moi. Alafu Moi akakuja Naivasha akaibia kura yote akaweka kwa maji na akarudi tena. Hiyo ndio nilitoka huko.
1997 ama 1992.
By the way,
wow, 92.
Wow.
Jerumora, are you aware that tulipitisha devolution Kenya?
Nimegugu sasa nikakuwa na kila kitu hapa na nasoma hapa nikaona saa zingine hiyo katiba iko na ujinga sana.
Kuna vitu tumetendeka. Kwa hivyo hata huko unajua ya kwamba Raila alisalimiana na Kibaki?
Sikujua.
So umekuja tu kujua hii handshake ya sahi. Kwa hivyo wewe una criticize ya Raila.
Njiro.
Ya Uhuru na Raila ndio niliingilia sasa nikajua moto sana hapa.
Njiro.
Sauli mimi sikuwa napenda Raila kutoka kitabu. Ni ujinga hiyo.
Njiro.
Lakini uliacha akiwa amemezwa na kuku, uliacha kuku imemeza tinga.
We Njiro.
Sikuangalia.
Njiro.
Okay, go ahead.
With all due respect, kuna jamaa hapo hivyo kwa comment section anajiita Yusuf Beidas or something like that. I want to shout up, wacha nikwe Waluya wale wanapendanga kutupa salamu. I had never met this guy in my whole life until today tukapatana naye mahali kwa somewhere a shop. Akaniambia huo ndio ile nilikuwa nikisema nilipatana na mtu.
Unaona Yos na Matako. You saw yourself with your 2 eyes.
Alisikia tu nikiongea hapo hivyo, it's a friend's shop. Akaniambia kumbe wewe ndio Mkenyan with love ama Mkenya mkora. He's been following us since our journeys. Sitaki kusema hizo channel zingine zote. He knows all of you guys. Nikamwambia kwanza mimi alini recognize nikashtuka. Akaniambia kumbe ni wewe. So I want you to
Hayupo mlikula kakuku pahali, sio kuonana alafu mkaachana hivyo tu. Mulienda
kama tulikuwa tunafanya magari, maybe I mean we were it's a car shop. Tulikuwa na yeye, so he actually is a Kenyan.
Hiyo kukutana murudie. Hamwezi kutana alafu ati mliachana hivyo.
Hata mimi nimetuma mtumiza salamu zangu, hata mimi nimetuma salamu.
Yeah, that Yusuf guy, mimi hata siko najua kama kuna mtu anajua hizi. Anawajua nyinyi wote, mpaka ananiambia Madam Julia, ananiambia kila kitu. And I told him, no, keep on. Akaniambia na kwa huko comment section, I just never knew it was you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tukaongea naye, I know he's listening to us right now. You can see him texting there. So shout out to you, Yusuf. Asante sana. Kabisa. Thank you.
Shout out to Yusuf.
Always join.
Yusuf, hata mimi ukutane na mimi.
Hata mimi Yusuf unitafute Nairobi. Ni Nairobi ama mnatafutana wapi? Hapa Amerika.
Hawataki kusema. Unajua
Anasema hii Dubai yenu.
Hao watu wa Karomaindo hawa hawatakangi kusema wamepatana.
Karomaindo. Yaani Njera hujui Karomaindo, hata kuna mkawa wengine inaitwa Karatina, inaitwa 3-in-1, lakini mzee mwingine anaitwa Githingizi anaitanga 3-in-1. So some of the places kama wewe ni mtu wa Mount Kenya unatakana kujua 3-in-1, Karomaindo. Sasa unajua watu Kenya sasa wacha niwaambie Kenya, tafadhali tuko hapa kwa Njiru wa Kenya, especially men leo wamekosana na bibi zao. Juu saidi wanafika kwa nyumba wakitoka Karomaindo.
Na unajua Karomaindo saa zingine vitu mingi zinatendeka. Unajua full package what? There's so much in Karomaindo.
So better you are here happy.
Wanafanya nini Karomaido? Wana Karomaido kama Kikuyu.
Let me interpret what unasikia vile Njeromora vile hiyo jina inasema Karomaido. Yani unauma vitu.
Unauma kitu. Kwa nini mnataka kueducate watu wewe nyinyi mko na tabia mbaya?
Unaruma vitu ya watu.
Mnafunza mama tabia mbaya.
Unakula vitu yako. Hiyo ndio maana yake.
Unaruma yatu vitu inawekwa huko unatoa.
Ai Njiru. Njiru.
Wacheni story bwana. Julia na Aki, hata kama mimi si mwenye channel nitawakick out. Kwa nini mnataka kufunza mama tabia mbaya?
Haya, ni sawa tumemaliza.
Tabia mbaya acha nimuelezee. Inamaanisha Njero uko na pesa yako unatumia, unakula, unakunywa, unafanya, you understand? Unakula nyama choma. Ume understand?
Julia.
Haya ni sawa.
Wewe umetoka wapi na wewe nyamaza?
Kwa nini nimekuja huko si kuona hiyo Karomaido?
Wewe unaisingi ulienda Kenya unaendanga wapi?
Nilienda Isiri peke yake alafu nikaenda huko satellite.
Julia unaweza fanya mama akienda Kenya aende akatufute hiyo kitu alafu apotee. Hebu asijue.
I will find hiyo Karomaido. I will go and find that name. Imeandikwa jina hivyo.
Don't mommy, don't. Wachana nayo. Wacha ipotee.
Wewe tuenda tu kula tu kwa mikawa ya kawaida. Kula tu kwa hiyo mikawa iko hapo nje abroad.
Halo Njiru.
Vitu enda utafute Karomaido. Angalie uambie mtu au bakupeleke hapo.
Nini iko?
Halo Njiru.
Kanywaji. Na watu.
Wachana nayo mami.
Mbona utaki kuni add studio? Mko mbaya sana.
Lakini mimi sikunywaji pombe.
Obutu ya sorry.
Kumbe Karomaido ina pombe lakini wachana nayo.
Halo Teacher Julia.
Hello.
Karmaindo, wacha kuna Karmaindo, mimi nilienda mali panaitwa Malindi Coast. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, go
Sasa
ahead.
umeanza kuexplain Karomaindo si mahali
Ndio
specific.
amekuja sasa.
Wacha niwaambie Karmaindo, Malindi kuna mali some years back, about 20 years ago, nilienda Malindi. So nikafika Malindi, kuna mali panaitwa Karmaindo. The boss wa Karmaindo alikuwa ni jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Kamau. Sasa marafiki zangu wakanipeleka pale those years 25 years ago, I think inaenda kama 30 years. So mimi kufika pale nikapata zile zinatoka ilikuwa ni zile za Muratina huko. Nikaambiwa jina pale imeandikwa Karmaindo. Sasa nyama inachemshwa ni kama unaingia pale katikati, ni kama merry go round, unaelewa? Mazenye zinachemshwa vichwa za mbuzi. Wanachukua supu wanamwaga kwa ile 5 liters kale ka jerrycan, inafanya poop poop, alafu inamwaga kwa kikombe. I was so shocked. Sasa what is this? Sasa inapigwa hivi, inapigwa ni kama the way wale mama zetu walikuwa wakifanya zile maziwa ile kienyeji ile supu inatolewa hivyo, inamwaga hivyo, na huku majamaa kando kando manze majamaa, hiyo kitu inafunguliwa about I think about 6 o'clock in the morning. Karmaindo watu wote, sio watu wamejazananga pale, na huyo mwenye hiyo club anaitwa sijui hivyo. The first day nikaenda Malindi, sasa nikawa nachukua nazungushwa huko hivyo. So wakanipatia ati nioje kukunywa ile kitu, my god, ni tamu kama sijui nini. Alafu uko pale lakini uko na ile uoga, you just feel mwili yako ni kama mazee walipeleka pale kwa no, mimi sifai kuko hapa hivi. Sasa huyo mwenye club huyo sijui ni club, sasa sijui hata niseme nini, wamama wazee mixed up, unaelewa? Alafu hao watu wakosi ile lugha zao hivi na hivi. Sasa mimi nikamuuliza, kwani watu wanalala hapa? Akasema hii club ni 24/7. Bado naongea hivi na ujiuliza hivi, manze naona mapai wanaingia pale wanapigizwa masupu. Mimi sijui kama hiyo club bado inaendelea. Nilimwambia mimi hapa mimi hata sijayo, akaniambia bado nakupeleka tena kwingine. Tena nikapeleka tena kwingine. Karmaindo ingine ziko about 3, ilikuwa about 3, 4, 5 zinatoka Karmaindo. Sasa nikauliza what is the meaning of Karmaindo? Akaniambia hiyo utajiuliza kama usharudi Nairobi. Hapa hakuna mambo kuuliza ni Karmaindo inamaanisha nini wewe. Sasa ambia madhe Njeru sijui Mwaura huyo, Karmaindo vitu kama hizo. Wamama wazee ni vijana, alafu mapolisi pia wako pale mapai, wanakuja pale wanakunywa masupu, alafu masupu wanapata masupu na hizi mavichwa za mbuzi zimekatokata manyama yani ukiangalia kama uko mochari. Mimi je niliona Malindi nikasema mimi hata sijui kama nitaruduko tena, sijui kama ni Malindi yote ama ni hivyo, unaelewa?
Like I said, Karomaindo si mahali na si pombe.
Yes, sasa hiyo ni Karmaindo, nilibaki nimeshangaa. Alafu ule jamaa tumeenda naye my family, one of my family anaishi Malindi huko, tushaingia pale ndani, hata ni kama sasa nijui. Sasa yeye ameingia anararozo, ananiambia utaki kukula, hebu kuja supu mazee ni tamu. Yani ni kama sijui tumeingia hell, hata ni kama sasa hata nijui. Nikomea mazee mimi naenda, hebu tuende. Akamwambia mazee ngoja mimi nararozo, anakula zile manyama ni kama fisi.
Karmaindo ni pahali.
Wacheni kudanganya madhe ataenda kutafuta supu.
Wacha tu niwaambie.
No, mimi nasema chenye niliona Malindi madhe, hiyo Karmaindo si kama bado ina exist, hata nikudanganya madhe, it's true for me. Karmaindo. Alafu watu wamepotelea pale those years, can you imagine? Wasichana wadogo under 20 years, 18, 19, kama 22 years hivi kama na vijana. Wako Kiroro ile mbaya hivyo. Huyo jamaa alikuwa anauza hizo Karmaindo, hizo manyama vichwa ni mbuzi peke yake, vichwa za mbuzi.
Obutu, whatever you saw, but let me say this. Karmaindo, Kikuyu word meaning eat what belongs to you. Okay? So watu wenye wana own restaurants, pubs, especially in Mount Kenya region, wanazoea kuname their restaurants, their pubs, nini Karumaindo. Karumaindo is not a specific place in Kenya. Mtu anaweza fungua restaurant ama pahali ya kuuza nyama choma ama anything apaite Karumaindo. Kisikia wanaume wakisema wanaenda Karumaindo, wanaenda kujiburudisha na pesa yao, aidha kukula choma ama kukunywa pombe. That is what they mean. That's the real meaning. It doesn't mean anything vulgar. No. It means wanaenda kujiburudisha na
We ngoja Julia wewe sasa, hiyo ukienda kujiburudisha na pesa yako sasa, what you don't telling people, waambi watu wanajiburudisha.
What do men do in the pubs? They enjoy themselves. They drink, they eat, all that stuff. So and the restaurants depends on where you find it. Inaweza kuwa kwa slum, inaweza kuwa inaweza kuwa top restaurants in the city, inaweza kuwa depending na class yako. Unaona? Sasa meet a lot of Karumaindos in Kenya, Nairobi and Mount Kenya region. So haimaanishi pahali specific ati pahali panafanyiwa specific. That is what I wanted to explain. So it's not a really big deal ati kusema ati mtu asiende Karumaindo. No.
I can't believe we came to Karumaindo. For those who don't understand that
Mkenya Mkora, tumetoka hapo. I think Bwana Mwamba has even come to give a proper explanation, but ni sawa. Let's allow the new entrants in town to speak, please. Tuko na watu wengi. Kuna I think Obutu relax kidogo. Kuna
unanisikia
na Mwamba. Go ahead.
Jero, unanisikia? Hello?
Yes, nakusikia Mwamba.
Okay. Sasa mama ametoka.
Anajaribu kurudi, wacha nimuingize kama akirudi.
Kwani unaogopa aende Karumaindo?
Namwambia nataka kumweleza.
Haya ndio huyo. Ndio huyo.
Yeah. Jero, mwaora wachana na watu wana kukuandaa. Mambo ya Karumaindo uwezani. Wachana nayo. What happens in Karumaindo stays in Karumaindo, just like what happens in Las Vegas stays in Vegas. Hiyo ukienda Kenya usitafute Karumaindo. Wewe kaa kama hujui, ni vizuri hujui, wacha ikae. Hiyo ndio imefanya nirudi hapa. Na Mkenya Mkora amejaribu kukueleza hapa, lakini Julia anataka kukuchanganya. Wewe usiende Karumaindo na usitafute Karumaindo, wacha ikae.
Pombe, nyama, Mwamba. It is not like Njero Mwaura is a child that yatashtuka.
Atelele, sikiza Julia.
Kama haendi kwa pub, ataenda kufanya nini huko?
Wewe unajua Karumaindo?
Of course it's a pub and restaurant meet.
Mimi nakuuliza vizuri. Answer my question. Do you know Karumaindo? Have you ever been to Karumaindo?
At my age, Mwamba, I've seen everything. I've seen
bas wacheni kuchanganya mama asiende huko.
I have seen hapana nyinyi watu wacheni kufanya mama kama ni washamba sana. I have seen what men do in the pub. They go drink, eat meat and mess with women. What is the big deal there? If you don't want to do that.
Karumaindo was not that.
It is just another pub there. The men go eat nyama choma and all that. And then the fact what you people are not trying to say is not just Karumaindo. Nowadays, any place you see men at night eating nyama and all that, na pombe, utapata wanawake. You'll find slay queens there, all that stuff. Yeah.
Wacha nikate hiyo story because hatutaelewana. Mkenya Mkora sio unaelewa?
You are blowing it. Ni kama hiyo
nashika, ndio maana nimenyamazia huko nyuma nikiambia ati mama aende Karumaindo. Ati you get drinks and ni kama kuna mali.
Kwa nini musemi ni nini iko huko?
Hakuna kitu.
Kwa nini musemi?
Karumaindo was not just a pub.
Hakuna kitu kubwa hujaiona. Mtu mwenye nitaambia asiende iko ni msichana na mtoto. At your age hakuna kitu kubwa hujaiona. You have seen ushaona you have seen men who mess around and all that and even women. I mean, hakuna kitu kubwa hujaiona.
Na kwa nini watu wanasema usiende huko? Kuko na polisi?
They are making it like unaona unaona they are trying to make it
Jesus, ay aki oye. Wachaneni na mami. Oi. Yeah,
Said,
Acha
please.
nani na hiyo story.
tell you people, guys, me, okay, I am not, I don't count myself very outgoing, okay? But since niko Mae, niende college, nifike nimefika, I think I've tried to adventure. Hata ukitaka kwenda kukona worse bad restaurants and bad pubs, enda Mombasa. Kuna zenye zinaitwa Florida, Nairobi. What happens in those? Na ingine inaitwa Bottoms Up, Kisumu. What happens in those pubs? What happens? The nasty things that happens there. So what I'm trying to say,
Julia Carmaido was special in another way. And it was the only one that had that name. And it is the only one that was there near Basinta, that was Carmaido. So your story was a guy.
in Karumanda that is worse than Florida.
Wachana na Carmaido.
Umeshaenda Florida? Unasikia story ya Florida?
Yes, I've been to Florida in Mombasa.
Aya,
I've been there.
ushasikia Bottoms
But
Up Kisumu?
hiyo ilifungwa. Hiyo
And
ni
that is
Karomando
nothing.
ingine.
Na unasikia
Yes.
ingine Bottoms Up Kisumu?
Incidentally, yes.
Yes. So I'm just trying to say all those kinds of nasty places exist in Kenya, and it is not a big deal. So anybody at Angelo, akifika Nairobi, she knows what to choose. She knows where to go and where not to go. Si ati atakuwa
But
bila-
please, then don't recommend Carmaido for her. In any case, it's not there anymore. Hiyo zingine ni fake.
hizo zingine ni
And
fake.
anyways,
Yeah.
Karumindo is not a place. Karumindo is not a place any longer. Is a satire of Karumindo. If I can only say that. Karumindo, wachane na story ya Karumindo bwana. Like my friend
If you
is
want the
saying here.
story of Carmaido, it is not here to discuss. Otherwise, we would give you the story of Carmaido and Imani. They were the only two places in Nairobi.
Kitu imefika Karumani yenye ifanyika in worse places.
Kwa hivyo nyinyi wote mnajua hiyo Carmichael ni nini inafanya?
Ama there is anybody who was in Nairobi in the 80s, aseme ajui Carmaido atakudanganya.
90s ama 80s.
80s, 90s hapo. 80s kwanza.
Anyway,
Mimi Nairobi najua Ambassador peke yake na Hilton.
Na Carmaido was just next there
si
to
beti ya
Ambassador.
so sikuwa nimefika hiyo kiwango, lakini I know a lot of places.
Julia, najua nini?
Sasa unaona ile shida umetuletea hapa hivi ya Karumindo. Umerudisha watu
Wachana na
mahali
Julia
pabaya.
hapa. Anataka kupolish kitu ajui. Wachana
Julia, wewe
naye.
uelewi. Julia, uelewi.
Elewi nini?
Ujui
Mato
Carmaido.
alikuwa totomiza, kwa hivyo msichanganye Mato alikuwa mtotomiza, kwa hivyo mnachanganya Mato.
We ngoja, hakuna Mato kwa hii channel by the way. Sijui kama
Sorry. Kuna yule Mato mwingine, sio wewe.
Unaona Jero anacheka na upande pale tu, hata ameangalia pande nyingine.
Sasa anacheka nini Jero? At your age, me I'm sorry. Mimi at my age, I'm not very adventurous, but having gone to
Sasa mimi Julia okay, mimi nataka kwenda outside the topic. Sasa nyinyi mnasema mambo ya so imagine nakumicha we have mimi hata sioni mambo ya Gen Zs. Sasa nakumicha tena merudishwa. Can you imagine? So I'm out of the topic. Nakumicha. Surely.
Unajua huyo mama, wacha niseme kitu, nilicheka. Huyu mama anaenda huko kwao, anafukuza sijui OPCP o polisi. Na ni minister na ni minister of health. Nikacheka nikasema Kenya wako na ujinga sana. Alipewa hiyo kazi na nani? Oh my goodness.
Sasa amerudishwa kwa sababu it was one way of kumthreaten Ruto because wanajua wanaweza ku expose hiyo issue ya IBC na whatever na bibia nini. So huyu mwanamke na huyu nakumicha na bibia Chebukati. Unaona? So hiyo ni njia moja ndio I don't know. Let us wait tuone atadeliver nini. Can you imagine?
Si unajua Gen Z wamekataa. Mliona news Gen Z wakiwa coast walisema
sijaona.
Gen Z wakatokea wakasema hiyo IBC chairman ni lazima kukuwe na Gen Z. sio watu wako na 60 over or whatever 60 over. Walikataa, mtaona. Walikataa. Na nakubaliana na Gen Z. Kwa nini Ruto analete watu wako na pesa wasafanya kazi, anawacha tu watoto kwa barabara na wamesoma? Mnataka kuniambia Gen Z wamemaliza university, they know what they do. Kwa nini wapei kazi? Sasa Ruto amefuga macho ama nini? Ni nini baya na huyu mtu? Akaambia tengeneza serikali, akaanza kuleta watu wazee kwa kazi, anawacha Gen Z. He not understanding Bible. This is generation 4 na itamutoa.
Mama, ulisikia speech yenye Junet alisema kule penye wamekuwa kule Mombasa na Raila. At now Muslims the majority population yao iko they have more numbers Muslims in Kenya. In case of anything hata kama wao ndo watapiga kura zaidi ABCD, kitu kifanyika ABCD wataona. That speech ulisikia hiyo mambo ya Junet?
Kwanza unajua ukisikia Janet mjinga sana. Usisikie Janet vile anapauka. Huo kosa sijui ni nani anamchagua. Huyu mtu ni mjinga walai.
Kwa ufupi tu nile tuko ufupi alishinda kusema the next president will be coming from Somali president. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa imebaki tu kidogo aseme.
Kwani Janet ndio Mungu anajua kesi atatu. Hata mimi nitasema atatu. Janet yako na ujinga sana. Unaona wakati alikuwa Uhuru anasaidia Raila, Janet alienda huko Kisumu anasema hii serikali itakuwa ya wa Kisumu. Unakumbuka hiyo? Janet huyu. Sasa wacha apoeke aseme vile anataka, akilala anaamuka anasema yote. Lakini atakula mavi yake. Janet. Huyu ni mjinga sana, sitakangi hata kumsikiza. Mjinga ya mtu. Unaona anapiga dede Nyoro kwa sauli ya kufanya kazi ile anafanya. Yeye amefanyia huko, amechaguliwa Migori sijui wapi. Amefanya nini? Kama mtu kwa jinga hivi. Yeye ni mkupafu kabisa, anatakana aitwe na NCC. Sauli ya ujinga anaongeanga. Huyu. Ameshindwa hiyo kiti ya majority, sasa anatuambia nini? Hiyo kiti yesi inatakana ikuwe yake ndio. Akuje Ruto, naambia Ruto unafanya baya. Sasa anakaa chini pale anatuambia nini? Amenunuliwa. Sasa anakuja kutoesha watu nani kuambia nini namba? Kwani yeye ndio Mungu? Wachana na Janet mjinga ya mtu.
I wanted to inject something na hiyo story ya Waislamu vile umesema. Let me tell you it is very wrong for politicians to come and ngoja kidogo Mkenya mkora. You know, this is what we call social engineering. And in politics, social engineering always fails. You know, there is no one has said that a Muslim cannot become a president in Kenya. But but at the same time, what there is if there is a capable Muslim, ajitokeze aombe kura na Wakenya wamuchague, he will become the president. But you cannot start doing social engineering where now it's like you are imposing, you are saying at this particular, that's the same way ulikuta hata history ya Raila ilileta shida. When now like people are trying to say now at this particular time itabidi rais akuwe Mjaluo. You don't say something like that. Allow people to make an intelligent decision. Na wakuja waseme sasa kwa wakati huu tumeona ama tumependelea rais wetu akuwe Mjaluo, ama tumeonelea rais wetu akuwe Mkamba, ama tumeonelea rais wetu, but you don't like say like unaona sasa. I wish Muslim community can actually denounce itself from that declaration. In fact, whoever is saying that the Muslim community is their time to produce a president now, he is actually not interested in Muslims producing a president in Kenya. They actually want to thwart those efforts. Allow the situation to be natural. Don't guide it. So that is the mistake which our Kenya Raila Odinga wanafanya now. Like they are not guiding. It's like now they are saying hakuna mtu amekataa Muislamu akuwe president Kenya, but ni atokezee na aombe kura kama yule mtu mwingine, but you cannot say that it has to be this way. Hiyo nilikuwa nataka kuongezea. So maybe last week and Mwamba, you can speak about that amid other things. Mnajua ile vitu tumekuwa tukiongea hapa, the show was rich. Nataka kwenda nyumbani, but I will be rejoining later. So sijui Julia na Mkenya Mkora kama mutashikilia show until I come up. I can see there is quorum. Is that in order?
There's quorum, but there's quorum, but I'm not on my right gadget. I know you know what
Hakuna
I'm talking
kuingiza
about.
mtu, ni watu wanaingizwa, hakuna kuingiza mtu, ni kusimamia tu, ya ina shida.
Uendelee kumoderate anasema.
Kupanga
Yeah,
watu.
that's true. But lakini unajua kuna vitu zingine tunafanyanga huku in the back. Julia, are you able to like add whatever?
Kuongeza nitaongeza.
Or even close.
Okay, I can't add but moderate, niko tu around tu hivi.
Okay, sawa, ni sawa. I'm just hata
I'm not you moderate. Yeah, moderate.
Hatuwezi moderate.
I can hey, you know I'm built as long as atuko Kamagendo I'm okay. You know I can do that.
Sasa unataka kuleta ingine wanataka Kamagera sasa
Yeah, nimeona hapo kando. So yes, of course I can moderate as long as Julia is backing me up in case of anything, and as long as Njiro you
nitakuwa nikiona mtu anakuja nitaingiza. Yeah, ina shida, don't worry.
Yeah, kama unaweza ingiza. Then I think me and Julia we are capable. All right, next person. Julia, you take this first session. Where moderate for now. I'm just here. Nico.
Akimatu wewe, you are just too much. So umesema okay. Next person alikuwa nani? Rasvika jaongea. Rasvik.
Vipi Julia, Jiru, Mkenya Mkora, Mwamba, Ubuntu na Njeru Maura. Kila mtu yuko kwa studio. Habari zenu?
Mzuri Rasvik, unajua watu wengi hapo, Matu unajua akina Rasvik na Mwamba wameingia just za Karumaindo. Sasa wakumbuka kubadilisha.
Oh, kwani watu wanaanzia Karumaindo? By the way, hebu ambieni madhe ukweli. Karumaindo, the famous one is a brothel hapo River Road. Pali wanaume wanaenda drive through oil change. So
sasa ona huyu umetoa wapi sasa?
Usiaje ukatafuta place ya kuchoma.
Hiyo story bwana.
Mtafanya madhende kutafuta nini? Supu ya mbuzi. So wacheni kubit around the bush. You know, mtafanya watu wengine wataenda, wacha huku niende, nimetoka diaspora, wacha niende nitafute nyama choma ama mbuzi. Na hakuna, utakuwa disappointed.
Ni nini iko?
We ka hujapata, we imepita hivyo.
Oh Lord, Rasvik endelea.
By the way, nilikuwa tunasalimia watu. Nimekuwa na follow show from behind the scene. Kenya kuna vitu mingi zinafanyika mpaka saa hii. I think it's about time maybe tutakaa tu tuangalie tu, sijui tutafanya nini, sababu wa Kenya nikaa wana accept na move on.
Allah, Rasvik, that's all you had to say, Madam Julia.
Tajoin baadaye, niko job kiasi.
All right, Madam Julia, cheza ka wewe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't understand nini imefanyika hapa hivi. Madam Julia naye he's unresponsive. I think ameenda Karumaindo. But continuing on to the show. Nani ako na kitu ya kusema? Just open up your mic and say. and you know, just let's talk about what we are having as we wait for Madame Julia to come back. Ama pia mimi sisikiki.
Okay, wacha niendelee. Mimi
Okay.
nasema hivi, nimesikia I imagine the topic is the issue of a Muslim becoming the head of state in our country, which is a non-issue, absolutely. The issue will always remain what we have made, what we have become, people who speak only in communities. We want to surround ourselves with our communities when we want something, instead of bringing expertise and good governance or good leadership as an individual. This is something that we should learn from our neighbors, the Tanzanians. They don't care who becomes the president. They have had Muslim presidents, they have had people from very minority communities there, and it is never an issue. The person who comes with the idea of being a president is the one who becomes the president. In our country, unlike now what I've been saying, Tanzania, is that when it comes to political time, or the time for vying of these seats, we still want to hide behind our communities. And this is the fact that it has not been good, even with the people who are, in quotes, the ones we seem to have education, or those people who are supposed to lead the masses. Because I remember, like, there's a time I would want to really forget when this stupid guy called, what is he called? Mutai Nguni, when he came with the idea of the, what was he calling it? The tyranny of numbers. That was a very bad idea to put forward in the 21st century and start counting people like goats because you come from this community which has a population of this. We are the people who can only lead, and you are the only people who can have the opportunity of becoming the leader. Now, that is what we have become. And unfortunately, it is the worst I think a nation can tell. Then, there is always one thing that really beats me.
Actually,
Kenyans are not
brother,
tribalistic.
actually, brother, can I? Because really, you brought a very big, diverse something over there. Let me ask you, bro, and I don't want you to lose
It's
your
okay.
chain of
Go
thought.
on.
Yes, let me ask you, can you? Is there a way that you can actually correlate between the tyranny of numbers and the hustlers versus the dynasty? I mean, this easy to piago kwa hivyo. So
The
tyranny of
issue, the
numbers
issue,
and
the
hustlers
issue,
and the dynasty. Can
the
you
issue,
please?
my friend, is
Yes.
that people create space where they want to get the numbers in terms of dividing people in groups. There before the issue of hustlers and dynasties, and this is Ruto's idea. He came with the issue of hustlers and dynasties because his community was not enough to project himself to the seat. So he thought, and this guy is a very sharp guy. So he brought the issue of hustlers, and he really drummed that idea into Kenyans, hustlers and dynasties. That is how he got his seat. Now somebody else now is coming with another idea: Muslims, Muslims, Muslims. Now you are trying to bring it to the religion trajectory, which is now is even more dangerous than the community business of Kikuyus, Lus, Kalenjins, Ruyas, everything. You start counting people and counting. I mean, you just see people and you just see numbers. You don't even consider who is to become the president without counting numbers of their communities. Now, this is something I don't know how we shall ever come out of, because it only comes up when we come to the election cycle. You realize today, Kenyans, I don't even see Kenyans as tribalistic people. They are not. Because if you go to a place like Madare, Kibera, Kangemi, and every, all communities live side by side, and you will never hear somebody says, huyu ni Mjaluo siwezi nunua chakula kwake, ama huyu ni rafiki, huyu siwezi kuwa rafiki yake kwa sababu huyu ni kabila gani, because I'm this kabila. It doesn't happen like that. In fact, Kenyans are very together. They are very social. They live amongst one another side by side very peacefully until campaign time. When the leaders come and start now telling you, actually, you belong this side, and since I'm your child, you have to do this, and they are able they are able to convince the masses in that direction. And that is where we shall never come from. This is what will make me never forget Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. This guy fought tribalism from the word go. He put Tanzanians together and he made sure even language mattered. He made sure that every Tanzanian speaks Swahili and they started calling one another Dugu Danda, and that is how Tanzania has been able. It doesn't mean that Tanzania doesn't have tribes. They even have more than double what we have in our country. But if you go to Tanzania, I don't think there's any Tanzanian who will not give you that Swahili, and they identify themselves first as Tanzanians before they come to their tribes. In Kenya, it's the other way. We identify ourselves tribes before we become. In fact, we only become Kenyans when there's a problem. When there's no problem, we are very good people. We live side by side together, and our children, and especially this generation of Generation Z, they actually don't have any sympathy for their tribes. They don't even, most of them don't even know their tribe. It is us, the older generation, who remind them that you come from this and this is what we do. They don't know. And I always tell people that when 2007 happened, my daughter, who was 7 years or 7 years, came from school one day crying and asked me, Daddy, what tribe are we? I will never forget those words because it is true that this child did not have anything or any sympathy about tribe. She did not know what tribe she came from. She doesn't even speak Kikuyu for that matter. But when she goes to school, she was able to learn that there's a tribe where she's supposed to associate herself with before she comes, before she knew where now to stand. So if somebody comes up with the idea or with the solution of how we shall kill this business of tribalism, I don't know what we shall do. And this is why this time round we need a brand new president. A brand new president who does not associate with tribe. Somebody who is intellectually advanced to be able to give Kenya a name and people will be able to identify themselves as Kenyans. When we are out here, and this is also very sad, when we are out here in the diaspora, and when I go for those marathons, the New York Marathon, the Boston Marathons, we are there cheering as Kenyans. And we are cheering people from one community, for example, and you know what I'm talking about. But that time, tell me I'm not a Kenyan, we can even fight. But when it comes to elections, I am a Kikuyu, the other one is a Kalenjin, the other one is a Luo, the other one will even now try to fix themselves now in terms of religion. If you have nowhere where you can classify yourself in the bigger groups, this is sad. And I don't know what we are going to do to our country. It is so sad. It is so sad. It is so sad. And then when you start talking about religion, this can be very, very, very dangerous. Because where we have had the most bitter civil wars, it is usually religion based, not even tribal based. It is usually religion based. So I hope Kenyans will start seeing the light.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. Tukae tu hivyo venye tuko. I think I'm using my phone and I'm really not as able as I'm always able to moderate when I can see the names. But I think that's Ubuntu. Ubuntu, is that you? Unmute.
Pardon?
That's you. Okay, okay. So yeah, Ubuntu, go ahead. I think it's your time to speak. As
Thank
we
you.
wait for the other moderators to come out. Just
As,
gonna be able
yeah,
to just
as usual, I'm always out of the topic. So I have another breaking news here. I know it's gonna sound, I don't know. The designer for our so-called or acclaimed first lady passed in her state house, she's been accused, taken to court, I don't know,
Are you
for
kidding me?
designing false or attire for the first lady. I think, or I hope you saw it in the on
Oh yeah,
the picture with the queen from Holland.
if
So the
not
designer
that
amepelekwa kotini. Hiyo nguo ilikuwa haikuwa, it was
she
not
looked ridiculous. That's
pardon?
what I would admit. She looked ridiculous.
I
Yeah,
think sometimes shida sio designer. Sometimes kuna tu styles zingine hazifai na watu fulani. Because
sasa
she had very expensive shoes, very expensive attire, but I think it
but
was just
the
Lakini nyinyi ni wabaya.
What are you guys?
so the
Goja,
designer she's been
hold on. Ni nini Rasvi kunaweza nitumia? Ni nini
no.
mnaongea? I don't want to.
First lady alivaa nguo expensive na viatu expensive, lakini hazikuwa zina match tu na yeye, so sijui mbona wana blame designer au madesigner wamesha design nguo zingine zina match na watu poa sana, so it has nothing to do with the designer. Designer wa hizo viatu ni mnoma worldwide. Designer wa hiyo nguo pia ana design ya watu nguo fit. Ni first lady ndiye alichagua fashion tu, sio yake. Angechagua the right fashion. Unajua kila mtu tu kuna style tu, ukivaa tu hivi unasikia tu this is me. Kuna style zingine maybe ilitokea fiti kwa dem fulani, lakini sio wewe, so angeachana tu na hiyo style.
So the designer, it's a company. Hawana chance because pia wanasema okay, come on, tunataka kuona because the designer it's a big company worldwide. So hiyo nguo it was just ordered na viatu and so I don't know venye itaenda kama watashinda kesi ama because they've been the same dress that she wore with the shoes with other people, watu wengine wa mama wengine, you could see it was so I don't know the advisor of this State House, I don't
Let me
know.
ask you a
So
question, Omodo. Are you
and
saying
that dress it costed more than some millions of money with shoes. But and then they were comparing her with some pictures, another African women. You could see the dress. It was perfect. But with her, I don't know. It's terrible. So that's the issue here. They want to sue the company. How can you sue the company? This company is not a Kenyan company.
are you
It's
serious?
terrible.
That is
Okay,
what is happening.
guys, hold on, order. First of all, there's something that you guys have brought here. Njiru, allow me to do this, just to bring order kidogo. First of all, kuna watu, you guys are speaking of something that hata wengine hatujui nini what happened. Can somebody first of all elaborate exactly what happened and why now we are going to the designer and all that? Can we get to a situation where mtu mwenye anaweza tuleta up to speed?
Let me say something. I saw the photograph of our first lady against, and I mean she was standing up with the visiting first lady, but she looked ridiculous. Something that also happened with Kebake and Ruse when they visited New York. So I don't know what's wrong with our first ladies. They don't know how to dress. Period.
Mwamba, unajua kitu inafanyika saa zingine tukiomoka tunanunua vitu expensive na hizo vitu expensive sio as much na sisi, unaweza nunua tu nguo regular price, ile style ina match na wewe. For example, there's this store in America, it's called White House Black Market. Hiyo White House Black Market wanauza nguo fiti sana, tena they are very expensive, but hizo nguo zimedesigniwa wazungu. Most black women wakizivaa unakaa tu inatoka tu horrible, but wazungu wakizivaa zinakaa tu out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's the same thing.
That one I agree with
Hii
you.
design utapata kuna mademu wale wako na shape fulani, wakivaa hii design kila mtu atataka kwenda kubai hiyo nguo, lakini sasa yeye pia aliona na hiyo bei, wakafikiria ati hii material ya hiyo nguo ukiangalia ni material moja quality, na hata hizo viatu ni expensive.
So hata
The
hiyo
fact
nguo
that
yenyewe vile imeshonwa, shape ya tu ya first lady na hii nguo ndio haingiani, tuseme tu kweli. Mato, wacha ndakutumia hiyo nini? Hiyo picha. Yeah, tuseme tu kweli
that is
tu.
to say, in fact, a
Aya,
good
sawa
example
basi,
is
because I
a good
think we
example.
Jiro.
Let me put in something here, Mkenya kidogo. Buying
Yes.
an expensive cloth does not mean that it will look good on you. If you look at somebody like Soko, he wears very expensive clothes from Burberry, from Chantel or whatever. He wears very expensive things, but he also looks ridiculous. You know, as you said, there's a shape. Ukienda kupimwa nguo ama kupima nguo kwa sababu hiyo ya first lady inakaa kama ilishonewa ngara. Ai, hapana, hapana.
Umesema ai, hebu acha Obutu. Okay, Obutu, sasa now that we have an idea of what we are talking about, hebu maliza. Hiyo
Sasa
nitaitafuta. Na Rasmik, thank you. Umetumia.
pastor, they're going to sue your company. They're going to sue the company. So I don't know how the way the story will end up.
They
Because
should just do a return.
hiyo nguo ijashonewa Ngara, hizo viatu zijatoka Ngara. So I don't know how it will be because so I don't know. Watasue the company.
What are they
I
suing
don't
the
know.
company for? They can do a return. Watarudishiwa pesa yao.
Yeah, they have about 1 month, whatever, according to the new warudishio nguo na viatu. Lakini sasa si ati watasue the company, but already the things in majenzi wameweka kwa nini the way stories za majenzi unaona, plus the Queen ABCD, it's horrible.
Nani waulize, nani aliwaambia hiyo nguo ni mbaya?
Nguo sio mbaya, lakini mwili ya your first lady ndio endana na hiyo nguo.
Hiyo nguo sio nzuri. Whatever the case.
Hiyo nguo hata imemfanya sana kama mama mboga vizuri sana.
No, naelewa,
Exactly.
but ile kitu nauliza, hiyo opinion wametoa wapi?
Pardon?
Opinion?
The opinion that the clothes was not good, who told them? Ama ni kitu iko available everywhere?
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I don't know everything, because everything what is happening right now online, even if it's not Gen Z, everything it comes is Gen Z. You understand what I mean? That is the issue.
Zile nguo zilikuwa zinaitwa gorofa, zilikuwa zinashonewa watoto ya Sunday school.
Yeah, zile gorofa. Even during gorofa. Alafu zimekuja wamekuja wameset pale kwa nini miguu zimeka kama zile miguu kama sijui za nini. It's so terrible.
What amazes me is that she dresses well. We have seen her dress. She dresses well and she's beautiful. But this time round, she appeared very bad. In fact, she represented our country vibaya.
But do you know that dress how much it costs?
My haters.
No, I'm not a hater. Rachel is a beautiful woman. She dresses very well.
No,
In other
these are
occasions, we have seen her
haters.
dress. Lakini this time round, hakujaribu. Why call it the way it is? Hakujaribu. This one was not good.
That dress ilikuwa inaenda more than 2 million whatever, about 3-4 million.
Hata inunuliwe milioni 10 ama bilioni.
Imagine.
Hiyo haikuwa poa. Call it the way it is. And I'm saying we are seeing
and the shoes, the shoes were of us worth more than any this more common belt over how many million that those mockers in shoes alikuwa amevaa hizo kama brown, that brown or black, something like that.
The shoes are about $580.
Huh?
The shoes are about $580.
Yeah. Lakini alikuwa amekaa namna gani?
That's not much.
That's not much. That's a normal price, not strong.
That's a normal price of somebody of her caliber to wear, like.
Exactly.
But that's not too much or anything. But the dress, whether you like it, Julia, or not, hapa mimi nisema hapana. And you might say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think that one I didn't like.
Unajua ukienda kununua nguo ama viatu, kuna vile ukivaa tu viatu hivi you can feel that hii kiatu ni mimi ama hii nguo ni mimi. You know, even before somebody tells you that you look good, you yourself, your body can just feel it. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, so inafaa tu arudi kwa nini, arudi ile soko hiyo, nunuanga nguo zake,
Haya, wacha niulize
achane na hizi duka za trial and error.
Ubuntu, wewe ulionaje? Did it ilikufurahisha?
Mimi ilinifurahisha kwa sababu sasa the first lady alikuwa anakaa kama I don't know. Oh God. Your question is that unaonaje ilikufurahisha? Yes, ilinifurahisha.
But unajua tu, let's be honest, hiyo time first lady alikuwa anaona meng'ara, lakini ni
Yes, but you could see her face. Yes,
ni social media
yes,
imelipwa hii kitu. Yeye na hiyo time alikuwa anaona meng'ara.
Yes, alikuwa mwana meng'ara, but you could see the picture, yeye na the queen wa Holland, you could see her body language, the face, there is something this woman is going through. I can tell you.
Acheni niulize swali kwa sababu mimi I think mkuje mazishi yangu kesho because mimi nimeisha. Nani amenitumia? Rasvika amenitumia hiyo picha. I'm sorry, being one of the moderators of this show that we do. I'm sorry. Jiru, have you seen this? Have you seen this dress that has been spoken about? I don't know where you are.
But you guys have to be
Julia, have you
nice.
seen it? Nimetumiwa saizi, nimeiona. Wala.
Lakini you guys, I just have a question. Okay, kama mwana hiyo picture, can you see the face of the first lady, the body language? There is something wrong somewhere. Ni kama ametoka ulisimame pale, lakini unaona huyu mama ni kama sijui I don't know. You can tell that just the face from her face. Wacha leave alone. Ile ilikuwa last time ile walikuwa na the governor of Nakuru, huyu mwenye America, huyu she went to give birth in America. This one, Susan Kihika. And this one for this queen, you could see her face. Can you compare the two pictures?
That's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, Ubuntu, ladies and gentlemen, whatever happened to just wearing a nice jeans or something? I mean, I guess
first lady haizi kwa jeans kama queen amekuja hata wewe.
Lakini hata kama uvae jeans hata usuva ya hii sasa hii imekuwa, I mean, umeangalia picha kwa vizuri kweli. Ndio nimetu.
By the way, Mato nimeona hiyo nguo.
Niona.
My comment is somebody actually needs to be sued. Somebody just
Sasa umekubaliana na sisi Julia?
Yes, somebody
sasa mmekubaliana na mimi, si ndio?
Unaona mwenye ameshona hiyo nguo ame-exaggerate. Unaona vile amefanya hizo vitu. Alifanya tu madharau tu nakwambia. Unaona?
Na sasa teacher Julia sasa mmekubaliana na mimi
ama design yake ni Gen Z.
Nakwambia alimfanyia tu madharau. Unaona hizo nguo vile imekatakatwa huku chini. Unajua kuna kitu tu wezi vaa hata wewe Ubuntu. Sasa alafu akamwambia avae. I don't know who asked her to vae.
Julia, I want you to apologize. You called me a hater for that.
Yeah, mmekubaliana
na mimi.
No, it is bad.
Unajua nyinyi mmeingia hapa na steam, naona ma-haters ndio hao wamekuja sasa.
Sio ma-haters, ni ma-bloggers wa State House.
Mnafaa kuheshimu hiyo nguo. Maybe Habi alikuwa amembaia hiyo nguo kana jua hii itatoa madam smart.
Hapana, nyinyi watu ni mabwana tu wa Afrika na mnisamehe. Unajua mabwana wengine wa Afrika wataki bibi yake akae mrembo. Unakunia tu kile kitu mbaya tu kabisa ndio ukae. They just buy you the worst.
Si kuna kio angesimama tu mbele ya kio ajiangalie vizuri na yeye.
Make you look uglier.
Oh my God.
Chicken farmer alipata bonus. Chicken farmer alipata bonus akasema, wacha ni treat bibi.
Imagine. Wow.
Unaona hiyo nguo
emergency waliingia kwa closet.
That dress haikushika vile ilishonwa, hizo pieces hazikutosha poa, hazikuingiana. Si ndio? Ama Ubuntu na uionaje, hazikuingiana. Zina hang. Alafu imagine they have the audacity to bring up the first lady. Na unajua ni first lady na unajua naenda ni bibi ya president when she has so many things she can wear.
Wow.
Alafu si angeenda achukue kitenge poa. Unajua vitenge ni
Aki.
mingi. Achukue kitenge poa kama mama. So she wanted
Yes.
to make an impression of a Kenyan thing, right?
Yeah.
Achukue kitenge poa kama mama. Kitenge tu ya kawaida poa, smart.
hata angevaa zile mnaitanga dera angekaa afadhali
Hata
kidogo.
ziko smart.
Yeah.
No, that one didn't
Terrible.
look nice.
Even during in inauguration
Sijaelewa.
ya bwana wake, unaona ile nguo alivaa like halfway like Indian Indish kama hata Kihindi, unaona. And I've seen so many African ladies wakikuwa mambo inauguration wanavaa ile African attire. Okay,
Yes.
she must not do that, but what example? Alafu
Unaona
amepigwa
African hata ya Ubuntu zinatokea poa. Hata umeenda Nairobi kanunua moja una vile. Yani, and there are so many free size that you can buy. You don't have to have kumpimwa. Zinatokanga poa sana. Me, I have bought a number of them and people just like, oh Julia, you killed it.
Unajua hiyo inafanyika kama umwambia mzungu akutengeneze Africa attire. Hiyo ndio mzungu atakutengenezea.
Alafu ameweka two pieces, akikamehang, one side haikutoshea vilishonwa, alafu akamwambia vae.
Kuna uchokozi ati mzungu akutengenezea African attire.
So ushaenda kinyozi ya mzungu akakunyoa ukaona vile itatokea ovyo. The same thing, afadhali uende kwa Spanyo ama Mbleki akunyoe.
Alafu Jezina wana exaggerate hiyo kiatu, hiyo miguu yake sio vile haijakaa hivyo. Mbona na exaggerate?
Majenzi wameichora imekaa kama miguu za kuku jameni.
Hata sio hivyo. Alafu miguu yake wanachange hapa chini na kama ya mtu mzee kabisa.
Majenzi wamefanya ile picture imekaa kama mazigwembe, ile si mazigwembe ndio ile miguu ile kakavu somehow. Alafu ile hata si mazigwembe ni ama blogger wake wenyewe wanafanya vitu kama hizo.
Nimemhurumia huyo mama.
Umrudishe Recho kule alikuwa amejifichia tu. Unajua alikuwa amenyamaza for a long time. Mrudishe tu akae tu kule alikuwa amekaa. Na msilete mama Smoky tena ataumwa pia. Lakini
sasa wacha hivyo. Sasa huyo queen atakuja kuanza akifika I know automatic asema manze hii ni kali. They walikuwa na spring na mama Smoky. Oh God, sema manze. How do walikuwa kiwatumia messages over so many thousands emails atuwasikanyage Kenya. Manze hao ni bad news.
Lakini inaonekana alipenda hiyo dress. Naona alienda nayo harusi baadaye. Kuna picha zingine alienda harusi akiwa amevaa.
Nyani haoni kundule.
Kwani hana advisors wamwambia hapa mama umetoka vibaya.
But leave alone this dress. Kuna huyu mwenye fashion huyo mnyoona mshonea manguo. I don't know ni kutoka sijui kule Sigoi, I don't know. She messes up every time with her dress. Kuna hizi vitenge pia huwa anamshonea. Most of the time this is gorofa hivyo. It doesn't match with this lady. I don't know. That person, she has, if it's a man or he or she has to do something, it doesn't go like that. I don't know. Anafanya extra ama ni vipi? Oh God.
Hapa alianguka namba.
Why can't she just be simple like kama bibi Kagame Rwanda ama Namibia Liberia ama nini bibi ya Museveni?
Wanaenda mbali, aenda chukue notes kutoka bibi ya Uhuru.
Hebu niwaulize.
Bibi ya Uhuru Kenyatta mama, yes, Margaret, it's simple. Hii mambo mengi mtu unabeba bendera yenye hata huwezi tua chini jameni. Nini taxpayers billions? No way.
Ladies in this channel. You mko hapa. Seriously, all the ladies nataka mtu ananiambia naweza vaa nguo kama hiyo. It as much as it's
mimi sina nguo kama hiyo.
Umema nimejifikiria tu mimi vile napenda, I love pants. Sasa I'm just wondering kai
Unapenda pants.
hata nimekula stress juu ya hiyo kitu.
Mimi hakuna nguo ya Lecho napenda vile
Nimekula stress
anavaanga.
kitu. Nimeona vile tu unaweza jipata yani ameshonewa kitu hapo kai.
Mimi nafunganga leso.
Mimi napenda by the mimi napenda longi kabisa, but nilienda home nikapata vitenge pale Isli, unaona Isli nikapata vitenge poa. I was going for someone's graduation, nakwambia watu waliniambia Julia hapo
Yeah.
nipata vitenge poa hapo kama kale sikenye unaonanga na jeans hapa lakini nimeona aki mtu kama ukiwa wewe ni uko kwa limelight aki tu ng'ang'ane na fashion kama uko kwa limelight. Sasa ni nini hiyo mtu alikuwekea?
Mimi nimekubali. Huo design anafaa kufungwa for life.
Nani?
Huo design anafaa kufungwa for life.
Sasa wacha anafaa kufungwa for life. Sasa wacha, okay, for example, look at the daughter wake. There's a time, I think it was last year, some months ago, the daughter also. Amanda purchased high heels. I don't know, it's not bad, but she's never used to this mambo ya high heels. Anatembea kama anakanyaga moto. So terrible. Dress is okay with the daughter, but the shoes.
But you see, she's a small girl. She does not have to wear those high heels. Unajua hivyo. Unajua wasichana wako na fashion yao.
Yes. Lakini sasa yeye hajakuja kwa hivi. She had to learn first before coming in public. But and then she has bodyguard, everything. And so the camera now alikuwa pale to expose the girl. And the shoes that the girl was wearing, it cost you 1 million, whatever it's so. Pump shoe, whereby kutembea ilikuwa ni shida. There's a video in YouTube. Those shoes cost about 1 million or whatever. Pump shoes. And she was walking as if alikuwa anakaja kwa store or in the moon. Or the moon, unaona? She couldn't move.
This lady anatakiwa aende course kwa sababu
ile kitu mnasahau nyinyi wote is that yes, in as much as it's so sarcastical and so funny, which is actually
we are not being sarcastic hapa mkora bwana. We are being very real. Ukiangalia mama hata vile amesimama, she needs to be taught some royal manners. Angalia vile amesimama.
Yes.
I mean, there are some ways where there are some like official.
Amesimama anasimama ni kama amebeba ako na weight fulani ya kibuyu maziwa nyuma ya mgongo yake. It doesn't go like that.
Yourself look so infamous. I mean, you look so inferior in front of the other lady.
Yes.
You look so not confident. So
yes.
There's something I think she needs to learn about being in the royal echelons. She looks very Kenyan.
Yeah, you're right.
And then you could see the same time in me when this they were in State House while talking. There's a speech, I think Ruto alikuwa anaongea the husband, the queen Rachel alikuwa she was shaking her head like this. Yeah. Nini alafu anashake whereby it's not allowed according to the royal whatever. Anafanya kichwa hivi. I don't know whether she was accepting or she was listening. Whereby the queen, she was just there like that. With the smiley face.
But kuna kapoint nataka kutupa mahali, my dear friend. Kuna kapoint nataka kutupa mahali is that first of all, remember hiyo ni pesa yenyu in the first place. Remember Mama Spoki pia ne, there's people who actually wanamchekaga sana akisema kwanza alishikwa na pasta mpaka kiara ikakuja whatever. Now I understand the satire with Kenyans and the humor because Kenyans will always give that humor. And this one kama ya huyu ni ukweli kabisa. I mean, this is in the century that we are living. If that's fashion, I don't believe kuna any lady that wants to wear that. I believe nikawaletea you ladies nguo kama hiyo utaniambia hii sitawahi vaa, you know. But that is our public fund, and to show something, like, to dress well and show up because you're meeting, especially as a queen, I mean, loyalty or royalty. What are we looking at this? Nini, is it about laughing or is it about looking at exactly ni nini pesa yetu kule inaenda? Because ukiona mtu amevaa hivyo, na we know she doesn't work anywhere. I'll give you a bad example. Joe Biden's wife still continued to teach. Huyu anafanyanga kazi gani? Na hizi nguo sasa anatuvalia hapa hivi, kwanza hata anatu-embarrass. Yani I can't stop laughing out of this. Are we looking at the
Mimi
are we
siwezi
looking at
cheka macho, nimemhurumia. I have looked at that woman. She's very unhappy. And okay, mwamba, you are analyzing the posture. Hiyo posture ni ya mtu ako intimidated, mtu anaogopa, mtu anajaribu calculate, what should I say nisikosee bwana yangu?
No. This is lack of confidence. This is lack of confidence.
Yes,
Kabisa.
she's highly intimidated.
She does not belong to that position. That's what she doesn't believe. It's not in her head. There's something, ukipewa cheo lazima ikuingie vizuri. Huyu haijamshika. She's still
Lakini haijamshika, nitamshika. Nisi amekuwa wife ya deputy president for 10 years. Kwani mtu anatake how long kushikwa na hizo?
No. What I'm saying, Julia, or what I see here, because this is not the first time I've seen Rachel Ruto in many occasions. She doesn't look like this normally. She's better. She's much better. I can give her credit because she also dresses well. But this time round, alianguka mtihani. She looks scared. Hata ile kuangalia mtu is like you are looking at your superior. Kwanza in a very intimidated way. Alafu mikono ni kama amekosa mahali ya kuweka mikono yake. There is this way that you
you're talking like it's the first time. You're talking like it's the first time. Remember the time that she was in New York and she was, I mean, watu wakafanya memes kumuhusu venye alikuwa amevaa and all that, and
maybe I missed that one, but this one is bad. This one is kwanza uko kwako. Why do you look so intimidated ukiwa nyumbani kwako? The other lady looks like the owner of the state house.
I think mimi najaribu kumunderstand. Mimi naona maisha yake yote amekuwa terrorized, alafu maisha yake yote amepewa stress.
Si basi ajifanye kama yule wa Moi alisema sitaki upuzi na akaondokea.
Ama ajifanye kama
Hapana, hii ndio anza. Ukikaa na mwizi na unamfunika na maobi na hakuna Mungu mnaamini, hiyo ndio atapata. Mimi leo tangu aingie na huyu Ruto, mimi sioni kama anajua kara yake ya kufaa. Nilimuona huko UK, huko Amerika anafaa kama stupid. Na kara ya maruni doesn't match. Nili complain myself, nikasema na huyu anafanya namna gani? Makombolevu anaweka kidigo huko chini ni ya nini?
Bana, she's not alone. I think it's something wrong with our first ladies because when nani huyu alikuwa anaitwa huyu wa Kibaki alikuwa anaitwa nani, Lucy. There was a time she came to New York na akapigwa picha na president. Alikuwa anakaa anavaa nguo inakaa kama night dress.
Okay, Lucy, nitetee Lucy.
Na Lucy alikuwa mkali, siwezi kusema alikuwa intimidated na Kibaki.
Lucy, I think for a long time she had a psychological problem. And people only
something with our first ladies.
Okay, hapana. Margaret was very cool and very smart.
And very composed.
Yeah. So, see our ladies. Lucy had a challenge. Unakumbuka kuna siku alichapa.
Who did you say? Did you say that was very smart?
Margaret
was very smart.
Yeah. Okay.
She just dressed simple. She was very precise. And she never go address twice in public. Do you know that?
She was a true first lady.
She was never seen in a dress twice. Sasa huyu.
Unaona sasa huyu mama amekuwa intimidated. Okay, Rusi alikuwa na psychological problem. Unajua kuna siku alichapa mtu. Hata si mtu mmoja. Rusi amechapa watu by the way.
Saa ile ienda
Hmm?
na night ndio
Amechapa
zatoka
Si
wapi?
aliingia standard huko, alisumbua kila mtu standard,
Ilikuwa
akawaambia
standard.
what usiku.
Kuna watu wamechapangwa kiasi na Rusi. Okay, Rusi had her psychological problem. But this lady lives in fear, let me tell you. She doesn't know what to say, when, how to behave, how, where, to who. Amewekwa baridi, amemwangalia uso. She's not a happy woman. She's not even healthy. Let me tell you, jinsi nisema kitu, watu wakaanza kucheka kwa comment section. Unajua pesa inafanyanga mtu mwenye sura mbaya akuwe mrembo. Mnajuanga hivyo. You know wealthy people never really look ugly. Because
Pesa yenyewe ni sabuni ya roho.
because they eat well, unaona. They are pressure free.
Acha nione comments naendaje.
They
Ndio huko kumewaka.
they eat well and they are pressure free. So even if they are ugly, you never notice that they are ugly. So kama wewe ni meishi wewe ni bibi ya deputy president for 10 years. Alafu sasa wewe ni first lady. Yani kuna tu unatakana tu kushine, tu kachakula, kasabuni, ka makeup nini. You have all the time to do all that nonsense. First, you are not even cooking. Even kucha zako haziwezi toka kwa sababu aupiki, hawezi kukatakata sukuma ama nini. You can spend all your time just making yourself look beautiful. Unaweza vaa nguo kama 3 ama 4 in a day ukibadilisha. Kichoka na hii unatoa. She needs to be enjoying that kind of a life. That is how I envision myself if I was the first lady, you know. I'll just
Unaona Julia, kama ile nguo huyu bibi wa Monyoro alikuwa huko UK, alikuwa anaangalikana kama $1 million woman. Uliona?
Amekuwa US. Then nimegundua bibi wa Monyoro ni mrembo. I just read that like Gachagwa's wife is very beautiful. Hata ninashaka Gachagua alitoa Gachagua wapi?
Rachel ni jirani ya Aida. Aulize Aida hapo vile mtu jivaa.
Hata si kuongea vibaya, kumbe hata wa Monyoro bibi yake bwana, hata ukimuona na vanga. Sasa hivi maneno gani tunaonesha
hapo? She has some confidence there. Way.
Somebody saying yeah, that dress was fit for Karumindo guy.
Yeah, Rachel doesn't know her color. I think she had no idea. And then Rachel been confused when the husband been using gold, which call Turaya Kenya. So Rachel is unsecure in Kenya. She is unsecure today. I say so.
Poor lady.
Haki watu wanamuonea huruma kwa comment section.
Hata mimi namuonea huruma. Mimi mpaka hiyo kitu imenipea stress. Mimi pia amesimama. Hiyo kitu imenipea stress mine. I just felt like a woman.
Alafu bwana yake anasimama pale juu ya gari anauliza, wewe kijana unaniongelesha kama nani?
Alafu bwana yake anaanza kupanga vile ata abduct Gen Z na uko hapo mnakula na unasikia kipigia kina Faruk simu na wewe sasa ujui ulie ucheke unyonge
na mkicheza by the way bwana yake pia anapita na watu yake kwa sababu anakimbia kwenda Ngonga, anaenda na kanyaga mtu na hii nyingine na pita na kanyaga mtu mwingine. I mean now really
bwana yake anavaa sharp, you know. Ruto is a dresser.
Lakini ushiona kitu moja Rasvik
Yeah.
Kuna kitu moja mimi waga inanisumbua sana na hii ni yenyu, sijui watu wa body language msome. Ushiona huyu jamaa asimamagi akisimama straight amekunja ngumi. Sijui kama kuna mtu ashi notice hiyo kitu. Ni kitu ingine like watu wanajua kusoma body language. Amesimamaga akisimama, unajua ukisimama hata kama unasimama upright, I bet ukunjangi ngumi. Huyu jamaa waga amekunja ngumi 24/7.
Ruto might be his habit because he's a person who talk with hands. So maybe that is hiyo ni character yake. Si unaona hata
Anapanga
akiongea
kutenga.
lazima mikono iende juu chini na side. He's a person wale wanaongeanga with mikono. Lazima mikono imove. So possibly saa ile amesimama ndio amejishika asiongee ndio anakunja ngumi. Otherwise
I don't know,
he's
for my
I don't know.
psychology class,
There's a
I've
name for
always
those
known
people who
people to
really
come.
use their hands when speaking.
And I've always brought pia ni shade hiyo kitu up to for people to think. Ni hiyo kitu umesema pia ni ukweli, nimeshaileta hapa hivi tu. When he's speaking, every full stop has to be brought by his hands. And I'm
Yep.
very wary about people like that. Watu wenye kila kitu wanaongea na mkono.
Let
You
me
know,
tell
if
you
you
a
want to
trick.
say something,
From a
you
psychological
speak.
point of view in Kenya, those
Yeah.
people who speak with their hands or putting the point with their hands are actually liars because he wants to drag the point home with the hands. But those people who tell the truth are usually very calm when they speak and their body is also calm. So that is one character theory that you should know.
So
Ruto nafikiri
let us
Thank
watch.
kuelewa.
He'll
you
be going to Mount
very
Kenya,
much.
and then
Thank you for bringing
we
that.
have to watch his body language. Hiyo mambo ya ngumi.
Mikono lazima atatupa, kutupa na
Kono na
kuweka
ngumi.
na kupush those points with the hands.
Mm.
Sasa ile anatenga mkono inaendanga haraka sana because it's a lie.
Wow.
Can I somebody tell
Akikwambia
me
milioni,
why
akikwambia
Ruto, hebu niambie, why Ruto going Mount Kenya for? We are busy. We are in a farm. We are very busy, raining. We don't need visitors.
He is the president of Kenya. He
But
can
he's
go
going
anywhere.
there, whether you like it or not, Mami. He'll be going there.
For what? For
He's
what?
going there for 7 days. Atakuwa Mount Kenya siku saba. Whether you like, it's a program already.
Kufanya nini?
Anaenda Mount Kenya.
Kufanya nini?
Jero
Mimi
Mwaura wacha
sijui,
aende
sasa mimi
huko. He will know where he
ningekuuliza wewe
belongs.
Mami.
Wacha aende. It is good akienda
sasa,
huko.
si
Me, I want
mtatuambia,
him to
nyinyi
go.
ndio mtatuambia
In fact, I
nini
can't wait for him to
nini
go there.
anakuja kufanya.
Si aliambiwa na
Nyinyi
Senta Nyoto ameambia news yote, wao wanajua, walisema anakuja atuonyeshe ile mradi anakuja kufungua ama ni nini. Shauri ya kuja mradi ameanza, anakuja kufanya nini? Kutupa pesa huko, kuharibu pesa. Anakuja kufungua nini?
Ataenda na matransformer Jero.
Unajua ameambiwa asikuja kutuambia tunaunganisha ati tunatenda nyoto ule senta wa mlango already ipule usikuja kutuambia hivi, usikuja kutuambia hivi, tunataka ukuja kufungua ama kuaziza saa hiyo hiyo matrakta iende kwa ile promise. Usikuja kutuambia unatenga, utapigwa na mawe na Mount Kenya. Unajua mawe sio iko pale. Hapana, huu kasoko ambiwa asikuja kucheza na sisi.
Hatapigwa, hata watu watamsikiza vizuri na arudi nyumbani, na tunaomba tu kukuwe na amani.
Hatapigwa. People will come.
Hakuna haja, hata hakuna haja.
Hatapigwa Mami, hata kwa sababu ona kama imekuwa ni jana juzi, watu wamepelekewa they were being offered magunia za michele, wamepata ni wale sijui wale wa kununuliwa, wanapatiwa wamama wamesimama. I don't know it was in a school ama ilikuwa ni mahali fulani hivi, wamepelekewa wanapatiwa machakula, wamejazana kwa kiwanja imefield mchele, wanapata sijui kilo ngapi kila mtu sijui na nini na mafuta.
Wapi huko mama? Wapi huko?
Mountain huko mlima huko.
Where? I haven't seen it. I've been following Kikuyu news, everything.
Wamama wamejazana hizo zimekuwa katikati pale, zimemwagwa pale, wanapatiwa mchele kila mtu kilo 2 na hivyo na mafuta. It was there, it is in YouTube.
Hapana, hiyo ilikuwa MCA, pengine ni ule wa Murathe, ule kimama ule.
Hapana, hii imekuwa ni jana Mami.
Really?
Yes.
Wameanza kupeleka mchele.
Wanaambiwa rais anakuja.
Wameanza kununuliwa na mchele sasa miaka ingine 5. Sio Kikuyu. Watakula.
Wacha ile mama ile ya kupikwa, hii ni fresh wanapatiwa. Inatolewa kwa magunia, wanapatiwa makilo. Wanaambiwa rais anakuja, mkaribisha rais.
Alafu after that huyu mama sijui kutoka wapi akasema rais atakuja, watu wasipigie rais kelele, ukifanya kukemea rais ataenda na hii maendeleo atakuwa anatuletea hapa. Wamepatia
Huyo ni
chakula
wa
jana.
Nyandarua. Nimejua ni wapi sasa umesema. Ni ule MCA wa Nyandarua, ule mwanamke mjinga huyu.
Sasa sijui kama ni Nyandarua ni wapi, lakini walikuwa wanapata machakula
ni yeye.
Rais. Yes.
Wacha adanganye yeye mwenyewe, lakini anajua Mount Kenya. Anajua tu watakula, alafu watamwanguza pale. Huyo kwanza hatarudi.
Nikasema kama I wish ningekuwa natoka hiyo area, and then that is one of my parents. Mama yangu ameenda amesimama kule, anakuja nyumbani na hiyo kilo 2 ya mchele. Haki mimi nafukuza yeye, sijui hata nifanye namna gani. Alafu mama anakuwa brainwashed. Rais anakuja, tumepatiwa mchele kila mtu kilo 2. Huyo rais wetu tutampatia tena kura 2027. Unaona vile wanafanya watu jameni.
Hebu kwanza niseme, hebu imagine member of parliament telling Wakenya wamama huko kijijini ati tuweze kufanyiwa kazi ya ule tutaki rais. Sio ni ujinga, si wanalipa tax.
Yes. Unaona sasa kila mtu mmepata kilo 2 ya mchele, mtaenda nyumbani na mtalala njaa, watoto hiyo kilo 2 mtakula for 20 years. Alafu wengine wanafanya wanapiga vigelegele.
Huyo mama wachana naye, anatembea peke yake huko. MCA wote wamemuondokea, anaongea peke yake huko. Wacha adanganya village yake pale yako, village kidogo hivi. Wacha adanganya hao. Ajue population of Mount Kenya. Hiyo chakula kwani juzi wa kukula. Wakiuza tena Kenya miaka 5 kwa hiyo ujinga. Hiyo ndio tunasema hiyo malezi wanapewa na hiyo kaunga ya 200 na 200. Watawacha hiyo ujinga. Watawacha kabisa. Na wajue sasa JC wako nyuma zao. Hiyo line wanapewa pesa kwa kona pale wakiingia shule. Itafanyika.
Kuna JC alisema mimi ikifika wakati wa kura, mimi nitachukua kitambulisho ya mama yangu na baba yangu. Yote nitachukua, wataenda kupiga kura because najua watapigia huyu shetani kura. Mimi nitachukua kitambulisho.
Niliona hiyo.
Niliona hiyo. Nitachukua kitambulisho ya mama na mother nitaficha. Watapiga kura because wataenda kupiga huyu Azimu huyu kura.
Unajua tuko na JC ya Gema, unajua Gema. Gema ini one MP na Gema hii kuanza leo. Gema atalikuwa mdogo, aniko yangu alikuwa anakaa Kisumu, walikuwa watu wa Gema. Kwanza alikuwa anaenda ng'ambo. Alikuwa na business huko Kisumu. Alikuwa wa Gema. Gema ikakuja ikaharibika, sasa wanarudisha. Sasa huu Gema vijana JC wanaenda kila nyumba kukalisha wao mama chini. Sababu wana na TV, wana na simu, wanadanganywa hata pesa zao ipiki pale. Wanaenda kila kijiji sasa wanasikiza wa mama. Don't report this. Sauli, unajua wanajua Ruto tangu 2022 kabla hajachaguliwa. Wana na news, wana na TV, wajui. Sasa Gema ndio wameokana vijana JC wanaenda kila pahali kuambia huyu sio Ruto ule alikuja hapa. Huyu ni Satan sasa. Na mtaona Mount Kenya wanasikanga kitu haraka sana. Wacha wakule waliambiwa na
in my village mimi natoka more than 50 kuelekea 50-60 women hawana vitambulisho paka leo. Walipatia nanga walikuwa wanapata 200 shillings ile 2020 ile hawana vitambulisho mpaka saa hizi. Sasa kwenda kushika vitambulisho ndio wakapewa 1,000 tena sio wamerudisha walikuwa wanapata 200 Kenya shillings, hawana vitambulisho wakipiga Ruto kura.
Ruto amebadilisha, amesema kitambulisho ni bure. Amesema
sasa mimi nakwambia in my village wale wa mama walipata shilingi 200 Kenya shillings last election, wakapatianga vitambulisho zao. Hawana vitambulisho. And the same women tena saizi wataenda kupata sasa hiyo vitambulisho, tena wapate vitambulisho tena bado watakuja tena wachokoleti tena wapate hiyo shilingi 200 tena wapige tena Ruto kura. Hawana vitambulisho.
Hiyo ndio ujinga tunatoka JNP inatembea kila pahali kuongeleza hawa mama. Hii imekuwa serious. Hawa watu wa vijiji chini ndio wanauza nchi. Shauri ya 200 walahi.
Sasa tena watakuja kurudi kule sasa, wapatie shilingi 1,000 tena. Sasa sijui vitambulisho ni bure, waende tena wapate vitambulisho tena watakuja tena kupatiwa shilingi 200 tena wapate na vitambulisho dao tena. Na hiyo yote inafanywa na MCA anaenda pale anawaambia tena rais pesa tunakuja tena mtapata vitambulisho. Mkishapata vitambulisho tena mtafanya nini? Sasa tena mpigie rais kura tena vitambulisho zinachukuliwa.
Watu wa Mount Kenya nini MCA wamejipanga sana. Unaona? Tujui nchi nini pande hizi zingine, lakini Mount Kenya MCA achana na huo mama wa Nyandarua ako peke yake. MCA wanapotana na ile vile ilifanyika. Kwa nini walipitisha hii budget na kwa nini walitoa mashaka? Hiyo ni Mount Kenya wanataka kujua, na ndipo unasikia huu senator.
Hebu kidogo, kuna mtu hapa hivi naona ni kama hajaongea, anaona Julia ametoka. Rasdi kwenda juu tuko na wewe kabisa, uko hapa hivi, lakini I can't see cause natumia simu. Kuna nani huyu ako on the side? If you guys can help me out, mi sina glasses zangu saizi, so sijui ni nani huyu mwingine hapa hivi.
Kila mtu anaongea, wewe unaona mapepo bwana.
Wewe wacha siasa, saitani shindwe, pepo mbaya. Bro, wacha siasa. Naona Rasbik huyo kwa zinajua Dadi Ubuntu mami yako hapa. Huyu ni nani yako hapa juu?
Si ajitambulishe.
Nani mwingine si mimi?
Ame-unmute.
Si ni mimi?
Na siongee.
Si nimeongea sana mpaka nikanyamaza wakati waongee.
Basi ongea jamani, baba pole.
Ni mwamba,
alikuwa amenyamaza hapo hivyo, na najaribu kuangalia ni nani huyo. Ndio huyo mwenye amejisema, ni venye siwezi ona, macho zangu mbaya bwana. Huyo nimekuwa nikishangaa jamaa ongea amenyamaza tu bwana. Ama umetembelewa na Ruto?
Ruto akuje kama anakuja. Bora asikuje na Subaru.
Taki Subaru wewe.
Akija na Subaru hata mimi nitaenda mbio sana.
You know like normally when sasa nimeachiwa na watu wamekimbia wote, but when I moderate napendanga kila mtu aongee, but I guess this is just an open forum. So wewe ukinyamazi huko hivyo inanisumbua na shangaudi nani, and then I can't see your name because unajua hizi my writings are phone, they're so small mpaka nisikie sauti. So nilikuwa na shangaa mbona jamaa ongei bwana. So I guess it's just an open forum, si ati kuna propaganda, you know, propagandas, yeah. But pia wewe changia bwana. Ukinyamaza hapo bwana, umenyamaza tu.
Endeleeni, niko tu nasikiza. Mimi kwanza napenda kusikiza sana.
Na lako la kusema kwa hii story yote already tu.
Hii story nimesema mpaka sasa, nimesema sana ya huyu mama wetu. Si mwachilie kidogo hapa apate hewa. Lakini sasa nimeona pia yeye mnasema watu walikuwa wanapewa mchele huko huko. Was it Kirinyaga or was it Meru? Walikuwa wanapewa mchele sijui kilo 5 na shilingi 200. But now somebody brings a new sergeant anasema walikuwa wanapeana vitambulisho vyao. Is that true?
Hapana, sio hawa. Walikuwa wanapatiwa mchele. Wanaambiwa rais anakuja. I think ile kwa ati wasishautie rais, wakaribisha rais, wakipiga makelele rais ataenda na maendeleo, analeta maendeleo.
Hiyo niliona lakini sikutilia makini sana because
lakini hiyo sio vitambulisho. Vitambulisho nilikuwa nasema kule kwingine, kule mambo ya Western kule kupatana vitambulisho, alafu nini hawana vitambulisho. Nilikuwa nasema ile sasa tena this time watakuja kupatiwa because right now hawana vitambulisho wa mama more than like about 100 so kule Western. Sasa tena inakuja sasa hii issue ya they have to wako na IDs ndo wapige kura. Sasa tena MC sasa tena ameenda kule watakuja kupata vitambulisho, hawa mama wafai kulipa pesa yote kwa sababu wanafaa kupigia rais kura Ruto. Sasa watapata vitambulisho after getting the IDs. It should be the same tena issue kama ile last time. Wanakuja tena wanapata 200 euro ama kama this time sijui kama watakuwa wameongezewa kama ni 500 euro 500 Kenya shilling, sorry. Alafu afanye nini tena wanapata na IDs. So they don't need to go hawafai kwenda kupiga kura, vitambulisho wanapatia nao wanabaki tu nyumbani, vitambulisho zimeenda tena. So after elections 2027, kama itakuwa 2027, they don't have to go to polling station, the IDs already zimechukuliwa. So after election hiyo ni shida yao. So hao ni wao wenyewe tena they have to wende watafute vitambulisho za kivyao. Kama Ruto atakuwa amepita ama hajapita, hiyo ni maisha yao. Akienda mahali ana kitambulisho, she has to have an identity card. So hiyo itakuwa ni shida yao. So anaenda kule kwa brainwash tena kuchukua vitambulisho watapatiwa.
Wacha nikwambie baba. Wacha niseme kitu.
Swali yangu ni kwani ID Kenya lazima ungoje siku ile rais anakuja ndio promise siku ile mnapata ID? Hauwezi amka tu uende utafute ID. I remember Kenya tulikuwa tunaenda tu pale kwa chief pale Makadara na tuna apply, tunapigwa fingerprint na unaambiwa siku ngapi urudi uchukue ID. Kwani siku hizi sio hivyo?
Ulipata ID kule nilitoa hapo Makadara hapo.
Yeah, it was so simple. Unaenda unapanga line, unajaza form, unapigwa fingerprint, alafu unapigwa picha, alafu unarudi after siku kadhaa unachukua ID yako. Watu wengine pia walikuwa wanaletewa shule. Kwani siku hizi mtu haezi amka tu asubuhi akaenda kutafuta ID, lazima ungoje president?
Kenya wako na ujinga. Wacha nikurudishia hiyo.
Sisi tulikuwa tunaletewa vitambulisho form 4, tukifika form 4 that term wanakuja kwa shule.
Elewi, unasikiza wewe unielewi. That is my youth, lakini hao wa madhe hawa because mama parents wetu ni wa mama zetu, unaelewa? Hawa ni wale wanauza vitambulisho zao kupiga Ruto kura, wananunuliwa, unaelewa? Most of them hawana vitambulisho zao walipatia nanga ile last elections. Si ati hawezi kwenda kukutafuta vitambulisho waongoje tujue ndio wachukue after 2 weeks, no. Hawana vitambulisho, alafu anakuambia mimi sina pesa kwenda kunini kitambulisho. Kitambulisho yangu nilipatiana nilipiga na Ruto kura. So the same issue sasa MCA wanataka pale vijijini kule tena wanaambia hapana, mimi kitambulisho yangu mlinipatia shilingi 200 nikachukua nilipiga Ruto kura. So wanaambia kuna shida sasa tumekuja tena mtaenda mali fulani kaunti fulani hivi na hivi mtapata vitambulisho, msikuwe na wasiwasi wa mama, unanielewa? Si ati they cannot, they can, but kwa vile they were promised the ID zilichukuliwa. Sasa tena wameongoja tena the coming year the 2027 tena the same issue. Sasa hawa mama ni wale mimi sijui niseme nini, ni wa mama zetu hivyo. Sasa hawezi enda pale, they can go but wanasema mimi si niliambiwa kitambulisho kitambulisho walichukua upige Ruto kura, tutarudisha vitambulisho zetu. Mpaka sasa hivi vitambulisho zetu tujarudishiwa, unaelewa? That is the issue.
Hii ujinga mama yangu akifanya, akinitisha pesa ya sijui uchumi ni ngumi, namwambia enda ukachukue hiyo pesa kwa Ruto.
Yes, exactly.
Siwezi mpatia hata pesa ya unga. Sasa mtu aende huko kwa Ruto ako na pesa yake ya unga.
Rasmi, unajua ndio kitu hiyo ndio kitu wenye kuna hii kitu kama mnakumbuka walikuwa wanasema tutaiba our voters cards na IDs wataiba za my parents. Mali kuna moto, there's something I always say, mali kuna moshi, kuna moto, mali inakuja kuwaka, because there's not hiyo kitu umesema. Kama wewe saizi tu umesema madhe akikuuliza mwambie ndo uitishe Ruto, you know, I know basically you don't mean what you say. Of course utasaidia madhako.
Me, I mean it. But I mean it.
Really?
Even me,
Okay.
let me tell you, kuna nini nilikuwa nasema kwa ubaya mpaka leo nilikasirika, nisema acha baki hivyo. Si tunaongea ile kimadharau manini, kijana ako uni from whatever mpaka saizi, and then mpaka tukakosana, niambia don't talk about it. Mimi ni kitambulisho changu nilipatiana, Ruto anaenda kuwa rais. Nikwambia kisa hakuna shida. Nikwambia are you serious? My sister in law, are you serious? Yes. Yeah. Nikwambia kwa sawa, sasa hiyo Ruto akikuwa rais, hata hao watoto watasoma bure. Nikwambia kuna shida. Sasa kijana na mama yake wakawa wamekosana. Nikwambia mama, are you serious? Alipatiana 200 Kenya shillings ID mpaka leo na kesho ana kitambulisho. Sasa Ruto ndio alipita kijana yako. Nikwambia mimi okay, mimi story chapter close, I'm sorry. Okay, I know the boy is innocent. But nikwambia mimi hakuna shida, kama mimi whatever the mission nilianza nimalize. But the way the mom she was so aggressive, hawezi ongea anything about Ruto. Have you ever seen Ruto? No. Lakini Ruto ni nani hivyo? Raila ni hivi mpaka leo na kesho. Sasa right now she's like a mad person. Ruto alitudanganya, kitambulisho ilienda nini na nini. So the son with the mom, unaona ile nini umenieka ndani. Kila mtu akageni yende alikuwa campaign in my village. Ruto hawezi ongea. Yende alikuwa mobilizer, kina mama wakipata kama ID zao 200 Kenya shillings. Wale mama wote kila mtu alimgeuka. So mtu kama utamsaidia na nini? Even right now venye mimi naongea hapa hivi, bado anaongea jina ya Ruto. Shidi kama alikuwa na akili, I don't understand. Utafanya nini?
Niulize nyinyi swali.
Wacheni mimi niseme yangu on an honest ground.
Sema yako.
Acha kunicheka. Sasa unanicheka ya nini?
Unasema wacheni niseme yako. Sema baba, sema ikutoke.
Acha niseme nitoke. I feel
Unauza yako ngapi?
Ati?
Unauza yako ngapi? Sema ikutoke.
Sasa nimeacha sasa basi, endeleeni. Nimeachana nao. Mtakuja baadaye. You guys can never even be serious in a such. I mean, you're serious in what you're saying, but acha ninyamaze kwanza, hata mmenipoteza akili sasa. Okay, endeleeni.
Wacha niseme yangu initoke.
Sema bei ikutoke tu.
Yes, we are in the 21st century and we do civic education na tunatumia pesa mingi sana. Every time the election inakuja tunasema tunafanya civic education, lakini unakuta bado there is somebody atauza kitambulisho yake na adanganywe ati kumpatia kitambulisho sijui huyu atachaguliwa. Tuko na MCA, tuko na MP, tuko na governor, tuko na Ruto na tuko na wengine wanachaguliwa huko. When will Kenyans ever wake up from their stupidity? Na hiyo ni kwa roho safi, nauliza vizuri. Why should there be a Kenyan today amefikisha miaka ya kuweka kura and cannot understand a simple thing like you need your ID and you need your voting card? Tutatoka hapo lini? Tutatoka wapi lini mtu akupewa shilingi 200 aambiwe aende akachague, na saa hii labda atalala njaa, anagojea hiyo kilo 5 ama kilo 2 ya mchele ndio aambiwe rais anakuja na tunamtaka 2027. Kwanza unaambiwa ahadi ya miaka 2 inakuja, unapewa chakula ya leo peke yake. What is wrong with us, or what is wrong with our country? Why is it like that even today? Mimi nakosa kuelewa, and I'm asking this question in all honesty. kwa sababu Kenya sio ati watu hawajasoma, watu wamesoma. In fact, Kenya is one of the African countries inasemekana illiteracy is lowest. Why is it like that? Kuna mtu ako na majawabu hapa?
Unajua ni nini? Ni ujinga. Unanisikia? Tamaa hula bichi. Nimesema tena, Wakenya Wanjiko ndio anauza Kenya, alafu anaamika hapa serikali kila saa. Sisi tuko hapa, tumetoka nje kutafuta na tunaona wanalia pale, na ndio wanachagua hawa watu. Wanjiko ashike adabu. Kusimama hapo wanalialia huko, tunaona news ya serikali nini? Wawache hii ujinga ya kuuza vitambulisho. Wasikie vizuri, ati kutakuwa na mtu mwingine, mtu akisimama tutakuwa na mtu mwingine, tujui ni nani, na huyo ndio atachaguliwa. Mtu hatarudi. Hiyo tu ndio wanataka wajue. Ujue Ruto anasimama na mwingine anasimama, huo mwingine ndio president. Ruto aende sana. Hiyo tu wanataka kuambiwa. Hiyo ujinga ya kusimama hapa tunaona kwa news kila wao ni news. Serikali help, serikali. Hii watawacha hii. Sauli ndio wanauza nchi yetu. Na hiyo 200 wanapewa. Kukapa wako iba hapa serikali na alafu wanalia miaka 10. Hii wawache hii. Ona ile pesa ya litaa wanaambiwa wazee wapewe. Wapati. Wapati. Na watu wasafanya kazi wamelitaa wapati. Wakulipewa litaa zao. Hiyo wanadanganywa wao tunawapea 2,000 kila mwezi. Hiyo ni litaa zao. Wako na right. Superannuation is called. Hiyo pesa mzifikiria ati serikali wanasikia huruma. Watu walilitaa na kupewa retirement pesa, hiyo ndio pesa zao wanapokea. Wasipewe hiyo pesa ya kila mwezi wafikiria ati Ruto ako na huruma. They have a right. Lakini wawache hii ujinga ya kupewa 200 na unga, alafu wanapeana ID. Hii ID wawache kuuza ID. Na wanyamaze wagoje Gen Z control.
Jero, labda hukushika swali yangu vizuri, nauliza vizuri. Ndio wafanye hivyo. What is wrong with them? What is wrong with Kenyans? Kwa sababu sio wajinga, usiwaite wajinga. Hao ni watu wanajilisha, wanalima mashamba yao, wanafanya kazi zao, lakini ikifika wakati wa kula akili wanaweka kwa mfuko. Kwa nini wanafanya hivyo? Na tunawezaje kufanya ndio tutoke sasa kwa hii ujinga?
Ndio tamu sasa Gen Z wakiwa walevu saa hii Gen Z waanze kutembea kwa vijiji kusomeza wamama, wababu, wasoso, waanze kuelezwa what is election meaning. Pengine wajui, wanafikiria tuko tu wakati ya Moi. Waanze kama vile wanatembea huko nyumbani kuangalia watu wako na high blood pressure nini. Hata Gen Z waingilie huko sasa. Kwanza kuambia nyinyi, hata ukipewa 1,000 usipatiane ID. Don't. Hiyo tu ndio wanataka kuambiwa. Don't worry about 200. Don't worry about sugar. Kwani si yako tu high. Wanakula tu. Hiyo tukusomezwa tu. Kuingilia tu huko jinsi wasikane hivi na milioni. Waende huko kijijini kuongeleza watu. Wawapee hii story kama dawa. Ndio waelewe what is election and what they being done in the country. That's what they need. Lakini mkinyamaza wataendelea tu kuuza vitambulisho. Sasa hii hawezi kuchukua, ndio unaona hata hawezi kuandikisha hizo tisa. Wana vitambulisho. Ndio wanakufia kwa nyumba. Unaona? Waliuza vitambulisho. Wasi kwenda hospitali ati kuandikisha hizi sasa. Ruto, he's not thinking, he been buy the ID card for these people. Kwa hivyo wana ID wajiandikishe. Haya, nimerudisha.
Jiro, what do you have to say?
Bwana Mwamba, mnataka nichangie?
Yeah, Jiro, it is this question I'm asking in the light that I know Kenyans sio wajinga. They are not. Yaani watu wamefikisha miaka yao 50, 60 huko na ndio tunasema wanauza kura, wanauza kitambulisho. In the light that ameambiwa akiuza kitambulisho Ruto atachaguliwa. Now, do these people understand what is government? Kwa sababu that seems to be one of the problems. Kenyans don't understand what is government and what the government is supposed to do for them. Na saa hii wanalia sasa ile tunasema pesa yetu. They don't actually own that because they don't know saa ile anaenda kununua kiberiti ama saa ile ameenda kununua sukari amepea serikali hiyo pesa yake. They don't understand that. In fact, they think kiberiti ni kununua nyangu, umetoa pesa umenunua, but it does not understand that that money, part of it, goes to the government and it belongs to them. That one they don't understand.
And bro, let me ask you a question.
When they start speaking, yeah, go on.
No, I not even ask a question. I wanted to, nilikuwa nataka kuweka mafuta kwa hiyo question yako. What is this thing about owning the government? What is government? What is it?
What I'm saying is that, or what I think is the problem in our Kenya, is that when we talk about our money, like the way now Ruto is wasting money and everything, wao wanasema ni pesa ya serikali. Lakini wataenda wakisema pesa yetu, but in them they actually do not own that money or they have no idea actually it is their money. Hiyo wanasema ni pesa ya serikali, anaweza kufanya vile anafanya. They don't
Like I was
understand
saying,
because that is why they don't have the pain.
swali yangu because I'm
So,
supporting you with what you're asking.
Yeah. I'm trying to put
Hujanishika vizuri kabisa. Nataka unishike vizuri na uelewe hiyo swali nauliza because what you're asking is a very ni swali ingine very deep and I know what you're asking. Lakini nikuulize. Okay, let me just come from a different perspective.
Okay.
Now, if we don't pay anything and everyone decides to go to their work, wafanye kitu yenye wanafanya, and there's nothing, any money that goes to a kitty of whatever we want to call a country, which is a shithole country anyways, who will want to be in who would call themselves government? Umenielewa?
Kabisa, put it
okay, let me come again. Okay, let me go. Wacha nichape round ingine. Okay. Kama hakuna pesa yoyote yenye Wakenya wanalipaga, nani saizi angekuwa tunamuita ati yeye ndio kingpin, yeye ndio nini na kila kitu? Nani saizi angekuwa amesimama mahali mali anafanya public service without having to pay?
I am not able. Sioni kwa nini I'm not relating to what you are saying because my argument was this.
Okay, maybe let me do it another way. Okay, basically what I'm trying to say, Nasema, for as long as people pay taxes,
yes,
and I was hoping you would catch me on that one. For as long as people don't pay taxes, there's no government.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But people would still survive.
Okay, fine. Now what I'm saying and where possibly hatushikani ama haunishiki kabisa ni kusema that person who is not employed analima kahawa yake ama analima mahindi yake ama maharagwe yake kule kijijini, that person is not or is not able to visualize that the government owes them anything. So akiletewa mchele anafikirianga ni favor amepewa, which is now seems to be the problem of these people understanding the importance of
soda mbili za madiaba zangu umeileta home sasa.
So that is where I'm coming. That's where I'm coming from. Wanafikiria sasa ule mtu ameandikwa kwa ofisi na anakatwa ushuru directly. That is the person who now owns the government na yeye ndiye anatakiwa kupiga kelele ama huyo ndio anapiga kelele, lakini the person anakaa kwa nyumba does not realize that he also at the same vein pays as much taxes when he goes to the shop or goes to the to kulipa maji ama kulipa stima. Haelewi ati part of that money is what is supposed to be services to them. That one they do not appreciate, and that one I wholly blame those people now who are their representative. The other thing or the other angle of this person why they remain so illiterate is how watu wana elect kama MCA na nini, the way they come they normally convince these people, mimi naenda kukutetea, I'm not going to represent you but I'm going to actually like fight for you, we kaa hapa, mimi naenda kukupigania. So yeye anangojea aende akapiganiwe, lakini kila anapiganiwa does not even appreciate that it is his right to actually to be represented there and the government to come to them to give the services back. They don't even think they deserve any service from the government in the first place, and that's possibly why they don't care. So sending an ID might look very profitable because at least it's getting something out of nowhere to expect. And that is what that does not connect kabisa kabisa with the part the general populace, the general people who vote. They vote for no reason, even when they vote. Sijui kama I'm very clear.
Kabla ya mpiganishe mzunguko, allow me to to put a point. You know, Bwana Mwamba, hiyo story ya kuuza ID it is part of the bigger attempt ya to sell your sovereignty. Mimi hata uoga wangu sio hiyo. Unaona, mimi ile wakati I hope Ruto will not be coming to Central region or to Mount Kenya region to actually give people poison. Mimi hata hiyo ndio uoga yangu. Kuna mtu anaanza kuniuliza sasa, huyu mtu anasema aje? You remember very well, to some extent inasemekana ni propaganda, but ulisikia kukisemekana serikali hata ndio inaletanga mapombe. It might look like a propagandic statement, but let's explore it. So when they have zeroed in to go into a specific place na hii wanataka kwenda like for 1 week, don't you think that the government, even as we are talking about, sababu hii maneno ya kupeana ma-ID, si mtu nomo anapeana ID. Hata ukipea mtu mchere hakuna vile atapeana ID yake. Wewe uoni ili watu wafike level ya kupeana ma-ID, au watu watapewa hii mapombe ya karikari hii machanga, ili especially wale watu wanakunywa mapombe, those are actually the things which will be done to them. Wapelekewe mapombe waleweshwe kabisa, alafu sasa wanaambiwa sasa leteni hizo vipande. Don't you think that they will actually do that thing through liquor, Bwana Mwamba?
I'm not thinking anymore, Jiro. I'm not thinking because it really pains me just to see how, and I'm not able to even visualize how we can bring the sanity to these people to make them understand why they vote in the first place, or what is that person who is actually elected is supposed to mean when you say I give you that responsibility. I mean, for them to actually even accept that huyu mtu is supposed to be my servant, he's supposed to serve me as opposed to be mkubwa. I don't know how we shall get out of that situation, because that's one of the problems. Mjumbe amechaguliwa, akipita lazima utoe kofia na upige saruti na umwite mkubwa, mzee, nini nini. Akikuja kufanya harambee, it's like it's doing you a great favor even to be in your neighborhood. That notion,
Hata hiyo jina mheshimiwa, what is mheshimiwa?
na hiyo jina mheshimiwa inatakiwa kwanza ipigwe marufuku kabisa kabisa.
Exactly, guys. You guys are making my day today.
They should be called servants, so that this one sticks to the person who is being represented. They should be called servants. Mtumwa. I don't know. At least Nyerere introduced the issue of ndugu, so everybody is a brother. So we need to go a step further. Tuwe tunaitwa watumwa ama our what do you call a servant in Kiswahili? Mtumishi. Hiyo mheshimiwa ikwishe kabisa kabisa kabisa. Because I
Kitu
remember even
kingine
Kibaki alikataa ile jina ya kuitwa mtukufu. I think that one was cut there. Nakumbuka wakati wa Kenyatta it used to be mtukufu rais. Hiyo ilikwisha. But now we should even cut this business of honor. Wacha waitane honorable wakienda huko kwa bunge. But wakikuja huko mashinani tuwe tunaita watumishi ama wapewe. In fact they should be given titles that show them they are supposed to be servants of the people but not hiyo
And by
leadership
the way,
hiyo hata haikuji.
bro, umeongea kitu ya muhimu sana because and Jiro knows me. I've been fighting about your kitu ya why we call them waheshimiwa and all that and honorable. Where did it come from? You know, there's only one person. Now, please, just because I'm a Kamba, msiniingilie. There's one person mwenye alikata hiyo jina kabisa na anaitwa Kivutha Kibwana. In fact, yeye atakuwa na bodyguards. The guy ungempata kwa inaitwaje on the traffic akiendesha, alikuwa anaendesha ka Prado fulani hapo hivyo kazee, na ukimpata huko Makueni unampata huko ameingia huko hivyo. I don't come from Makueni myself, I'm from Machakos, lakini unapata yeye huko anaingia yani kukula, alikuwa nakula kwa kibanda, hakuwa nakula sijui Hayat sijui whatever when he was governor. And that's how hakuna mtu who remembers Kivutha Kibwana being a governor. Squeezy, nobody even cares. I mean, nobody remembers him because he was not as gisty. Ungempata amevaa hizi manguo sijui wearing sijui Versace na nini and all that because ako huko hivyo juu. The man even just lives just an easy way. Goes back to Mutula Kilonzo. Mutula Kilonzo, of course, yes, he was pia alirukaruka kidogo, but when you look at people like Kivutha Kibwana, hakuna hata mtu anamkumbuka saizi. And he was a governor. He did his thing. Umuoni mahali ulikuwa unampata kwa traffic pamoja, nyi mnaenda. These are public servants, they are not honorable. What is this honorary? I mean, honorary that is there, that you find people like Waitito being called honorable, and now they are in jail, you know, and something like that. So I'm just saying, if you go to public service, it should be a retirement plan of where Njiro has done his job, and he's done, and he just wants to be a public, public service. That's what it is. This honorable, which degree do people go to get honorable, to be called honorable? ECGH, and someone has never even gone to school to even get anything of the sort. I mean, I don't get it. And unless as Kenyans turudi hapo hivyo, bro, pole nimekukatiza.
Okay.
And hiyo kitu unasema, that's exactly where it is. We don't need people running around calling themselves honorable. What is honorable about it?
Actually, that come to think of it, that is something we need to campaign about. At least tuondoe hiyo jina ya mheshimiwa kabisa, because hata number one they are not even waheshimiwa, hawana heshima kabisa, hawana.
sasa, hebu niseme kitu kidogo hapo. Kwa hiyo mheshimiwa, si munaona Kawanjiku na hiyo Kimani vile wamefanya hiyo nini, mazishi ilikuwa huko juu, wakikataza Wamunyoro wasiende pale, walienda tu wakalete Mungeki. Sasa tumejua nani alifanya ile Limuru vile. Hiyo mazishi Gachagua akaambiwa asiende, vijana wamemwagwa pale na magari na malori, asiende. Sasa ndio watu munaita maheshimiwa, wanaenda kuharibu mazishi ya watu, ni wivu. Who say Gachagua hawezi kuenda kila pahali mazishi
Mabisi mingi sana imefanywa hata huko Joro, alikuwa anataka kwenda Nakuru, aedi. Wewe si so, wewe ni Mkenya na utakani kwenda pahali. Ni wivu gani hii na hawa waheshimiwa mnawaita waheshimiwa? Mheshimiwa ya nini? Si muite Kimani, amuite Kawajiko, Kamujinga. Shauri Kawajiko ni kamutu kale kagege, kamoja tu karuto. Ha? Hawa watu wanataka hiyo, wasiito hiyo majina, wache kabisa muwaite jina zao. Amwachane nao waambie ukweli. Akikuja mkutano hapo na wewe ukuwe na your speaker yako. Akisema kitu mnamrudishia. Hiyo ndio inatakana. Tutake kukuita mheshimiwa. Mnauliza Wajiku mmekubali? Ndio. Hiyo ndio inatakana, mtu ako na speaker yake. Wakija pahali wewe sio mheshimiwa. Wewe ni Wanjiku, ni Kawanjiku sijui Chogona. Wewe ni Kimani. Hiyo majina ndio itamalizika. Mtu ako na speaker yake. Tunaambia Wanjiku huyu sio mheshimiwa, huyu jina yake ni Chogona. Na huyu ni Kimani. Na watu watazoea. Unaona? Sasa hiyo majina hata they have no respect. Shauri wanasema ni lazima tufanye kile tunataka, tulinunua hizi makula. Hiyo tu itakuwa ni kikumbusha Wanjiku. Hawa watu wanawatesa, shauri wanasema I voted your vote. Hiyo tu.
These are just the colonial hangovers, kwa sababu waliwachiwa hiyo majina na wakoloni kwa kuitwa mheshimiwa, mkubwa, bwana kubwa, na wao wanaitwa boy. So I think this is something we acquired from our colonizers, but we continue to call them waheshimiwa, your excellency. I don't know what excellency they have. They are not excellent, but they are useless. Hi.
Just call them member of parliament. That's all. He is member of parliament.
Kama mjumbe, kama mwakilishi.
Member of parliament.
Mjumbe ama mheshimiwa saa ngapi?
Mheshimiwa kuheshimiwa nini?
I'm going to write a paper about that and really get it going.
Na niwaulize history ya mheshimiwa, by the way. What is the history of that name? Nani walianza? What is the history?
It's in the history of
No, the Britain
who
are the ones that started that thing. The Britons started that thing when they were they wanted to be respected.
wale walikuwa huko. Those are the ones who actually insisted to be called that. So when we got our independence, we continued to know the DC or the DO or the chief. Kwanza everybody ni mheshimiwa ama bwana kubwa. You know? So it has now become what is eating us today. Because that one does makes the population not to understand who those people are in real sense. Kwa sababu mtu ni jina. Sasa ukipatia mtu jina ya mheshimiwa, kwanza unaanza kumuogopa. Ni mheshimiwa kwetu. It pains.
And Jiro, just to add on what my brother said, the mheshimiwa and the honorables and everything, this is actually it's not post or pre, it's a colonial thing. So you remember when I, I mean, if you read the history of our countries, the reason that we can count all the countries in Africa and actually say who colonized them, because we know if you go to the south, we know who colonized them. If we come to the east, we know who colonized them. If we go to the west, we know who colonized them. Now, the thing is that coming back to our country and the east in general, the fact is that we had colonizers that actually came, were there. Okay, cool. But the Mweshimiwa and the Honorables name came from they had to be recognized, to be, you have to respect them because they're your lords. And that's where it comes, even when you hear the Lord, Lord who, whatever. If you go back to your village, you will find that there was a Lord, either Delamere, Lord something, something of the sort that, but hao wengine walikuwa pia wataka waheshimike, and it's a colonial thing of of you have to respect them because they're the elite,
Let me cut you
and that's
short,
the
Kenya. Let me cut
yes,
you short for a second.
yes, sir.
Do you know any community in Kenya that has that title of Mheshimiwa? Forget about now the person who is representing in parliament. Anybody in any community who is supposed to be referred to as Mheshimiwa.
No, I don't. My grandpa was a very
So
great
we
person in
must
the
have
country.
acquired this one from the colonial people. Because in our culture,
Exactly.
I don't know anybody who is referred to as a greater person as the others. It's the same case as these guys who happens to be our judges and everything. Why do they wear those silly things they put on their heads with wool and whatever to look like goats? They are
Yes,
supposed to be
exactly. Well, white.
giving.
I don't know why
That
white
nonsense is
whatever, and
something
a
we
big robe
acquired.
and,
We
and
have
everything.
it does not come to from our culture. Yet we are still saying that we are sovereign states. People who have no independence of thoughts or actions. Absolutely. And that is why I used to like this guy who was the chief justice. Alikuwa anaitwa nani huyu? Alikuwa huyu Mkamba before Maraga.
Mutunga, Mutunga.
Mutunga had banned those
Yeah,
things.
the one that
Alikuwa anaambia
was
msiwe
wearing
mnakuja kwa koti na
earrings.
hizo those silly things. Yeye anavaa earrings lakini alisema waache kuvaa hiyo manyoya ya upuzi. So his high court was never wearing those things. Anyway, guys, I have to
Exactly,
leave. I have a
exactly
meeting
my
which is
point.
just
Thank you, my
started.
brother. That's what I'm trying to
So
say is that
it's
everything in the funny thing that really mesmerizes me is that have you ever realized that? And I want to give you an assignment to look at um every time that parliament is going on and any bill that they're about to pass, they will always speak of either America or the US or something. They will kind of try to put our constitution towards the US or the US or the Britain one. And you wonder, what is it? Are we so incapable that we can't even have our own constitution that is just based on us and our societal norms?
Ndio nilisema jana juzi, president wa huko akipitishwa anakimbia Amerika na UK, na hao watu wa parliament kweli umesema, I support you. Wakija huko kwa parliament kuongea, wanapeana example na Amerika, unaona, alafu wanapeana example na UK. Kwani tunakaa huko, katiba yetu inafanana nao? Wanafuata katiba ya Kenya vile wale wanafuata zao. Nani ajui hao bunge parliament na senator walipewa pesa watoe kasebu? Wasawaona UK wakifanya hivyo, wasawaona Amerika wakifanya hivyo. Kwa nini wanaongea kila kitu example wanaweka hii nchi mbili pale? Hiyo ni mzuri sana swali yako umeuliza, nimesupport.
Ya Mkenya Mkola, kuna kitu ingine ya kuongeza?
Sina, sijui kwa nini brother yetu ameanguka, lakini that's fine.
I wanted to
Mimi
ask you a
niko
question.
sawa.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you help me to understand? Do you think actually Ruto being in Mount Kenya is a security risk? Do you think, in terms of lifestyle, in terms of what he might do with those people? Don't you think people in Mount Kenya region should also take this trip also with caution in terms of their own risk, their own
A
security,
thousand, a,
their own
a
health.
thousand, a thousand, a thousand, a thousand, and a thousand. And we can only you're a mathematician like me. We always say, I mean, not we always say, naturally, we can only do 100%. A thousand, me, I'm taking it back to, I'm gonna say 101. Maybe let me not go too far. Maybe 101%. Yes. So I think, especially the fight has been with him, and for him to dare go to Mount Kenya while people are feeling so agitated, and this has nothing to do with Wamonyoro. It's just that Mount Kenya is not happy, and I believe Wamonyoro will not be elected by anyone. But the whole country, the problem is when the country is looking at something because, yes, Nairobi embarrassed him, and he's chosen to go back again to. I am waiting to see that. I am so glad that he didn't look at the eastern side because I know eastern he would have been beat agechapwa huko hivyo vibaya. What I'm looking at a disaster, Mr. Njiru. I'm looking at a disaster.
Na the reason why nimeuliza hivyo, Kenyan with love, you see, we are taking this trip casually, and we are underestimating the capacity at which Mr. Ruto can actually want to do to those people. Number one, if in any case he determines that those people have huge numbers, they can either bring artificial or natural methods to eliminate that. Ndio nimekuambia sahii watu wa mlima Kenya, they have to be very careful ile mapombe wanakunywa and some of the food which is transported to you. There is a likelihood hata wanaweza jikuta wamepelekewa sumu huko. Msiniambie mimi ni conspiracy ama ni mtu ambaye anapenda kuoverthink, but hiyo vitu ya bure bure, those perishables which they might want to bring there, I want to tell you, you can easily eat poison kwa hii vitu. Why? Because number one, they are not happy with these people, they could also want to cause harm. Lakini kuna kitu najiuliza pia kwa watu wa mlima, kwa nini mnataka kukula vitu ya adui? Let me ask you today, bwana Mkenya mkora, if today I'm your enemy, alafu nikutembelee kwako, can I eat in your home? Mama wewe unitembelee kwangu na sisi si maadui, uniambia bwana, and we are enemies, can I eat in your place? So pia watu wa mlima mkuwe wanjanja bana, you cannot eat the stuff of your enemy unless if you want to die.
Mimi ukweli yangu, Mr. Njiru and Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I can see a disaster happening from that trip. I can just see something that is not gonna work very well. And this, please, wachana na Wamunyoro, like I said. Wachana na Wamunyoro. Wamunyoro, nobody, even mlima, hakuna mtu atampigia kura, even if he ran. No one. Ilikuwa kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Now, if you've not realized that even these Gen Zs that are talking, most of them are from the your area too. Unajua, most of them that are out there. What's this lady mwenye alichomwa juzi? If you can remind me, huyu Mombi, she's been speaking a lot. When you look at these people, people are speaking, they've been speaking a lot from Mulima. Now they were talking about Mulima. I really am not that big of a person about Mulima. You in the story, because I mean there's Kambas there, there's Embus, there's everything. Kila mtu yuko kwa hivyo. But what I'm trying to say, there's a narrative that has been made that Mulima is a certain people, a clique of a certain people that live out there. But then that narrative has worked so well to a point that if Mulima coughs, then the whole country's has a cold or something. Now, with him going back there, is testing his waters. And what is trying to test, I think it might backfire on him. If I was him, I wouldn't. And like I said,
Mukenya Mukora,
like I said,
what
yes.
I'm trying to ask you, forget about backfiring. I'm asking you a question here. It is common sense that Ruto has no support in Mlima Kenya. Aliambiwa hata akifufua Dedan Kimathi hana mtu huko. And he is still pretending that he is going to those people. Don't you think that that man has a mission, a heinous mission for those people? Number two, remember they have always been scared and they think that Mount Kenya is a populous place, which is true. We don't know up to what percentage of population right now comes from Mlima Kenya. Some of them have started now claiming that there are some areas in Kenya actually which are now becoming more populous than Mlima Kenya, which we know it is not true. Don't you think that Ruto could be in a mission of doing population realignment when it comes to voting? What is population realignment? Population realignment is where you introduced artificial methods or natural methods depending on how you want to do it. Either hiyo story ya kupokonywa watu ma-ID, it can be one method ya kupunguza hiyo kura. Another one is causing deaths through the products which you give people. Already we are aware places like Meru, people are dying of cancer non-stop. So this person who has been abducting our kids and the things not working, and also even making our education system not work, what is there which cannot inform us that this guy is not going to Mlima Kenya to do population realignment for the purposes of re-election in 2027? Because he has realized that he will never get votes from Mlima Kenya. So if he has realized that he will never go to votes in Mlima Kenya, why should he concentrate with the Mlima Kenya in the name ya kwenda kuwafungulia project na hiyo kura hauna? That is the question. Mkenya Mukora, I want you to reason in terms of practicality. Imagine hiyo kura hauna na hiyo kura utawaipata. Where are you going to those people?
You see, Njiru, you're 100% in what you're saying. And maybe you're asking me a question that you've already answered. You're answering your own question while you're asking me. But I understand what you're doing because you're asking rhetorical questions. And people need to understand the questions that you're asking. That's exactly what is happening. You've already answered it. The one thing that I know, and I'm not regional, tribal, whatever in any way. The reason is having a problem of going to Ukambani because Ukambani Eastern will be a bigger issue because for them they have no set standards with him because they have nothing to gain or nothing to lose. When you come to Murima or that area, he wants to go there so that he can do exactly what you just said right there, so that he can destabilize it because now it's becoming a problem with him, but is an unstructured problem. You see, like when you go to Coast and these other places, it's a structured problem. For him, with Murima, is unstructured problem. So why not go disturb the waters? Because those waters are not calm and they're not ready to swallow you swallow you alive. So now he wants to go out there asumbue huko, so that by the time you realize what has hit you, watu already wako hapo hivyo, wengine wamemgonga, but I think, and that's why I came up with that, hiyo nimekuambia, that I think he might backfire on his face, if that makes any sense.
You see, Mkenya Mkora,
Mm.
I can think your leader is thinking in my line. You see, the trip backfiring is not a reason, but there is something which I'm trying to ask you, na ni kama utaki kunijibu, ama maybe you are not getting me.
Hebu uliza tena basi, wacha sasa nisikize vizuri
I'm
basi.
asking you a question. Why are you following? Ni kama uko kwa mto nini ile iko pale kwenye Athi River. So you know Athi River and the way big it is.
Yes.
Ulikuwa unachotelea maji.
Yes.
As unachotelea maji, hiyo kibuyu ikabebwa. And Athi River is well flocked. Hiyo kibuyu ikaenda. Then you are busy telling us that nataka kufuatilia hiyo kibuyu yangu isiende. What do I mean? Mlima Kenya ishaenda. Ruto knows he will never get Mlima Kenya. Ruto is here pretending he is coming to Mlima Kenya to talk to people and open projects. And you know very well, Ruto is dying for a second term. He doesn't have money to do anything. Why would Ruto be obliged to come and open projects in a place which will not vote for him? Yet, he can use the same resources in places where he can realign politics. So that's why I was telling you, based on that analogy, he is using this trip on a pretext of he is going for development, but there is a possibility they are going to cause harm on people. Why? You have already discovered hiyo kura huwezi pata. So unaenda hata you even go and unataka kuyaribu. So my advice which I can tell people is just stay away from Ruto. Stay away from everything which he does. Stay away from his property, from his gifts. Don't take them. Why? Because Ruto ataingia.
Again, Jiro, what project? We were just here. I know you were listening to us. We were just here saying that if you go to Nyandarua, you pass through those area, the roads that have been made. What exactly is he coming to open?
You know very well, Ruto anafunguanga hata project ilifunguliwa na Uhuru. So don't talk hata anaenda kufungua project ambazo zilifunguliwa na marehemu Mwai Kibaki. Very well. Utampata huko akifungua kina Mate Road. So you know Ruto has no chills when it comes to launching any project. Hata anaweza launch hata project za Moi. Unaweza msikia kwa huko 7 Fox ana launch Kiambere Dam. So unajua bwana Mkenya Mkora, unajua kina Kiambere Dam na kina Kamburu zile ziko na huko kwenyu. Masinga na kina
Masinga Dam.
Unaweza kutu jamaa kilonji Masinga Dam. Wewe unacheza. That is the extent this guy can go. Ama huko Mutonga. He can wacha kucheka, I'm very serious by the way. So that is who Ruto is. So he doesn't care what he launches. Hata anaweza launch bibi yako by the way. He can
Jiro, wacha niseme kitu tukate kidogo. Huyu Senta Nyoto alisema tu jana kwa Senta, akija mlima asikuja kulochi kitu sauli hatuna, lakini Nyoto alisema akipata na chance atamuuliza kwa nini ulitoa Gachagua. Ulituambia deputy wako hatatolewa na hatachukuliwa. Kwa nini ulimtoa? Number one, hiyo arudishie mlima. Na hiyo ndio, na kwa nini ile yote uliambia watu, kwa nini hujafanya? Kuko na makitu Nyoto amesema watu wamuulize. Hakuna kitu anakuja kuloji. You know that. They haven't done nothing. Ile loji alikuwa anataka kutumiwa na ule wa Mobu, ile Maumau, kotu wamekataa. Sasa anakuja kuloji nini? Arudishe swali, alitoa Gachagua kwa nini? Kwa nini hakusikia Gachagua? Asikuje kudanganya, anakuja kuanza swali. akisimama kwa hizo magari zake asikize maswali ya Wakenya wa mlima. Hiyo tu ndio nitakwambia Jiro.
What I was saying, Kasongo unaweza mkuta huko mlima Kenya, bwana Mkenya mkora anasema huyu ni Mkenya mkora hapa, nimemake sure ako na bibi, toka nimpee bibi, hata watoto wako nao 3 sasa. Mnaona tumeweza so that is like what
tumetenga watoto 3 wa Mkenya mkora,
na alafu huyu mtu by the time wapange kuenda maternity tuko hapo tumewangoja. So what I mean is that
you know the nonsense with this specific president, and I want to call him specific. The nonsense with this, Mr. Njiru, the nonsense with this specific president is unbecoming. I mean, have you ever heard that saying of just unbecoming? Because first of all, yes, Nairobi he toured and whatever, and you know the reason he toured Nairobi, really I don't even understand what he was touring, because there's anything that I mean, he never told us anything, he never did anything. I mean, there was nothing, it was just kutokea. I think he was jealous of one Mr. Msaliti, Baba Fidel, the fact that he could go to, and if you realize, he went everywhere that man used to go, when at least we knew him as mtetezi wa watu. He went to Pipeline, he went to Kibera, he went to whatever. He was just following the footsteps, because I think he was jealous of this man, the fact that the guy could actually tour where he needed to tour. Now, Ruto, now that he feels that, oh, Baba Yuko, oh, Baba Fidel Lako, oh, somewhere, and I think Baba Fidel is actually going into a stress mode, because now he doesn't understand what is happening. So, to a point that, remember, Ruto could never step foot in somewhere called Kibera. But now,
Mkenya mkora, kidogo, you'll
yes,
talk.
Yes.
I want to show you when somebody hates you, what they can do. Unajua mimi sitaki watu mchukue story kama conspiracy, by the way. Let me tell you. We had a guy by the name Hitler. Do you know that Hitler, out of hatred of the Jews, he planned on how to kill 6 million Jews? I'm telling you. Hatred is a disease. And let me tell you, Ruto has hatred of watu wa mlima. And that's why I'm telling you, I cannot even exclude.
But he said it. What are you talking about? He said it.
For those people.
He said it. Hakuna mtu ako na shida na waki. Let me repeat his words exactly. He said it. He said, hakuna mtu ako na shida na Wakikuyu kutuliko sisi, lakini kwanza lazima ushike serikali. He said it. Take me to court. Njiru, do you remember that?
Kwa nini hakuitwa na hawa NCC wakati alisema hivyo? Kwa nini hakuitwa? Kwa nini hakuitwa walipewa hizo mabarua?
Jeromaura, Kenya hakuna kitu inakuanga serious. Let me tell you something, about you know hiyo story ya Ruto, hatred ya Ruto. Unajua, let me tell you, Jeromaura ni kama hivyo, mbona alipigiwa kura and he was among the people who made sure that watu wameuliwa kwa kanisa. Ama hata hiyo mtasema ni kuwekelea tunawekelea. Si watu waliuliwa kwa kanisa au watu waliuliwa kwa
kanisa? Tunajua. Hiyo ndio kitu Njiru tumekuwa tukisema hapa, tuache kuficha watu. Tunajua kwa nini Kimani Gujiri anashindanga akitetea, anasema hapana, wekeni, kwa sababu Wakikuyu wanaogopa kufukuzwa kutoka Rift Valley. Njiru, how long are we going to keep on talking about this?
No, let me tell you, watu wa mlima Kenya washakauka sasa. Don't think that watu wa mlima Kenya watatishua kidogo hivi. Let me tell you, by the way, let me tell you.
Why did Uhuru take
Ngoja kidogo,
whatever they call
ngoja kidogo
Mungiki
sasa nikwambie. Unajua
waende
sasa
wakatoe watu wao kutoka Rift Valley?
nani
What
bwana,
is the
ngoja
yeah,
kidogo.
pana
Unaona watu, let me tell you, watu wa mlima saa hii they are ready for anything if you're not aware. I think hiyo tension wamekuwa wakikreatiwa imewafika core, and now they feel now they can actually respond in whichever means. So don't think that the people in Mount Kenya region will now shy away from responding to issues if they feel threatened. I'm telling you, Kenya is at the worst point. It's only that people are not ready to speak. I mean, nitakwambia hii. So Kenya sasa sio ile nchi sasa ya kuambia watu sasa tulia. Sasa Kenya is on a path whereby people will give themselves their own security. So don't think, and that is, let me tell you, I'm telling you, hata huyu Ruto mwenyewe, he will be on a cross path if you will try to rattle people. People are now ready to defend their property, defend their wives, defend their kids. So see at story at you think that because you have bows and arrows, you now be able now to attack other people simply because you are pretending that you are the warrior community, au wengine tu ni njangiri, hakuna kitu anaweza. I'm telling you, people are now ready to defend themselves. So don't rattle people thinking that people will not come out and rise against you. If it is to respect people, you have to respect people unilaterally without touching their property. Some of these properties unasikianga watu wakiambua all the time. People use blood and tears to get some of the properties they have. And I always feel bad ili wakati mtu amenunua hata kama ni kaplot, even if it is not in his native land, and all the time huyo mtu because there is no tranquility in politics, unaanzia kushtuliwa na mtu hata hawezi nunua plot, ukiambua lazima utoke hapo. It is very annoying. Mkenya mkora, let me tell you, can you imagine, even if I have a plot in Rift Valley, I have a right to own that plot as long as sikunyonga mtu nikuwe na hiyo plot. So this idea whereby mtu amespend pesa yake while your money should be working for you, somebody who has spent his money yani anaishi tu ni kama tu anakanyanga, maisha yake ni kama anakanyanga na vidole, sababu ati there are some people who do not want to be pissed off because you are not willing to support them. How are we going to live in that life ati kama mtu atupigia kura muende kule mulitoka? What type of nonsense is that? Unajua Mkenya mkora, hiyo ndio upuzi. Mimi I cannot even listen to ati kama mtu atupigia kura ati murudi kule mulitoka. Huyo mtu alinipea pesa ya kununua shamba. We have to start calling out
the nonsense. Bro, it's the nonsense. It's kind of like when you come to the US, and I know you've lived in the US, you understand these things. It's kind of like having a black American telling you that we were slaves, we picked cotton. But if you tell them, show me what cotton looks like, hawezi kuonesha, they don't even know what the plantation looks, what the plant looks like. But they're so bitter because they were told that their forefathers or whatever went through slavery. It's over. No one cares about that. Now, the problem is, okay, there's a problem. Yes, I understand in Rift Valley, the Kenyatta time, people took land, and kuna the stories that goes that Kikuyus were being told, throw the stone until Mali Tafika, then that's your land from there. I don't know how true that is, but I heard that from my grandfather.
Ngoja kidogo,
No, let me finish.
Okay.
Yes. Unaona? Yes, there's that thing of Kikuyus in Rift Valley and whatever. They had to, I mean, they kind of kuna watu waliingia huko hivyo and whatever. That was the time. But the people that you were talking about, they're not even alive anymore. Now, the people that you find, the Kikuyus in Rift Valley, they actually, most of them have bought their own lands. Most of them have decided to live in Nakuru. Most of them have decided to live in Eldoret. Most of them have, I mean, even the The Kalenjins also live in Ukambani. Most Kikuyus are in Ukambani and everything. I mean, everybody's everywhere. In this age and generation, you cannot use the tribal cocoon or tribal kind of thinking.
Mkenya Mkora, nipe tu nini dakika moja. I wanted to explain to you this point,
Sure.
because now we are in a stupidity zone now, and I have to say this. You see, let me tell you, all the time, and I have to say this especially because largely it is always said that in Kenya wale watu wanaishi kwa wengine sana ni Wakikuyu. That is what people
Gio, let me stop for you for a moment. There is somebody who is posting nasty things in the chats. I think
Oh, okay.
you better
Some,
have somebody controlling that so that you can remove that stuff.
okay.
Gibishimu
Okay.
Mwangi is posting some things that are going to bring problems in this place. You don't. Let's stop being tribalistic here.
Yeah, we Geshimu Mwangi tafadhali. Stop that, stop that. Ukiona hata mzee amekuja hapa in good faith, tafadhali usiweke hivyo. I will delete your comment for now, but don't place another, okay? Don't make our work difficult, please. Naomba kwa heshima, don't make our work difficult. Help us help you in good faith. Anyway, let me explain hiyo story hiyo story ya mashamba na Wakikuyu. I said today I have to touch that story because there is stupidity which is going on in Kenya. If we continue with that stupidity, hakuna pahali tunaenda. Let me tell you, Bwana Mkenya Mkora and Bwana Mwamba, which are the times when watu wanaambianga wako kwa wenyewe. Ni wakati mgani watu wanaanzianga kuambiwa wako kwa wenyewe? Maybe Bwana Mwamba can hear from you. What times, ni season gani watu wanaambianga wanamjua mko kwetu, mnaweza toka hapa anytime?
It's just the campaign time. That's all.
That is the rhetoric. Yani wakati wa kura ndio Wakenya wengine wanaambiangwa na mjue mko kwetu. So now they are now using that. This is what is happening especially in Nakuru and some parts of Eldoret. Tawambia hii. Already those people have been threatened. Ni kama hao watu wanaambiwa mkiamua kupiga kura na wenzenyu wale wako huko native mtawafikia huko. There are things which are open. Si ati vitote. So the reason why I'm saying these things is that this person ambaye anaambiwa utarudi kule ulitoka, he invested his money in that land. I don't think there is a courage in man anaweza songea Mkikuyu for free kwake. Maybe Mkenya Mkora ama kuna watu kama hao, yani wale Wakikuyu wako Rift Valley ni kusongewa, walisongewa walisongewa sana. No, you know, I want us we make this dialogue mature. Maybe Bwana Mwamba, you can help me understand this. Wale Wakikuyu
Even Mwamba, thank you for bringing up. Hata nimeangalia kwa comment section huko hivyo. Normally I try not to ndio nisikasirike, because the people in the comment section sometimes do not understand the things that we are saying. No one does not understand what we are trying to say, and this is the unspoken word. And maybe some of them do not understand exactly where this problem is and where it belongs, and this is what we are trying to fight. This thing has been between Rift Valley and Central. And the moment we agree with that, and also that the Nyanza, that is where the problem is with our country. The rest of it, people don't even care. And Jiro, I like your openness, the way you're open, because unless people understand where the problem has been, that is where the problem has been. So what Jiro you're trying to bring out is some of these things we couldn't even speak them in other channels, or we couldn't even speak them, and people don't want to hear them, by the way. No one wants to hear this. Personally, yours lovely. Jiru, allow me to just be personal, and you know I'm never personal. But let me just be personal. My life, I shouldn't be alive because I went to Egerton University, which is in Rift Valley. 2007, I was saved by my name, Naivasha, trying to make my way back to Nairobi. I'm a Kamba. Sisi Ukambani hatukupigana, but because I was stubborn in Egerton University, I I saw someone being slashed with a machete. Someone that we were sitting in the same van, Molo line, and they asked me for my ID. I gave them my ID. And just by the virtue of my name, Wewe Peter, yet I'm seeing someone rolling hapo chini. Mtu tulikuwa tumekaa naye kwa the same van. So Njiru, when we talk about these things, we understand exactly what was happening and what exactly was. A lot of people were not, maybe wengine hapa hivi, some wenye wana comment huko wengine wanaongea matope, probably were not alive. I mean, even if they were alive, they were sitting somewhere pretty at that time. I've never smelt death like I smelt that day. And is the reason, Jiro, I'm sometimes in these channels because I want to people to understand what it is that really happens. And that is why me, I'm not someone to be bought. And I don't want any political field in anything. I've been called, I don't want. Because I am at a point that
Mkanyamkora,
I feel, yeah,
Mkanyamkora, nipe tu chance kidogo. I wanted to squeeze the juice in this topic.
sure.
Let me squeeze for you so that you can come ukuje vizuri. You see, this is what is happening in Kenya. Let me tell you, the issue of people who have settled in places which are not natively theirs will have to be addressed in Kenya. Why? Because, like, for example, during the post-election violence which I've witnessed in my communities where I come from, in Embu, I did not see foreigners who have either been married there or they have acquired property there, even being chased because of an electoral decision. No one was interested with them. But there is a brewing hotspot in Rift Valley region where, for me, I think it is believed that the people who are not natives of that land, who have already settled there, I think their situation has been determined and it has been threatened. Sometime in the future, those people will have ever to exit there. Mimi akiyo ni kitu and that is a believer yao. Kama kuna mtu wa kutoka mlima Kenya and is in Rift Valley, I know unless tupate viongozi wazuri, the truth of the matter is that those people are not safe. If there will be any political instability where the two regions are not in the same political divide, story ya kufukuza hao watu itaanzia kurudi tena. I heard of one mzee akisema watu wa mlima watoke Rift Valley warudi kwao. I heard somebody from Rift Valley saying that. I could not believe. Hao watu naambia warudi, sio kusongewa, wamesongewa. Some of them, they used blood and tears to buy the pieces of land they have in Rift Valley.
Njiru, kuna mtu anajitoka hivyo sijui something Nancy ameniita mjinga Jaluo. Sorry, nimeitwa Jaluo bwana. Watu wa comment.
We relax,
Niliitwa
wachana na hao watu wa comment. Hao watu wa comment ni wako freestyle hivyo. I just allow them. Mbona msikue tribal? Nyinyi unajua nyinyi watu wa comment sitaki mkue tribal, na kuita Mkenya mkora Mjaruo is okay. There's no problem about that. Kama wewe si Mjaruo, shida yako ni nini? Bwana Mkenya mkora, these people are joking with you. Ukisikia wakikuita Mjaruo, they are not serious. They are not serious. So lakini
hata kukuwa Mjaluo sio dhambi.
So there's no problem about that. So bwana Mkenya mkora, that one should not make you worry. So bwana Mwamba, there is something I wanted us to think here. Can you help me understand? Because we have always been told of the Ndongo report na vitu zingine sijui report za mashamba. So can you tell me what is a permanent solution for the people who are not living in the land which is natively theirs? How will they finally be appreciated and accepted in those areas, regardless of the political climate in the country? How will, like for example, how will Mount Kenya people fit within Kalenjin communities, even if the political climate is different? How can we make these two communities exist together, regardless of who is in power? Is it possible, Bwana Mwamba?
Yes, it is possible when we stop actually, when we shall stop electing people who are hanging on what I was saying, hanging on your community to bring you there. If we have somebody who is a president in the post, do you think the issue of the Rift Valley settlers would come up? I think that time it will be the people who settled on the coast, because there is also that settlement down there. So the time we shall stop actually looking at our leaders as where they come from, or they stop associating themselves or hanging on to their tribes in that manner, because it's not the kawaida person who is telling huyo mtu atoke. It is the politicians who start talking about madoadoa. Otherwise, a person who was born in Eldoret has only known their neighbors to be those people who are not of their community, and they don't know anything else. So how come they only realize that there are visitors or foreigners in their land when it is election time? So it is still our leaders. That's why I say, I mean, Kenyans are not tribal at all. Absolutely, they are not. But they are usually taken advantage of at the time of election. Why people are
Bwana
convinced
Mwamba,
to do whatever they do.
you will finish your statement. Don't you think this is a time where we need constitutional protection of people to where they live? We are relying on a person to defend the people, but rather we place in the constitution that people deserve to live where they are, as long as you have legal acquisition of where you are.
But that is in the constitution.
But how comes we are not able?
That is a part of the constitution. That is just breaking the law like you always do. Like any other criminal offense, that one I think is so expressly in our constitution that a Kenyan can settle anywhere they wish. There is no domicile place for any community. That one is not there. There isn't. There is nowhere written that rules are for Nyanza only. They can settle anywhere they want. And it only becomes a problem with the Kikuyus, because Kikuyus have actually spread out in the whole country. They are everywhere. Hakuna mahali. Hata ukienda Mandera wa Kikuyu wako, ukienda Wajir, ukienda Kisumu. Kikuyus have actually spread out there. And since they are the majority and they always seem like they take advantage of their volumes, because we are not angels when it comes to politics. Let me say that. That is why you only see they are usually the victims. Nobody else is a victim of where they live. It's only the Kikuyus. The hurting thing or something that hurts is that Kikuyus are like Abraham of the Bible. They don't believe in free things, they buy. Like Abraham said, he cannot be buried in a free place. He had to buy it to be buried. Kikuyus buy land where they go. They don't go begging, they don't go acquiring, they don't fight for it. They buy. Why did they move out, or why are they the only people who moved out? It's because their land was taken by the settlers. And when we got our independence, the settlers were not told to go home and we used to go back to their places. No, nobody took that consideration. They just left people to survive. So that is why Kikuyus went to the Rift Valley, because they had nowhere else to go. So when you are being told move out of our place, it doesn't make sense at all, and it is
But
illegal.
but how comes that statement, like people can suffer attacks while in their own country, and it is not that they are in borrowed land, and actually they're even being threatened in their own country, yet they have legally acquired those places. How comes law cannot protect those people? Political
Well,
decisions are determining how you exist.
that is not a unique case. In Kenya only, it happens the world over. If you ask me why the Hutus were fighting the Tutsis, and there are only two communities in the whole country, it's the same answer. It still gravitates to the same answer. So what we need, or what we need to do, is what I don't know for now, because we can't say it's not the law. The law is there. It is so expressly mentioned in the constitution that Kenya can settle anywhere. You can buy property anywhere.
Okay, maybe before we bring Razvik, can you help me understand? How long is this issue going to be with us to be divorced? Like, are you telling me that even in the next 50 years, people cannot settle where they want? You
I'm
have to
afraid.
do.
I'm afraid it looks like it, because if it did not end when we got the multi parties, then it looks like there is no light at the end of that tunnel. There's still darkness in it, because 60 years down the line, why does somebody still think that this is our place?
And let me ask you a question.
How would it be if the Masais came and said, "You guys get out of Nairobi"? It belongs to the Masais historically, but everybody now stays in Nairobi. Why don't they say that in Nairobi?
So can we say that? Can we say now that that issue of people should move out of our land, it is actually which has been used specifically to cause destabilization to the country at a particular time?
What is your question here?
Because I don't understand why, when we are supposed to make very serious, important decisions as a country, that is the time when people are being reminded you are not from here. Yet all the other time, when elections are not near, no one seems even to care where you come from. And for the people who have lost their land, they have not been compensated, or they have not been returned where they were. I remember, like, some of the people who lost their land in 2007 in Rift Valley, especially wale walitoroka, some of them have not been they do not have capacity. Sijui kama wengine matitle deed ni kuchomekea, zilichomekea kwa nyumba, but I still hear kuna watu hata hawajarudi kule walikuwa wametoka.
Yes, that is true. There are so many people who never went
And the
back to
government
their land.
doesn't seem to care about that, even to resettle them back.
It depends on who is at the helm. Because if action was taken after everything settled down, I think a solution was going to be found. But don't forget, as an individual, when you are kicked out of your place by people you have stayed with for ages, would you go back yourself? Would you go back to those people who threatened you with a panga? And these are not strangers. These are people you know.
But
The government is not supporting you. Nobody is fighting for you.
why
It's
why
you
couldn't we
and your
have a
mind.
you see where I don't see it making sense, eh? Why did the government not come up with a legal process of punishing, or maybe of even putting people into trial? Because I know the people who chased others, they are known. Why did we just rubbish everything under the rug na tukasema tu tuendelee tu na maisha tu? You know, mzungu anasemanga, if you don't correct a misfortune, it will come again. Don't you think like we mishandled that issue, and we were not
That's an
able actually?
understatement. It was rubbish, and it was never settled. It was never taken care of. Absolutely, because of the same thing that is happening right now. Instead of sorting out that problem that was in the 2007 when people were killed, others burnt in churches, instead we had a handshake and everything was like, that is good. Somebody has gotten what they are looking for, so everybody else does not matter. Same case that is happening today. Gen Zs have been killed, everybody has been fighting, but now that somebody has shaken a hand, that is water under the bridge. It is still the same thing repeating itself. Is it going to happen again? Most likely.
Wow,
Never learn.
I think we are not settling our issues. Yani kitu inatokezea. You see, like what I see in
Let me
America.
tell you, let me tell you, Jiro. We are like the hornbills. You know what is a hornbill?
I remember
Ile
the
kadege,
noise.
ile kadege mnaitanga sijui whatever. That bird, it goes down the river, removing frogs and putting them on the banks down the river. It does that from top of the river until evening. It has been picking frogs and putting them as so that it will be coming back eating them. Do you know it ends up on eating the last frog because all the other frogs will have returned to the river. That is exactly what we do with our politics. We say we are going to sort out things. We talk. By the time we are finishing talking, everybody has started doing like going to their normal issues or settling or quieting down. And then since nobody's fighting no more, we forget about what we were talking about or how to sort it out. So we are just at the same back the following morning. Go back up the river, start removing frogs and putting them on the banks and expecting to have dinner, but you only end up eating the last frog, which is usually the handshake in Kenya.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, ni sawa bwana Mwamba. Hebu tusikie Lasvik. Lasvik, do you want to comment about that issue?
Yeah. I was eagerly waiting. Yeah, so we are where we are uh, because of the politics of hate and conspiracy. And early this week, I think it on Thursday, there was a time I was listening, and you particularly, you said that you like politics of hate. And Julia was on the show, and he was really trying to talk you down that politics of hate is not appropriate because it's what that's how we ended up having Kasongo, because everybody hated Raila so much that they rather even vote for a dog but not Raila. And now look at what we ended up being with. Another thing, it's our leaders that fail us. Our leaders are supposed to be beginning for us. For example, you're talking about being dislocated from a land that you bought in a certain area. If you go to a place like Kisumu, you'll find there's so many Kisis. There's an area called Nyamasaria. Nyamasaria is like Kisindogo. And even around Kisumu, most of those estates, you'll find so many Kikuyus that live there. And despite the outcome of politics, I don't recall any day that they've been relocated or they've been asked to move. Ndio tear gas, mawe, urushwa, nini, then vitu zikishatulia, people go on about their business. And another thing is even you'll be surprised if you go to Kisumu and you hang out at night, you'll find so many social workers at night. They're not even Luos, they're people from different towns who are trying to earn a living at night. And It's so diverse. You might think you're like in Nairobi or Mombasa. So what we are supposed to, who are we supposed to hold accountable? It's the people that we elect. The other time, what's his name? Wamunyoro was the DP. Then manyumba za watu wake zilikuwa zinabomolewa. Then after ameshakuwa impeach ndio sana anafungwa mdomo kubwa ati nilikuwa nakomesha rais nini. That's bullshit. These are things that, whenever you are negotiating a coalition government with anybody, you need to put it straight up that, hey, in order for me to work with you, number one, my people have to be given amnesty. Kama kuna watu wale walishikwa time ya maandamano, hao watu wanafaa kukuwa released, hizo cases zikuwe dropped, unconditional. Those are things that you need to put. If there is some of your people were dislocated, those are things that you need to put. Your leader needs to demand that, hey, these are my people were dislocated from this place. I need them back in those areas. And if your leaders cannot even negotiate for the basic stuff, trust me, they're failing you. Then when it comes to election time, that's when they want to sanitize themselves as if, they're the angel Gabriels amongst the devils. So let's use this forum, Jiro and everybody. Let's try to be positive and be more inclusive so that we talk about real issues like, how now that earlier on, it was mentioned about how difficult it is to get an ID in Kenya, which I was very surprised. I didn't know it was kind of that difficult. I don't know what Huduma centers are for. I thought maybe when Uhuru, introduced the Huduma center, I thought it brought, getting a passport or an ID or anything of the sort easier. So let's push on how, people can have IDs so that they prepare for the next general election. And I've been talking on this show like over and over that I can't say this enough. Let us focus on our local leaders. Those are our actual representative. Your MCA, your MP, your senator. Those are your local representation. Where I live right now, if I have any issue, I just go to my councilman. I book an appointment. I go discuss with him my issues, and they listen to me. Or my congressman, I'll book an appointment to their office and tell them, hey, this and this is affecting me. So we need to hold these people accountable. If they're not ready to listen to us, if they're not giving us good representation, then trust me, we are electing the wrong people. If you elect the right MPs, if you elect the right MCAs, these people are going to address our issues. But if you elect the highest bidder, we'll end up living in fear. And that is something that we need to avoid. We shouldn't be living in fear years and years, 60 plus years after independence. We're still living in fear. We are living in fear because of what? We buy into this conspiracy. We buy into this hateful kind of politics, which politicians love. They love to hear that. When they love to hear that, they know that you're going to live in fear and buy into their propaganda. And that is how they're going to, when they come to the ground, they want to tell you what you want to hear because they know that you love to hear about how we hate the Kikuyus, how we hate the Luos, how we hate the Kalenjins, and you cheer and you clap. Guess what? We are falling into their trap. We need to be talking a different language whereby let's go back to the drawing board. Let's identify amongst ourselves who do we want to represent us. Let us not be mentioning those, old names that have been giving us misrepresentation, because if we elect them and we expect anything new, we are lying to ourselves. They've been in politics for years and years and years, and nothing has changed in your area. So it's about time that we need to have a different conversation and start looking at a new breed of people, a new generation of leaders, that we get some organic leadership that are going to give us good representation. If you have more MPs
from every part of Kenya that is representing their people well, guess what? We'll have a president who is just like a ceremonious president, because everything has to go through parliament to be enacted into law. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how the Kenyan constitution says. So let's try to sensitize our people to stop hii politics ya hatred. Hiyo chuki yako enda utupe huko mbali. Enda kwa election booth na mind moja sober. Make clear decision. Wacha hizo mafeelings zako. Hizo mafeelings zako ndio zinatu end up tunakuwa na hizi takataka tuko nazo sahi. Sahi hata tungekuwa tunapiga kelele juu ya Ruto ama juu ya sijui broad-based government whatever makachieta. We could be enjoying a very beautiful nation that we have. We should stop being emotional. We should stop being hateful, and we should love each other and think rationally. Talk about real issues that are affecting us that we want to be represented, and we'll have a very beautiful country.
Last week, Abu Jiro, I hope you allow me to contribute or just
I was what
respond to a few
when
what you
ni
are saying.
bara ya pili nilikuwa nataka kuuliza ile swali isipotee kwa huyu ameongea. Swali moja tu, aturudishie hii swali. Sasa tunaongea tu tuone. Haya, nataka kukuuliza, unaweza kutuambia hapa kwa nini Ruto na Wamunyoro wamekosana? Alafu unakumbuka unatueleza vile walikuwa agreement, Ruto agreement for Kenya, not only Mount Kenya.
Yeah, so okay. Wacha nijibu ya kwanza.
Haya.
Ya Ruto na Wamunyoro kukosana, those were wezi wawili walishikana mkono. Wakishashikana mkono, mwizi mdogo anataka kuiba kama mwizi ringleader. Hiyo ndio their primary reason walikosana. Alafu then we just got into it through our hatred na chuki, wakieneza Ruto sasa anatudanganya tio Wamunyoro has been tribal, and the same script that Wamunyoro was using, that's the same script that he was reading from his master. So hao walikuwa ni wezi wawili, but sasa walikuwa na compete kuiba. Ukiangalia madeals mingi Wamunyoro hakukuwa kama hizo za wale waindi wa Adani deal. Wamunyoro hakuingizwa kwa hizo deal. Huko ndio pale shida ilianza, kwa sababu akijaribu kuquestion hizo deal anaambiwa ebuka kwa leni yako. Hawatuambii ukweli hawa watu. These were two thieves that didn't agree on a deal. Alafu sisi pia tukabuy into tribal lanes na tukaingia kwa hiyo maji. Hao ni majambazi wawili. So what ODM did, they just supported kuzindikisha mwizi moja nyumbani. Ebu enda table another impeachment ya Ruto uone vile ODM itampeleka nyumbani.
Haya, wacha nikurudishie hiyo. Sasa
ilikuwa kufa makanga kufa dereva.
Wacha nirudishe hiyo. Sasa ODM 100% we know ndio Azimio ndio wengi kwa parliament. Kwa nini watamtoa? Haya, hiyo ni swali. Alafu nikwambie ukweli kwa roho yangu, Gachagua anafuata agreement. Ruto alikuwa anasimama kwa ngali, anasema huo ndio mkubwa yake. Unasikia kama wewe ukiandika kashi unaambiwa na bosi yako hivi ndio itakuwa, alafu bosi anakugeuka. Hata huo ukisikia statement nasema ongeleshea watu wa Nairobi wale wanalala nje na watoto saa hii, ndio naangalia, nimeangalia maneno sana. Sasa alafu akugeuke na kuna power hiyo, bosi utafanya nini? Sasa anasema amekutana na huyu mtu 1 year anamwambia hapana bosi, tulisema hivi. Na kwa nini imekubali hivi? Nauli wale wanaitwaje minister wengine wametolewa, ndio walikuwa wanaambia Gachagua uongeleshe, anasikia wewe peke yako. Unaona? Sasa Gachagua akasema kwa nini hapa kulitai? Nimeweka Gachagua alikuwa amechaguliwa. Angelisai Mount Kenya ingetaka kuona hata Kenya mzima. Shauri yao walimchagua na walikaa pale mpaka Wakenya wamwambie toka, na wakumwambia, walisema hapana. Kwa hivyo tukikaa Kenya na two faces, tuwezi kuamini mmoja anapotoka huko ndani na yeye ndio alikuwa kwa pesa na huyo mtu akajua huyo mtu ni nani. How we will come to know what is true? Hakuna mtu mwingine, na ndivyo unaona nchi yote inaenda kwa Munyoro kusikia. Kweli yeye tu ndio alikuwa kwa watu wawili kabisa wanaongea, ndio anajua huo mtu kuliko hao watu unaona kwa gari naye, anamjua kabisa huyo mtu ni gani. Sauli wa Munyoro na Wakenya walimkukulia roho, wakamwambia tutaangalia, lakini waenda waliadikania pale. Wamunyoro watu alikania pia, alikuwa anaamini huu mtu ni mtu wa kanisa. Sasa tukikiwa na two pieces, tunasema wawili wako hivi wako hivi, we are lost. We must trust one. Na ndipo unaona kwa Munyoro hata sahii watu wanaenda pale. You must trust one. Starting from, I will say true. You know, sasa tukikaa na negative kuwaita wawizi wawili, hao wawizi wawili hakuna mtu wako kwa jela, mkupuke. Sasa nikwambie kitu. Huyu wa Munyoro alikuwa MP mara ya kwanza tu na Uhuru. Alikuwa ameandikwa na serikali. Okay? Na hii pesa yote inaonekana na property ya ndugu yake. Alikuwa governor wa Nyoro wa Nyeri. Akakufa. Sauli watu hapo wanamjua kwa petition alikuwa ameandikwa, wako anajua property yako nazo, wamejua wakati ameingilia politician. Kwa hivyo sasa tunyamaze, tufikirie, tuangalie, alafu tumlete mpenzi. Sauli tukiongea hivi na judgment, we are lost generation. We are lost in Kenya. We must to trust somewhere, to listen, to hear. Hakuna mengi ya kusema chini ile mtu anafanya kazi. Unaona? Hii pesa yote anasema inafika pale. Hakuna siri mingi. Sasa tukiweza kumrukia kutukana, hata toa zile siri. Mtu anafanya. Sasa kingine we know maybe he done wrong. Lakini wakati alisema ilikuwa business, si alipatia media hiyo agreement. Alipatia media. Akasema amsende. Wakati niliongea huko anatole sijui alikuwa wapi, akata kuitwa kabila, alitoa ile statement na karatasi wamesaini share alitoa. Kwa hivyo kwa nini watu waone tu Kenya wanafurahia wakati wanaambia uongo? Ni lazima, sio vile tunapenda Gachagua, tunatoka tujue siri ya Ruto. Sauli 100% ako na like 95 amejua Ruto ni nani. Hiyo miaka mbili anajua Ruto na amesema I know who is this man. Sasa tukienda kumwita bizi, ameiba nini? Ameibia nini? Sasa mtu anaiba ni huyu, tunataka kujua anatoa wapi pesa. Kila saa bilioni kwa kanisa, milioni anatoa hii pesa wapi? Miaka inaenda 15 years. Hii pesa ni ya mayai peke yake. Mshahara yake analipo ngapi? Hiyo ndio swali tunataka kuuliza. Lakini mkiingilia wawili, sasa huyu ni mwizi, hao ni wawili. To step, to think, action. You know, to do it. Hii secret ya Ruto. Please, hiyo ndio tu nilikuwa nataka unirudishie.
Hao watu wote walikuwa ni wezi wote, kwa sababu Gachagua mwenyewe hiyo madeals alikuwa anapata kutoka serikali. Madeals gani alisaidia nayo Wakikuyu? Tukiongea ukweli, hakuna. The only formula inaweza toa Ruto that I can tell you for free is Wakenya wakiongea lugha moja, Wakenya wakiweka
haya. Okay, alisten kidogo. Nimekuambia ukiandikwa na bosi, which power you got? We trust Ruto na agreement without written. Verb agreement. How to go to the which power he has?
Gachagua alilala kwa class. Unajua Uhuru na Ruto. Let me explain for you. Uhuru and Ruto had a written agreement on how they were going to share power. And according to the agreement, ilikuwa impossible for Uhuru kumfukuza. Gachagua naye alilala kwa class akakuwa na verbal agreement na Ruto. Hiyo ndio ujinga alifanya. Hiyo ndio ujinga alifanya in the first place.
Tumemsamehe, alisimama mara ya kwanza na akasema forgive me, I didn't have an agreement with this man, I was trusting. Hata church imemsamehe.
Yes.
Kitu tunajua hiyo tulifanyia makosa, hakuna agreement, so we trusted. Ndipo tunauliza wa Kenya, utakubali kweli Kenya ipigwe na huyu mtu after we trust him?
So don't trust the church anymore. Don't trust the church anymore. The church misled you, walieka shetani, wakatrust shetani, wakatufikisha hapa. So watu waache hizi feelings mingi za kanisa. People need to be rational and they need to know that the enemy we have here is Ruto. How can we remove this Ruto? We can remove this Ruto by electing the right MP. The right MP, you don't need to wait for ODM. Your right MP will table impeachment na kila MP ameelectiwa visawa, ataona hizi vitu fisadi Ruto anafanya and they'll be all on board. We don't have to wait for Raila and ODM wa impeach kwa sababu nini wako na majority. Raila ameshawaambia wazi anafanya kazi na serikali. Kama amesha declare anafanya kazi na serikali, and this week he was bold enough that he's not joining Wamunyoro's camp. So let's just accept and move on beyond that.
Pota sheria, unaona. Unajua kuimpeach hiyo parliament lazima wakubali, wakuwe na kiasi kama wakachagua vile walimtoa na kiasi, sijui wanakuwa 200 whatever. Sasa wote wako hosting na Ruto. Urudi. Vile unaongea ni kama uangalie news bana. Ni kama
what I'm telling you is Raila's declared anafanya kazi na Ruto. Yeah, so now we know that. Let's not expect that ODM is going to impeach Ruto. That's like not on the table. Let's think of beyond Raila and Ruto, what's there for us? What can we do now that the two have declared that they are working together? What can our game plan be? But if we keep waiting for Raila and ODM to impeach Ruto, we are lying to ourselves. It's not going to happen. We are just going to make noise. Before we know it, it's 2027. So
Plan B,
what is our plan B? Is our plan B Wamunyoro? Because we are so emotional, we are so merciful for him. Is that a solution?
Where uko na anger?
No, me sina anger. Me, I'm just like being realistic. Like nasema tu sasa. Raila ODM kuimpeach Ruto, hiyo tusijidanganye.
We know that. We know. Listen, Plan B. Plan B ni kila Mkenya awache kuenda kazi. Wakati tulikuwa na Moi, tulikuwa tunawaambia na makanga msiende kazi mpaka hii unga ianguke. Tunawacha. Hakuna mtu anaenda na road kazi. Hiyo ndio another Plan B tuko nayo. Kila mtu achukue mikono aseme no going work mpaka huyu mtu atoke. Sisi hiyo ndio Plan B. Nyinyi ndio, sisi ndio tumemchagua Kenya mzima. Tukisimama tuseme hakuna mtu ataenda na road kazi. That's it. We don't need you. We don't want you and Raila out. Na parliament out.
Yeah, now we are talking. Now we are talking. Yeah, now we are talking.
Hakuna kusema ati nini ni Kenya wote sasa wasikane waseme hapana. Hii is serious. Hakuna university ni 2 years watoto waende shule. Hakuna madaktari, hakuna dawa, watu wanakufa. Ni Wakenya waache kufanya kazi. Wasimame, waende high court. What do you want? Na ndio unaona Ruto anapiga majaji 7. Anatumianga watu. Anatumia maloya. Huyo ni Ruto anafanya hivi.